rallying is one of those sports that you cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and I want to work harder than everyone else because I know I can do it. And I love it when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder and I go, yes, I can.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
And good morning to you, and welcome to day 4 of Online Race Industry Week. How are you guys doing today?
Great.
Ready to go.
I've got my McDonald's coffee.
It's 6:43. We usually start on the minute. We have a very special guest with us coming in a few minutes. And so we're delighted to have Chip with us. He logged in earlier, so we're going to move in shortly as a panelist. few minutes here before we start. So we usually do a little welcome. And so I am here in Los Angeles at the ePortrait studio. Everything is smooth. But Judy, who is in the team in Orange County, she said that there's some fires going on. So
Yes.
hopefully things go smooth. And today we had a little fear yesterday with John got disconnected, but got back on immediately. So we do everything we can. We send our producer by helicopter over there. No, kidding. But everything was very quickly. So hopefully today goes very smooth. It is 6:45. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first annual Online Race Industry Week, Day 4. I am Francis Savignan. I am the founder and CEO of ePortrait. And as I said to you, welcome to the people in the United States, in Canada. Good morning to you in Latin America and South America. Good afternoon for our friends in Europe and on the North African continent, as well as all the way down to South Africa. We have people registered for all over the world. Good evening to our friends in the Middle East. Good night to all of you in Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and all over Asia. We have over 110 countries represented in this first event, which is absolutely astonishing. And that's also a very good indication that we have a very healthy and very global industry. People race from all over the world. Chip has had drivers from many places around the world, so he knows that very well. And there are people racing everywhere. And everywhere there are racers, there are suppliers, there are track. And being online today make it so easy and so convenient for all of you to be wherever you are, to be able to connect and be with us this week. So with me this morning, ladies first, I have Judy Keane. Judy is my business partner, but more importantly, the co-founder of ePortrait. I have John Kilroy, who is the chief of content and audience development for ePortrait. John, Judy, and I have a long history together. We worked together for over 20 years to serve this industry we love so much. And then in 2018, we got together again and we launched ePortrait, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry. Basically, we took the industry into the 21st century. We thought, with all the technologies available in today's world, what could we do? You know, could we come up with a better way, a faster way, a more efficient way, a more global way, a more cost-effective way to help all of us in this industry from all over the world to be able to connect 24/7, 365 worldwide. And what happened in 2020, nobody could have expected that. COVID hit and the world went upside down. So we thought, well, we build a tool that is robust, that's working, and suddenly the entire industry turned their eyes onto us as kind of like the perfect solution for the current situation. But that was not enough for us. We thought, what else could we do? So in the spring, we came up with this idea of ePortrait Live Tech Webinars, a series of tech and business webinars that we have been running every Wednesday. So every Wednesday morning, we get together, we invite suppliers, race team, engine builders, machine shop, tuners, you name it. Some of them you saw in the recent day, like Stefan Papadakis or Lake Speed, or, you know, all those guys were on, they talk, they connect, they exchange, they engage. And the series did so well and really filled the gap, you know, because people felt connected again. So we thought, well, what else could we do? Let's try to do a full week, you know, at the end of the year, since there won't be show. But in order to do that, we needed to bring on board a partner, I mean, the guy that could make the things happen really. And so we don't have to think much. I mean, you know, the first name that came to our mind was Paul Pfanner. Paul is first a legend. Secondly, he's a dear friend of us. He is one of the first one who actually saw ePortrait before we went live and thought, oh my God, this is revolutionary. This is where the industry is going. I'm in, let's do it, let's make it happen. And in September this year, 3 months ago, we said, okay, we're going to announce Online Race Industry Week, 5 days, 55 hours of tech webinars, and we're going to do it. And we had no ideas how to do it yet. Paul's brought his magic into the equation, and that all made it possible. So without any further introduction, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Paul Pfanner, founder, president, and CEO of Racer Media and Communication. Paul, on to you.
Thank you very much, Francisque. I really got to stop for a moment and just say, wow, you and your team, Judy, John, you've done an amazing job this week. I continue to get a constant stream of emails, texts, and instant messages about what you're doing here. You are changing the world, and I'm so grateful to be involved, and our entire team is. And I did tell you, I think when I first saw this, I'm jealous. This is a very good idea. And I'm still jealous. It's a very good idea. But thank you for including us. And good morning, Judy. Good morning, John. Great to see you as well.
Morning.
Today's a really special, fun day for me because, we're going to be talking with Chip Ganassi here a little bit, who I've known for the better part of 40 years. And we always have to remember where we came from, and Chip and I came from the world of SCCA club racing and Formula Ford, but don't hold that against us. We did find our way and move on. Chip was a very good racing driver when I met him. Very fierce, very competitive, and all you need to do is watch the 1980 SCCA runoffs that is on YouTube, and you'll see that. Chip was coming for you when he was in a race car. So I think the thing that really I love about Chip and his story is that it's just got a will to win and a will to, have the best people around him, have people with a similar mindset. It is a team of pure racers that succeeds in every category that they compete in. And I have personal connections with many of the people on the team, especially Mike Hall, who was my mentor and is the managing director of the team. Mike was my first time I ever went to a race on a legitimate pit pass. Sometimes I went with illegitimate pit passes, but Mike was the first person I went on the crew pass to a race with, and nurtured me and helped me come along and grow up basically as a young racer. And I imagine, Chip and Mike have had a lot of experiences together that we'll find a little bit out about today. But more importantly, Chip is a terrific leader, has built an amazing business, a dynamic business, and I just can't wait to talk to him. I also want to remind everybody around the world, please share the seminars and let people know that we're on and we're doing this. It's free. It can register. There's nothing to lose here. You have everything to gain. The wisdom that was imparted yesterday throughout the day and the various seminars was spectacular. It was hypnotic. Some of the stuff I was just learning so much that I thought I knew, but I didn't know. And I learned about all the different people in this business who make it go and who kept going during the pandemic. Racers kept going. A lot of other things stopped. We all kept going. We're a lesson to the rest of the world of how you forge ahead when there's a lot of challenges. So with that, I just want to throw it back to Judy, and good morning, Judy.
Good morning, Paul. Thank you. Good insight too. I just love this industry because they know how to pivot on a dime. So we welcome everybody here. Today's one of my favorite days because we have Chip on. And Chip is always one of those people that says yes, immediately yes. So I'm thrilled to have Chip on today. And in fact, we thank all our sponsors all week long. I mean, they have really cut out time for not us, for you, the racing industry. So we're so thankful. We'd like to thank each and every one of our sponsors. You'll see on the backboard here, we have ETS Racing Fuels, and we have Full Race powered by Borg Warner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shocks, and AEM Performance. So thank you all our sponsors. They believed in this week. They believe in this platform. So we are very grateful. Lastly, we are so proud to have three fabulous speakers with us. You know them all. They've been with us all week, and we have 2 more days to go. We have Jeff Hammond, winning crew chief, also 20 years on Fox Sports, and he and Brad Gilley, both Sirius XM Radio, Channel 90, they are on the late shift. So we're thankful to have them, and also Joe Castillo, who is the NHRA voice announcer and WFO radio. So 2 more days to go. I'm thrilled about Chip, and on to you, John.
Thank you, Judy. A big part of a trade show experience is the ingenious new racing parts, racing products, racing technology and services that are coming on board, be available to you for the next racing season. And we have that at epartrade.com. So head over to epartrade.com. We actually have every supplier in the racing industry worldwide on epartrade.com available for sourcing. Hundreds of companies have taken the next step, and they've opened up showcases on epartrade.com. And essentially, it's just like a trade show exhibit. So you can do your shopping for the next racing season right now on epartrade.com. A big part of the content here. And then when it comes to what we're doing today, we have Chip will be on in a few minutes with Paul. And then we'll cover some technical webinars and subjects, boosted applications, world products, braking with Brembo, Advanced Materials and Motorsports, Smith's High Performance and Power Sports Consulting, HMS Motorsports Hot New European Products, consistency when it comes to racing fuels with ETS Racing Fuels, when technical innovation isn't cheating. So a panel discussion with some sanctioning body executives, that's be a good one. Titanium valve train products for high performance racing engines, SCRI, Save an Engine, Save a Season, Speed Diagnostics. 2020 machines have changed with Joe Baker Equipment Sales. And then digital marketing with Digital Momentum, one I'm personally interested in. And then innovation, ingenuity, and crankshafts, connecting rods, and rotating assemblies. Our friends with Scat Crankshafts and Beck Racing Engines. And a special panel about the racing media, just trying to figure out where we're at when it comes to media and racing, and what we want to do in the future, maybe how we want to evolve and change, especially from the racing industry point of view. So we have a lot coming up today, and then we'll kick it off tomorrow morning with Bobby Rahal and more tomorrow. To you, Francis.
Well, thank you, John. And as we mentioned when we started, 110 countries represented in attendance. That's spectacular. And throughout the day, we travel. We're starting here in the United States. We'll go to England with the topics on materials. Then we'll go to France with ETS. Then we'll come back here in the States. We were in Australia yesterday, Germany in the morning. I mean, we go all over the place. And that's never been an easier flight for me. No jet lag. I feel great. I don't know about you guys. I travel the world. I used to travel the world all the time, and jet lag was an issue. But I think so. We might have to continue, Paul, into next week. It's so good. I mean, it's just like we're getting so many feedback. So we'll tell you more tomorrow night. We have plans in the bag, and we have a lot of things we're going to do that are very exciting. And this is simply so good, and people enjoy it so much, and the feedback we're getting is absolutely incredible. So thank you each and every one. And Judy said something about Chip that really I'm a big fan of Chip, always admire the racer, the entrepreneur, and what you build. And Judy said something that reminds me of the little pitch I said about Wilfried Eibach earlier. I said, Judy, I called Chip, and Chip said, yes, I'm in. And then I called Wilfried Eibach. I said, Wilfried, we're doing this, and you would be great to talk about suspension. I said, yeah, I'm in. And then you have people like Chip and Wilfried that would just say yes 1 second. And that's what really this industry is all about. I'm not talking about others that you have to leave 6 messages and send 5 emails before you get a response. But you understand why some people are leaders. You really understand how they are, how they run their business, how they run their life. And so it's really admirable. And that's very often where you see them at the top. So thank you very, very much for all of you to be part of this. Thank the sponsors, as Judy mentioned, all of you, the attendees. Please invite your friends in the industry. This is an industry event. There's no fees for registration, and it's still open. So you can still register for today, for tomorrow. We still have 11 hours today, 11 hours tomorrow, 22 hours. And we made some big announcement yesterday, Paul, and we have two big panel tomorrow, two big sessions that we kept secret for a while, right? Why don't you say it?
Yeah, why don't we talk about that? I think first off, I'm very pleased that we're going to have at noon Pacific tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern, Mark Rushbrook, Global Head of Performance for Ford Motor Company. And he is going to talk to us about their diverse programs that span the globe and their, I guess, forward-looking outlook for motorsports. And it's a great honor to have Mark on at our noon show and bringing it home for us in the last session. It's great. We bookend this. We had Roger Penske in the first session, and we have my friend Jim Campbell in the last session of this epic week. And he is head of GM and Chevrolet Performance and oversees the marketing for trucks. He's accessories, but he's got an amazing record of managing winning race programs for Chevy and General Motors. And fascinating guy. It's going to be a great way to close out this run, and I can't tell you how excited I am.
Paul, it's 7 a.m. We run it by the minute. You're in charge.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much, Francisca.
Thank you.
And I want to welcome Chip Ganassi. Hello, Chip.
Good morning, Paul. How are you?
Great. It's good to see you, my friend. I missed you this year.
You as well.
We've had a pretty good streak of seeing each other over the years. At least I saw you in Daytona. Mm-hmm. So here I want to start by just saying happy anniversary to you and your team. 30 years.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
At April 8th, 1990, I think was the date that your cars first rolled under your team name.
Okay.
And I was there.
Right.
And it was a big day for me because you were one of the first people I personally knew that had come up through the ranks and was doing this. And you kind of carried the hopes of a lot of us, and that from a generation of people that were Formula Ford people and come up to Ford, Super V, et cetera. You went forward and did that. It was an interesting transition. You were quite a racing driver in the beginning, very competitive driver. And I want to talk about the racer mindset a little bit before we talk about your team and the accomplishments of the team. With you, you're a racer, pure and simple. And I want to understand from you how much of that mindset, when you used to cinch the belts down and go racing, how much of that directly translates to what you do in managing this business?
Well, I think quite a lot of it translates. I mean, I think it's, we see it in all forms of sport where ownership of a sports franchise, whether it's auto racing or football or baseball, any sport really. I think the people that the ownership that brings the most to the sport or to the team is someone with some hands-on experience. Mm-hmm. I think, let's face it, Roger was a race car driver. I just think you have to bring something like that along with you in any sport. Jimmy Johnson started, Jimmy Johnson from football, I should say, yes. Played the game, and he was in the game. Same with Jerry Jones from the Cowboys, played the game. And so I think in all sports, if you've played the game, you bring some intrinsic knowledge along with you that that translates. I mean, and let's face it, I've been racing. I started racing cars that were about this big, little cars when I was 5 years old, way before I met Paul Fanner. And
a few weeks before, apparently.
Right, yeah. And but just I started racing, HO cars and then slot cars and go-karts and snowmobiles and just raced a lot of things. And each one of those was a little building block along the way to what you see today.
Oh, that's a great point. I can tell you that's my experience as well. I think that's exactly my path. And I think that's something we all have to consider in motorsports. Now we have the additional tool and really a powerful one of esports. But that physical connection to what it feels like to compete with someone is energizing. When you're racing a slot car with your buddies, you get a sense of the pressure you're under. You know, it's a little, it's addictive. And tuning the car, going and buying, well, you had to learn how to spend money. I say that's the first lesson of racing, is learning how to spend money on the things to make the car go faster. But I also think the one competitive, DNA, the DNA of competition, learning faster than your competition, applying what you learn, learning from everything. Failure is a great teacher. And I've seen that in your team. I've seen you have years that were difficult and you come back strong. And I've seen you learn new disciplines of motorsport. You went into NASCAR and won the Daytona 500. You went to Le Mans and you won. You won multiple championships in Grand Am in IMSA. You've been an absolute top level team in everything you've touched. And I think it starts with that spark of childhood of being competitive.
No question, and it really dovetails in what you were talking about prior to the start of me coming on this morning. I mean, racers, look, we've all adapted. Look at what's happened with the pandemic, and what a better group of people to figure it out how to do it than a group of racers, right? We've all known we've had to work harder than the traditional stick and ball sports for many years. We've had to work harder to achieve our goals. We don't have the public money that they have made available with arenas and stadiums and what have you, or we're not, race teams are not public entities. And, so what a better group of people to be challenged to bringing something forth during a pandemic than a group of racers, whether it's the teams getting back on the track or whether it's ePartrade. I mean, it's your team there putting events like this together. It's all just a group of racers, and when the wind changes direction, we just reset the sails.
That's exactly it.
We don't complain about it. We're to reset the sails and say, okay, we have to do this now. Okay, we do that.
Yeah, I think that ability to adapt and be in the moment, I think it's one of the most important lessons I learned when I was racing. I had this fellow who was, he's a tough guy, this Mike Hull character. I think the fact that I'm remotely viable as a human being is a result of my good fortune in meeting Mike. But I had a couple of interactions with Mike early on, and I would be very good at making excuses about why it wasn't a little bit quicker. And Mike, with a cackling laugh, would say, I'm confused here, Paul. I thought you wanted to be a racing driver, but it appears you want to be an excuse maker. And he once said to me, when I was frustrating him, you got to remember, racing is truth.
Right. And I think you could find that you have to tell the story, Paul, about getting your license.
Okay, we'll do that. I think the world needs to hear that again.
The world needs to hear that, I think.
Yes, I think so. Well, I of course had the best looking driver's suit and helmet, which I thought made me a racing driver. And, I would stand in front of the mirror and think, God, I look good. I'd get the James Hunt hair flippy going and just think I looked awesome. And so I show up at the driver's school after I'd had one partial driver's school, car broke, but I come and I think I'm going to get my license here. I don't have to do the whole 2 weekends. And Mike's my driving instructor. I know Mike, I already know him. I'm going to be a sign off. So I go out and I do the 2 days of the driver's school, and I hand him the logbook to sign it off, and he hands it back and it says, "Nice job on the straights. Needs work in the corners." And yeah, that sums up my life. But it was really, racing is truth. And
yes.
I didn't escape from that. I actually realized, okay, I'm going to have to pick it up. I'm going to have to, and I did. And Mike helped me along the way, believed in me and helped me get in better cars and better situations and made me competitive. But it broke that chain of delusion with humor. And I had to apply myself to match the effort he was putting in. And then you start to realize you have teammates. So everyone has to pull their weight. Everyone contributes. And that's the way Mike ran it. And Chip, I know that's been a big part of your success. And
no question, Mike's a big part of our success. And I think one of Mike's famous lines for years is, hey, let's just try to do the best job we can today.
Exactly.
And I think that's a great start for anybody in the sport, or anybody that's been in the sport or coming into the sport. Hey, let's just try to do the best job we can today. And if you do that every day, you'll be fine in the long term.
You sure will. And I think that's a great approach to life, because sometimes you don't have the winning ingredients in your mix of tools, but you can still win if you do the best job. Other people may fail, circumstances may change, the wind may change, and it may favor you. If you're doing your best job, you get the best result, and you stay focused on what you can do that day. And I think that's the hallmark of your team, Chip. I see over and over and over, just when you're down, you dig out of it. When you're behind in points, you dig out of it. When you have these, amazingly determined people in your team across the full spectrum of what you do. And I want to talk for a moment about the full spectrum of what you do. Your team has 4 Indy 500 victories. And I think one of the most pivotal was the Juan Pablo Montoya victory in 2000. Yeah, that was a big deal, because to me, that was the beginning of getting away from the civil war between the two families of IndyCar. There shouldn't be two families. There's one family. We're one culture. And it took a while for it to heal. And in the year it healed, ironically, Scott Dixon won for you again in 2008. And Dario won too in 2010 and 2012. And let's talk about Dixon for a minute. First, you have 13 championships now in the IndyCar series. But Scott is now among the true legends and the greatest drivers that have ever driven in the more than 100-year history of championship car racing. He's, AJ Foyt has 7 championships, but I will put an asterisk against the 7th. It's the USAC championship with relatively weak competition. And AJ is my hero too, but he's up there on the top pedestal with perhaps the greatest, Mario Andretti and AJ Foyt. Sure. Did you ever think you'd be part of that?
No. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I think, if I would ever told somebody that was my goal, I think I would have been laughed out of the sport, and it goes back to just, again, just trying to do the best job we can every day. And, we still have things we want to do. And, it helps. We dance around in all of our discussions so far, Paul. We dance around it. The fact of the matter is, this business is about people. Okay. Yeah. It's about great people. And I've been blessed to have some of the greatest people in the sport being a part of my team, whether it was drivers, managers, mechanics, engineers. There's a litany of people that are maybe no longer with this team that still have their fingerprints on the team. Yeah. People like Tom Anderson, people like Mo Nunn. The list goes on and on of people who who've contributed and been a part of this over the years. Partners that we've had along the way, who's, I don't need to mention their names, but they
know who they are.
People know who they are. The people, for so many years, the guys that ran Target were a big team for many years. So it comes back to people, and whether you're sweeping the floor or driving the car. I mean, it takes a team of people who are willing to put their personal goals aside, and either that or align their personal goals with the goal of the team, and to make those team goals more important than maybe their personal goals. And been blessed over the years to have great people.
And stability as well. I have to point that out. I've been really amazed at the stability and consistency that your team has had. And, in watching your team is a calm team. It runs with a calm confidence when I'm around it. It's very impressive. And
Thank you.
yeah, I have to say too, the one thing that I've noticed is that you hustle. You, I think we spoke briefly this week, and before we go over the rest of the areas you're involved with, I was particularly excited about, you bringing Jimmie Johnson into your team. I'm a huge Jimmie Johnson fan. Back in the No Fear days, we raced in the parking lot together in the go-karts with the Simo brothers and Paul Tracy and Robbie Gordon. And by the way, he was an ass kicker even then. But I think he's just a great champion. And I look at the sponsorships that have been raised for this effort when Tony Kanaan's going to be racing in the Indy 500 for you. I think another great talent, another, pure racer. And the hustle, you bringing Carvana is coming in, which is terrific for our sport. And American Legion, which I don't think many of us saw that one coming. How did that happen?
Yeah, just, it's a veterans organization. We've all heard of the American Legion for many years, and maybe we really didn't know what it was. Well, race fans are going to learn all about it now. It's a veterans organization that promotes and veteran affairs and veteran involvement, and I think you're going to see they're looking actually to keep interest in the American Legion and get the younger people to understand what veterans are all about, and you're going to see that participation in motorsports now. So I think right, American Legion, you wouldn't think was a company that was on the tip of your tongue going to be coming into motorsports or even should be in motorsports. But I think you're going to see how a program can really work with such a fine organization.
And I read they're an associate sponsor for the year, but the primary sponsor on Tony's effort at the Indy 500, which, my God, that's the perfect alignment for the American Legion to be racing on Memorial Day weekend.
Sure. Yes.
And few people know, and we worked on the centennial of the Indy 500. Joey Chitwood hired our company to help plan initial planning for the centennial era. And one of the things we kind of, just learning about it, most people don't know American Legion nearly moved on buying the Indianapolis Motor Speedway before the Holman George family did. And they looked at it very seriously. And there's a thread of American Legion involvement in motorsports. One of the first motorsport event I ever saw was a very fun go-kart race my father took me to. I grew up in a military family, and it was organized by the American Legion when I was a boy. That was my first exposure to motorsports. So, with this, I think that, all of us are looking to expand audience, and there are 2 million members of the American Legion. I think they have 13,000 outposts, a lot of racing fans of the American Legion.
Yes.
I look at this as a potential growth engine for our sport.
No question.
So I think it's a great move, and your hustle and your team's hustle, always finding the next sponsor, putting the next deal together. You're now racing with 3 different manufacturers. How do you keep your hat straight, Chip?
Well, I'm open book is how I do it. Everyone knows, all the other manufacturers know beforehand what's happening and where we're headed. I mean, it's no question. I like the different facets of the sport, and I love them. I love to be involved in the different facets of the sport, and all the car companies have their opportunity at each one, every one of them. If they're involved or not, our current partners are always available or made aware that these programs are available to them if they wish.
Well, that's the way to do it, of course. But the fact that you have the hustle, you're looking for things that challenge you. You're moving into Extreme E, which I'm personally very excited about. Extreme E. I think it's the shape of things to come, not only in the competition, but the fact it's primarily viewed, they're creating a story platform. To, plain and simple, they're telling a story with what they're doing, and it's going to be quite an adventure and quite a story. And you're at the forefront of it. We sent George Tamayo, our creative director, out to cover your first test, and he came back very excited and impressed. Tell us about that, how it came together.
Yeah, just, obviously knew Alejandro Agag from early on, many years ago in racing. And ironically, when he was when Formula E was getting started and Alejandro came at us and asked if we were interested, it sort of fell right on top of the Ford GT program.
Yeah.
And we had to really decide. We weren't in a position to do both at that time. So we said, hey, we have this other opportunity. Maybe we need to take that opportunity as opposed to getting involved in Formula E. So we missed that round of an involvement. And so when they came back now with Extreme E, we were all ears on the front end and wanted to try to figure out some way to get involved.
Well, it's you're always you're one of the first of the future on so many things, and you do have a vision for the future. I think everyone needs to look at the fact you've done this and understand that whenever Chip Ganassi lands on something, that's something everybody should be looking at. And I'm looking forward to great anticipation here with their first season. I think it's going to be epic. You're known for the IndyCar team. That was your passion. You drove Indy cars. I want to talk about that a little bit before we talk about the other categories. You raced in Indianapolis 500 in the kart IndyCar series, coming up from Formula Ford and Super V. What was that like for you to get there and be qualify for the Indianapolis 500? Be young Chip Ganassi and walk me and the audience through that.
They were heady times, I can tell you. I mean, like you say, Formula Ford, I was at the runoffs in 1980, 1981, raced Super V, acquired a Ralt RT5 from Rod Campbell. And the driver he was working with in Canada, that they were trying to put a team together, they didn't get it. So I ended up buying that from Ron Toronek and got started, in 1980 and 81 in the Super V series against Al Unser Jr. and Pete Halsmer at the time, and Price Cobb and Gary Atwood. Gary Atwood. Anyway, well, I forget Atwood's first. Greg Atwood. Thank you, yes. Greg Atwood. And it was a great competitive series that year with Gallus. Having a couple cars with Al Jr. And we got to Michigan. I had a big accident there in a Super V, and wasn't my only big accident in Michigan. Later
you got a really big accident in Michigan. Right. I was scared to death when that one happened.
Right, but one was quite frantic as well in the Super V. And anyway, I ended up finishing third in this series, I think, that year. Or I was third in this when I had to drop out of the last two races, I think, because I didn't have a car, and I really thought that was the end of my career. And then actually was given an opportunity by Lee Brayton and Scott Brayton, and Scott's father Lee had an extra car, and I knew them from racing Formula Fords, and they said, "Hey Chip, come to Phoenix and try to qualify our second car in the IndyCar race." And it was a PC6 at the time. My first IndyCar race was in October of 1981. And I went to Phoenix and tried to qualify and blew the engine up in qualifying. And there was a guy named Jim Wright was the engine guy, and we were running fast enough to be in the race, but it was for not to happen. And so that was, again, I thought that was the end of my career there, sort of the end of my driving career. And ran into a guy by the name of Ralph Salvino from STP.
Yeah. And
Ralph, I found out later, grew up in the same town I did, in just outside of Pittsburgh, and he was Andy Granatelli's right hand man at STP, and Ralph said, "Hey, we have to keep guys like you in racing," and really Ralph was a pivotal part of my career, very at the right moment. He put me in contact with a guy named Jack Rhodes, because a driver by the name of Gordon Smiley had stepped out of Jack Rhodes's IndyCar and went to drive for Bob Fletcher. And so there was an open seat at Jack Rhodes' team, and they needed a transporter, which I had a transporter. I had a dually and a chaparral trailer. And I sold all my equipment that I'd left over from my racing career at that time. I think I cobbled together $50,000. And I said, look, I have a dually and a chaparral. I have $50,000 is all I have to my name in racing. I said, I'm happy to donate that towards the team to get something started here. And sure enough, I think I drove 9 races in kart that year, and was fastest rookie at Indianapolis. I graduated from Duquesne University. I qualified for the Indy 500, and I turned 23 years old, all in about a 10-day period there. So it was pretty heady times. And yeah, unfortunately, Gordon Smiley was killed there that year in qualifying at Indy.
Yes.
And it was a tough road to hoe. Then a week later, we lost Jim Hickman.
Yes.
Raced in Formula Ford and Super V with. And so it was a different time in racing then. And it was an unfortunate time. And but again, that was the beginning of my IndyCar career in 1982. And then 83 drove for Patrick, 83 and 84. 85, I drove about 5 or 6 races for AJ Foyt. Yeah. And then it came back with the Machinist Union. The guy named Andy Kenopensky was a great guy. Yeah. And that was pretty much my IndyCar career there. And so, yeah, IndyCar has always been close to my heart for sure.
Well, yes. And I got to tell you, I was so proud of you being there at the time. You represented us, this generation of people that come up, and we had Danny Sullivan, who was a Formula Ford guy. Gordon, of course, Smiley, who I was deeply saddened by his loss. But we had this kind of wave of people of a certain age, certain background coming through the sport, and Mike was marching up the ranks as well. He'd been had been a really competitive Formula Ford racer, but he was going into team management. Pete Halsmer, who was a Formula Ford guy, one of my friends.
Sure.
It felt like, on a personal level, it felt like, quote, we were taking over the world. And it was a great thing. And
we were.
It was a great feeling. And I have to say, though, that there was something about you that you had more in you. It was, you've always, I've always admired your intellect and your humor, Chip. But you don't have a shortage of ambition. And when was it that you really started to think that this team ownership thing is for me?
Well, it was when I was starting to work for my father in his business. I realized how hard that was. I thought, I got to make my own path here.
And I loved your dad, by the way. Your dad was such a great guy.
No question. But, he was in the sand and gravel business and quarry business in Pittsburgh. And it was, we basically made big rocks into little rocks. And it was a tough business. And, I think I realized that working with my father and working for my father were two different things. And I wanted to work with him. He wanted me to work for him. So I needed to forge my own path.
Where the hustle? Is that where the hustle came from?
That's where the hustle came from, man. I wanted to hustle my way away from that. So I need to start at something else. Yes.
And that, that this path, it's an improbable path to, where you are now. I so value our friendship over the years, but I look at you as one of the wonders of the world and what you've done in terms of, you found your voice, the you that was really in there when you were a racing driver, you were able to channel this into something really spectacular here. And that, it started off all right when you first had your, I think you were a partner with Pat Patrick.
Well, yeah, I bought his team and we were partners for a year or two there while I was buying the team. And the partnership was, once I paid for the team, the partnership was over. Yeah,
that's right. But you started off well. I think a Formula Ford driver named Emerson Fittipaldi won the Indianapolis 500. Good start.
Actually finished second in 88.
Yeah.
80. Let's see, you got involved there in 80. Let's see, late 87. So my first year with Pat, we were partners in 88 actually. And we finished second at Indy that year and second. And then of course, 89 won Indy and won the championship in 89.
But on April 8th, 1990, Chip Ganassi Racing with Target sponsorship. You know,
Right.
beautifully presented car. It was a year-old Penske, correct, that you were running. And Eddie Cheever, straight out of Formula One, was driving the car, and so began the journey.
Right.
And you know, when you were standing on the grid for that first race, what were your goals outside of let's finish this race? And you know, what did you see for yourself in that first year when it was your team?
Yeah, I vividly remember thinking, you know, I just need to get through this year of 1990, and you know, I was just hoping that I could be around in 1991. It was really, you know, was really my goal. I mean, it was, you know, let's just get through the year here. And you know, we brought in some exciting talent. You know, we sort of went outside the box and to look for a driver, bringing Eddie Cheever over and Formula One. And you know, Eddie was an American living in Europe and had plenty of experience. And it was I think a feather in my cap was taking Eddie to Indianapolis and teaching him how to race there, of which he went on to win there, you know, not many years later, you know, when he had his own team.
Yeah.
But I'd like to think my fingerprints were a little bit on that, about some things that we did in Indianapolis. Sure.
Yeah. And I think the thing I remember too is that your team looked completely professional at a top level when you showed up as your own team from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There was an attention to the presentation of the team. It reminded me of another team that I've worked with.
Well, it's obvious that you know, Roger's the high water mark, and he set the bar.
Yeah.
And so we all knew what we had to do. And you know, it's easy to look at a team and you can count how many transporters and cars they have and people they have running around. It's pretty easy to see what, you know, what your competition looks like if you just pay attention a little bit. And there's no question that that because of Roger, Chip Ganassi exists today. I mean, it was you know, he made it plausible to have a racing car business that was once a sport of kings. I would suggest, or you know, to being a viable business. Roger was a big part of that, certainly in IndyCar racing. And you know, look at obviously what he's done since then as well, and now becoming the steward of the sport, which I don't think we could have anybody better.
I agree, and I'm so glad you're not making big rocks into little rocks,
Right.
because we would have missed all this amazing history. And
Yeah.
I think that, you know, the another big change in the team came at the end of the 1991 season when I believe Mike Hull left Patrick Racing, and you brought him into your team, if I recall. It was during that year that he was
Sure.
maybe running with another team, but you bought Mike in around that time, didn't you? 1992, 93.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And yeah, the rest is history. I mean, I think we took on a second car then.
Yeah.
And Mike, we needed somebody strong to run that car. And that's how Mike came into the team.
And I think that, you know, the appetite for, you know, just the ambition is what's so admirable about you, Chip. You know, you just got fight in you to keep growing and going. And, you know, you had your sights on NASCAR. Tell us how NASCAR came around, the NASCAR team. You have an operation, your COO, Doug Duchardt, who I know through General Motors, is in the Charlotte operation. Tell us about how that came to be.
Yeah, I mean, I was, you know, it was obvious to me that, you know, that the people that were the people that were putting the money, a lot of the people that were putting the money into IndyCar racing were the same people that were putting the money into NASCAR, you know, whether it was the Budweisers of the world or the Goodyears or the, you know, I'm trying to think of other people at the time that, you know, Winston, the tobacco companies, maybe not, you know, Winston and Marlboro were different, of course. But you know, you had a certain group of people that I knew, Pennzoil, you had all these people that I knew that were in IndyCar racing that were really taking care of the budget for NASCAR as well. I think, and then we would win a race in IndyCars. You know, I would we won plenty of championships in IndyCar at that point. And, we'd win a championship, and the next day I'd pick up the paper and it would say, Chad Knaus, his wife, are getting divorced in NASCAR. And underneath that, it would say, and oh, by the way, Zanardi wins the IndyCar championship, So I was a little disappointed to read it, but NASCAR at the time was in a huge growth period. And they were getting a lot of coverage and a lot of times. And it was obvious to me that if you were in the United States and you want to say you were in racing, you needed to be in NASCAR, and that was really the impetus for me to get involved. Was I couldn't look people in the eye and say, hey, I'm involved in racing. Oh, but by the way, but I'm not in NASCAR. So, yeah.
And I remember too, we had the split at the time, and
never really, because of the split, you never knew if IndyCar racing was going to survive even at the time. There were a lot of unanswered questions there. And I had a team of people that, I felt the responsibility that I brought them this far, and I didn't want to have to tell them to go home.
That's a great point. I think we all feel responsibility to our teammates, and you in particular. We had a lot of talks during that time. Both of us. I had similar challenges, and we're enduring similar challenges now. It's tough to be viable as a media company in this environment.
Sure.
And I think that what I was impressed with you, though, you didn't come from fear. You took action. You basically knew what you could control. You had good relationship skills. You had vision. You had a pedigree from winning these championships. You had a sense of inevitability if you would go into NASCAR, and you put a great plan together and attracted a manufacturer partner, and there you went, and the rest is history. And tell us about that team now. You're going into, you had a bit of a turbulent year this year, but
yeah.
But you have some great sponsors and partners and drivers going into 2021. Talk to us about your NASCAR team.
Yeah, I mean it's I'm very proud of it. I mean, certainly with Kurt Busch leading the effort with the monster car. Kurt's become a great leader. He came into our team at a time when we were in a growth period, and then we sort of had we had a hiccup along the way. We had a sponsor leave us at the beginning of 19, I think, and was involved in, you can't lose these sponsors in the middle of the season. It's pretty hard to turn the faucet off on these race teams once you get going for the season in terms of your spend. And so we took a little bit of a body blow there, and then we turned into 2020, and things got started off real well. We were looking for, two strong cars with Kyle Larson and Kurt Busch. And then of course, Kyle had his incident on iRacing, and again, took another body blow there. And, but Matt Kenseth came in, did a yeoman's effort with coming back into the sport, being a year off with no practice or qualifying at every race. And, we hobbled that 42 car through the year. And, but then of course we put Kurt back in the playoffs for the second year in a row, and, got him up to, the final, we made it all the way to the final race before Phoenix. We were in it, and we didn't make it to Phoenix. We were down to the last 8 to make the 4 for Phoenix, and we didn't get there. And but very, very proud of our NASCAR team and the effort they're doing. And we've signed Ross Chastain for 2021, and again going young, and a guy with some runway, seems to be a fan favorite, and is a sponsor's dream. So we're pretty excited about Ross.
Well, what I love about Ross is wasn't he a watermelon farmer?
Yes,
he is. Still is. I think that's fantastic. I mean, this. We've got a guy who could be turning big rocks into little rocks, running a watermelon farmer at the top level of the sport. I think that's a really great American story, and he's a brilliant talent. I mean, I've watched him in his first few races, and that guy found the front immediately. He was
yes.
Yeah, he's just he's very impressive, and it's great. And I'd like to talk too. You're coming back into IMSA this year. and I'm happy to see that. How did that come about?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've had an interest in sports car racing for a long time, and again, road racing near and dear to my heart, and got involved way back when. Won some championships there. Won the 24 Hours of Daytona a bunch of times, and really had a great run with Ford there for 5 years with the GT program, starting in the prototype class, transitioning into the GTLM and GT and in the WEC. And we were out of sports cars for 2020, and an opportunity came along to get back involved with General Motors for 2021. So we jumped at it, and here we are. In fact, we just announced our drivers this morning. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we've signed Kevin Magnussen,
yes,
out of Formula One, and Ranger van der Sande to be our 2 drivers. And of course, we'll sprinkle in driver that you can imagine. We'll sprinkle in for the longer races. And so we're pretty excited about that Cadillac program for 2021.
Well, that's quite a strong lineup. And yes, I wanted to see if this word was out, because I'd heard that this was possible. And I looked at Wayfair.com, and there is the top story is your IMSA lineup. And wow,
I need to add one thing. I need you to talk for about 1 minute. I'm going to excuse myself, and I'll be right back.
Okay, no worries.
Okay.
Take care. All right. So as Chip is off doing whatever he might be doing, I'm trying to figure out what that portrait is behind him. But I do want to say one thing, is that all the years that I've known Chip, he doesn't hesitate to go and get things done. And just the very signing of Kevin Magnussen, that's a really Chip Ganassi move. And when we look at this, we have to wonder what comes next for Kevin Magnussen. I know he's going to be in the IMSA team this year, but that's a top level. That's a person that could compete and win in the Indy 500. And Chip knows talent and spots talent and brings it forward. And I've always appreciated the fact that he really does run a merit-based organization. I think that's how racing should be. A few years ago, he had a team that had expanded to include people that were effectively paying to be there, and not disrespecting them, but they would not have been on the top list of people choosing a driver. They would not have been. That's the person I need to win a championship. And Chip and Mike and Doug and the team at Ganassi, they choose talent over dollars every time. And that to me is what makes them on par and a direct competitor to Team Penske in the arenas they race in. That's the way Team Penske rolls as well. So I think that's a lesson all of us can take. And I think more importantly, when looking at a team like this, the stability in the actual operational side of the business, year in, year out, has been remarkable. People stay, and the right people are attracted to the team because of that. And did you just sign another driver, Chip?
I was actually, no, I was just making sure I didn't want to run out of battery on everybody here this morning.
Oh, that's right. I just, we were just talking about Kevin Magnussen and the fact that you spot talent and you grab it. And right. That's a very talented racing driver with potential beyond the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.
What a great opportunity for us to have, and even have the opportunity to have a driver of Kevin's magnitude to come to our team, from Haas Formula One. What a great opportunity it is for American motorsports fans. What a great opportunity for our team, for Cadillac. What a great obviously Kevin's family having a history in IMSA, his father, a great driver. So I think all those things combined, Kevin's pretty excited, I can tell you.
Yes, and I remember, if I recall, his father raced briefly in champ cars back in the 96 season. Yes. But the thing I was talking about when you were gone fixing your battery and your pit stop was the fact you have great continuity in your team. Your team is entirely merit-based. There was a period of time where there were drivers with money coming to the team, and they were good drivers, but I don't believe they were the people you would say, this person's going to win the championship for me. You're back to having drivers that are there. Primarily, they're there because of merit and talent and potential to win at the top level. And that's the basic ethos of your team. And is that the way you roll from here on out?
Yeah, I mean, it's you have changing metrics in the business from time to time, and you have to roll with those, I think. But at the end of the day, Mo Nunn said, you have to take the best driver available at the time for the task. And I'll never forget Morris saying that to us. When it came to, you had an open spot for drivers in a team, you have to take, when you have an open spot, you say, okay, who's the best driver available? And then that's what you go with. Well,
I have to say, you have had an amazing string of best drivers available. Your eye for talent is obvious. And you've really fulfilled the dreams of many of these racers by giving them the opportunity to do what they were born to do, and that is to win. And you're famously quoted saying, "I like winners."
Right.
I do too, and you are a winner, sir. I've got to say that's the thing that you define it.
Thanks, Paul. I appreciate that.
And as we get close to closing this out today, I think that you've accomplished so much. And again, I remember young Chip Ganassi. My one of my best friends in the world was your PR guy, David Phillips. So sure. I got to see young Chip Ganassi back in the day, and it is hard to reconcile what you've become. I got to say that, but people might say that about me. But sure. What is your advice to a young person coming into racing now that wants to be part of the sport? What would you tell them?
Well, that's a good question. I think, what would I tell them? I would tell them that there's to become yourself, don't become another person or another team, or it's okay to emulate other teams and other people, but become your own person and your own team. Number one, there's no defined way to get here. I remember meeting plenty of drivers as I was coming up that had their background could not be more dissimilar than mine, and yet they were making it to the same levels of racing I was. So don't, if you're a young driver, don't think there's only one cookie cutter way to get there. The one way to get there is to win. Okay. Just win in whatever you're in. Work hard not to get in bad equipment. But if you happen to be in bad equipment, don't think your career is over, because people that know racing don't look at the equipment as much as they do the driver talent. So it's okay to be in maybe not so superior equipment, because people like myself can see that and know that we know what these kids are driving today at different levels. I mean, I'm obviously not as good as I used to be at it, but but I can, we do keep an eye on younger people coming along, and it's important to understand what they're driving, who they're driving against, what race circuits they're at, what situation are they in, where are they at their station in life, how much are they committed. All these sort of things add up. There's not really, I've seen plenty of drivers that do nothing but win, but they can't get out of their own way when it comes to moving into the next class or moving up. And when you're in racing and you're striving to be at the top, don't get bogged down in one class of racing. We've all seen so many people develop bad habits in a particular class that don't translate when you go to the next class up of racing. And you see a driver be a world beater in one class and move up to the next class and can't find his way for whatever reason. And it's because a lot of times they developed some bad habits in the last class. I think when you're coming up as a young driver, you need to focus on what in the particular class you're in, what are the important things? Is it a class that's based on engine? Is it based on chassis? Is it based on car setup? Is it what's the variable in that class that separates the drivers? And whatever that is, you have to adapt to it quickly. But don't rely on that to go into the next. When you get to the next level, you have to understand what are the nuances at that level, and they could be completely different from the previous one. And so be aware of things like that. I think that was key to my development, I remember. And I think it's somewhat that way today. And who you're racing against is so important these days.
Yes.
We've seen young men, win races, in particular classes, whether it's stock cars, formula cars, sports cars. And, some are racing against the best in the world, and others are racing against the best in Allegheny County, and you want to put yourself against the best in the world if you want to be measured against them.
Well, that's great advice, Chip. And we had an ad that we created for No Fear. The rivals you choose define you.
Right.
And I think another Mike Hullism. Yeah.
Motorsports is global, and so you have to put yourself on a global scale, because if you're gonna race in the United States, people are coming in from all over the world. Okay. Maybe not it, but they're coming in from all over the world. They're coming in from a large apprenticeship, whether in NASCAR, that large apprenticeship, or the Saturday night tracks all around the country. Thousands and thousands of drivers looking for their opportunity in NASCAR. Same in formula cars. Thousands and thousands of drivers from around the world looking for their opportunities. So you need to think on a bigger scale than your local track, where you might be winning every Saturday night. You need to pit yourself against the best, and some people are willing to pick up a move to do that, and that's what it takes if you want to be at the top.
That's the best advice. By the way, I've heard in a long time, all of this, and thank you, Chip. Thank you first and foremost for being my friend all these years. I feel like you've been a companion on this journey through the sport, and I really appreciate you.
It's a great thing to look at our parallel paths and compare notes from time to time, and but our friendship endures.
It does indeed, and I'm really proud of you as a person and as a business person for the leadership you've shown, and your insights were invaluable today. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. So please say hello to Mike for me and Scott.
I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chip. The beauty of Zoom is I'm listening here and thinking Chip is talking to me, and that's really all of us here watching you. That's you're such an inspiration for all of us. So thank you for everything you do for the industry. Yesterday we had the racetrack and sanctioning bodies and the team owners. You guys are the backbone of the industry. You're the one out there. We're waiting for you to get on the track and compete, so the industry can get to life and come up with ideas and products and solution and ingenuity. But you are the backbone of it. So thank you for everything you do. Please stay with us, Chip. We're going to move you as an attendee. That way you can come back anytime you wish with the same link we sent you this morning to watch any other sessions. While I do that, John, do you want to tell us what's next? What's coming up?
Okay, next we'll have block considerations for boosted applications by World Product. So that will be following us here today. And then I just want to add, having Chip on, one of the great opportunities of Online Race Industry Week is that we get to talk to Chip Ganassi for an hour. So it's not just a soundbite at a big race. And the practical real life advice from Chip just was thrilling to hear. And we have folks in the audience, again, the great Lynn St. James, Rookie of the Year IndyCar driver, Indy 500. And she wrote in the chat room that, she's having a great time. She really loves the advice that Chip gave. And when people like Chip talk or Roger Penske talk, I write stuff down. So when Chip describes how do you enter racing and really have a great career in racing, the way he said, become yourself. That's like a Zen kind of thing. But I've seen champions when they were young and they're about 20 years old. They're already champions in the heart. And you can see that. But they really did have to become themselves. They had to go out there and get the championship. And just great advice. And Paul, great interviewing.
Oh, thanks. I actually like doing this. I think my staff probably wishes I would do this and leave them alone. But this has been great fun, and I look forward to being back at noon. I believe we have another fascinating panel, where technical innovation isn't cheating. And this will be the people behind Pikes Peak, NADM, and Crandon International Raceway, and King of Hammers. So all amazing events that there's just a lot happening in the world of motorsport. And one of the great roles we have at Racer, we get to see all of it. And I have a saying, we've never met a racer I didn't like. So that's great. And at the end of the day, we have the media panel where this is where all the people who chose make a life of making excuses rather than driving race cars will be. So, but thank you again for having me host this. I really appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Paul. We'll see you soon. In the meantime, I'm getting the signal. So we have a little message from our sponsors. So Reed is going to, it's on to you, Reed.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Okay, welcome back, and thank you for being with us. It is 9 o'clock. Brad Gilly, good morning. Welcome back as a host. We're going to be talking with Brad from World Product. Brad has been one of the early supporters of ePartrade. So Brad, on behalf of Judy, my co-founder, and everyone else at ePartrade, thank you so much for believing in us. 2.5 years ago, it's because of you guys that were there at the beginning with us, that have helped us grow this to where we are today, and that we're able to offer the industry this wonderful week. So thank you. 9 o'clock, Brad Gilly, you're in charge.
All right. Thank you very much, Francisque, and thank you very much, John. Really appreciate it, and appreciate everyone who's joining us right now here for Online Race Industry Week. And for this session, we're going to be talking about World Products and PBM Performance Products. And our panel today, Brad Sauls, World Products Operations Director of PBM, and Andy Beal of Beal Racing Engines. And a couple of things before we get started, I want to let you know that if you want to connect directly with PBM and World Products, you can go to ePartrade.com. You can go to their page and you can actually connect with them directly to find out more. If you have a question here over the next hour or so, you can type it into the chat feature and we'll get your questions in as well, because I'm sure a lot of people are curious about what you guys have to offer. So we'll start with both of you, and I'll just kind of read through some brief bios real quick so everyone knows who you are. Brad Sauls grew up going to the races with his dad, sparked a lifelong passion. Manages product development and manufacturing at World Products, involved in manufacturing aftermarket engine components for well over a decade. And Andy Beal has been an engine builder since 1997, specializing in BBC drag race engines, won many bracket races, 75 of them, pro mod races. They build approximately 200 engines per year, which is a substantial amount when you consider the amount of days that we have in a year. So, gentlemen, first of all, welcome. And Brad, let me start with you and just let you kind of introduce us to World Products and PBM Performance Products for those who might not be familiar.
Absolutely. Good morning. 33 years ago, this wonderful dream of World Products kind of kicked off the ground. It's traveled a long way since then. In 2012, October of 2012, PBM Performance Products kind of absorbed the cast iron division of World Products and carried it on to what it has become today, a consistent performer in the aftermarket industry. Strong basis with engine builders such as Andy and many other. We have built our relationships with them to constantly improve this product and take it to the next level where it needs to be today. And one thing we're focusing on is the power adders that have come into the market and to play in all division racing.
All right, and Andy, for you, I'm actually just right down the road from you. I'm here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. I know you guys are up in Thomasville, North Carolina, but tell us a little bit about Beal Racing Engines and the customers you service and the things you provide.
Beal Racing Engines has been in business since actually 1984. My father started off as the great little streetcar club guys meet on Friday night, Saturday night, streetcar racing, and a place where you could buy your little upgrade stuff, cams, nitrous kits, carburetor, stuff like that. And then as I grew up, and got more affiliated with racing and career rolling. Roughly, I graduated high school in '97. That's basically when I buckled down and went hard full time into our business and molding it into what's today basically a big block heaven on earth. That I mean, as we speak, I've got 50 in the house right now, refreshing and brand new ones, and it's keeping us busy. And so I'm very, very fortunate to have the contacts that I have and being able to grow up with the people right here in North Carolina that I consider motorsports capital of the world, to help grow our business into what today is a really big, and we're shipping engines all over the world. So very happy.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Brad, the theme of this session, big block considerations for boosted applications, and, you know, where people are trying to make power and how they can do that reliably, efficiently, and, you know, get down the line, get on the track, everything that they need to do to be able to do it faster than everybody else. So what are some of the current trends that we're seeing right now, and maybe some things that people need to know?
Well, biggest thing that we have always focused on is material strength and quality. As you can understand, there is a lot of horsepower being applied to engine blocks, far beyond what we've seen in the past. It is a stand here today, I've seen as much as 57 pounds of boost thrown in the cast iron block, and for it to hold together, and 3,350 horsepower at the crank. It's kind of amazing. And what it's taken to do that is to kind of step back at the drawing board, make sure that we can keep the integrity of the block together for that, and hopefully beyond. Strengthen the main webbings, actually looking at fasteners, and larger is not always better. Actually being able to retain the material in the block, hold everything together for that. Increasing the strength of the material. Weight is always a consideration when it comes to cast iron, but we're seeing that increasing to a Schedule 40, the tensile strength that contains compared to stock or stock replacement blocks, and what it can hold together. The increasing of that tensile strength, the Brinell hardness that comes along with it, it holds together better than what you've seen in the past.
You know, you mentioned like 3,300 horsepower. What is the horsepower limit of a stock or a stock replacement block that we can do right now?
Well, we know we know the limitations that we've seen, because everybody wants to try to cut corners up front and use something they've got. The cap and the material in a stock block is usually around 30,000 tensile strength, which seems very, very reliable. But once you get past about 700 horsepower, especially if you're adding any kind of power adder, you're really walking a fine line of needing to look to an upgraded aftermarket block that can handle any kind of power to that ratio.
Yeah, Andy, when when you start talking to customers and they bring you what they've got, but they also ask for what they want, and those are two different things. What are those conversations like?
Yeah, I joke and pick and cut up with guys. They call me and they all want $20,000 engines, but they're on $7,500 budgets. You know, so yes, we conform to anyone's budget and what has to be. And unfortunately, sometimes I have to turn away jobs because there are certain things that you just can't cut or limit something on. And then the core part, the block itself, is such an important part when the guys are wanting X amount of horsepower. And over the stock integrity, granted, years ago when this stuff was invented, that's one thing. And I've seen guys push it. They bring things and golly, you see the webbing movement, the caps walking, you see all this stuff right here. It's like, look, we have got to back this thing down. You're going to have some catastrophic, and what sounds like a small little, the engine blew is one thing. But if you're traveling 100, 120, 150, and you have that kind of failure, it can do a lot more than just blow up an engine. It can crash a car, cause harm, this, that. So I very much stress when the guy's looking for 800, 1,000, 1,200, 1,500 horsepower is to guide him in the way in which I know, hey, this part will be able to handle what you're wanting. And if the funds are not there for it, then I strongly recommend don't go this way. Don't sabotage, or substitute.
Yeah, and that's completely understandable. Brad, Andy just mentioned catwalking. What are some measures that you can take to mitigate that?
Well, a huge step that we take in all our blocks is dual registered. And we come up with a ring dowel design that also helps keep everything into place. You've got a step register, and especially on our end, we use a much beefier cap than any other aftermarket block or factory stock block that's manufactured today. Andy will definitely point out 150 thou taller. And we've also worked with oil pan manufacturers to redesign their scrapers and some of their rails to work with that as well. And we constantly work with that because we know the amount of that's being thrown at the blocks. We want to make sure we keep everything together on that bottom end to keep even past the stock block, to keep that oil down and to keep the drivers safe. It's very, very important.
Yeah, we have a question from the chat, actually. Derek Dixon wants to know, can you guys design and develop a reliable engine used for the street that's not currently used in the automotive industry?
We do get approached often on projects like that. The biggest thing when it comes to that is tooling, and tooling is a considerable cost. It takes almost $500,000 to come to the table. So if the demand is there, but you can imagine you want to amortize the cost of that, spread it out. I don't think any of us want to just come right to the table with $500,000 and go, yep, let's sell 20 engine blocks. So there definitely has to be a demand to even really consider the process. And as recently as last week, I had a conversation with a gentleman that actually is an engineer, and he sees a potential for something coming up the pike. And as I spoke with him, if you can kind of show us that you really think this thing is going to take off, and it's not just today's flavor of the week, then it's something that definitely consider. So yes, we can start from the ground up very well.
How about you, Andy? You ever run across people that that want big high horsepower but in their daily driver?
Yes and no. Not so much daily drivers, but of all the brand new engines we do, we probably do 20 to 25 a year where gentleman orders 630 cubic inch pump gas combinations. So we put this little deal together, and it's a naturally aspirated thing that runs on 93 octane hydraulic roller. It's literally something you can pull into the gas station, fill it up, and ride off with, and it makes over 800 horsepower with just single carburetor with nothing. Guys love that. One thing that's brought the attention with the street car stuff is, golly, the television shows, the different things that's bringing this and that. Hey, the street racing, shut the roads down, do this, do that. So it generates a whole bunch of calls, this and that. I personally don't get a whole lot of the daily driven things, but some really high horsepower street things that they can put gas in and just ride off and not have the crazy maintenance of valve train rockers, this or that, keep it hydraulic roller, stuff like that. And World Products has done a phenomenal job on producing a piece in which will accommodate those deals. And that's about the extent of the street deal on my end. But those 20 to 25 I do a year of those are some really happy customers. Those are the ones that always reach out and contact later and say, man, I should have done this years ago. This is awesome, because people read magazines, this, that, they think they have a 800 horsepower, 900 horsepower, but when they really have it, it's a animal on the street.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. Yeah, I would imagine those television shows do a lot of good and sometimes some bad and some frustrating things for what you guys have in your businesses as well. With that being said, Brad, if someone is calling PBM Performance Products, World Products, and saying, hey, this is what my end goal is, how can you get me there? When it comes to actually helping someone with a complete build, and not only helping someone with a complete build, but also having the parts and being able to supply them with the parts that they need to be able to do that, what do they get when they call?
Well, one thing we specifically worked on and is actually pre-engineered kits from manifold to pan. We've worked more towards some streetable applications, but we've actually started engineering to even make it easier for builders. Obviously, we want to be a one-stop shop for most folks. One phone call, one email. You don't have to spend the time on the phone tracking down this part. We have relationships with almost everybody. All the major piston manufacturers, gasket manufacturers, in between, everything. From Edelbrock to Cometic, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on and on. The amount of parts that are in this warehouse, you step outside my door, is just absolutely breathtaking. But back to it, we make adjustments to those kits depending on their applications. For instance, we have a gentleman who called up yesterday. He wants to buy 10 632 kits, but use them in tugboats. So gasoline powered tugboats. And we are going through right now. A big part of that application helping out is our partnership and ownership of Urson Cams, trying to spin 5,400 RPM and make that power at full throttle all the time. That's where we can get in. We have such great tech team with that, and kind of mitigating what needs to happen to kind of back this down, pump gas, just like we were talking about with street engines. Getting that thing to rotate what they need it to and make that power. We can kind of take these pre-engineered kits and move things around, change piston dome, change a lot of things in them. We really try to just be that one-stop shop.
With those pre-engineered kits, I mean, you got full data sheets on them. You know, if someone wants to look it up and say, hey, you know, this is what I'm looking for, or kind of have an idea before they call of what they need.
We haven't, yeah. We will ballpark of what to put them in. Everybody's got their own tricks and of the trade. We will confirm data. We try not to post or share data because, again, a lot of our R&D is done through our close relationships with folks such as Andy and several other engine builders across the country. And in the experience of some of them folks spending their time sitting down with us in working through everything and pointing out what's going to work and what's not going to work in certain applications.
I want to remind you, if you have a question for either Brad or Andy, you can just type it into the chat and we'll ask those questions for sure. Andy, I want to ask you again, when it comes to, you know, specific applications and different things that people want, and even Brad is talking about R&D and things that you find. Where does a customer typically start? I mean, are you running into people who say, you know, this is my specifics, I want you to put it together, versus how many people are saying, look, you know, here's what I want, I need you to come up with a solution reasonably?
The customer in that type deal right there, it's about a 50-50 deal. You have guys that's been in the sport for a long time, and like it or not, a name brand of a company can be a great company, great product, and never have an issue, blah, blah, blah. And let's face it, if there's a part failure, a lot of times a part failure, it can happen, but a lot of times it takes several things to happen to generate extra stress on a part to create. And in our racing world, let's face it, we bolt these things together so that they can go wide open, do what they got to do, and show all the abuse you can. And this gentleman that has an issue that 10 years ago, he had this part break. Well, he's going to stay away from that name brand no matter what from here on. So they'll call me up and say, hey, I'm looking for this. I want this kind of horsepower right here, but I don't want this name right here. I had an issue years ago. And so as the sales guy, number one, you got to make the customer feel as comfortable as possible and understand where he's coming from just because he's got past experience. And so you build around that. And then the other 50% of customers call me up and they're like, hey, I'm seeing this on TV. I'm racing every weekend this. I want to be at this speed. What kind of power would it take to put it there? And I'll give them my recommendation. And we've now gotten big enough and broad enough and outsourced so much stuff that people know who we are. They really trust your word. And when they can go and see products such as World, when they can go to like my website and do a shop tour, when they can see this stuff, the comfortability zone is so good. And the racers now, there's very, very few racers now that don't know anything except a checkbook and just want to write a check. Now, people's done so much research due to social media, due to television, due to everything. They have so much homework they bring to the game before that conversation. So when you have that conversation with them, the comfortability zone is very, very good. And those guys I really like. The other 50% that had a problem years and years ago, I can talk to them for hours about, well, usually it takes this, this, and this to happen for a part to fail like that. But no matter what, you're not going to change that guy's mind. So you just really generate that comfortability zone and try to target what they can do, what their means allow them to do, and offer best products you can.
You know, Brad, you were talking about the thousands of parts that are in the warehouse behind you, just perusing through the World Products website and all of that. You guys actually have 6 warehouses throughout the country, right, that you can ship from to get things to people quick?
We do have warehouses throughout several regions of the country, pretty much just west of the Mississippi and on through. We've downsized a little bit and gone to phone centers to help more with the technical, and because advancements in the technology with shipping alone has actually made that a little bit simpler, and it's just a better process. We can get faster shipping, centralized. The regions of shipping in 1 day to 2 day have expanded, as well as competition in that. There's other smaller delivery companies that can get you sometimes same day parcel. So we've actually downsized on as far as 6 full warehouses. We still maintain the 6 phone centers to keep up with all the phone traffic coming in. But thanks to the technology advancements and the hard work of all the parcel companies and freight companies, we still hit that same target zone with less real estate involved.
That makes sense. You know, as any racer knows or should know, you absolutely make your season in the off season. And I'm sure right now people are doing everything they can to make sure when they get to hit the track when the season opens next year, or maybe they've got some off season racing they're doing as well. But this is a busy time of year for sure for your industry, but it's also a very strange time of year with everything else that we've got going on. You know, Brad, what do people need to know? I mean, as far as any delays that might be incurred, I know not necessarily through any fault of you guys, but just simply the fact that we're in COVID. And if you want something and if you're planning something, how quickly they need to start really thinking about that and making action happen.
Well, I can fortunately speak on the World Products aspect of it. We have not stopped, except for holidays. We have not stopped 1 day of production. Just normal shutdown for maintenance around the holidays. So as far as engine blocks and cylinder heads produced by World, we have not stopped at all this year. We've actually benefited by having our inventory. Suffice it to say, though, when it starts coming to the smaller parts, gaskets, rear main seals, there has been an influx of delays. Partially because of where some of these products are manufactured and the governments of those states playing it safe. Those are things you really need to start planning ahead for. A lot of your core parts are still available. Lifters are starting to, especially small block Chevy lifters. We have 11,000 on back order right now that we're ordering from various manufacturers throughout the country. So the sooner, the better right now. We know we've all experienced this fantastic year of dealing with a different lifestyle and everything. So it has affected across the board. Getting your rotating assemblies aren't seeming to be as hard, but some of the other parts absolutely are starting to come harder and harder to get by, because people have been at home and people are finishing those projects, be it in the house, the race car, or what have you. So the demand has been up. And I know for a fact, Pioneer, we carry plenty of their plugs and everything. They're selling more this year than they have in the past. So they're able to handle the manufacturing. Some of our vendors are having some struggles, and a lot of it really has to do with restrictions of government regulations. So you really need to stay on the ball and stay ahead of it if you're looking to be, especially in the warmer weather states. If you're looking to test by February, you need to order yesterday.
Wow.
We want everybody to stay up on it.
How about on your end of the business, Andy? I mean, look, one thing we know, and we've learned that racers are going to race. We're going to find a way to keep going. So on your side of things, how have these times affected business?
He's hit the nail right on the head. All it's really done, like, to me, at the end of the year right now on the computer, I punch up sales, and sales are at or more than they've been before, because people are trying to prepare. They've got more time sitting around home or doing this or doing that. And so the orders just haven't stopped. It's been crazy. So we've been very, very blessed with that. I have personally had to change ways of my purchasing, and let's face it, stock so much more stuff, pre-order stuff, knowing that if this particular style of engine, guys is wanting this engine right here, okay, if I have 10 of these engines on order with me, that's a pretty good sign that there'll be 20 on order with me in a little bit of time. So let me go ahead and place an order to compensate for this. So I've seen manufacturers have to push out lead times, and on a small shop, it can hurt, and it might have hurt us at the very beginning until I learned how to purchase a little differently. Because what I'm used to, I can put my hands on this in 2 days, and I can finish this piece up. But you don't need but one or two of those deals where a $200 part is holding you up from a $15,000 motor being finished and it needs to go out. So you learn from that and go by it. And so now when parts are delivered, it's almost like they're all delivered on pallets, and I've got way more than I need, but I'm doing this so that the customer, I don't want him to go somewhere else simply because of a time frame deal. So yeah, it's changed my way of running a business and stocking the amount of parts that is my most popular movers. So when I order, I need 10 of these, I make sure I get 20 or 30 coming. I mean, it's just how I've had to do things this year. But even with COVID, in numbers, I'm very, very blessed, and I'm grateful that I've learned how to do business this way to make the customer always more comfortable, like we talked before.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you guys are kind of ahead of the game in being able to make sure that you can service customers as well. Sticking to the theme of this particular session, big block consideration or block considerations for boosted applications. Brad, I want to ask you, with high cylinder pressures associated with power adders, how much does cylinder wall deflection affect power?
Well, I'm going to deflect that right back to our man, Andy. How about that one?
Yeah, well, let's face it, with power adders, boost, nitrous, anything you're talking about, if cylinders, the more cylinders deflect, obviously the greater power it's going to take away from you. Ring sealed, motor sealed up is such an important part of the motor being what we call as engine builders. The motor's got to be happy. If the motor's happy, it's going to live. If the motor's happy, it's going to make power. And anytime there is cylinder deflection and movement and structures under heat, boost, this, that absolutely moves and changes ring seal and heat distribution, then all of a sudden vacuum numbers go down, blow by goes up, cylinder leakage up, and at the end result, it ends up costing you, number one, way less time on the motor. Number two, way less horsepower in the motor, and the motor just not being happy at all. And if it got bad enough, which could generate catastrophic issues starting, such as detonation, other things besides just timing causing detonation or this or that. Things like that could be bad, keeps me in business. But end result, the customers, they want to be able to go out there, take their boosted application and get the power they want and not go through that stuff and be able to repeat, have a great day at the racetrack, come back home and get ready to do it again next week. They don't want to have to be fighting this week after week after week. And so that's a very, very good question. And the world has went above and beyond the way they structure a block to absolutely minimize cylinder wall deflection and movement. The material of the block, the fact that it's all Siamese, the fact that the deck is so thick, all head bolt holes are blind. everything in this thing, the way the caps are splayed in this deal, it makes the structure of this block so superior that I'm not seeing crazy things. Even my guys with good boosted applications, I'm not seeing crazy things. And I'm around some weird stuff. I mean, high horsepower stuff. Guys they've got capabilities to make 3,000 horsepower, but they're wanting to push 4,500 into this hole. And so everything it can do, and budget's not an issue. And World Products they've got a piece that really works with this issue and minimizes this as a problem.
Brad, can you talk about that and block design and all that? In fact, one of the questions that we had, why has the Merlin block been revised several times, and what's the difference between the versions?
Well, as you go back when it first kind of came into inception, you're trying to make improvements off the stock block, and you live and you learn. After a big block Chevy being around for 30 years, it was time for improvements above and beyond what the manufacturer was kind of baselined off of. And in the aftermarket, you can slow the process down, and you can really look at where the weaknesses are, where you need the garner strength at. And that is kind of where the first generation stepped in, as technology, as the need to make more horsepower comes into play. This brings on the next generation, and really from there it has stepped up to trial and error. And we believe the Merlin 3 was inception when PBM purchased World Products 8 years ago, and a few years back, kind of back to the drawing board with it, seeing the power adders, seeing more power needing to be thrown at the blocks. It was really time to step back and say, okay, this is what we really need to carry market for another 5 to 10, maybe 15 years out of this. Like Andy just mentioned, he's got a guy who's running at 25 and wants to go to 45, or running at 3 and wants to go to above and beyond. And we kind of believe that more upfront is less in the long run. You give them that foundation where they can build it on. And that's what's brought us to the Merlin 4, the Motown 2. We're on basically a third generation, the Man of War, the small block Ford, which it's actually that small block Ford that's taken that 57 pounds of boost. And I wholeheartedly believe that the Merlin 4 can take it. And honestly, I'm kind of looking at doing some improvement on the Merlin 4 and trying to get some more cubic inches out of here for some of these guys that are wanting to build larger and more power at it. And being that it was just 3 years ago, really kind of button down and making sure that we've got our ducks in a row to make those improvements, that it can go on and on and on. But it's really the technology and the demand of the power that has kind of brought these generations to where they need to be.
Well, if you have a high strength aftermarket block, then how important are the main fasteners themselves?
Well, we all know that bolts stretch. We all know that the more power you're throwing at it, the more you need everything to hold together. And it's very important with us. We've had a long time relationship with ARP fasteners, and you're probably going to be hard pressed to find anybody else in the business to make a better fastener. Grade 8 bolts are able to be used in certain parts, but really when you're holding the main caps, your rods together, everything, it is fabulous in what ARP actually puts into their design, and they share a lot of that on their website. I kind of was just touching base on some things here in this morning, and just kind of looking through, and it's they put so much effort into it. And 95% of the blocks that we manufacture, we use them in. There's a couple blocks that we don't. It's not a matter of cost. They're more of a marine application where that tensile strength and stretch, running at lower RPM. We do that just to make it cost effective for the builder. But I can't express enough how important it is to have that hole in your bottom end, throwing that amount of power at it. And ARP has been an excellent partner with World Products for several years, and right off the shelf, you're getting the top line fasteners right then and there. No upgrade charge. It's right there, right out of the box.
That's awesome. Andy, for you, when someone gets power and then they start to feel comfortable with it, they always want more power. And, a lot of times you see, especially if you watch YouTube videos and things like that, people are just adding more and more boost. And all of a sudden, they're blowing out gaskets and doing different things like this. Whenever you start to do that, what are some things that you actually really need to take into consideration?
When we're talking about a boost application, and they're wanting a little more, and have an issue, then yes, we'll from the normal bracket naturally aspirated deal, we'll use a good Fel-Pro Performance head gasket, that 14-to-1 compression. It's all great. Now, when we start throwing some stuff in this thing, moderately step up, upgrade the Cometic head gasket, which is basically a solid sheet of stainless, and then just sealant layers, dramatically increase the strength of the head gasket. Helps. And then when they want even more and more, then I'm very fortunate enough that we have a CNC block machine in center. So I get to take these World Products blocks right out of the box, put them in a CNC, and I've got programs for everything from the boring, the decking, the lifter bores, stroker milling, O-ringing. So if we want to make it strong, we can O-ring the block, copper head gasket, put receiver grooves in the heads, and to absolutely generate the absolute best cylinder sealed pressure that we can do, because we know how much pressure is going to be going in here as they're wanting more and more and more. So that the fact that so head gasket wise in stages right there, then it may be a little different, and I'm not sure Brad's exact deals. When I do where they have different caps, when I do cast caps, which is most of them, I've got guys running 1,200 horsepower naturally aspirated, small boost application or nitrous application, and taking it to 1,500-1,600. And when that guy brings his motor back from freshen, I'm not seeing no issues, no nothing with that right there. I've yet to see a failed main issue. But when I'm starting off and we're going to go above 1,500, hey, we're wanting this Pro Charger setup that's going to be 2,000, 2,400, 2,500 for this bracket racer type guy, then I really don't make it an option. I go straight to the billet cap application just to give it more strength. I mean, let's face it, boost is doing one thing. It's trying to push the crank out the bottom of the motor. So the best structure we can have in the bottom of this motor, and the whole main cap, webbing, everything, is what's going to hold this thing when they start putting 20, 30, 40 pounds of boost on this deal. So those two items, as far as O-ringing, different gaskets on the head, and then strengthening up the main webbing to handle more and more boost applications, is what I consider key.
I like the way you described that, trying to push the crank right out of the bottom of the motor. Brad, for you, I mean, obviously you've got great builders like Andy, who are wonderful customers, and a lot of other people out there. I would imagine at almost every day you sort of become just a research clearinghouse for some of the things that people see and some of the issues, which certainly helps you guys continue to develop everything you're doing. But not only that, help recommend to customers some things they need. Can you maybe give us some examples of just how being sort of the hub of this network really helps your customer base?
Well, I've gone on my way to make myself able, even on the starting line at races, watch what's going on too with what these guys are building, and seeing the stress of what they're putting on there. We are a huge team here. We have one of the greatest camshaft gurus, I think, probably within the industry. We also have the gentleman who oversees our camshaft manufacturing, is a longtime engine builder himself. He's probably assembled as many cylinder heads as about anybody himself. When a problem develops, or the potential of stepping above and beyond what somebody's done in the past, we kind of collectively put our heads together and work as a team alongside with the builder, racer, to collaborate and really kind of use that wealth of knowledge to put things together. There are minds around here that we're very fortunate to be able to rely on and give that help to the public. I understand accessibility is not always the easiest thing, but I will always step up above and beyond. I hear things. If I'm walking by somebody's cubicle, I will try to give a hand with that. Customer service is where we really try to go above and beyond compared to a lot of companies, and everybody does a great job at it, but we really, really thrive and work hard to help everybody out here the best we absolutely can. So we will sit down and even on our own personal time, we'll jot down notes and we'll get together and a phone call for an hour after work sometime. I make myself very accessible. I've been known to answer the phone at 8 o'clock in the evening, 9 o'clock in the evening, if it's somebody that I know has needed something, or if they leave me a message, I give them a call back. So we try to put that teamwork together, and also, you know, we reach out to another builder. Andy's been helpful to us. I've had several builders have been helpful. Somebody comes along, if there's a parts change, for instance, there's a Moroso block off plate that somebody had approached me with and said, we haven't used one of these in the Merlin 4 versus the Merlin 3. Did you do something a little bit different in the machining? Absolutely, yes, we have. Unfortunately, we have the relationship with Moroso, so we can reach out. If I don't have the part on the shelf to mock it up myself, I can get it very quickly. And that's very beneficial to us compared to a lot of other manufacturers. We have that stuff around. We can do that mock up right here in house. I keep one of every style block. Basically, our PRI display, I keep it right outside my office. So when that call happens, if it's something like that, I can pop right out there. If I have the part on the shelf, I can grab it, really physically look at it and see exactly what they're coming across. So there is a huge benefit with that as well.
Wow, that is a pretty huge benefit to be able to actually, before someone actually gets something and you've shipped it, you've done all of that process and everything. Andy, I want to ask you too, you know, when someone wants to change one thing, a lot of times that necessitates a change in something else, somewhere else in the engine, just to make sure you can compensate. We were talking about, you know, oiling systems and different things like that. What are some considerations that people need to have, you know, whether they're going directly through you or, you know, maybe they're calling Brad and looking at doing something themselves, but, you know, how does this affect that, if you will?
As far as, explain to me again your question right there.
You know, sometimes someone might, you know, a lot of times you find out, hey, we did this to the engine. Maybe we added more boost, or maybe we did this, but now we're finding out that we're not getting enough oil here, or we're not getting this there. You know, we talked about gaskets earlier and things like that. What are some common things that you see that when someone changes one thing, they didn't realize they had to change another thing as well to compensate for it?
Yeah. One of the biggest things that I see personally is when people do change, like say anything that they do, normally, let's face it, racers are racers, and it's not so much about cost or this or that, it's about going faster. Hey, what can I do? I want to go faster. So whatever it happens to be, as far as boost, nitrous oxide, bigger motor, this or that, in doing so, they can end up with a couple little issues that fall. I've had guys that have had customers for years, and they started off and they're in this 800-900 horsepower range, and then through the years they've stepped up and stepped up and stepped up, and through the years they found problems such as, Andy, why does, man, I go through, I make this great pass, everything's great, my motor's doing good, but in the shutdown my oil pressure goes way down. Now it'll come right back up as soon as I make the turn off, and everything's great. And I have to explain, well, there's a little bit of difference now. You was running 800-900 horsepower before. You reached these speeds. So G-force was this. And then as soon as the run's over, negative G-force is this. Now we just took your application and you have 500 more horsepower. So your acceleration G-force is immensely more. and your deceleration G-force, negative G-force, is immensely more. By doing so, oil's going everywhere now. You're just running away from the pump, doing this, doing that. So let's make some changes. Let's change up the pan, the way it's winded, the way it traps oil to keep it around the pump. Let's do this, let's do that. Let's alter ways that you're doing engine shutdown. Let's do this, do that to give the motor more life and not run into these issues that you could run into with these high horsepower applications. With the boosted applications, let's keep the motor happy, as we talked before. So I know you're used to running this timing because you like this and the way this is. Well, what comes with more boost is that higher chance of detonation, this, that. So we're going to fall into another category where we're going to bring this timing down to make this motor happy. So anything we can do to make the motor happy will be great. Anytime we can get that oil pressure not to move, you're generating so much horsepower now, it's completely different. The reason why your pro modified cars, this or that has 3,000 to 4,000 horsepower, as soon as they go through the traps, everything is shut down. It's because they don't know where this oil is. I mean, it is anywhere because of the darn G-force is crazy. So yeah, there's a constant other things changing with adding power that we try to compensate for and help guys out with. And again, experience wise, I can relay this so that's not an issue for a gentleman. We can take care of it at the beginning. That's one great thing with these 23 years I have vested right now and the great contacts I have. It's really come a long ways. And as far as like what you was talking about a while ago with Brad, as far as how they are as a company on working with somebody, hey, there's a change or there's this or that, they have been phenomenal with when the 4 first come out. I mean, they came out to our shop when we had just got our CNC block machine, and we altered the China wall just a little bit, so we have gap between that and the intake as it's sealing up. So many things they've done to compensate and help out the belt drives, whether it's Exodyne, Jessel, Comp, anything. They'll bolt right on the front of their blocks because they took the initial internal mill on the front, so that you don't have to do that by hand anymore or extra things. So they're constantly making things better. As far as the stages of their blocks, going from the Merlin 2, the 3 to now the 4, it's done nothing but generate better and better quality piece.
Yeah, Brad, that's a heck of a testimonial for you guys at PBM Performance Products and World Products. And, you know, as Andy's talking about that, I just keep thinking to myself, being able to go to one place and have a complete solution for what you're looking for, and not only a complete solution, but maybe something that you can continue to grow with as well. Let's just kind of talk again about what all you have to offer over at PBM for the racer to be able to be that one-stop shop.
Well, again, we've got a great foundation with our blocks, cylinder heads. We're also our exclusive distributor for Filer cylinder heads. So the aluminum aspect is covered there, from your small block Ford and small block Chevy to some of the finest big block aluminum heads out there, CNC ported or not. You can get them right out of the box, play with them, run your own program in them. Urson Cams has been around since 1964. There is a catalog probably about yay thick of grinds, anywhere from diesel pulling grinds to remanufacturing. Again, the great minds that doing that, and we keep it old school and simple. We do not CNC grind the cams. We actually get them out on the Burco and really pay attention to them. We drew every single cam, and then let's go to the PBM line. There is from gaskets to crankshafts to rods to wrist pins. I mean, you can put together everything. On top of that, we do other manufacturers' camshaft, crankshafts. Driven race oil is something we are huge on and exclusively use that. E3 spark plugs, we exclusively carry that line. There is pretty much nothing that you can't find. There's very few manufacturers out there that we do not have a relationship with. So anything engine related, this was the whole premise of this. Engine parts warehouse is what it all started under. And even for the builders who are going to rebuild the hot rod, or even do some reman on the shop truck. We even have all the replacement parts there on hand as well.
Wow, that is full service for sure. I do want to remind folks that if you want to learn more about PBM Performance Products and World Products, you can go to their page at epartrade.com, and through that portal, you can actually contact them directly and ask questions that you might have, or look for any type of service that you might have as well. Brad, this has just been a wonderful conversation, and Andy as well. Being able to talk to you, I'm sure there's a lot of things that people are learning along the way, but we really appreciate you guys being a part of Online Race Industry Week. I think what you offer is invaluable to a racer, especially when it comes to, performance, reliability, and obviously convenience. I mean, everything seems to be there, and we thank you for that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Glad to be a part of this.
Definitely.
Awesome. I think you're muted, Francisque, if you're talking.
Sorry. Beauty of being live. Sometimes you... I forgot about them this time. But thank you, gentlemen. Great session. Again, Brad, thank you for your early support. Without you guys, we would not be here. So thank you very much on the behalf of my business partner, Judy, and everyone at ePartrade. We're very thankful. And Brad, we'll see you later today with SCAT. Stay with us. We are going to show you a little video, and then we'll talk into our next session. Brad, stay with us too a little bit, okay? So read onto you.
The concept for ePartrade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePartrade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to epartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePartrade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Thank you and welcome back. So I'm delighted because the next session we're going to be talking with our good friends at Brembo. I want to say a special thank you to Caroline Fallara, who basically put this panel together. Caroline, it's interesting. We had a great session, right? Last night we finished with Women in Motorsport, John. And what was interesting is they talk about women in motorsport, but often we talk about we let Brad is gone. So Brad, come back, please. So if you're still there. But we had this wonderful session yesterday, and we're saying that women in motorsport, we sometimes tend to talk about the drivers. And Beth was there to explain there are so many women who are, playing very important executive role in the industry. Caroline is one of those. Caroline at Brembo, she has been there forever. She runs all their marketing. She's as sharp as you can get, and she was with us right there at the beginning. She's one of the first one who saw the platform, understand technology, and said, let's get part of this. So I want to say a big thank you to her and everyone at Brembo, because without their early support, we would not be here today. Brad, you on mute. You were still here, so we're just chit-chatting a little bit of, the session you have had so far, how much you enjoyed it. So you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I have to say this is amazing. First of all, just the Online Race Industry Week and everything that you and John and Judy and everyone involved have put together, just to be able to connect with people. I mean, obviously, we would all like to be together and like to be talking to each other, but to me, this is a revolution in being able to do this in such an efficient way. But not only this week, but beyond this week, what eParkTrade has to offer and being able to connect with manufacturers and suppliers and retailers and find out the different things that you want, and such an amazing catalog of them at eParkTrade.com as well. I've been, had the great pleasure from, an attendee to the vendor side and an exhibitor side at various trade shows to be able to see all of this, and the way that you guys are doing it and what's been created here is the future. There is no question about that.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. And the beauty of these Zoom things is, like John said it the other day, he said, hey, I felt like, Roger Penske was talking to me in front of my desk, and this morning I was watching a Chip and feels like Chip is talking to me, Hey, thank you, Chip. What are you doing today? And that's the magic. And Paul Vanner puts that in beautiful words every time. He says that, we feel we're all together, and somehow we're all together virtually. And we have 110, I've said it again and again, I will say it until Friday night because I'm so proud of it. We have 110 countries in represented in registration. I mean, you even see it to the chat button. There's a guy who was up early this morning from Australia. I said, what on earth are you, He said, maybe he hasn't been to bed yet. That's probably the other thing too. But that is why we start early here in California. We start at 6:45 because by 7, it's already 4 p.m. in Europe, 7 p.m. in the Middle East. And so that's the little challenge we have. But maybe if we can, if John wants to, duplicate himself in 2 or 3 John Kilroy, then maybe we can run this 24/7. So, but thank you, Brad. John, do you want to tell us a little bit, what happened and what's next? And then I will be bringing our 2 guests, our next 2 panelists into this session.
Okay, what we've got going on, I'll be talking with the folks at Brembo following this little break. Then Advanced Materials and Motorsports, HMS Motorsports, Hot New European Products, Consistency, your secret weapon, Formula Win by ETS Racing Fuels. And then we'll have a cool panel discussion at noon our time, so Pacific time here in the States, where technical innovation isn't cheating, and just from a sanctioning body's perspective. And then just to add to kind of what we're getting to here is that, there's a real sense of disappointment that I wasn't going to a racing trade show this year in person. And we all felt that because we all like just getting together. And I think I've missed 1 racing trade show in the last 30 years. So I was heading towards a real big blank spot kind of in my annual schedule. And I kind of felt like trade shows are in my biological clock now. So if it's December, I should be at a trade show. And but I'm feeling the trade show experience with Online Race Industry Week. So it's a real deal. There's real value. There's a trade show experience of a real sharing of information and insight. And then the catching up on all the new technology that's available, that's happening as well. So I'm getting my trade show Jones filled this year thanks to Online Race Industry Week.
And I see Billy dressed up in a racing suit. That's the way to go. I love that. That's awesome, man. Where's your helmet?
It's in the trailer. I'm actually wearing this for a reason. I'm at Sebring right now. I just got out of a race car, and as soon as we're done talking, I'm going to hop back in a race car. So
oh, man, I want your job. Can we swap? I am a failed race car driver. It's hard to admit. but I have to say it, and I said it publicly. So I know what I race is rental cars when I go to the track, but that's pretty much it. So this is awesome, Bill. So what are you testing right now?
I'm at the HSR race weekend in Sebring, Florida. I'm at the 7 Hotel, so they've been gracious to allow me to use their Wi-Fi to enable me to be here. It's great to be a part of this. Thank you guys, ePart Trade and Brembo, for having me part of the segment. And like you were talking about earlier, it makes it really neat with this whole Zoom thing that I could be getting out of a race car, do this with you guys, and then go back to work and be back in a car. So this is really neat.
Oh, thank you. And it says every day we have a new thing. That's the first thing. Yesterday, we had like a demo of a machinery. They set it up and we had a live demo. We're in Machine Shop. And I think Jeff Hammond, our presenter, was like, wow, you can do that on Zoom. So you can. And as a matter of fact, we have running this within the minute. It is 8:59. So Brad, we are going to move you back as an attendee, and then we'll see you later on today. Again, thank you for all your energy, enthusiasm, and passion. We love to have you as a host. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. And John, it is about, we have 1 more minute. And I'm still, I love this, like, you know, racing suit. And maybe I'm going to get my old one for the next session. Okay, it's 9 o'clock. On to you, John. And before we start, we have a special video from Brembo. So I'm going to ask our producer, Reed, to launch the video. Thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.
All right, great video. Welcome to the webinar, Performance Braking from Commuting to Competition by Brembo. We have Mike Messina, Motorsports Manager for Brembo North America. And then we have a great race car driver, Billy Johnson, 2016 IMSA GS champion, also a factory Ford driver, GT Le Mans, driving Ford GT, Shelby GT 350, Shelby GT 500. And I just want to kind of have a bit of an introduction before we get to chatting. And I would say everybody knows Brembo, but there's a lot to this company. So I want to kind of go over that. On the ePart Trade Showcase, the company describes itself as Brembo is a world leader in the design, development, and production of braking systems and components for cars, motorbikes, industrial vehicles, and machinery for the OE market, aftermarket, and racing. And I think next year, I believe, Brembo will be celebrating 60 years. I've been to Brembo. So I visited the Brembo facilities right around Bergamo, Italy. It was a long time ago, but it's truly an eye-opening experience. I was still learning about the European racing scene at the time, and Brembo was crazy famous in Europe and one of the dominant brake suppliers in European racing in motorcycles and car racing right up to Formula One. And I saw firsthand the sophistication, the engineering excellence, and the dedication to the Brembo goal of being #1 in race brakes. And they take this very seriously. They have for decades, and they have the horsepower to get there. So I saw how and why Brembo was a brake on the Formula One cars. And also, this is really important, I saw a very current manufacturing process. So when I went into the Brembo factory floor, it kind of looked at that moment like the future of manufacturing, and it was the future of manufacturing. It included robotics on the factory floor a long time ago. And then eventually in the States, for example, a lot of states started to become more and more looking like the Brembo factory. At the time I was there, NASCAR teams were just waking up to a couple concepts. So when I first started the racing business, no NASCAR team had an engineer on the staff. I remember one press conference I attended, and that was the press conference. We just hired an engineer, our first engineer. But the NASCAR teams were starting to also look overseas to see if there was technology overseas that could help give them an advantage. And I knew after visiting Brembo that, okay, I know where you can get a brake advantage. And it might have taken another year or two after my Brembo visit, but eventually I'm walking in a NASCAR Cup garage, and I see my first set of Brembo brakes. And I kind of had that moment like, okay, there's a wave coming here. And you picture the big sedans of NASCAR racing, and then you picture especially a road course where braking is speed and braking is key to a quick lap. And you can picture, okay, Brembo's going to be an answer to a lot of these teams. And then the wave happened, and Brembo brakes were all over the place, not just NASCAR, but all forms of, pretty much all forms of American racing. And then, by the way, it came to become like the cool brake to have on the cool sports car, the cool fast street vehicle. And I never really knew before Brembo that when it comes to performance parts on a car, one of the few parts you can kind of see visibly, because you can't go under the hood. You know, if you see a cool car outside of a restaurant or in a shopping mall parking lot, you can't get under the hood, you can't get underneath the car, but you start looking at the car like, okay, this is a really great car. And you get down to the ground and you see, oh, Brembo brakes. Of course, it just makes sense. So that's kind of my little connection with Brembo brakes. I have great respect for this company. Mike, it's been quite a journey for Brembo. So there are decades capturing the European racing market, which happened back 30 years ago. The United States was a little bit provincial on the global stage, and a lot of European companies didn't really want to go into the US market because it's kind of tricky. But it's been quite a journey for Brembo. Congratulations. Any introductory thoughts, Mike, that you want to share about Brembo?
Thanks, John. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. Yeah, it's interesting. One thing you said that struck me, and it's very, very true, is that this company does take this mission very seriously. I mean, if they are very serious. We as a company, we're very serious about what we do. I think, you know, we recently, we had Mario, we have a podcast that we do, Brembo Red, and we recently had Mario Andretti as a guest on it. And he talked about how racing is in the DNA of Italians. And I think that passion and that seriousness, I think that's kind of where it at least starts. Yeah, Brembo as a company, a lot of people don't realize how long we've been around. The company was actually established in 1964, into racing probably in the mid 70s, I think around 1975 with Ferrari Formula One. And really it started with, I think, a disc package for that car with, it was Niki Lauda at the time racing for Ferrari, and he won the title that year. We later graduated into producing aluminum calipers. From there, I think in the early 80s, 82, 83 was sort of the onset and the development of carbon brakes. And things have really just kind of evolved from there. And now, 30 some years ago, carbon was something you only saw on a Formula One car. And now like you said, you can walk through a grocery store parking lot and see it. So it has been a really long journey, the better part of 50 plus years now. And, you take it up to today, and today we're literally involved in pretty much every racing series. You mentioned NASCAR. We recently, this year's championship, we supplied Hendrick Motorsports with Chase Elliott winning the Cup championship. Obviously we're in Formula One, where we supply all the brakes for Formula E. IMSA, WC, from Baja to Le Mans, pretty much I think every motorcycle in the GP field. It's been a journey. Road cars. You mentioned road cars. Everything from the new Ford Mach-E electric vehicle to pretty much anything with a Dodge SRT badge, Corvettes, Camaros, Cadillacs, and so on. I mentioned that we have a podcast now, which we do, which is really kind of developing sort of a cult following. We've had everybody from Jay Leno to, like I said, Mario Andretti. Brembo Red is called, and recently launched buybrembo.com, the parts replacement parts website. So yeah, we've there's definitely a lot to do. We've come a long way. It's a big company nowadays. I think we're 25 sites in 15 countries.
Wow.
On 3 continents. So definitely proud to be a part of it.
Congratulations to all. It's just, there's some companies that have been fun for me to follow in the racing industry, because they're really on a spectacular journey, and Brembo is one of those companies. And then Mike, real quick, you're a race car driver too, is that correct?
Yeah, well, little known. No, not really. I gave it a shot, but at some point, I think logic and reason conspired to end my racing career. But I did okay in motorcycles for a few years in club racing, the Southwestern divisions of CCS and that kind of thing. But no, today that is not me. That's Billy.
Okay, you're being very honest. I appreciate that. And Billy, tell us about yourself and how you came to discover Brembo brakes.
Well, Brembo's been involved in motorsports and the car scene since before I was born, so it's just kind of been a natural part of my career to be using Brembo products both on the street and on the track, and worked my way up through the ranks from formula cars to low-level sports cars on up to prototypes, and then I had the honor to be a part of the Ford GT program, working on the development of both the road car and the race car. So Mike and I worked together quite closely on both of those programs. So it was very unique to be a race car driver who worked on the development of a race car and a road car, and especially a car such as the Ford GT that wasn't taken from an existing road car and then turned into a race car. It was a clean sheet design. We're making a race car and a road car at the same time. We have to develop both of them. We're making brakes for both of them. And yeah, definitely a really neat experience to be a part of. And then I was named one of the 12 drivers to race the Ford GT at Le Mans for all 4 years, 2016 through 2019. So yeah, a really neat and unique opportunity to be involved with racing, be involved with Brembo, and be a crucial part of, or the brakes are a crucial part of the performance of cars in general. So yeah, just it's been really neat to and also fun to be a part of it.
And we'll get into some of the nuts and bolts stuff, but what does a racer look for in brakes? I mean, that's almost a personality type thing. What do you look personally for in brakes, and what are you getting out of Brembo brakes?
Brakes are really important, and if you're not a race car driver, it's easy to view brakes as, or dismiss brakes because you're all about horsepower. That makes sense. You push the gas pedal, more horsepower, it's faster, and it's awesome. But in racing, most passing is done under the brakes, so in brake zones. So the performance of brakes are crucial. To have brakes that are consistent is extremely important. Having brakes that are very linear and respond to your inputs are really important, because when you drive a race car, braking just doesn't affect how well you stop the car. It affects how well the car handles down to the apex. So a lot of steering of a race car and the handling of a race car happens with the brakes. So the way you release off the brakes, the way the brakes perform, the way the brakes release affects the balance of the car. So people often don't view brakes as part of the handling equation, but they are a crucial part of the way a car handles. So when it comes to making passes, brakes are one of the most important things on a vehicle.
Yeah, I think brakes are a go fast product. And again, like you said, we don't talk about brakes enough, but especially on a road course, brakes are key to a quick lap. And I've been in race cars. I never raced door to door, but there was a turn I remember up in Sonoma, and you basically drive as hard as you can right towards a white brick wall. And you really start thinking about brakes a lot on that journey, you know, because don't hit the brakes, now hit the brakes. And you really, just a goofball driver like me, I mean, you want to have confidence, you want to have a level of trust in brakes that, I don't know if you have a level of trust in an engine as much as you have to have a level of trust in your brakes. And the feel too, Billy, huh?
Absolutely. Just like you said, if your engine blows, your race is over. If your brakes fail, you're probably going to have a bad day. So having the trust and the consistency of the performance, like braking is also on the road, a safety device. Like it's how well the car can stop to avoid an accident. It's how you can control the car. The brakes as well as the steering are how a driver, and the throttle is how a driver makes a car go fast and makes a car do what it does. But if you lose the engine, not a big deal. If you lose the brakes or braking performance, that greatly affects your ability to make passes, to drive the car well, to make it handle well. And in most professional race cars, you have a brake bias knob, so you can adjust the brake bias and the straight line braking performance, and also the corner entry handling of the car in the cockpit. So it's very complex, dynamic, and important equation of both driving on the street and driving on a racetrack.
It just seemed historically racers wanted horsepower. Then they got kind of smart about aerodynamics. Then they became kind of smart about weight. And then there was a time where they finally focused on braking, especially, you know, with road courses. And that was the rise of Brembo in the United States, especially when they just got much smarter about braking. And Billy, we're working with the Brembo team. And what type of brakes did you have on your first race car, Billy?
I can't even remember. It was the first car I drove was the Skip Barber school car, and I don't quite remember what was on there, but also in that point in my career, I wasn't as technically astute as I am today to be able to work with these engineers, so I can't even recall what were on them.
You didn't know what the brakes were either at that time.
Well, I knew how to, or was working on mastering the craft of using them, but now everything that I drive, I know what brakes are on the car.
Sure. And Mike, the Ford GT road car and the Ford GT race car that Billy's driven, they have different racing packages. You just want to kind of go into that and explain to people what's going on there?
Yeah, it's actually, that's a question I get a lot. You know, how come the road car has this beautiful carbon ceramic setup and the race car has this cast iron package, and it almost seems like a step back in some people's minds. And it in some ways it is, in some ways it's really not. But a lot of that really has to do, in professional racing, one thing you have to understand is the concept of BOP, balance of performance. And that is that's something that the sanctioning bodies use to maintain a level of parity for competitive aspects. And so that's one level. It applies to engines and power and aero and weights and all these other things, but it applies to brakes as well. The other thing to consider there too is just in pure physical packaging. A lot of the road cars will have bigger 19, 20, 21, 22-inch wheels, whereas a lot of the race cars are limited to 18. So there's only so much you can really stuff inside the wheel to begin with. And the other side of that is cost. You know, one of the primary goals of any racing sanctioning series is to do what they can to control costs. And wearing down a cast iron package is a lot less costly than burning up carbon. And so as if you think of brakes as a consumable in terms of pads and discs and that kind of thing, it definitely plays a role.
Okay. And then from the technical side, what are the limitations on cast iron brakes? Maybe just want to go into that a little bit. And some teams at Le Mans or Daytona can go the full 24 hours without changing pads and discs. Some can't. Why not? Why don't you handle that one, Mike?
So I think that there's a lot of variables involved in that. There's probably, when I think about that, I think about there's really kind of three main variables. Pad compound is one of the top, conversations that we'll have on any given Daytona or long distance race event weekend. And when it comes to pads, there's a compromise between something that stops fast and wears long versus something that wears fast and stops long. That's not the one you want. So it's similar to tires. Typically a harder tire will last longer, but it's not going to have the grip. And there's a similar component in pads. And so there's always that compromise too. The car itself is another factor. Some cars are just inherently better than others at using all four brakes to stop. And that's not just limited to placement of the engine, whether it's a mid-engine car, front-engine car, rear-engine car, what have you. That's also, the role there is, downforce, setup, aero grip, all those things play a role in the car itself. And then drivers, drivers have different styles, different levels of attack, so to speak. And in general, I've worked with drivers that are notoriously hard on brakes no matter what they're driving, and others that doesn't matter what they're driving, they're easy on brakes. And so that's another variable. So it really becomes something of an equation, so to speak, when you're talking about setting up a brake package for a 24-hour race like Daytona or Le Mans.
And then, Mike, let me just ask one more follow-up question. It's always seemed to me that there's just an amazing amount of heat when it comes to brakes. And sometimes maybe we forget that. Well, how does heat affect the braking and the brake caliper? And does it change in the course of a race? And it seems to be an engineering challenge, the heat in brakes.
Well, there's two ways to that. There's a mathematical answer where you can literally calculate the amount of energy being made and how much thermal energy you're putting into it and thermal capacity of the disc, and you can take that approach to it. Heat is really kind of the enemy of everything. It saps engine power, it saps tire grip, it saps driver's energy, and it also saps braking energy. And it's an interesting topic to get into when you're in brakes, because the job of a brake system is literally to turn forward kinetic energy into heat through a process of friction. And so managing that heat becomes a really critical element. And there's different ways to approach that, whether that's vane design, disc design, pad compound has a lot to do with that. Certainly structural integrity in the caliper and design there. The cooling package on the car. One of the advantages we had with Ford was developing the road car side by side with the race car. That was a car that had all the air you could ever possibly need. And so that was a really tunable package there. But yeah, temperature, it's a killer. You need enough to wake up the pads and make sure everything's working, but not so much that you're cooking the fluid inside the caliper. You need to find that sweet spot there. So it's always a challenge.
Sometimes in a race at a tight turn, you can see the rotors getting hot. But one of the most dramatic images that I've seen of a race part anywhere is a disc on a brake dyno. I mean, they have brake dynos. A lot of people don't know that. But that disc just turns to lava almost. And that's what it
does. Well, the cast iron starts to glow around 1200 degrees Fahrenheit. We see it quite often. We've got rotors that pull into the pits and short tracks in NASCAR where as you're taking the disc temperature, recording it, the thing is still red. It's not uncommon.
Yeah, I have a whole lot of respect for making a race brake. And then we have all sorts of people watching us from around the world. So we have car builders, we have race shops of all types and race teams. And then we have people who just want to go and be successful racing at some point in the future of their career. Billy, how does a driver need to manage brakes on the racetrack and during a race? It may be not top of mind. A driver has a lot of things to think about, but let's talk about the brake portion of what you have to do on race day.
Well, it definitely depends from car to car, as Mike said, and brakes are such a complex thing, just like car setup. If you change one aspect of having a more aggressive brake pad in the front, that can affect the bias. If you have a brake pad that works in a different temperature range, then it might have different bite when it's colder when you first hit the brakes versus at the end of a long braking zone, and then your bias could change. And the goal of developing a brake system and racing a brake system is trying to eliminate all those variables. But as Mike said, depending on the inherent nature of the car, the setup, the driver, it's a moving target. So that's another reason why you have a brake bias knob in the car, is to adjust the bias based off of how the tire grip is changing and based off of how the brakes are performing. So that's why consistency is really important, and having a stiff caliper, having a quality brakes and materials is so important for the performance of a race car.
You know, I think a lot of us picture the practice laps and before the race, that people are trying to figure out suspension, maybe some adjustments to the engine. But in practice laps leading up to the race, are you making adjustments to the brakes?
Absolutely. Like I said, the brakes are such an important part of the performance of the car, from lap time to racing and passing to the handling balance. If you change brake pads and the release characteristics or the bias or the performance changes, which it does, then that affects how well and the car enters the corner. It affects the balance of the car, how it enters the corner. So as a driver, you might have to change your driving inputs and style. You might have to change setup to accommodate changing in brake adjustments. So everything overlaps. When you change setup stuff, it affects your braking performance and handling. If you change braking performance, it can affect your handling. Like they're one and the same for the overall handling and performance of the car. And as far as street guys go, whether it's just a street tuner or a track day guy, often brakes are just viewed as, yeah, bigger is better and bigger pistons are better. It makes it stop better and faster, and that's all brakes do. No, it's a really crucial part of the overall package of a car. And as far as developing road cars, there's even more factors layered on top of just performance and handling that makes road car development sometimes just as complex or more complex than racing. But racing, all you care about is performance, and yes, the target moves, but in road cars, you don't want squeaking brakes. You don't want inconsistent brakes either, and that's just a whole new world in terms of what it's required to make a road car stop and handle well. And yeah, most people just take it for granted, and yeah, there's a lot more than brakes than most people realize.
Yeah, again, I think now I think of a brake as a speed part and a go fast part, and I just picture there are times where you're making adjustments leading up to the race, and you're getting a quicker lap time, and you give credit for the quicker lap time to the adjustments in the brakes.
Well, most people don't always give that credit, so Mike sometimes goes unappreciated, but it's definitely a crucial fundamental part of the performance, whether Mike gets recognized or not. But I appreciate and recognize Mike.
No, you know, it's interesting what Billy's talking about is as much as there's a technical aspect of braking performance, there's also a subjective aspect of it. So there's what the brakes are doing on telemetry or mathematically to the car on data and what you can see in terms of stopping power and all of these things. But then there's also the way that it actually feels to the driver and what he's able to sort of interpret from his foot on the pedal and those types of things, and how he's able to modulate it. So yeah, it's interesting. You can have brake packages that perform really, really well technically, but the driver just may not like how it feels. And so sometimes the car can actually be faster, but the driver might be a little slower. Right. And so there's always that balance to find.
And then I'll grab a couple questions from the audience. So for members of the audience, you can go down the chat option at the bottom of the Zoom screen. You can type in a question for our guests here, and I'll put the questions to the panelists. So we have a diverse group of people, again, from professional car builders to people who are just kind of entering racing. They found Online Race Industry Week, and they want to ask questions. For the grassroots competitors like autocross, grassroots road racing, Can you discuss the pros and cons of slotted versus cross-drilled versus venting rotors? Mike?
Sure. So cross-drilled, I think cross-drilled speaks mainly to aesthetics these days. There was probably a time when it was the understood way to ventilate. So when you have a pad making friction against a disc, you have a lot of gases. It's a very violent interface that's going on there. And there's a lot of things happening. You have particles disintegrating, things welding and melting, and you have gases that are being emitted from all these things that are burning off from that pad. Those gases, when compressed, can sort of form a boundary layer between the pad and the disc. And it's not exactly the same, but I would almost liken it to hydroplaning. And so you need a way to evacuate those gases and get them out of there. Cross drilling is obviously one way to do it, but maybe not the most effective way. These days, everything has gone to slotted. I mean, slotted by far is the pattern of choice, so to speak, in racing. You still see a lot of cross drilled out there, and I think a lot of that speaks to aesthetics. It's my personal favorite. But from a performance standpoint, a slotted disc will always evacuate and gas a pad more effectively than a drilled rotor will, especially in a racing application.
Okay, I have another question that's a really good question. And I think a lot of people may have asked themselves this, and now we can get an answer. So Mike, what's the advantage of more pistons in the caliper? It used to be 2 per caliper, then 4. Now we have 6 and even 8. So is more pistons always better or not necessarily? Can you go over that for us?
So yeah, it's not like engines. You know, in engines there's no replacement for displacement, right? In caliper design, it's a lot more than just that. Ultimately, your clamping force on a caliper is a byproduct of your total line pressure and multiplied by your total piston area. So you can have more pistons, but really the point of a piston is to exert force on the backside of the pad. And you want to have that force evenly distributed. So the larger your pad gets, typically the more pistons you want to exert that pressure so that that pad is more uniformly meeting the disc. What you'll tend to see is that as there becomes a higher count of pistons in a caliper, they tend to get smaller because there's only so much clamping force you can actually use. And so that's one aspect. So not necessarily, more pistons is not always better. It doesn't always equate to more stopping power. You know, if you do the math on the piston area, we have some 4-piston calipers that have very large pistons, and we have some 6-piston calipers that have smaller pistons, and the 2 piston areas between the 2 of them are very similar to each other. But they have different shaped pads, and so you need to exert that force differently. The other question I get a lot too is that sort of tags onto that is, well, if I have 2 4-piston calipers and one caliper has larger pistons than the other, then isn't that a better caliper? And the answer to that is typically no. A lot of times what Brembo does is we tend to use smaller pistons in our caliper because we rely on more line pressure to get there with the clamping force. So we can change master cylinder sizing and we can do all of those things and we can achieve the same clamping force with smaller pistons. The byproduct of that is that you have less fluid total in the system, so there's less room for compliance. And the challenge then is that, well, now you've got a lot of pressure in the caliper. You need a very, very, very stiff caliper to not flex with all that increased line pressure. And that costs money to do. And that's where our development and R&D is really strong, is that we build inherently a very stiff caliper. So we can have a strong caliper with smaller pistons, a higher line pressure, and what that equates to is less fluid and better feel, more control, more modulation, which is something that guys like Billy love. And so, yeah, it's one of those, I'll try to cut it short because it's one of those topics I could talk about for hours, but hopefully that answers some of it.
Well, you know, when I visited Brembo, the idea of talking about brakes for hours, you can do that. I've done it. I saw it and I experienced it. And there's reasons to talk about brakes for hours. I mean, it's much more complex, I think, than people imagine. Billy, you did a lot of development on the Ford GT500, a car with 700 plus horsepower. But what were the key elements to finding the right mix of a track day race package to Road One?
That's really difficult. And just not too many years ago, you'd have really fast cars, even supercars that you can't track for more than a couple laps without burning up the brakes. And often, you'd have to put race pads or race-oriented pads to be able to lap on a racetrack for extended periods of time without fade and losing your brakes. But now in just the last few years, manufacturers across the board are making brake packages where you could have a quiet pad or reasonably quiet on the street that you could drive every single day, and they work when they're cold, and you can take it to a racetrack and beat on it all day long as fast as you can go, as fast as I can go, and not have brake fades. So just as an enthusiast growing up in motorsports and growing up liking cars, I am just so happy to see the brake technology getting better, where you can take a performance car or a lot of performance cars to racetracks, drive them all day long without changing brake pads, and then drive home and drive it every single day, drive it to the grocery store. But to be able to do that, you need bigger rotors, you need to have good pad compounds, you need to have good calipers, stiff calipers, and let me tell you, making a relatively heavier car like the GT500 that has 760 horsepower and turns supercar lap times for an entire stint, an entire fuel stint all day long is a massive, massive challenge. But Ford was able to do that. Brembo was able to do that with just the sheer size of the rotors, which are massive. They're bigger than my forearm. And the rotors are, I think, I could be wrong, but I think the rotors were the same size or bigger than the original 1967 GT500's wheel. So having a brake that's that large was crucial to stop that much horsepower, to stop that much weight, and to stop that much speed that the GT500 is capable of.
It's great having you on here, Billy. That's really good insight into the realities. You're doing a great job. Now, electrification is a big discussion in racing. We don't know for sure if we like it or we don't, because we can't figure out what a race car is like without noise. But at the same time, you get like instant torque. I mean, so there's some fun stuff about an electric vehicle, and they're making their way into racing and winning Pikes Peak, and there's a Formula E series. What is unique in terms of stopping an EV vehicle, Mike? Is it different? Is it special in some way?
So when it comes to actually stopping, you're stopping a car from a high rate of speed, and you have to do the job. But I think sort of the priorities tend to change a little bit with electric. There's some different elements that play a role in that. You mentioned Formula E. We've spent a lot of time in development on electric with electric vehicles, both in the motorsport side. We do supply the entire series of Formula E. All the brake packages on those cars are supplied by Brembo. But the other element of that is brake-by-wire and integration into regenerative braking. So now you're taking sort of a software approach, and you're trying to have something that feels natural and organic, but in a way is somewhat simulated. I hate to use that term, but so you're using electronics in a different way now. And so that's a big part of it. The other big priority there is, well, there's two others. There's weight, obviously weight of components, because you're looking for things that anywhere you can save drag, that comes in weight, and then also drag itself. The ability of the caliper to pull the pads off the disc and release it. That's another critical element that we've spent a lot of focus with electric vehicles.
Billy, have you driven an electric vehicle in terms of on a racetrack or a racing situation?
Yes, I've driven a couple of them, and also I had the opportunity to drive a Mach-E as well.
Okay, did you like the electric vehicle? I mean, it's got a pretty cool torque off the turns, I guess.
That's a tough question. We're all laughing for the same underlying reasons, but yes, you have the instant torque. You have it's a different dynamic, and it should be viewed as a little bit differently. So from a purist standpoint of liking manuals and shifting by myself and rowing through gears and hearing the noise and having that whole oral experience, and that is part of, especially from an enthusiast standpoint, is a really important part of the enjoyment and engagement of driving. So since you're missing a lot of those different components in electric cars, but having different benefits, it really is just a completely different viewpoint and world.
Yeah. Okay, and then when we think of Brembo, I think a lot of us think of the calipers, but Brembo offers brake pads as well, Mike. Is that correct?
We do. Yeah, we're one of the few companies out there that really is the total package. Everything from obviously calipers and discs to friction to fluid. To master cylinders, literally, we could handle a brake package on something on a race car, for example, where we are literally a one-stop shop. And pads I compare the difference between a lot of people tend to think discs and pads are very similar to each other, and I always compare them to wheels and tires. They're two very different animals in terms of manufacturing and R&D. What it takes to make a good tire, what it takes to make a good wheel, what it takes to make a good brake rotor, and what it takes to make good friction are completely separate. And understanding how both work is critical. And then obviously, if you have a great understanding of the vehicle itself and being involved from initial concept all the way up through production helps. Yeah, friction is something that we've really started diving into, I'd say more in depth in the past several years in racing. We've come up with some great pads, and but that's just something that is always evolving. That's a division that never sleeps, for sure.
Mike, another question from the audience. What are the key components to responsive brake feel? Okay, that's a really good question. Is fluid pressure a more important factor than pad composition and piston area? Mike?
So one of the terms that I hear a lot about with pads is hard pads, soft pads, that kind of thing. There is a level of compressibility in all pads. I would say it's probably not the most critical element. Line pressure, the more of it you have, the more opportunity there is for compliance in the system. And what I mean by compliance is flex, anything that flexes. So that could be the brake pedal itself. That could be the rubber lines that connect the hard line on the car to the caliper itself at the wheel. That could be the caliper. As it's pressurizing, it wants to move apart. And so line pressure is what you're feeling in the pedal. And when that pedal is moving or getting soft, that's the fluid either getting hot and giving up, or that's the caliper moving, or things starting to walk around. So all of those things sort of play a role. This is part of the reason we try to remove fluid. More fluid is more opportunity for more compliance. So we try to remove fluid from our system. So we try to go smaller pistons and higher pressures to improve feel. Stiff calipers is a really, really big part of that. And obviously, there's even differences in fluid. We have a brake fluid that is more, I'd say, stiff, in layman's terms, than some of the other brake fluids out there. And so all of those things play a role. It's almost like saying, what can make more horsepower in an engine? Should I just do a cam, or should I do a set of heads? Or no, really, it's the whole package. You're only as strong as your weakest link.
And that's another concept I'm glad is coming out of this webinar, that the brakes are complex. They're just not simple, they're complex. And you really do have to work on them like you're working on horsepower to really get some speed, especially on a road course. Here's another question. What is the dry boiling, wet boiling point and pH of your racing DOT4 motorsport brake fluid? How often should the racing brake fluid be flushed and changed in motorsports events? Do you still prefer DOT4 racing brake fluid, or are you introducing DOT 5.1 racing brake fluids lately? I
compare brake fluid. Well, I'm not going to say that. There's a lot of flavors of brake fluids these days. What we like about our brake fluid is, one of the things we like about it is the compressibility factor, which I mentioned. Its ability to stay sort of rigid and hold its viscosity at temperature. Wet boiling points nowadays are up around 400 degrees. I think dry boiling points are up around 650 plus. One of the things to consider, though, is that in a race vehicle application, if you consider what determines the difference between wet and dry, is a standard DOT test. And most guys at the professional level, they're bleeding their brakes every event. They're flushing fluid every event. This is the pro level. And so their moisture content is always going to be something close to zero, or as close to zero as you could conceivably get. And so they're always going to be operating much up towards that drier boiling point. I would tell you, though, that if you've got a caliper that's running 500 plus degrees, you've got bigger problems than your brake fluid. You need to cool that thing down, and your brake fluid may not give up, but there's going to be other things that are going to give up. So that's one aspect of it. The other thing we like about our fluid is the way it interacts with all of the rubber parts, the master cylinders, the seals, and that kind of stuff. When it gets hot, it has less of a tendency to start chewing up things. And so that's another thing that we look at.
Okay. Another question from the audience. Hi, I'm a mechanical engineer for a solar car team, race car team. And I wonder, how do you set up the correct braking balance when using a vehicle with regenerative braking? Have you tackled that, Mike?
Yeah, well, the first thing I would say is that it takes a couple of guys that are a lot smarter than me. You're talking about software integration. You're having to understand the amount of load being put on the brakes when it's under regen versus when it's not, varying levels of regen and how that regen kicks in. There is an equation to all of that is way above my intellect grade, I'm afraid to say.
Then there's the subjective factor on top of that to try to make that integration, which may work mathematically, but doesn't feel right to what most people expect it to. So having a driver that can communicate those differences to the engineers is a really important part. And that's why I've had some of these opportunities as being kind of that middle ground of giving the engineers that kind of feedback. And that's really important, because often you can have stuff on paper, it makes sense and it should be this way, but the subjective side it's out in left field. So trying to fine tune it to that level is just on top of what mathematically should be correct.
That's very good. A lot of the race teams that are fast, part of the reason they're fast is that they have a driver that can communicate back to the engineering team really accurately what's going on with the car. I know we have data acquisition, but the driver wants what the driver wants, and if you can articulate it, that makes for a faster race team.
And at any level of racing, from as simple as brake bias to brake compounds, and then probably the most complicated part of brakes is that, as Mike said, that integration of regen with brakes that makes the whole racing complexity and road car complexity to another level when you try to integrate that kind of system and electronics into that. And we're in the industry at the forefront of that. We're just getting our feet wet in that. Still, it's in its infancy and has a long way to go to make it seamless and as if the brakes are just like normal brakes.
This is a great discussion. And we kind of run things up to about the 50-minute mark, so we can kind of keep things going on to the next event. And Mike, I've been asking a lot of questions. Is there something you want to discuss? Is there something you want to talk about?
I think one of the questions that came up was, how does the amateur racer, how should the amateur racer monitor brake temps? Brakes are in general one of the least understood aspects of the car. They typically tend to be taken for granted. And so a lot of times I find when I'm trying to walk somebody through how to make improvements in their package, a lot of times I'm having to gain an understanding of where they are now. And most people don't generally have a very good understanding of where they are now in terms of temperatures and how hot things are running. And so the question I get a lot is, well, how could I monitor that? And, shy of infrareds and telemetry, which is not something that most people are going to have the resources to handle, temperature paint. There are brake temperature paints out there that you can paint on your discs and the cooling vanes that will change color with temperature and at least give you an idea of where you're at least if you're getting hot enough or if you're getting too hot based on the level. And you can go into this and you can research it, but disc temperature paint is a fantastic thing. Caliper temp stickers, they will pop at certain temperatures and tell you about what your operating temperatures are on your calipers. Gaining an understanding of where you're at now to establish a baseline will help you determine the correct ways to move forward if you're going to make changes. And that's a critical element to the whole thing. So I saw the question come up and I thought, I'd really like to address that.
Yeah, that's a great question. And then Billy, we're going to be running out of time soon. What are your plans for 2021? You want to share that with our audience?
I wish I could, but that's not to be announced yet. So if you follow me at all, Billy J Racing, stay tuned.
Okay, we will for sure. And then, as I talk about Brembo, I have in my mind that I wish everybody could go to Bergamo and get the tour that I did of the engineering department and the manufacturing facility. Mike, have you been to the facility back there?
I have, obviously not this year, but
it's something.
It is. It's you know, especially the Stezzano building that they have, and some people are familiar with the Kilometer Rosso, the big giant red wall that you can see from the highway. It like I said, it's something that this company is. There's just an inherent passion that exists in a lot of the people that work for this company. For me, I've been with Brembo now since 2004, and so it's been a great 16 years, and I like working with car guys, and it's interesting to see, despite the different cultures and the thousands of miles that separate us, we all have that same sort of passion and drive and focus. And yeah, I look forward to the days of vaccines and social distancing and all of that stuff sort of coming to the end, and getting back to normal life and getting back over there. I'm looking forward to it for sure.
Well, this is great. And then I just want to say, it was really a great video that we started off with. It is very sexy and shows racing all over the place. And I always think a company like Brembo would be a great video would be the engineering department. Now it's going to be not sexy, but excuse me, guys. But I mean, the engineering department and the manufacturing of Brembo. I mean, it's brilliant what's going on there at Bergamo. And there's a lot of people who would like to see that.
Yeah, it's I don't know. We have some very good looking people working for us. It might be sexy, but
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's we have no, it's it is there's so much more that goes into it than most people realize, and that particular video that we showed at the beginning, I love that was made up of all individual photos, 20-some thousand photos, so almost as many as I have on my phone. And there is so much to the story. There's so much that goes on in racing that a lot of people just really don't even see, and brakes just plays a part of that. There's a lot that goes into all of this.
Well, this has been a great webinar. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Mike. The whole concept is, brakes are a go fast part, especially on a road course. And number two, brakes are complicated. Okay, so as complicated as the motor, and there's adjustments, and there's decisions to be made, and there's the right brake for your racing application. And then, work with Brembo to work through that. They have the experience, the expertise, they've been there, and they can answer your questions. So this has been a really good webinar for me. Thank you so much. Francis, what's next?
It was a good webinar for all of us. So thank you very much. And Billy, I'm jealous because I know what you're going to be doing next. So good track, wishing you the best. Mike, you are perfect. You have such a casual, easy way to explain what brakes, is, and you make it so simple for all of us to really understand. And bravo! Thank you very much. Thanks again, all our friends at Brembo, Caroline and Melissa, for putting this great panel together. Stay with us. I'm going to put you back as attendees. So if you want to come back anytime during the week, you can just simply use the same link. So please stay with us. On to you, Reed, our producer in the ePortrait studio here in LA. We're going to share with you a short video to thank our sponsors.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Welcome back, and thank you for being with us. In the next session, we are going to travel to England and here too, as we have a guest overseas, Tom and Kai, who is here. So we're going to be talking about advanced material in motorsports by Smith High Performance and Power Sport Consulting. It is 9:56. We got Joe Castello back with us. Good morning, Joe. How are you today?
Francisque, good morning. I'm back.
Yes, we missed you yesterday. Joe runs a very successful podcast, many podcasts, and there's so many things, and works with NHRA, and he has a busy schedule, and so we're fortunate to have Joe helping us. And we have three wonderful hosts, Joe Castello, Jeff Hammond, and Brad Gilly, and then of course John Kilroy and Paul Fanner. And the five of them are basically going from one webinar to another, and we're thinking of doubling them next year or next week so we can go 24/7. But before we do that, John, would you like to summarize a little bit how this morning went, and since we have 3 minutes, and what we can expect next, and then we'll let Joe take over.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, I want to say that this next webinar is another one. I look forward to all of them, but I've never been to Smith's High Performance, and it was kind of a new company for me. And right away, as I researched this webinar, it's like, holy crap, where's that company been all my life? So I think this is a revelation to a lot of people, a lot of race teams, and other people need to tune in for sure to this next webinar. And then we'll go from that to HMS Motorsports, Hot New European Products. Joe Marco is really good at being connected. He has a real global perspective. He has 2 retail stores and sells online. And Joe's one of those guys that you just want to pay attention to Joe every time he talks. And then ETS Racing Fuels will be after that about consistency is your secret weapon, Formula Win. And then at noon, we'll have a panel discussion when technical innovation isn't cheating. And just some great sanctioning bodies that are leading towards more run what you brung and fabulous racing in these series as well. So that'll be great. Titanium valve train, used oil analysis, race shop machining equipment, marketing the digital age, crankshafts, connecting rods, rotating assemblies, panel on the media in racing. All that's coming up today. So we have a big day ahead of us yet. You're muted, Matt Francis. You're muted.
Sorry, my apologies. So thank you, John. Thank you, Kai, for putting this webinar together. Kai specializes in, advanced technology, very high-end products here in the US. He has been, a pioneer in working with companies that offer very sophisticated solutions to the market. So we're delighted to have you, Kai, here with us. And
thank you.
also a supporter of the ePortrait platform. He came on recently and we're very appreciative, and we're doing, this is an industry about small businesses, and that's another example of us putting a lot of effort helping all the small businesses out there to really take advantage of this wonderful industry we're all part of. So it is 10 o'clock here in California. Joe, on to you.
Thank you very much, Francisque. John, you guys are doing such a great job. Thank you very much. And to everybody out there around the world watching on ePortrait.com and Racer.com, welcome to you. This has been
So amazing. We all missing out on our trade show season, but to be able to do it right here online, connect and learn as much as we have. Roger Penske, the first day, Chip today, it's just been fantastic. Welcome to Thomas and Kai, Peter. Love the name, love what you guys do. This is a subject because we've discussed the evolution of parts, but materials are what make it possible. And being on the cutting edge of that, you both have had tremendous experience from youth involved in racing, a couple of lifers. So starting out with Tom, why don't you give us your background initially, because this is such a specialized field that you're in and dominating. But we want to know where you got the initial passion.
Well, first of all, thanks a lot for having us. Thanks for the opportunity to present ourselves, our company, Smith High Performance. And it's absolutely a great platform you're providing to the entire community. I was following the last couple of days, the show, and what I could see is this global community in racing, and everyone talks about racing applications, whether it's seat belts or brakes we had before from Brembo, with such a passion. And it is fantastic to see that this global community really has such a big drive, for such a big passion for the sport. It's great to see. So coming back to passion, I think it's my bio. I started watching Formula One races from the age of 4 years. So some might say I'm a bit crazy, but yes, I am. I'm a petrol head. And but during my time at Alcoa, so one of the biggest aluminum producers, of course, Alcoa stands for Aluminum Company of America. I came across the fact that some of these really smart guys working Formula One, NASCAR, IndyCar, whether it's for chassis or engine applications, they're not aware of the latest materials which are being used on aircrafts, but also on the military applications. And they still know, and they're using their materials which are predominantly they've learned from university, whether it's 775, 2618, 2014, or the other alloys or titanium alloys. So I could identify, or we could identify, that there's a lack of know-how, and our ambition is more or less to make these materials available and also to train people on these new niche materials.
Very interesting. And Kai, give us kind of a similar look into your background. I know you've been doing it for over 20 years, and industries in Germany and the United States, materials. You don't look like you've done anything for 20 years, Kai.
Yeah, I think so too. No, jokes aside, thanks again also from my side to having us here on this great event. It's really bringing everybody together. And from my background, I've been wrenching since I was 15 years old on mainly Harley-Davidson custom bikes back then in Germany, and that's where I started my career and my passion around the motorcycle and automotive industry. And when I in the end ended up here in the US, I was involved in quite some high-level racing activities with World Superbike Racing, with Eric Buell Racing back then, and was involved in a lot of engine development there. And this really opened my eyes to what is out there, what can be done. And that was with a lot of help with actually a really sophisticated supply base, a global supply base. A lot of companies from Europe and Asia as well, actually, and the US, obviously. And this really kickstarted the thought in me to start this manufacturer's rep business, where I represent international companies that are not big enough to be present here in the US. So I'm basically their spokesperson and their extended sales arm here in the US, and this goes hand in hand now with Smith's High Performance. So I represent a lot of high performance manufacturers for components, but they really need the materials that Smiths has on hand, and that it was the perfect synergy of bringing this technology and this race level to a global presence, basically, here in the US.
Tremendous. And where would we be? And I guess that brings us to the first question. Advanced materials, the need is driven by performance. We always are finding the weak link in the
chain, whatever that is, and then you strengthen that link, and then there's a new weak link. So talk a little bit about that process, Tom and Kai. Jump in as motorsports and this competition that is constantly happening is forcing people within it to advance their program. And that's when they ultimately come to you guys, folks at Smiths and otherwise, to find the next most strongest thing. So kind of take us through how that all works.
Sure. So like I mentioned earlier, being involved in the automotive and motorcycle and even marine industry, the manufacturers and the race teams, they all want basically the best material that they can have. A lot of materials get their first exposure in really high level, high professional racing, but and so these materials are very exotic for most people and not really accessible. And what I've seen in the engine development world, as well as driveline development world for CV joints, let's say brakes, suspension, connecting rods, crankshafts, valve train, everybody looks for that cutting edge material that gets them to the next level. And keywords like 300M or what is above that? What can we go for? Where can we go further with titanium or special alloys? That's where we basically try to come into play and provide that to a broader audience. And this is where really the synergy comes into play with Smiths High Performance, with me as a sales arm for them here, and bringing that and exposing this to the US customer base, and amateur as well as professional racing.
Tom, if you could expand on that from your perspective, because you've already got my interest peaked thinking about, around the world, everybody talks about unobtainium, right? Like the one material that's going to change everything and make things quicker, faster, and last longer.
That's the business you're in. So this is very exciting.
It's very exciting, and we really enjoy this this field, and this I called it always a playground. Some consider raw materials a bit of an unsexy product. An engine convert piston, aerodynamic parts, completely different story, and a round bar or plate is maybe not as sexy, but we think there's a lot of potential, or we see there's a lot of potential in that. Not just the typical design drivers, which are density, elevated temperature performance, stiffness, creep resistance, corrosion resistance, but also the lifing of products. And we provide tailor-made solutions for pistons, for chassis parts and engine blocks. So with slightly different chemistries, so shrink chemistries, in order to have better fatigue performance, for instance. In terms of the product range, everything from really low density like the magnesium, aluminum alloys, over to heavy metals. A lot of steel materials, Inconel. This is our portfolio, and we're really one of the boutique shops in this aspect.
Okay, and Tom, like the current applications that you're seeing the highest use, as in intensity and like where is the cutting edge?
Well, it's quite difficult to outline a core product because we're involved in so many different areas. But I would say engine components predominantly. However, we do a lot of work on suspension components, shock absorbers, uprights, central wheel nuts, even wheels. But predominantly, I would say the entire engine structure and also the internals.
Very interesting. The torture chamber that is making the power that we drive to the ground. And let's expand on that in that, being here based in the States, it's easy to think that things come from here, but the entire planet is working on different applications. You mentioned military
applications, et cetera. What is usually the primary space, is aeronautics, et cetera? What is the starting point for the creation of these materials that end up in motorsport? Is it typically the military or aerospace, or are some designed specifically for motorsport?
Well, some of the designs are specifically for motorsport, but we have a bit of a different approach. So we take materials which have been predominantly developed for the aircraft industry, because obviously the biggest volumes drive this development for these alloys. And but hardly anyone knows about these materials. They are developed by the big plants, by the big mills, and go directly into the Boeings, the Airbus, et cetera, et cetera. But the motorsport industry does not know about these materials, and this was the approach Rob Kitchen founded Smiths High Performance, that this job is communicated, that people can use these materials, and these materials are available. This is the most important point. And we take our laboratory, we use our laboratory to make fatigue performance tests of elevated temperature tests, and then we approach the subcontractor industry or the OEMs. Look, we have 2 or 3 new candidates for pistons, for example, back-to-back tests against a baseline alloy 2618, and usually they take it off and use it in the engine.
Very interesting. Cost-wise, always a factor. You know, I'm thinking about the way this development has occurred, and there's always startup and additional R&D, and then once that you want to maximize your profit after you've created this, and that's why
Motorsport is great, because they only make so many planes, and there's race cars all the time, and our guys, they're pushing their stuff to the edge, but they also consider cost. So cost-wise, for some of the companies out there, like how much more of a challenge is it to bring something in that we, frankly, like you just said, haven't heard of?
Well, that's absolutely true. So Paradise City is more or less over. In every race category, we do see cost caps coming in, more emphasis on cost sensitiveness. On the other hand, we do see a lot of applications, for instance, engines, gearboxes, but also other parts who have longer lives. So in Formula One, we have only a couple of engines per the race season. So the value of the material in use, but also the part gets a longer lifetime, which puts more emphasis on the fatigue performance on the individual material. Yeah, and this pays off. But you're right. Some of the niche materials are more expensive than conventional materials, but with standard or industrial quality, you do see a different performance level, but also fatigue life level.
How do you want to build on that?
Sure. Yeah. As Thomas said, in general, yes, most of the materials that are advanced materials, that's the topic of the webinar, are not as common, obviously, as other materials. So they are sometimes even still in the development stage. So that elevates the cost initially. What we try to explain and justify, basically, especially in professional racing, is that it's not about heavy investing. It's more about smart investing into the right material that gets you through the finish line. And when you consider the overall cost of a race team per weekend, and you save on a marginal material cost of a critical component that might not survive a whole race weekend with a sealed engine, your overall costs are much higher. So it's really about thinking about where to apply your budget and do it thoroughly with proper design decisions, and that's where we support design engineering with material suggestions for various applications as well.
I think that's been the topic that we've all been on now for several years. We understand, but it's kind of challenging sometimes. I'm sure this is what you guys fight. You mentioned
Formula One with just a couple of engines, so the cost per engine is going to go way up, but you're using way less. And so at the end of the year, you've spent less, but it's hard to make people understand that. I'm sure that's what you guys fight all the time, initial investment versus long-term expense. And it seems basic though, right? Like we're taught right from the beginning, like, you know, you don't have to do things twice.
Yes, but there are a lot of I would say communities where there is a certain knowledge base based on certain materials, and it always takes a little extra motivation or extra emphasis to make this next step, and that's obviously the art and challenge to educate, and that's why webinars like this are very important as well for us to get the exposure and to educate everybody, not just professional race teams, but as you know, the aftermarket scene and the amateur racing scene is huge in the US. So making them aware that this is available, and instead of going through X number of parts, let's try to help you make it right and go through less parts.
That makes sense. And the competition is not just on the racetrack. The competition is in the free market. And if a slightly smaller company wants to leapfrog their competition in terms of performance, this is one of the ways they can with better core materials. Thomas, question for you. People are interested, you know, like where we're talking
Worldwide is our audience right now. Where are some of these materials coming from that you guys are using at Smith's High Performance?
Well, from all different areas globally, but predominantly, you know, one of the leading companies are sitting in the US, and so we're sourcing a lot of materials from the US or their foreign abroad subsidiaries. Then they're booked into our warehouse system, and we follow a really strict and traceability system. So it's a barcode system. So certain products are linked to certain articles, whether it's an upright or a piston or conrod, and we define more or less with a customer the specification. We have a traceability code even for the cutting device, which just cuts this very product, and also in certain areas at the location where the cut has come from. So this is absolutely mandatory for our high-level customers, that we're able to trace back any batch, but also the cutting history within our company.
That's important, just to keep track of quality control. And I think that's a good thing to expand upon. Kai, feel free to jump in. Tom, jump in that. Let's, you know, we've kind of identified some potential fields and manufacturers that could be
interested in trying to raise their raw material game. So how does it work? Like, how do they reach out, and time frame? What is time frame for, like, someone sees this and they say, hey, listen, I'm making shocks. I'd love to investigate some sort of new, stronger, better material to make my product better. What is the scope of the time frame for how long it takes, and how long will it take before they can get their new material?
Yeah, I think timing is always of the essence, especially in racing and in product development. If you're developing a new product, you want to be able to sell it in the next season. So right now, since it is a US owned company, but warehousing is currently, for example, in the UK. But from a timing perspective, we're with Smith's High Performance. I was personally very impressed by the actual operating performance of the company. If we get a quote, for example, one day, next morning I have, or an RFQ, I'm sorry, I have a quote from the team in the UK next morning, usually, if we have something in stock. And if we do have the material in stock, we can ship basically within 24 hours, meaning the customer can have worldwide, on a global basis, their material within 3 to 5 days. So, and that's really the core aspect where we set ourselves apart from another either standard material stockholder, where we have exclusive materials or very exotic materials that can be available very quickly, and that is huge for us, and I think that's a big selling point to the customers. The customer base also here in the US, especially high performance, high level racing companies, are demanding on a monthly basis, when do you have warehousing here in the US? And the initiative is clearly there. We are, as I said, I started with Smiths as an extended sales arm here in April this year. So we are ramping up this demand, and once the business case justifies it, we definitely have that in our in our pipeline of the concept to bring the same concept that we have in the UK here into the US.
Yeah. Logistics is very important. Tom, you want to build on that?
Yeah, just a quick comment from my side. I mean, they're brilliant material suppliers out there, but our business concept is really tailor-made for the prototype industry. So we speak the MotorSpeed language, and we know about lead times, but also about smaller quantities or no minimum order quantities. And our target, our aim is to take away a lot of headache from the industry in terms of lead times, but also in terms of minimum order quantities. Right. And this is our core message, that we are for the prototype industry tailor-made in terms of supply, package solutions, and also warehouse systems or consignment stocks.
Very, very significant. All right, so getting a little close, getting to the wind down, I do have a couple of questions that I want you to indulge me, because this is an area that I think, you know, you've got a
very specific audience for this, but the ones that know what they need, their ears are up right now. But many of us who are just really interested in the business and motorsport in general, I can think of a couple of questions that I'm going to hit you with. But first, for people out there that are the target, that immediately are sparking on this and saying, wow, I want to connect with these guys, where and how should they connect with you to begin the conversation of evolving their product and using some of these new materials?
Yeah, so here in the US, clearly contact me either on my Powersports Consulting website. Powersports Consulting LLC is my business. I do run my communication for Smiths High Performance through a Smiths High Performance email, so don't get confused on that aspect. But I am dedicated for Smiths High Performance here in the US, and I correspond basically on a daily basis with the team in the UK and take care of any needs that come up from the US market.
Excellent. Excellent. Tom, got anything you want to add?
Yes, as Kai mentioned before, also reactivity is one of our biggest mission statements. We want to be back with a quotation within a couple of minutes or hours, and once the material is ready for shipment, it's done on the same day. And this is really a tailor-made solution. The entire sales and team is trained for that. And we do know and understand the racing industry and the quick demand.
Excellent. So from the layperson terms, you know, movies make new materials a sexy thing. I think about like the Iron Man suit, the Captain America shield. You guys are working with that kind of thing on a daily basis. You know, obviously the Hollywood version is what I'm talking about.
But you guys deal with the real stuff. What impresses you? Knowing that this is your daily business, the fact that human beings have been able to make what?
Tom, do you want to jump on it first?
Well, a crazy Austrian recently jumped from the stratosphere, right? So we're working with all kind of different markets. We're also working with satellite companies up in the space. But you also work with prosthetics. So predominantly, of course, racing, but basically we work with every engineering sector where we're able to put a smile on engineers' face.
Yeah, and for me, since I have been in the engine development myself, and I dealt with like titanium valves and things like that, when I hear, oh, they have a material in development that is even 15% lighter and 40% stiffer than a standard titanium valve, that makes my eyes pop out of my head, and I think, man, this is cool stuff, and this makes it sexy to
it does.
be in this industry, you know.
Well, and as Tom said at the very beginning, and I see Francisqui's on here, so I want to just thank you, gentlemen. But this interview started off talking about passion, and you clearly have it. And it's
something that it is the root, it is the core. We can't do what we do with these amazing parts and machines without strong, solid core materials. So I appreciate you coming on here, you sharing your business, and most importantly, your passion for what you do. Thank you both.
Thank you so much for your time.
What a great webinars. It was very important for us to, show the world to advanced material is really advanced technology, and that's what's driving this industry. This is an industry about innovators, about entrepreneurs, and we basically, just coming up with new solutions, new ideas, new matter all the time, and that's fascinating. Kai has been very, very good at that, and is an engineer passionate with all those, technology, has been bringing some really cool stuff to the market here. So I wish Kai the absolute best. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. I grew up watching Formula One, so I've always, love F1, and in terms of technology, yeah, they tend to kind of lead the way. But here in America, you have also technology absolutely fascinating. That Joe is an expert of drag racing. It's not that same technology used but to get a car to go from 0 to 330 miles an hour in 3.5 seconds or whatever, that's a tremendous amount of technology, engineering, thinking, and new light materials, and people are just always looking for that. So thank you guys for being part of this. This is wonderful. Stay with us. We have a few minutes before our next session. So we're going to move you back as attendees. That way you can stay with us. Joe, stay with us 1 second while I do this and bring our next panelist. And any thoughts, since you've joined, you have run a few webinars since the beginning of the week, Joe, so I know you have a few more coming. Any thoughts on this week?
Oh, it's been fantastic. I've got people reaching out
off the air about it, people that are signing on, people who are, my podcast listeners on my WFO radio podcast too, because I've been doing some shows in between and talking about who's going to be on. Obviously, the Nitro crew chiefs were incredible, and my drag racing friends, but to see Chip Ganassi, to see Roger Penske, to see how confident they are about the future, I think is very important for people right now going through what we've all just been through and are still going through, frankly, with our worldwide pandemic. To see people the stature of Chip and Roger, and even my Nitro crew chiefs, guys like Jim Oberhofer and others, business people who are entrepreneurs that we're speaking with, like our last two gentlemen, planning for the future, making bold steps, moving forward with their business. What does that do? It gives me confidence that not only are things going to be okay, but things are going to be good and maybe better than they've been as we continue to move forward. And this kind of energy only comes from these information exchanges that you've put together here at ePart Trade, or if we were at a trade show, getting out of your own bubble, your own sphere of influence, hearing what other people have to say. And why on earth are they so energized about the future? Well, the answer is they're confident, and that makes me confident. And I think that's infectious and positive, and that's what I'm all about. And that's why I'm happy to be able to get this and be a part of it. And I see folks like Jeff Hammond, who I am a fan. So it's good on all fronts.
Hey, Jeff, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Francis. And I appreciate that, Joe, very much. You about got me flustered because of that right there. But I've enjoyed sitting here listening to you do your job and last a little bit. And you did an excellent job right there getting that information and giving me a better insight about where the new technology is getting ready to lead us. Kind of like, space age stuff that's child's play. We're going Captain America now.
Well, exactly. And I'm sure that you went through that experience as a crew chief, like trying to find what was better without anyone knowing that you were doing it.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, you got to realize that in the very beginning, for race cars and let's just go, chassis and stuff was whatever they came out of Detroit with. And then we turned right around. We started using basically black pipe, plumber pipe almost to build roll cages. And now, we're special moly, chromoly tubing and everything like that has progressively got improved upon. And everything about it that you were touching on, the sophistication of making a product that's great, perfect. And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you very much. It is 10:30. We'll welcome Joe Marco. Joe, on to you.
Great. Thank you. It's glad to have this opportunity to get information out to the public on a couple of new products that we have. I'm here with Billy Glavin, who's our Director of Business Development. We get to be in front of his really nice M1 Pro car, which is one of very few around. So we figured it's a nice setting for racing people. We've got two cameras here, so hopefully we can show and talk and do different things. First product that we're going to introduce, and our topic is products that we're bringing in from Europe, is our new Schubert SF1 carbon helmet. And basically this is the official unveiling. So it comes in a really nice bag here. It is a carbon helmet that's an SA 2020 and a FIA 8859 helmet. It's made of T700 carbon, and you can see the quality of the carbon. It's laid in a horizontal direction, which is really kind of cool. And as the helmet comes, it comes with this really kind of a cool tinted visor. You would think that it's not really colored. It's really a clear visor with a very, very, very slight reddish tint that just kind of takes that edge off the sun, but it's good for all day, all night, as much as you want to drive it. It's made in an autoclave, and it's made in the same factory and the same workers that make all of our F1 helmets. And that's kind of where Schubert's had its start, and really it's been limited. This is the first time they've developed anything other than the 8860 or the top of the model helmet. Now what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about the weight. So overall, it's about 3 pounds in average size. It comes in sizes 53, 54, 57, 59. Then that's in a smaller shell, and the larger shell, it comes in a 60, 61, then a 62 and a 63. So there's two different shells that go. Inside the helmet, it has an option inside for your ears, either ear cups or comfort cushions. And it will come with both of them in the helmet. So both, you'll be able to put whichever one you prefer to have. The ear cup will dramatically cut down on the noise that you're going to hear into it. And the ear cups can have built-in integrated electronics with the ear cups. Ventilation in the helmet is quite impressive. It's all developed in a wind tunnel, which Schubert has their own wind tunnel. You've got 6 holes at the top here for air coming in, and we can put a top air system on it for whatever kind of racing. We even have for NASCAR, we have a top air which goes through the 6, and then it comes around the front and gives air into the front of the helmet here. So there's a lot of different ways. The front, it gives you quite a bit of ventilation. We tried it some on a go-kart track, and the air, the way the EPS is built inside the helmet, there's channeling the EPS, and the way that the crown pad is built, the crown pad actually has a stiffer foam on the side that goes against the helmet. And what that stiffer foam does is it prevents, when you put your head in it, to block off those channels. So you always get an incredible amount of airflow. Even we found on a sedan out at VIR a couple of weeks ago, we were still getting air into the top of the helmet that you could feel even through the head sock, even when you're inside a car, as long as the windows were open. The back of the helmet has 6 ventilation places to let the heat come out. So it's a really great. The visor, aside from it looking cool and having a great tint to it, it comes standard with a inner insert, which is called a pin lock. Okay, and what that does is it's an anti-fog. Rather than having a coating or an anti-fog treatment, it actually is a complete extra lens that goes inside where there's a pocket of air in between the outer and the inner lens, and that will protect it from getting fogged up. So it's an optimum performance for anti-fog. And what you get, it comes off also with tear-off posts. And then you'll notice that the visor lock, if I press it down once, now I'm still going to get air underneath here, but I've got a solid lock. And then if I press it down again, then I got a firm lock. We'll keep all the air, all the dust out. We've designed it in such a way that if you're doing like off-road racing, dirt track type stuff where you get dust and dirt, the visor seal is an absolutely perfect visor seal, so you're not going to get any intrusion of dust and dirt, especially like Baja type situations and situations like that. If you are in that kind of environment, we have the ability, we have inserts in here that can be replaced with the mesh, which provides airflow, which can be solid aluminum pieces that will replace it. So it's really, optimally set up for that. Now the integrated electronics, okay, if we show, we've got a kit laying out here, you can see the kit that you're looking at on the left there, you can see the 2 ear cups. We have that either with a boom mic or inside the helmet, we actually can do an integrated mic. And you can see in the front there, so there's an integrated mic which is adjustable to go up and down, and it can go in and out. All electronics are designed, there have been channels created within the EPS so that the electronics are totally hidden behind the EPS and protected. All the electronics are made actually in our facility at HMS for worldwide installation. The ear cups have the special cutouts to locate the microphones or the speakers. So you've got excellent sound for within the ear cups. The fitment is very comfortable. It's easy to get the helmet on and off, whether you use the ear cups or the optional comfort cushions. When you have the electronics in the helmet, it will have a cable coming down with either the default will be an IMSA type connector on the cable. And if you look on the side of the helmet there, you can see for an earbud, we have a unique clip. Okay, that clip is designed so that there's no holes or anything drilled into the helmet. It just solidly clips into the back, has secure in the back, and then it keeps the earbud connection parallel with the outside of the helmet. So there's nothing that could get caught on the helmet relative to a net or anything that has to do with a net. So really a lot of attention to all of the details and everything that we've done. The helmet is $1949. That's a MAP price, and that's pretty much what it will be held to. The electronics are optional, so you can have electronics with ear cups, with an integrated mic, electronics with an ear cup, or with a boom mic, or you can have, we have MRTC if you're in Europe and you're racing IMSA and you need to have the additional sensors in there to be able to tell which driver and the car number. All that stuff is readily available in all different kits that come with the helmet. So we were really proud. We've gotten about 25 helmets that came in a couple of weeks ago, our very first ones, and we kept 3 for ourselves, and the rest of those are sold. And we have a shipment of several hundred coming in on the 3rd or 4th week of January. And we have already dealers signed up. A couple of dealers put in some very large orders, and all the sizes that I mentioned will be available. So we're hugely, we're excited. We've been working for a couple of years to get this ready to go for the market. And we worried about the details on every bit of quality, and we're pretty impressed with where we're going to be. I don't know if you had any questions on that.
I am right now. I'm kind of like speechless. I'm sitting there thinking about, all the drivers I've ever worked with and how they would respond to something like this. I mean, the wow factor would be off the chart because you've addressed so many different issues that drivers will come, in the process of getting ready for a new season in particular. And it looks like they have checked every box that I can see. I don't know what more you could do. That may have been, and I hate to say this there's so many great helmets out there. It could wind up being almost the perfect helmet ever. And guys, y'all work in an industry, and maybe I'm getting too off the chart here with my assessment, but that's what I'm seeing.
Everybody who's tried it on has been, we have not yet found a person that's tried it on where it didn't really fit quite well. It's fairly tight. going on, and the way that the foam has been designed, a lot of detail is that. So a lot of helmets, when you put on a helmet, the foam, your cheeks are really, really, really pinched. Okay, and you needed to do that because of the foam to keep it tight. But what they've designed is that the cheek pad actually has a more rigid foam around the outside that fits along the jawbone, and it's a little bit softer on the inside. So you still got the solid, secure fit that you need through the with the EPS and with the lock the helmet on the head, but you're not having to bite your cheeks quite as much. And all of the crown pads and the cheek pads are all totally interchangeable. So if you need a little bit more room in the cheeks or a little bit less room in the cheeks, we're all good to go with that.
Well,
So
we've already got a question right here, and I think you kind of addressed it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Michael Osen would like to know, do you have special applications, for rally, motocross, drag racing, and drifters? I mean, is it one?
As far as the drag racing goes, we have the ability to close off all of the, in certain classes in drag racing, you need to make sure that you've got the seals and everything is absolutely closed off. So we do have inserts that will go in here in the top that you can replace all these with solid pieces so that you get no air or anything else coming into the helmet. And then as far as the seal, I know that for like Top Fuel, they need a special seal there. We haven't done that yet, but it's something that we clearly could do or would be willing to do if somebody was looking for it in that standard. We do also have our 8860 helmets, which are primarily Formula One style helmets. So it's like an 8860 APB. It's only available in limited sizes, and it's about $5,600, $5,700. But it's really, that's more of a, the way Schubert has always been in the past before this has been not a generic off-the-shelf product, but one that's absolutely custom fit for everything. We can do a lot of fine tuning in this helmet off the shelf and your dealer. And we're hoping if any of you out there are dealers, we are signing up dealers right now. As I said, we've got 3 dealers that have already placed some fairly significant orders, but we are open for dealers. We have very excellent margins for dealers. And we have a full range of air spoilers and different pieces that we can use, for top airs, for a spoiler that comes off the traditional one off the back for type karting. So for pretty much any kind of motorsport, we've got it. We've got a couple of Formula Drift drivers. Ryan Turk's going to be the first guy with it in Formula Drift. So, I think it's going to take off. We have a Sun Peak that which is very popular with certain types of racing. So yes, we're addressing pretty much every type of racing that's out there.
All right, I want to bring Billy in here because I know he's standing over right now. Feels like, hey, nobody wants to talk to me.
Oh, he's Billy, on the next part. He gets the whole next part.
Oh, he gets to do the whole next part? Okay, yep. Well, I want to make sure you get in here. I've got some follow-up questions on the helmet, but I want to get Billy, talking about what he's got new for us.
Yeah, so what we've got now is a RaceSense, and I'll let Billy.
This is a product I'm very excited about. This came out of the UK just a month or two ago. That's a RaceSense tire gauge. It does both your pressures and your temperatures all in one gauge. It's a really nice unit, very nice case. The biggest thing that I like out of this unit is it takes away a lot of paperwork. Most of us who've done racing professionally know that when a car comes in off the track, you have one guy taking pressures, one guy taking temps. They all write it down on a piece of paper, hand it up to the crew chief, hand it up to the lead engineer. At the end of a session, you end up with stacks of these tire notes. This gauge takes care of all of that. So you turn it on, you can use it as a single gauge. I'll come over here and show the camera over here. You can use it as a single gauge to just set your pressures before you go on track. So it just becomes a regular standard gauge. But the really nice feature is when you turn it over to the 4 tire mode, which I'm showing right now on the screen here, if you can see that. So what that does is it will tell you which corner to start. So if you're your tire guy, you don't have to think and remember which corner to start on. This is now telling the tire guy to start on the right front. That's what we have this particular setup for. In the setup mode, you can change it to start on any corner. So depending on where you're racing, obviously for circle track racing, you're going to probably go right front, right rear, left front. For road course racing, you might go the different direction, but all that is changeable in the settings. What this now does is it will walk you through the car. So as a tire guy, car comes in, I go to take my pressure. I don't have to hit any buttons. I just put it on the tire, and it's now showing me I'm at 16.4 PSI, and I take it off, and it's now logged that data. Now it is telling the tire guy to go ahead and take your temperatures at this particular corner. This is how we have it set up. So it's asking me for my outer temp first. I hit that. I hit one button to record it once the temperature stabilizes. Then I move to my middle, and then I move to my outer. And now it moves me to the next corner. You can see where it goes to the right rear. So it would walk the tire guy around the car. We have it set to go P's and T's is what we call it. So pressures and temps at each corner. You can set it to go pressures first and then come around and do temps, or temperatures first and then come around and do pressures, or temperatures only. The gauge is actually smart enough to know when the probe is plugged in. So if you don't want temperatures on a particular run, you just don't unplug, you just unplug the probe, and now it won't ask for temperatures. If I go to take a pressure again, it will just move on to the next tire, and it won't ask me for the temperature. So I don't have to hit any buttons to skip over taking temperatures. All I did was unplug the probe. From here, this is where the device really gets very handy for racers. There is a way on the front of it, an NFC connection, for me to download the data I just recorded onto a smartphone, like an iPhone or an Android. That data then gets logged with the GPS location of where I took it, the time, the temperature at that location, and stored both in the device as well as my phone. And at the end of an event, I can take that data and export it to an Excel sheet, which you can see up on the laptop here. So this Excel sheet has all my runs from that particular day, categorized by time, location, date, my right front max pressure, my right front end pressure. So this gauge also is smart enough to record your bleed down. So when you come in off of the track and you want to bleed it down, so I'm at 16.3. Say my engineer says, all right, bring it down a pound, and I bleed it down to half a pound, let's say, and I take it off. It's now recorded in the data set, that bleed off. And so you have that recorded for posterity so that you can set your next set of tires at the starting temperature, already accounting for how much your build was. So that's all accounted for in the data. Then if you come back to the data set and you keep scrolling over to the right, it has all your temperatures, outer, inner, or outer, middle, inner, all the way across all 4 tires. And then at the very end of the document, it has the ambient air temperature, the ambient air pressure, the car number, any notes that your tire guy might have added, the weather at the time of the reading, the wind direction, and the wind speed. All of that is logged in a sortable CSV file from Excel, and it will hold up to 100 outings. So you could do a whole race weekend and not even have to download the data, or you can do it after every run. You could do it after, once at lunchtime, once in the evening. And now you have, without any paperwork, without any written down notes, you have all your tire data stored on a sortable CSV file that you can have a running log for your entire race season of where your pressures started, where they ended, your temperatures, all sorted by geographical location, by track, by time, by day. It's really a huge advance in tire management and tire data keeping. And it effectively eliminates 2 guys having to do tires and 3 different hand notes getting passed around to the lead engineers. It's I've been very impressed with it. I've used it since Petit Le Mans with IMSA all the way up until now for testing, and it's been very effective. Some of the other features that this device has is you can have up to 7 different pages. So this is on page 2, and each page has its own ability to have a different setup. So you could set it up so that each page is a set of tires. So say you're a late model guy and you have 5 sets of tires in a given weekend, you could set each page to record a different set of tires. Or if you're like me and you run 5 different cars in a weekend for a vintage event, I can have a page per car with their number distinguishing which page that car is on. So car number 3 is on page 1, car number 99 is on page 2. And now anytime my tire guy takes a reading from any of those cars, as long as he does it on that car's page, it's now sorted by car number. So when I go back and look at it at the end of the weekend, all my data is stored by my car number. So I don't have to have separate gauges for each car. I can do everything with 1 gauge.
Now, alternatively, that's being increased to be 12 to 16 for a NASCAR type setup. For rather than using it for different cars, you can use it for different sets of tires. So we've had a couple of the NASCAR teams that have tried it We're at 7 now. We were going up to 12, but we're actually going to go up to 16, which is for Atlanta. For example, Atlanta next year is the maximum number of sets of tires between practice and running that they'll have. So RaceSense is out of the UK, and they are extremely. It's a small company, but it's a very technically oriented company. They build all the stuff right at their facility, and they're very adaptable to improvements as we've been going along. So it's a really outstanding product from that standpoint.
Well, the other thing real quick here, when you're making the program, does it allow you to take and put the spring rate as well as the tire codes and rollout and everything? Is that have a category for that?
It doesn't have a category for that, but it does have, so if you go into the setup menu,
yep,
you can see, you can set your car number, your units, so you can do it in PSI or bar. You can do it in what degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit, day, month, year. You can do your order of tire P's and T's. You can do gauge mode. You can set your corner, which one you start on. You can set the direction which you go. You can set the offset pressure. So if you have, again, for a tire guy, the engineer can come in here and set what his ideal hot temperature pressure is. And then you can have the tire guy just have the offset. So the tire guy doesn't need to know what pressure we're shooting for. He just needs to know how far off he is. So the gauge will tell him plus a pound or minus a pound. So when he's setting the tires up after a run, he just bleeds it down to 0 or adds air to get to 0. And now the tires are set to what your engineer wants, which is what we end up using, because our engineer will give us the tire pressures. And then my tire guy doesn't have to have a note telling him what pressures you're shooting for. And that's all changeable on the screen.
And because you're going to CSV,
how hard is it to set up?
Give you the ability to add fields to the CSV file for that information.
And I'm sorry, what was your question?
How hard is the program to set up, you know?
It's all done right here on the gauge. So let's say I wanted to change my left front tire pressure to, let's say I want to go up to, I don't know, or down to 29 pounds. You just hit that and just move on. Wait for it to stop flashing. And then now you're ready to move to the next tire. And you can do this for all 7 pages. So we do this. This is a pre-event checklist that we do. We have it set for all of our cars. We know what our target pressures are. And that way, when my tire guy gets to the track, everything's already done. And all he does is change the page to the car number that he's reading that's coming off the track. And we have the data logged for the rest of the weekend. No paper notes, no handoff notes. And then my engineer, whenever he wants to look at the data, like at lunchtime, he just comes over, grabs the gauge and puts his phone against it and exports the file off via his phone.
So that would work on a phone or like an iPad? Or
Yep. And then you can, if you don't want to do it via a phone, you can also hook it directly to a computer with the USB cord. So if you don't want to deal with that handoff, you can still use it directly to a computer. This is also how it charges. So it's got a lithium ion battery inside of it that charges it. That's good for 24 hours of continuous use and 30 days of standby use.
And the idea of using the phone is what will give you automatically all the weather data and the environmental data. So it's kind of important if you want to factor that in a major way to do that, just sync it with your phone and let the phone then dump it to the CSV file on the computer.
So you got the air pressure gauge that came out of the UK. And again, I've had a couple of people here that are curious about that Schubert stuff, helmet and everything. It's still coming out of Germany, right?
Yeah, well, so actually all of the Schubert Motorsport helmets are made by their wholly owned division called Teca 25 in Italy. So the carbon shop where everything is made and where all the components are made is done actually in Italy, and they are the ones that have been historically making all of the shells from the Formula One helmets, and it's a small shop. There are about 6 people there that are do all the assembly. It's exactly the same people doing the assembly there.
So would it be a appropriate question here? I know Henry Roberts said he thought that Schubert only made helmets for Formula One and top professional motorsports, but it looks like they're branching out and touching on a lot more.
Well, so this is basically the first step. It's only a carbon helmet. We don't have a composite helmet yet. We may work towards a lower, not the 8860 ABP, which is the, with the integrated design line, but the one just below that, we may come out with something like that early next year. But so we're taking our time. We want to do it right. That's the main thing, is we need to make sure that whatever we do, that it's as perfect as it possibly can be. And we put a lot of time and effort over the last year and a half in getting this, right. And obviously it makes sense to do it with the new Schnell standard at the same time. So we didn't want to try to develop something for the old standard and then have to go and switch it. So we kind of timed everything to be at this. And we've had a lot of experience in working with another helmet that prior to this. And so we learned quite a bit over 6 or 7 years. And we basically tried to take that knowledge and work with Schubert very closely to get this to happen. So both the SF1 Pro and the RaceSense are products that are dealer oriented. So we want to get them to dealers where you can go into a shop, you can try on the helmet, which is always the best way, and you can pick up your RaceSense at a local dealer. Of course, they're also available at HMS. But if you're looking for new products and you're a dealer, give us a call.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's what they need to do. I see Francis is here. We got to kind of wrap this thing up. Guys, thank you very much. A very informative, and we've got 2 great products right now. They're being introduced now by HMS, and you guys do an outstanding job. A lot of moving around. We got a chance to see everything from A to Z that you got at least in front of you. And I'm sure that these are going to be widely used by the start at least of race season. It looks like in not only NASCAR, but probably around the country, it looks like, from drifters or anybody else. So
we certainly hope so.
Yep.
Joe, I mean, congratulations on the productions. You guys deserve like a round of applause. I mean, beautiful job. What a show. I would like to say a big thank you to Joe. Joe is an expert in safety. Joe participated in 2 of the ePortrait Live Tech webinar series back, in September and then in August. I can't remember exactly when exactly, but he did 2 sessions. One with LaJoy on seats, and then another one he brought
Tom Gideon.
Yeah, exactly. Retired from NASCAR, a wonderful man, and they really had a full session on safety. He shared with us all his knowledge. He's a wonderful man. I'm a big fan of HMS. Really, when it comes down to safety, driver safety, they are the expert. And then this time they wanted to do some product introduction, but we'll have Joe again on the 1 hour driver safety webinar, because there's so much to learn from Joe and from everyone at HMS. So great stuff, you guys. Thank you very much. Again, those products are on ePortrait as well. Go ePortrait.com, log in. We showed you how to do it many times. Click I want more information, ask your questions. Somebody at HMS will get back to you. And so Jeff, thank you very much. Now we're going to—
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys.
So Joe, stay with us. I'm going to move you back as an attendee. That way you guys can still watch the other session, come back in and anytime you want. So please stay with us. And while we do this, I am going to bring Joe Castello as a host for the next session. So Joe Castello, are you there? Okay, I think we got Joe, and Jeff is still with us. So Joe Castello will be joining us, and here we are. Welcome back, Joe. So this session, now we only have 2 minutes, so we won't have time to run our typical sponsor video, but we'd like to say a big thank you to our sponsors: ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race powered by BorgWarner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shop, AM Performance Electronics. And as a matter of fact, ETS is with us right now. Beth is back again. She was on a panel yesterday evening talking about women in motorsport. That was a terrific panel, and she opened a lot of eyes, and how many women are working in the industry and how important of a role they play. And so everything will be available on video. So if you missed that session, you'll be able to watch that later. But today we're going to talk fuels. and we're going to talk fuel with a French company. And so I'm going to speak French with my friend Bruno, who is coming from there, right, Bruno?
I don't know if you can hear me, but
we can hear you without any French accent, just like me.
Thank you. But apparently you don't have any video so far.
No, but we will ask you to start your video, and that should bring you on. So hopefully, now every okay, there you are.
There you are. Okay, here we are. Okay,
it is 11 a.m. We start within the clock, and so good morning to you in California. Good evening to you guys in Europe, and Joe Castillo will be your host. So I will leave you guys together, and then we'll see you in 50 minutes.
Wonderful.
Excellent. Excellent.
Thank you very much. Welcome to all of you. Super excited. Jeff Hammond and I doing a little tag team back and forth with our seminars, and super excited to see the flow of the seminars, because we're really going around the world of the racing industry, from materials and now to fuels. Neither we about either of these two. So it is very exciting. Beth, I would love for you to start us off, because you have such an amazing bio. You have worked with some of the best and most amazing people involved in racing. Think of Sergio and others. Tell us a little bit about yourself, for those who didn't see you the other day, and we'll dive in with ETS and talk about some of the aspects of this company.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And thanks again for having us and allowing us to introduce ETS a little bit more to some of your listeners and some of the viewers today. So yeah, I have a background in automotive and racing. On the factory side, I worked for Fiat Chrysler and was lucky enough to work with some very fine folks there on some really exciting programs with both with NASCAR and Viper Racing, where we had the Viper running in the GT Le Mans class in IMSA. And in a very short amount of time, we're able to achieve a championship there. And but in addition to that, I was also in charge of running the marketing and operations for the SRT Performance brand, which at the time was the idea was to have it be a standalone brand within Fiat Chrysler. So the idea of having a high-end brand and part of a larger portfolio was a great experience, which kind of leads to where we're going here with the talk we'll have today about ETS. But yeah, a lot of different professional racing programs, grew up racing, and am glad to have joined this company, ETS Racing Fuels, last year as we look to grow the business within North America. It's been around since started in 1989. I'll let Bruno tell the backstory because he tells it far better than I could, because he was there and was part of it from the beginning. But yeah, just trying to work on leveraging the wonderful racing network and relationships that I have to see what we can do to get ETS in front of more people and get more people to try it, because certainly once you try it, and the nice thing about fuel, and we'll talk about that, but the nice thing about fuel is I can tell you all about it, but if you try it and notice the difference, then you're going to want to buy it over and over again, because you'll have better results on track.
And there's such loyalty. This is one of those products where there's tremendous loyalty. Once you win people's confidence, they're with you for a long time. I wish you luck. Bruno, tell us that story that you speak so well.
Yeah, thank you. As Beth mentioned, I'm since there pretty much from 1995, and in fact, ETS stand for at that time for ESSO Technology and Services, which was in fact part of the ESSO Research Center, so the old company. And then from there, the main involvement was for the 24 hours of Le Mans programs with very great achievements, as we all know there. And as well, the principle was there to make very specific fuels depending on some targeted properties, and specifically in Le Mans, as an endurance series at that time, the power was important, but as well the endurance and as well the durability of the engine. And of course, it was a very great challenge to develop in those kind of aspects of the fuel, because truly the fuel could bring there some very strong advantages. And so from there, we became completely independent after 10 years, so very late in the 90s, early 2000s, and we were completely independent from Esso, and we have started to develop ourselves to open to other motorsport disciplines, and mostly it was rallying in Europe. As you know, rallying is very famous in Europe at that time and still now. And as well, we developed pretty much a lot in the motorcycles, and specifically in World Superbike specifically with Tenkat Honda. And you mentioned that when you have a winning fuel, a winning product, and working with factory teams and working with people, then you have a link and you have a relationship which is very important and which lasts a lot. And as an example of what you just said, with the Tenkat Honda, we have been working for more than 12 years and having a lot of more than 10 world championship titles in World Supersport, for example. As well, we develop ourselves in the motocross industry, and starting with Suzuki with different world titles in US. We move with Roger De Coster for the US Suzuki MXGP there, the MA Supercross and motocross seasons, with great achievement there as well, and that's why we are still working with them. And then, of course, we diversified after the 2010s. We diversified to many disciplines as MotoGPs, car, rally, rallycross, and for the last couple of years, I would say for 5 years, we started to develop in the drag racing activities. So and this is from the start of within Esso and from now being part of the Haltermann Carless Group since 5 years. And Haltermann Carless Group, who is a very strong solution provider in terms of hydrocarbons, and being part of that group, it has as well leveraged our capabilities of research and development, of access of new products, new components, and so on. So yes, really, this has been a great achievement. And now starting a couple of years ago, we would like to develop ourselves in US. We have already a very good achievement, specifically in the motocross era, and with Supercross and motocross titles, with one with KTM and Husqvarna, that we are very proud of. This is and we are continuing, of course, our development and continuing to develop strongly our portfolio of products, and specifically one of our key aspects, and which probably is a little bit different with some of our other fuel provider, is that we and this is our DNA. We would like to develop specifically first with the factory teams, and with them we are learning the interactions with the key aspects of the engines, of the discipline, and so on. And from there, we are progressing all together and to bring the best solutions.
Excellent. I think it's the idea that you want to work with factory teams is very interesting. Jan, I want to get you involved here in that. First of all, great background. Tell me how your relationship to the company. I see you're on mute, FYI.
Your thoughts on ETS and what it brings to the table.
Thanks for telling me that I'm mute. Indeed, I'm hope everyone can hear me now. So hi, I'm Jan. I'm working for this company over 15 years. I've got a BS degree in chemistry and also a huge achievement into sales. And I've been involved with the ETS Racing Fuel brand for almost a little bit more than 10 years now. I think what can make different, what I think of ETS is totally make difference than our competitors. A way of making the difference is into the relationship and the dedication that we mentioned earlier with working with factory teams. I think it's very key to us, and our relationship stands for a very long time. And I think it's very well appreciated, and it is showing let's say how important it is for us to set up good relationship with factory teams, but also with our partners. When I say partners, it could be suppliers, but it could also be our distributors. So we are building a distributor network. We started, of course, being a European-based company. We started with Europe, but we developed in the USA, and now also we are quite available across the world. I think we are making a good difference with our technical approach. We make no concession on the quality, and I like to say that our product portfolio evolves quite oftenly. We are always on the research to provide more performance to our customers, and the consistency of a product is something which is very, very valuable and loved by our customers. We have a large product portfolio, and from this product portfolio, more than 90% of our products are made with high purity molecules. So it's like cooking, let's say. We always have the same recipe, but what is really important is the consistency of our raw materials. And we apply the same cooking, always weighting very precisely each raw materials, and the raw material being itself extremely pure, batch after batch, you always have the same quality. So you always, year after year, basically have the same performance provided by the fuel. And this is extremely loved, not especially by the factory teams. They totally appreciate that.
That's a critical point, if I can add to that, Jan. So one of the things, we have these factory relationships, but I will say one of the problems as a brand is sometimes, because some of those technical partnerships are a bit behind the scenes, the teams aren't going to necessarily share their secrets, right? Because that's their competitive advantage. So unless we have, depending on the nature of the partnership, we have been supplying to teams around the world that most fans wouldn't know about. There isn't an ETS sticker on the car or the motorcycle necessarily. And the teams may not want to tell their competitor teams that they're using our fuel because because of the terms of the agreement. And why is that difficult? Of course, we want to be able to shout from the rooftops when we've had a championship or some wins. And we do support some teams around the world in different series that we can't tell you about. And they're big names that you've heard of, but because of the terms of our relationship, it's structured as such that we can't tell you. So as you can imagine, it's frustrating sometimes because you'd love to be able to scream that. And to Jan's point about the consistency, the way that can translate to somebody watching from home, it's not just the big teams, even an amateur racer, because of course our fuel is for sale online and at dealers. But why would consistency matter to an amateur racer, even if somebody is, goodness, in amateur motorcycle racing, car racing, rallies, they could be in NASA, they could be in SCCA. Why consistency is going to matter? Many people will just turn up at the racetrack and use the fuel that's on site. And it can vary. You could be at one track one weekend, and a few weekends later, you're somewhere else, and the fuel is different. One thing that is one of the things to think of is why would consistency matter? If you're in the off season like we are now is the time that everybody's looking towards next year, tuning the engine, doing some dyno testing. You can figure out what fuel is going to work best for you and get those results, tune your engine accordingly. And what's nice is when you really kind of settle into the right fuel through the course of your season next year, you can order that fuel to be delivered to your shop, or even delivered right at the track, right at the circuit. So if you're racing on Friday, Saturday, you can have the fuel delivered on Thursday. But there's something to be said for knowing that when you turn up at the track, we all say, racing is sort of minimizing variables, minimizing the curveballs, managing as much as you can. And there's so many things that you can't manage, but knowing that the product is going to be consistent week in and week out, that every keg or drum that you open, it's going to be the same, because that is something that you can run into problems with it. All of a sudden, you don't want to have a bad batch of fuel, but you also don't want to have changing fuel from week to week. So there's something about the consistency of just the product itself, but thinking about that, about planning fuel as a strategy as you race through the year. And again, it's not just for the pros, amateur racers as well. It's something to consider.
Bruno mentioned drag racing, and that happens to be my area of most exposure, as much as I'm passionate about all racing. And so I have some intimate details of stories where, a different batch of fuel or switching from one manufacturer to the other, there were different properties and principles that affected tune-ups, and it drives people crazy because they don't, it's hard to know that. And so would you say that the consistency gives ETS users a competitive advantage? Let's face it, these are racers. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for, as you said, Beth, eliminate a variable or gain an advantage, one or the other. In this case, it seems like you guys are kind of attacking both.
If I may, in a way to explain as well in the consistency aspects, how we are different. As Jan mentioned, we are blending very high purity molecules and not refinery streams, so which is very important in terms of consistency, because we are consistent not only in terms of the fuel properties, but we are consistent at the molecular level, meaning that we blend pure molecules. And as well, we are pretty much the only ones to make the blends on the mass level and not on the volume level, okay? And this is giving us a very high consistency, even not only on the same octane number or the same distillation or vapor pressure and so on the physical properties of the fuel, but as well on the molecular level. Each molecule of the component of the fuel is there at the same purity, at exactly the same level. What is very important in that is that as well, it gives you the same behavior in terms of combustion, okay? And that's very a higher level of consistency. And with that, with such a consistency in terms of at the molecular level, at the combustion level, you have exactly the same combustion process. So in terms of settings, of course, you don't have to change any settings. I mean, you have the same, exactly the same composition on the molecular level. And this, in fact, is very, very, very rare. It's very specific to us.
Very interesting. Quality control, consistency, all things that enable the racers to make changes and know that what they did may have worked or may not have worked, as opposed to the fuel. Now, let's talk a little bit about the fact that a lot of people here in the States, which you're trying to branch out into, I think of drag racing once again, but leaded fuels are still a reality and a thing. How can they safely use unleaded fuels from ETS? What about any concerns that might arise from that aspect?
First, I will say that we provide leaded fuel. So the market of leaded fuel is very specific. And let's say most of the time people that are using leaded fuel, why they do not request truly leaded fuel. So leaded fuel are very important for, let's say, very old engines that need to protect themselves against valve seats recessions. Nevertheless, there still have some solution with unleaded fuel with specific additive technologies that we do supply and provide through our classic racing fuels, for example, or IRF 102 fuel. So these technologies will help to protect the valve seats against recessions. Coming back at the later stage on the octane requirements. So many people think they need very high octane, while it's not always the case. This is the reason why some customers can easily switch from leaded fuel to unleaded fuel. They will potentially not meet any knocking problematic, but also they might find much better performance. Kind of interesting story about leaded fuel replacement, especially in the drag racing. In Australia, in June, July 2019, the Australian states or government, sorry, has banned the use of leaded fuel in the racing activities. So you can imagine that all the racing, drag racing scene in Australia went totally crazy, and were very scared to use fuel which are unleaded. We have had lots of customers switching from leaded fuel into unleaded, and some of them were quite happy with the results. About 2 weeks ago, I took a note here. About 2 weeks ago, we've got a driver named Jason Geckhorst in Australia, which is using a small Chevy engine, 299 cubic inch and 3.8 compression ratio. And he set a new record on the track with unleaded fuel. And of course, the record was owned by a drag racing car with a leaded fuel. So that's a good story that switching from leaded fuel to unleaded fuel is something totally feasible, and it can also help to get higher performances because the new track record is now 8:14 and 164.17 miles per hour.
Wow, you guys are getting a little love in the comment section. I want to put it out there. Is out there, says ETS is a very great fuel
That burns at a lower, cooler rate. I've been trying to get my dirt track customers to use this fuel. I personally did use some. I need to get more to show their quality designed fuel. And then another gentleman says that he agrees with having a consistent fuel source significantly reduces workload for the crew. And so there's two back to back. And so let's talk directly to the people that are the potential customers. And Beth, you have the floor now. You know who's watching and who's viewing, who will watch.
Right.
You want to expand here in the United States. So dirt tracks, drag racing, they can have consistent access. I think that might be the only question mark. Can they?
Yeah. And the other thing so we have also set up an e-commerce site because as we grow, we all know the United States is so terribly large. So as we're building a dealer network, the other option was to, we want to sort of be able to fill that white space because we aren't going to have necessarily a dealer on every corner. And because this is a highly technical fuel, we need to have it in the right places and the right people talking about it and selling it and promoting it. With that said, we also know that there are a lot of race shops, engine shops, and even vintage restoration shops, vintage racing places around the country who might not want to consider selling fuel because they might have a restriction where they can't necessarily keep it in stock. And we know that. So one of the things that we have put together because we have the e-commerce option is we can actually have people be dealers, set them up as dealers who are maybe have a small amount on hand, but realistically would be selling on demand from us, and we would then support from our warehouses. So you could still become a dealer of ETS Racing Fuels and be that fuel specialist for your customers and use your expertise and still be able to sell fuel without having to stock it in any large quantity because of whatever restrictions. And as we said, we can either drop ship it at your shop for your customer to pick up, we can ship it directly to your customer's home, or ship it to the venue where they would be using it, whether it be, be trackside. So if people are interested in becoming dealers, they can go to our website, etsracingfuels.com, and they could just fill out the inquiry to become a dealer. And we'll talk about finding out what's key for your market. We are also, looking into bulk delivery for both races, race series, and circuits as well. But in the meantime, I know that has been, for some shops, it has been a bit of a challenge that they do want to talk about fuel, but they don't necessarily have the ability. They haven't had the ability to sell it, but would like to. So that's sort of a nice kind of hybrid solution that you can either have it in stock or leverage us to sort of hold the stock for you. And then you can recommend it on our behalf. And then, but you would still be a dealer of record. In the meantime, though, anybody can certainly go online and look at the fuel finder. And by all means, a lot of times people have questions about, of course, what fuel is right for me. And, when you look at a portfolio and see so many options, it could feel like it's confusing, overwhelming, but you can also put a question right in through the website and ask us or fill out, we have a questionnaire too, that you can tell us more about your specific type of racing, because as Bruno indicated about all the different Pro Series that we're in, we have fuels that are great for snowmobiles, for jet skis, for drag racing, for just even your track day. Because I know we keep talking about racing fuel, but it's also you should also consider it just as a performance fuel if you're just having if you're going with your Porsche GT3 to a high performance track day. Obviously, you're going to benefit from this kind of fuel. Don't think of it just solely for professional racing series. There are a lot of applications for it, and you can always try it and then and sort of see the difference yourself. Like we said earlier, I mean, don't take our word for it. Try it yourself.
Well, and Marty is in the comment section asking about something like that someone might do, mixing it with regular available consumer pump fuel to increase octane. I think Jan would be the best to answer that. And let me piggyback it with deciding which of the best, which ETS fuel is appropriate for
the needs of the person out there. Like how is that decision made based on compression ratio or engine size? And walk us through that a little bit, Jan.
Yes, so to answer the question, are the ETS fuel mixable with pump fuel? Yes, they are. But will you get the best performance of it mixing our fuel, our premium fuel with a pump fuel? No, it doesn't make truly sense to my point of view. So I would rather recommend to go for a neat 100% racing fuel rather than mixing it with pump fuel. To answer the, yes, please.
Yeah, sorry, just to answer the to this gentleman is that we have a portfolio of fuels with some fuels at the end, what we call the entry level. But our entry level is already of a very good consistency, very good performance and so on. And probably that if this is the price who is important for that for this customer, for this gentleman, as well in our portfolio we have a really a different range of fuels, and we have exclusively for that reasons we have developed our range called Extra Blaze, which is our first range of fuels specifically oriented to have a good performance at a reasonable price, let's say, and typically to address something in regards of being price sensitive, but still wanting to have a very good fuel in terms of consistency and performance.
Very interesting.
And we also, just to say, we also offer some of those in 5-gallon pails. So we have 5-gallon, 14-gallon, and then drums, of course. But that's also a nice size to try fuel. You know, it's not, the Extra Blaze is sort of a nice way, if you've never tried racing fuel before, it's a sort of a nice, easy way to buy a pail or two and again, see for yourself, but instead of having to commit to a larger quantity.
And that was the next question. Jess is out there. And what's great to see is that the comment section has lit up because people are interested and they all have their own unique situation. We've got a gentleman from California on there. He's got a Porsche. He's kind of, his fuel options are limited. And so he's trying to find a solution. But Jess wants to know, and I think you just
answered, maybe it was an incomplete answer though, container sizes. What are all the different sizes available as people are thinking about how much they have, how much they can store, and how, ease of movement is a big part of it when you're dealing with fluid, with liquids?
Absolutely. We have 3 sizes, pails, which are 5 gallons, a keg, which is 14 gallons. So 14 gallons is about 100 pounds. So you could lift it yourself or with somebody else, but you're still going to want a mechanical pump to then, to extract the fuel on race day. And then we've got drums, that's a keg behind you, right, guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the keg. So that's 14 gallons.
14 gallons.
And then a drum size, a proper fuel drum that everybody's familiar with. But otherwise 5-gallon pails, which of course you can, that's an easy size to lift. Certainly for most of our motorcycle customers, they're looking at a 5-gallon, and then they'll use 14-gallon for, larger quantities. But 5-gallon is great for a motorcycle customer, of course, or jet ski with a much smaller tank.
jet skis, motorcycles, and doing a little bit of research about the
company. And you mentioned, Beth, that there are relationships that are unknown, and I can empathize at how frustrating that must be to perform at the highest level and not be able to, as you said, shout from the rooftops.
But stay tuned. We've got some big announcements coming on that.
Oh, look at that with the tease. I love it. And trying to expand the business here. So for folks out there who are, thinking about reaching out to maybe gain the competitive advantage on their competition, you mentioned a website already. Is that the best way for them to contact, reach out, and purchase?
Absolutely. And everything is there. And again, there's a way to just contact us directly. So any questions following up on this or any questions down the line, you can reach right out. And I mean, we're a small company. Once we reply to you, then you have our emails, you have our phone numbers, and we're just really here to answer, just get get your racing on track and your performance fuel on track. So certainly accessible. Jan is always answering we have time zone issues, right? So bless him. Sometimes I lean on him in our afternoon, and it's his late at night, and he answers right away. So the most you'll ever have to wait is usually a day, and that's usually just because of time zones. But more often than not, you're going to get an answer pretty quickly.
People can contact us through the website or through social medias, of course.
Yeah.
So Facebook and Instagrams or potentially Twitters. We are definitely available over there.
Yeah.
Excellent. And nowadays that has become a direct means of communication, reaching out on social, whether it be IG or Twitter or otherwise. I know it works for me. You guys touched on something that I'm a little intrigued in that people who want performance aren't always competing. They are enjoying their car, whether it be a Porsche, as you mentioned, or whatever performance vehicle they might have, and not going to a racetrack where there is often fuel, finding reliable, consistent fuel for your massive investment in your own fun and entertainment. I think that could be a huge market for you guys, in that that's the guy who wants it drop shipped to his house or shop so he can go out and enjoy his car in the afternoons or on the weekends.
Exactly. And, there are a lot of car clubs that assemble rally drives, and they might have vintage cars. You think of things like the Colorado Grand, where you have a collection, or the California Mille, where you have a collection of cars. My goodness, you could have pre-war Alfa Romeos going on a 500-mile drive. And realistically, those cars, and sometimes those tours and rallies are in parts of the US where fuel might be, when you're in more rural areas, fuel might not be as readily available, and the quality of the fuel is again so variable. So this is another option of something that, again, it's that peace of mind of knowing that your engine is happy running on it. And to your point, I mean, this might be, I always say, for anyone who has a collection of cars, race cars, vintage cars, whatever, it is kind of your baby, and you want to make sure you're treating it as well as you possibly can. And the other thing is, most of us like to enjoy a car on a weekend, and you could have it delivered, right to your house, or the service shop. I mean, even if you have your local dealer who who services your car and maintains your car, I'm sure you can find out that your dealer will gladly accept a delivery of fuel right at the shop, and then you can pick it up from there if you don't have the opportunity to have it delivered to your house. I mean, if you live in a high-rise apartment in New York City, you might not want to have a pallet of fuel dropped at your doorstep, but I mean, your neighbors could have an issue. But otherwise, it can go right to your shop, and then you're set for your weekend rally drive, because you're part of the Porsche Club or, the Ferrari Club.
Well, exactly. And, protecting your investment is what I keep coming back to. I think about Bruno's statements about the consistency and the reliability of what you're getting and how it's always the same. That is protecting your investment. Jeff is out there, and he asks if you offer methanol as well, which I don't know the answer to that. And also, is there a Midwestern distribution plan in place?
We do provide methanol.
We're adding dealers we're slowly adding dealers each week, but in the meantime, again, we could through e-commerce for now, but I'll let you answer on the methanol.
Yeah, we do provide methanol in Europe or from Europe. We do not provide yet in the USA. It's something we are working on, but it has not been our highest priority, to be honest.
Understood. And some asking about specific vehicles, and I don't know if it's possible, but like air-cooled turbo Volkswagen Corvair style engine perhaps needs specific fuel. He wants to know if there is one of your formulas that would be preferential to him.
What I do recommend here is to get on our website. We have a technical questionnaire. You can fill lots of information about your first, the use of your fuel. Are you capable to tune your engine or not? That will definitely change the answer on the recommendation of our fuel. So we have fuel which are more dedicated for drop-in, and others are more dedicated for fine-tuning. So that's the first criteria, which is very important for us. So if you want to have a very precise, if you can share very precise information about your engine settings, please go on our website, go on a technical questionnaire, fill it in, and we have a look. And from the knowledge, all the information you provided to us, we may have more questions, and we will contact you for getting those specific questions or answers. Otherwise, we will make several recommendations on what is the best fuel according to your settings.
I found that. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'd like to answer Marty Stagg's question, which is about his Porsche. So he has a Porsche, and which has been designed to run 93 octane, but he only can access 91 bad fuel. And he doesn't wish to use octane booster. So Marty, you are absolutely right not to use octane booster in your Porsche. That will damage your catalytic converter. So that will be quite bad for your car. I'm sure that you get less power using this 91 octane because your Porsche has a closed loop ECU. It is able to measure the knocking sensitivity, let's say, of your car. And if your car is knocking because the octane is too low, then the ECU will automatically retard the combustion. So you will not get the highest performance. So we have designed some fuel, and one fuel which is available for that is the IRF 102. It's a fuel which is high octane, and I think it's a 97 or 98 US octane. And it does contain some oxygen, which is not ethanol, so it's not corrosive to certain cars, certain engines, and it is perfectly usable as a drop-in fuel. And we've got plenty of customers in different countries around the world who has rich people with beautiful cars, but very low quality gasoline, and they are very happy to use that fuel. And on the road, they can fully enjoy the performance increase of their engine or from their supercar.
That might be something that people don't even consider. You get the car, but where do you get the fuel to run in the car? And are you doing damage to the car along the way? Excellent question by Marty there. And if you have one out there, feel free to put it into the comment section. Bruno, where would you guys like to be down the road with your United States distribution and worldwide, as you have mentioned a couple of times, and that you've been around for a while, you're ever expanding, you put out a great product, but still a small company. What would you like the future of this company to be?
Good question. We are now part of Alterman Carles Group, as we have mentioned. So this is a mid-sized company, not a big oil company and so on. So what currently, and specifically talking about racing fuels, because of course the development of the full group is another story. But for the racing fuels, definitely what currently we are very active in Europe. We are as well active in Asia, and we want to be now a main actor in USA. We believe, and we have everyday evidence of our very powerful products and very strong quality, and this is recognized on every disciplines that we have been involved in. We have worked to develop a very specific portfolio for USA, and as well to be the response of a lot of variety of customer profile, I would say, in regards of the weekend racer to the factory teams or to the gentleman driver for his specific Porsche car. So from there, we do think that we have great ingredients here to develop and to offer all of this service and products to the US. Now we want clearly to expand in the US, and where we think that currently there is an every day the feedback that we have for people who were used to use some very well-known other brand name. They do appreciate our products, and they do appreciate our service, even if at the moment we are not sufficiently spread over the US because it's a big country, and but with our online platform and so on, and plus our distribution centers spread over spread over the US, we can, as Beth mentioned, that we can deliver to your door or to your neighbor door. But yes, definitely our objective is really that we grow in USA, which is the largest market. Plus, I would say that in terms of racing, there is still a lot of racing activities there, and everyone is enjoying during weekends from weekend races to big names. I would say that this is a very exciting and very nice development in terms of market.
One thing I'm seeing in the comments that I would love, honestly, if Bruno and Jan can talk about this, is somebody asked about biofuels.
Absolutely,
And
I was about.
yes,
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, Joanne, thank you very much for your question. I'm not sure exactly what you refer by biofuel. You may refer to sustainable or renewable fuels. So first, biofuels, yes, we do provide biofuels. We do provide E85 fuels, for example, which are extremely consistent. So this is something which is loved by our customer, the consistency of the E85. But we also developed something like E85, but which is very performance driven. The name is Z85 Perfo, and we have had many customers surprised by the price, because of course it's more expensive than the pump E85, but very surprised by the performance, because they had something like 20% power increase. So I invite everyone to contact us and ask us more questions about this Z85. Coming back to the sustainable, yes, absolutely, Duane. We are working hardly to provide more sustainability in the racing activities and through our racing fuels. So this is something we are totally involved in. I'm not sure if you are managing a series or if you are just a racer. Feel free to contact us, and we definitely can answer more into details to this question.
Got some great stuff on the way.
Well, it's just amazing. It's amazing how interested our audience is out there, because you've definitely touched a nerve.
Paul wants to know, for US-based racers, has ETS already passed the SCCA fuel testing protocols?
We have not, but we will look into doing that. Early stuff that I got from SCCA, there were some things that we didn't have a fuel in the US that was going to be eligible, but we are looking to bring some fuels in that will work with SCCA regulations.
Excellent. And some specific questions, and Beth, I see you've already answered on the chat, but because it's your two worlds colliding, right?
Right.
With the SRT 6.4 Hemi,
yeah,
70 horsepower.
I know that engine well. Yeah.
He wants to know which fuel to use.
Yeah,
I know that man. I know that man very well, Michael. By the way, let's speak tomorrow.
All right.
RF 102.
IRF 102. So I would say for anybody, the IRF 102 in general is great for any high performance, again, for an HPDE day or for amateur racing. I say amateur, obviously, pros can use it too. In fact, that's a fuel that, Jan, what series do we have IRF 102? You could use a parallel series in the US. It kind of be like a GT racing series would use something like an IRF 102.
We supply several series. We did supply a Formula 4 in Middle East, for example, and we have plenty of GT cars in quite interesting series in Thailand, and the Thailand Super Series. They are all running with this IRF 102. You can see amazing Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghinis, etc., and they all truly appreciate the performance of that fuel.
Yeah, and so for any, again, even your Porsche GT3 track day, like I mentioned earlier, Lamborghini, you have an Aventador and you're going to go for half a day at a track, IRF 102 is fantastic. Yeah. And it will be much better than, again, certainly leagues beyond any pump fuel, but it's something that you can use with confidence.
Is there any downside? And I think I think I know the answer, but running a great fuel through your engine and then going back out of necessity, right? Like you mentioned the run, we're going up the coast in the Porsche, we want everything to be great. We get some ETS, we get to where we're going, and now we gotta deal with what's available on the way back, say. Is that a challenge for the engine?
Gentlemen?
It is not a challenge for the engine. It's a real big challenge for the driver because he will have a huge decrease of his performance. So that's the highest challenge, let's say, to face. But no, on the engine, as soon as the engine was mapped prior to a lower grade, let's say, fuel, if we take the example of this Porsche, the ECU will control and will definitely see the drop of the octane, so it will reset the engine. There is no risk for that. But if it's not a closed loop ECU and it's a fixed engine mapping, yes, switching from one fuel with a high octane to a fuel with a lower octane is always a risk because there's a risk of detonations.
Yeah, plus the oxygen content and the combustion speed and so on, which of course, as Jan mentioned, if there is not a closed loop in terms with linked to the knocking sensor plus the lambda sensor, at least readapting the map for sure. If you have a fixed map or if you have a carburetors with jettings, and then those jetting has been made for high oxygenated, high octane, for example, fuels, and then you move to a pump station fuels behind, you will run very rich, of course, and by getting too much richer and too much rich, that you will have a very bad combustion, a very slow combustion. Potentially you will build up deposits, all of that kind of stuff. So you can see that it could be detrimental. So to reply to your question, it is really a matter of what you have at the beginning and how your engine is set.
Excellent. And as we get close to the end here, and I know Francisca and maybe John will be jumping on. I see Paul Fanner maybe coming on soon as we approach the lunch hour. But Dwayne says, as more race series are becoming emission compliant, how does ETS deal with this as a service to their customer? Regarding emissions, something that is a reality in our world.
Yes, absolutely. Very briefly, two aspects in terms of emissions. So the key aspects is in terms of dioxide carbon, and we have discussed already in terms of sustainability, meaning that we are working with Control Fuel Organization, where we have developed specific fuels, high performance ones, but including the fact that it is lower in terms of emissions for dioxide carbon, but not only as well in terms of emissions at the end of the tailpipe, so meaning with less particles, less unburned fractions and so on. So truly, and as well, when you are pouring the fuel from your tank to the from the cans to the tank. So typically, those when we talk about emissions, there are those two aspects. One is of course, the dioxide carbon and then the impact in terms of sustainability, and as well the emissions in terms of toxic materials or particles, which could be which could be considered. And then, of course, we have a specific formulation for that.
And I see John and Francisca on here. Beth, give us one more time at the tail end here, where can we connect with you for the people that are all interested out there? This has been tremendous, guys. I really appreciate Jan and Bruno. You guys have upped our game when it comes to fuel knowledge. But Beth, for people who
are here in the States who maybe become a distributor, which is important, but maybe they just want to get the product, where should they go?
ETSRacingfuels.com. And again, all the socials, but the easiest, ETSRacingfuels.com. Everything's there. And by all means, when you put any comments in or any questions in, it comes right to us. So we see it. It doesn't get filtered by 10 people. It's really, I will say, again, we're small and we're growing. So, bear with us if it takes a day to get back to you, because sometimes we're dealing with a little bit of time zones, but we're definitely going to get back to you. And then you've got our contact info and you could just ask us questions directly.
Tremendous. Thank you so much, Francisque, John. We're learning so much about our racing industry.
It's been fantastic.
Thank you all. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, Jan, for staying up late. As always, thank you, Beth. It's such a pleasure working with you. Bruno, please stay up, because the next session, you're going to love it, because we grew up in France together. I mean, we didn't grow up together, but we both grew up in France, loving racing. And when I was a teenager, I discovered something absolutely fabulous that I'd never heard about, was Spike Peaks with Ari Vatanen and the Peugeot 405 going up the hill. And we have Megan, who runs oh, you did. Did you race there? But
but we have developed fuels for Pikes Peak, and I have very nice stories about it, for sure.
Good. So we have a wonderful session next. And before we go into the session, please stay with us. We're going to move you back as attendees so you can watch every other sessions. And we're going to hand it over to Reed, our producer in the ePowerTrade studio live from Los Angeles, for a little thank you to our sponsors. Right on to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, everyone, and the panel.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Thank you and welcome back. And what a treat, what a day, what a few days and still ahead of us, a day and a half. We have a wonderful session next. I see we're going to ask Megan to start her camera. And when we put this panel together with Paul and John, one thing that was very important to us was like, you know, what is really cool about racing is just going as fast as you can. So what if we kind of figured out a way of putting a panel with the spirit of no rules, no limit, just bam, you go. And that's kind of the idea of this wonderful panel. So on to you, John Kilroy, to tell us a little bit, you know, what happened earlier today, what we can expect, and then we'll hand it to Paul Fanner, who's going to be moderating this wonderful panel. So John, on to you.
Okay, later today, we're going to have Francis tell the story of when he was a young man and he took his father's car out for a drive, a fast drive, and got upside down in his father's beautiful Peugeot.
No, that's no, we can do something else.
The thing about our audience is there's people in our audience right now who are saying, yeah, I did the same thing.
Yeah.
But what I want to remind everybody is that I want to thank all the pro account suppliers on ePartrade. So they're a big part of making Online Race Industry Week happen. We have all the suppliers around the world on ePartrade to help you source products, but we have hundreds of companies that took the next step and have built out a showcase of new products for 2021, technical videos, technical papers, all of that. So again, I just want to mention that ePartrade, electronic racing and performance trade, is a big part of the information sharing here, especially when it comes to the technical side, especially when it comes to new products. And I've been looking forward to this webinar as we planned everything. And so I'm going to be staying tuned pretty intensely. Paul?
Well, thank you, John. Before we introduce everybody, just remember, share that we're doing this to your friends, invite them in. It's free to register. You know, I think I've had so many of my friends thank us for that mention. They want to be part of this. They love what they're seeing. So this is a really interesting panel. I think that racing has become very different than it was when I started. Now there's a lot of spec classes, a lot of control. You're racing in these predictable environments. Some of what we're going to talk about today is going to be touching on the original spirit of adventure and just run what you brung, or just go do something that's really unusual and dynamic. And I think we have a really interesting group of panelists today. I'd like to first introduce Megan Latham from Pikes Peak International, the hill climb. Hello, Megan.
Hi, everyone. Sound check. Am I good? Can you guys all hear me? Wonderful. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me here today. I'm excited to be a part of this panel, and just thank you for having us. This is really it's been a great week, and we really appreciate it.
Well, thanks. And it's an amazing event. I've been there. I've seen it. Been to the top. The co-founder of Racer, Jeff Swart, competes regularly, and I love that photograph behind you, Megan.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. It kind of tells the story of Pikes Peak just with one image.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And thank you for being with us. And Ron Nock president of the National Association of Diesel Motorsports. Good morning, Ron. Or good afternoon.
Hi, how are you doing today?
Great. Thanks for joining us today. I read with great interest, we had a story on racer.com that we collaborated with John Kilroy in getting up on our site as well earlier this year in the beginning of April. And I read with wonder what you're doing. First off, thanks for being one of the crazy ones that gone out there and does something that not being done everywhere else.
Well, we started this over 14 years ago because at the time, NHRA tracks would not allow pickup trucks onto the drag strips.
Yeah.
And county fairs would not allow sled pulling at the local fairgrounds. So we started a sanctioning body for diesel pickups, 3/4 ton and 1 ton pickups. And at the time, we thought 500 horse was awesome 14, 15 years ago. They are now reaching 3,000 horsepower.
Wow.
So,
okay. Look what happens when we get a bunch of racers working on diesel. That's fantastic. We're gonna come back and talk about it because it's fascinating what you're doing, and I just love the fact that somebody's doing it. And I want to move on now to Marty Fiocca. Hi, Marty. Good to see you. And Marty is, among other things, one of my good friends and co-conspirators for more than 2 decades on Racer. He's written our off-road content and very passionate about the sport, but he has a real job as a promoter at Crandon International Raceway. It's great to see you, Marty.
Well, Paul, I know the big money that comes in from Racer, I have to supplement it with something, but no, yeah, I'm actually here at Crandon International Raceway in our board of champions. A room of champions actually in the boardroom, and just happy to be here. Been watching the seminars all week and learned a lot, and really happy that our sport of off-road racing is being talked about with IndyCar, NASCAR, and everything else, which is one of the great things about even having the platform on Racer. It's treated with the kind of respect that it deserves. The technology proves that, the speeds, the 50-year history we have here at Crandon, 51-year history now of racing and hosting the largest short course race in the world here.
Yeah, and it's quite an event. We worked with you in the past year in kind of blowing the event up and making it more visible to the general racing public. And one of the things I've got to say that we've learned working with you over the last couple of years, there's a big off-road audience out there. And they're active, they share, they're passionate about the sport. And we're great. We welcome them onto our platform, but we really appreciate what you do for us, Marty.
Well, thank you. And in terms of what the subject matter is here, yeah, since 1967, when we first started racing down in Baja at the NORA race, the very first one, there's always been kind of unlimited racing, and that's kind of been a really important part of off-road racing in general. That it's still open to whatever you can come up with, and friends like Dave Cole have actually extended that beyond to a new version with the Ultra 4 cars and the 4400 class. But unlimited racing is part of the deal, and it's going to stay, I think, part of the DNA in this sport for a long time.
Well, I'm grateful for that because I love that. That's one of the things that attracted me. The first race shop I ever walked into too was Bill Straup Enterprises in Long Beach. So, I love seeing the fact that original spirit still exists, and I really also like things that stand in contrast to the pattern of motorsports in a greater sense. Every one of the things we're going to talk about today is really contrasting to the rest of the world of motorsport. And which brings me to Dave Cole. Good afternoon, Dave.
How you doing, Paul? Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you, Dave. And first off, I don't have my mind blown very often. Been around racing for 47 years, but I've been to 2 of your events the last 2 years, and oh my God.
Yeah, that's your goal.
Wow, that's all I can say. But just unbelievably thrilling to see this and see the culture around what you're doing and the energy, and just it's a beautiful thing, Dave. I got to say that.
I think a lot of that cultural kind of feel is based around the fact that this is really just men and women going back to the garage and tinkering and come up with whatever they can to win the day. And so for me, it was no brainer. It was, go race, go build anything you can. But quite honestly, it was also a just a very simple component of following a basic rule. Don't make a rule you can't enforce. And I'm not going to go tearing apart motors, and I'm not going to go doing a bunch of stuff that is really, it's just all you're doing. Every rule you make is just another way for a guy to cheat. So if you take away the rules and say, go race as fast as you can, then that's what you end up with.
Okay, I think we're going to make a T-shirt with that slogan on it, with your name underneath it. But that's great, and you know, I think the beyond just the subject of this seminar today, you know, I went to your event in 2019, and then it was one of the few events I was able to go to this year.
2020,
the world came crashing down, and it looked like it had grown by, it looked like 40-50%, it seemed like, in terms of the radius that everyone was parked out from the center of the event. I was shocked at how much it had grown. What do you attribute that to? I think everybody, you know, what do you attribute that to?
I really think is because our focus of our events isn't even the race. We want people to come enjoy themselves, enjoy the lifestyle, go out, go wheeling with their families, go have fun. Oh, we're going to borrow the dirt for about 5 hours today to do some racing. If you want to watch, cool. If you don't, we'll see you at the campfire later tonight and we'll hang out. And turns out for the most part, the racing's pretty exciting and people dig to watch the racing, but we'll give them an opportunity. I mean, imagine if you could go to Indy and as soon as the race ends at Indy, you get to go peel out around turn 1. There'd be a lot more people at Indy. If there was a line at the bricks to go peel out around turn 1 after the race, there'd be even more than 400,000 people there.
Well,
and so that's all we offer them, is a place to go peel out.
And when I watched that happen, I had no idea it was going to happen. And I said, what's this? And somebody explained it to me. And I thought, oh my God, that's awesome.
Yeah. There's a lot more people just driving Jeeps than there is driving race cars. So
yeah, there sure are. But I also noticed there were a lot of kids with RC cars playing with toy cars in the dirt. Everywhere I went, there were young people, lots of kids, lots of young people, totally into it. They wanted to belong to this moment in that sport. So that's fantastic on your part. One of the most impressive things I've seen in a very long time. So let's go back full circle up to Megan to, you know, one of the first kind of events I ever saw in my life that captured my imagination was Pikes Peak. I remember just being in awe of what it represented and the challenge and the beauty of it. And Megan, can you tell me, you know, basically the philosophy behind what you do, and then this kind of wide open, no rules mentality, but you know, where are your boundaries and what you allow and don't allow, and what's the mindset when you go to Pikes Peak, what as a competitor, and what do you want to have happen there for the business?
Absolutely. So I think one of the things about Pikes Peak is just the uniqueness of it. For anyone that's seen it, or if you haven't seen it, the minute you do see it, you're just sort of blown away. There's this opportunity to have one shot at the mountain. And I think that that's the biggest thing is that separates us from a lot of other tracks and a lot of other races around the world is the competitors have one shot. We don't own our venue. It's a toll road owned by the city of Colorado Springs. So from an operations standpoint, it gets very tricky from that standpoint. But all of the practice is done in the mornings before the roads open to the general public. So the competitors truly don't see the full course until race day. And I think that's the magic behind it. And it's man and machine versus mountain, if you know what I mean. It's racing Pikes Peak and what it throws at you. We have a saying around here, it's the mountain decides. And I think that is truly what Pikes Peak is, because you never know what it's going to bring to the competitors on race day. And I think that that's the uniqueness of it. And then you add in the history and legacy behind it. Second oldest race in American history, started in 1916. And you put all those pieces together and you just have this amazing, beautiful race that takes place on a mountain once a year. And there's just nothing else like it.
Well, there's certainly not. And you know, approach to rules and classes and categories. I mean, we've seen some of the wildest vehicles, you know, imaginable go up that mountain. When I first started watching, there were people driving Indy cars up the mountain. I think it was part of the national
2011, they had a bunch of rock donkeys over there too. We had 12 of them there. It was an amazing experience. The last year there was dirt there. It was incredible.
Yes, there was dirt. I do miss the dirt. I have to say that. But yeah, but Megan, what's the approach to what you allow at Pikes Peak?
Well, one of the missions of the organization, and when it all started in establishing our nonprofit status as well, was for Pikes Peak to be a proving ground for new technology in the motorsport industry. So that has allowed us a lot of wiggle room, and I think that that's one unique thing. Over the last 10 to 15 years, we have tightened the rules up a little bit and tried to just not have so many divisions and so many classes, but still allow all of the competitors to fit in. I think that that's one unique thing about us. We have the exhibition division, which is sort of just a free for all for those unique testing grounds, and to be able to see vehicles that manufacturers are interested in, saying, hey, if we can go do this on Pikes Peak, we can go do it anywhere. I think that was most notable a few years ago with Volkswagen. Obviously, they use Pikes Peak as their stomping ground to kind of change their entire motorsport, or their entire automobile platform, moving to more electronic, and they use Pikes Peak, and they put all their eggs in one basket. And what a scary basket to put it in, but it sure did work out for them.
It sure did, and I think that became the fantasy car for many people in racing, but especially young people in racing. That was a wave of maybe portends their future. And I think the other thing I've noticed is it's been an attractor to people from all forms of motorsport, want to go there. It's like it is the Everest of racing. And for manufacturers as well. And that's even in production level classes. What is the position, again, for your point of view? What do you want in terms of manufacturer or team involvement? What are you seeking as you build this?
So that's a great question. Again, it goes back to the uniqueness of Pikes Peak, but we have the competitor that's the local person down the street that bought their car off of Craigslist, that is competing at the same time they're going against a Peugeot or a Volkswagen or something that's manufactured back, that's pouring in $1 million or more for the effort. So all at the same time, we're huge and we're grassroots all at once, which is just shows the uniqueness of this event. I think for us as an organization, what we're trying to do slowly over time, obviously only getting one shot at it a year, is take the top time in the field and the bottom time in the field and have them be as tight together as possible. We want quantity over quality. We want quality over quantity, if that makes sense. And we want to have the best competitors in the world out here and the best machines in the world out here, and put them all together and see what they can all do at one time. And so I think, again, it goes back to the uniqueness of, this last year, Clint Baschultz took home the record, and he lives in Woodland Park, 20 miles up from where we are and on the base of Pikes Peak. And so, he wins one year, and then again, you have these huge manufacturer-backed efforts year after year as well. And so it's just really unique to see that on any day, it could really be anyone's race.
Absolutely. And I was just struck by, I will admit, I watch the onboards whenever they come up. They're just mesmerizing and heart-stopping at times because you go right to the edge of the road. I mean, and you're moving really quickly, many places well over 100 miles an hour. And what I'm struck with is that the weather changes. That literally the atmosphere and weather is changing, and the surface is changing in terms of if it's wet, it's slick, it's snowing, whatever. I don't know in that short a frame of time what else there is in the world where you have all that happen.
And honestly, Paul, it's crazy. Literally, sometimes it can be sunny at the start line and it's snowing at the finish. And that uniqueness is just, it's one of a kind. This past year in 2020, we were lucky enough to still hold the event with COVID, and we're super excited to have the race. But we did start with a 2-hour delay due to ice on the top. So the top section had a lot of ice, and we needed sun for it to melt. And we didn't anticipate that. The weather reports were good. The storm came in overnight. 98% of the course was fine, but there was ice at the top. And so we just waited. And I remember talking to a couple of the competitors, and everyone just kind of nods and is like, it's Pikes Peak. So we started 2 hours late, and it's Pikes Peak.
Yeah, and I can't imagine managing all that. So hats off to you. And I'm going to come back. I have a couple of pointed questions about this and about the competitive attractor that this venue represents.
Sure.
But I'd like to go on to Ron now. And Ron, again, you had me at hello when I read about your organization. Let's go back to you talked a little bit about the origins, but you're attracting a different kind of person to race a diesel vehicle. What is the thing that attracts them to it?
Well, these are mostly rural young people, 18 to 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough. They can pick up a used pickup truck, diesel, add a few things to it. And, in an old world back when I was racing and going to the tracks, they could go and get a 12-second truck going pretty easy for less than $3,500.
Really?
Really. So
Yeah.
You can imagine being 18, 20 years old, going to the track, going, wow, in a 7,000-pound truck, I can go 12 seconds. I mean, that feels really fast. So,
and the launch has got to be pretty good in one of these things, right?
Absolutely, in four-wheel drive.
Yeah. So there you go. I'm starting to get it.
Some of our heads up classes, that's in an ET bracket class. So in a heads up, they're down into the 8 and 9 seconds in a full size pickup.
Oh, that is crazy.
Yeah.
We're
talking close to almost 200 miles an hour.
Again, mind officially blown again. That is amazing. So you're attracting the right kind of age right there, what you mentioned. But the thing they're coming to do is experience that. But culturally, it stands in contrast to the direction we were just talking about. Electric vehicles. We're talking about this world is changing. So you are doing something very different, and the attractor to your audience. Is it the fact you're doing something so different, or is it the experience of doing it?
It's both. I mean, these guys use their truck during the week to work. I mean, it's rural communities.
Yeah.
So as you know, in small towns, you have to drive to get everywhere.
You got to have a truck.
And you're going to be hauling a trailer, going to work. You're going to work construction. I mean, a lot of our essential workers are our diesel motorsports guys.
Yeah.
They may be driving a semi during the day or using their truck during the day, but they have a diesel pickup truck. So these are rural guys. And when they, work, they work hard. I mean, these guys work hard, but they have cash and they like to have fun on the weekends. And it's more of a kind of a county fair family type atmosphere. They come, everybody parks, everybody looks and see what are we doing to our trucks, talk to each other, they help each other. It kind of reminds me of the old muscle car days when we were young guys.
Yeah.
And these guys get together and they talk and they help each other and they go down the track. And a lot of them don't even know how to race. And we actually have some of our experienced guys give classes during the race and say, hey, if you do this better, do this different, you can get off the line quicker, or how to work the lights. So the youth of America in rural America is a great auto enthusiast motorsport audience. Yeah. And they're wanting to get into performance. Plus, at the same time, they're customizing these trucks. Everybody's truck looks different.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're talking all the accessory truck manufacturers, they're all represented at our events.
Which doesn't surprise me. And you again, part of your mind-blowing narrative this afternoon has been the horsepower figure you quoted that you're up to, and just give us a sense of the classing and category and how far you let it go, in terms of
well, we have to still keep it pretty safe. We're an SFI sanctioning body, so we still have to have the insurance guidelines, but you know, until the trucks get really fast, you know, below 11 seconds, they start adding the safety factor that everyone else does at high speeds.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yes, we have to follow the SFI standards, and we're pretty picky about that. I mean, if the guys show up, I mean, I could tell you stories about how they show up in some of these pickups, and I'm just, you know, our techs are all SFI techs for diesels, and they have to go, guys, you can't go down the track like this. You got to be safe. You need to add this. You need to add that. Now we'll bump them up a class.
Yeah.
And then next time around, we'll tell them come up and you can go faster if you have this safety equipment on. So yes, it's got to be, you know, safe. But I tell you, our guys that have been doing this a while, they know the rules. They read through our rules like crazy. They're free online, dieselmotorsports.us. And I won't be lying when I say, yes, some of these guys push the envelope when it comes to the rules. And especially on turbo sizes and horsepower and different classes. And they know how to sneak.
That anybody would do that.
Yeah. Can you imagine? They know how to sneak the horsepowers out of these engines.
Yeah, they do. I also just am. You do a remarkable number of events too, so I'm impressed. I'm going to come back and ask you a couple of questions here as we move around to the guests, but I have a couple more questions for you, and we'll come back to you. I want to go to Marty Fiocca now, and Marty, you know, you're involved in promoting, you know, one of the premier motorsports events in America, and I want to have you give the audience a sense of the classing and what, you know, what runs there and what your approach is.
Well, it's an interesting parallel between, let's say, desert racing and short course racing in the Midwest. I mean, this all started in 1970 when a bunch of guys were sitting around here in the Northwoods of Wisconsin watching Jim McKay on Wide World of Sports, down in Mexico interviewing all the guys who are racing there at the Mexican 1000, you know, James Garner and Pernelli Jones and Bruce Myers and Malcolm Smith. And they said, we can do a race here. So they started doing a 25-mile loop through the forest here before eventually becoming, as everything does, it becomes specialized. And here at Crandon, the beauty of what happened here for 51 years is that it's evolved, but we still run, you know, up to probably 45 races a weekend. And it's everything from simple VW powered buggies all the way to our premier, you know, 950 horsepower Pro 4 trucks, all-wheel drive monsters that are here driven by, you know, some of the sports best. And now we've added another unlimited category here with Dave Cole bringing the 4400 cars here the last few years. So we're actually having two platforms on unlimited cars, and it provides the fans, you know, 3 days of entertainment over Labor Day, and all ends when we run the Pro 2-wheel drives versus the Pro 4-wheel drives with split starts for a big cup race, and, you know, 30 trucks on the track here at, you know, going into turn one from a land rush start where they start side by side. They only do that at Crandon. And they go into turn one at 105, 107 miles an hour sideways into the stadium, basically, which is a natural bowl that we built here. And, you know, it's an exciting event. In fact, we're going to be on Fox here in a couple of weeks as part of the Red Bull Signature Series. And, you know, it's just a great tradition that people keep coming back to. You know, we're very fortunate. We did all the protocols. We worked with Road America here in Wisconsin earlier this year, with ERX in Minneapolis, put our protocols in place, and didn't really advertise the race Labor Day, which is our big event. And we still had 46,000 people here over the weekend. So we probably hosted one of the largest motorsports events in North America, kind of unbeknownst to us, but it's just, that's what people do on Labor Day up here. So we were very fortunate.
Yeah, you were. And, you know, obviously I was watching the live streams you had, and oh my God, you have a lot of people there. I got to say, it's even under these circumstances, very, you know, at the scale of what you do, and looking at the sizzle reels from prior years. I mean, it's a gigantic event, and it's cultural. Yeah.
It's cultural. And like Dave's event, it's not just about the racing, you know, we have, you know, 450 acres here, 2,000 grass camping spots, and people come for the Crandon experience of camping with their families. 3 generations have done it now. As of last year, for the 50th, we added Kid Rock as a musical element for our 50th, but we love the music side so much. We couldn't do it this year, but we're adding to it in 2021, and a lot of plans for this place now. New ownership. I went from a nonprofit club now to a for-profit venture, and a lot of plans. But yeah, I've been around motorsports a long time and off-road racing pretty much my whole life, but there's nothing kind of more organically special than watching those 900 horsepower Pro 4s here at Crandon and seeing the crowd just go crazy every year, all the time.
And talk, we're the topic of this is, what technical innovation isn't cheating. What is the appeal of these virtually unlimited, just the stuff of dreams when you're looking at the top categories here? They're really impressive. I mean,
yeah, they are. I mean, if you don't know, you don't know. But if you're really dissecting these, like, let's say the Pro 4s are all-wheel drive, the motors are limited in size, but you have everything from big block Chevy type powered motors all the way to, NASCAR style pushrod Toyotas like in the Grease. The sounds are different. The exhaust sounds different, all driven now mostly through X-Track sequential gearboxes. There's all kinds of differential splits in the front diffs with CV joints. It's an all full electronic data acquisition Motec dash. These trucks are, $400,000 to $500,000.
They're spaceships. They really are.
They are. I mean, yes, it's funny because they still go out and bang doors, and it's still a tube chassis, but there's a lot of work being done on wheel travel. Brembo, all the way up to Brembo brakes, the axle technology in terms of making that live. I mean, they're 20-minute sprint races, but it's as hard on a truck as 5 hours in Baja, frankly. And it's interesting how the unlimited part has evolved, just like the desert racing. I mean, who would have thought, 10 years ago we would be spending $800,000 on all-wheel drive, desert trucks, trophy trucks, but that's what it's evolved to, and thankfully it does, because people still have creativity to build what they want, do what they want. If they think mid-engine, front engine, all-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, this engine, turbocharging, it's all kind of open. And talking to a lot of industry people, they love coming here because they just like seeing kind of this unrestricted space where, I think it's interesting though, with this whole category, Paul, I thought about this morning, what the cap is here for the most part is that in Dave's case and in most of off-road racing, it's still a very fun, enthusiast driven hobby kind of. It's not factory money. So yes, there's lots of money in it, but it's not millions and millions of dollars in the wind tunnel money. So that kind of provides the cap, but the thrill of it all is, it's very visceral, and it's very loud, and it's very the action here is very violent, because watching trucks that close where the fans are right there, it's a great experience for a lot of people. And that's what I think the attraction.
Yeah, and I think that just again seeing the dynamic action, it's not just lateral, it's not just forward motion. It's you're in the air, you're doing all sorts of things, and it honestly, it's not boring for a second. I can tell you that there are a lot of races I watch that are boring for hours, and then they're exciting. This is never boring.
What's interesting this year, though, the Champ Off-Road Group, which is the group that sanctions the races here now, we brought it in last year as a kind of an experiment. They went to full, live drones that are flying over the racetrack in the live feed coverage now, and certainly on the Red Bull show too, and showing the trucks from a foot above the trucks live has added a whole different experience for the viewer too. Even for me, who's been around this a long time, it just looks different when you're watching these trucks from the drone and following them along. And these are not like drones; these are racing drone pilots, like professional drone racers.
It shows. We have a saying in California: "It's bitchin'." We're going to come back to you too, Marty, and talk a little more about this. But it's a hugely impressive event, and our team at Racer was, very, very impressed, as we were when we first were introduced to King of the Hammers by you, and you're the Pied Piper of all things off-road in our world, and you've been so devoted and so passionate about it ever since I met you. And so we all thank you for that too. And on to you, Dave. I think you've started a lot of trouble here with all this stuff you're doing. I want to talk to you about, it's not just an event; it's category of motorsport that you're creating here. What's the philosophy on technology? Hello, Dave. Dave, are you there?
I'm here.
Sorry.
I could promote a race series, but I can't turn off mute.
That's my problem too. I think we have that in common. I was just asking you.
I think a lot of people that know me, including Marty, wish I had mute button a lot more often. Huh, Marty?
No comment from this end.
So, yeah, I mean, so when we started out, there was no classes. It was unlimited. For the first 7 years of King of the Hammers, there literally wasn't a single performance rule on the book at all. And I was adamant that we would never have classes, and it just came down to an economic factor of the cars got so fast and such a barrier to entry from a cost perspective that we couldn't replenish the ranks. We had to have UTVs, we had to have a stock class, we had to have a place for the OEMs to play. We had to build an opportunity for EV vehicles to come in, which is what we're doing now. Because what we found though is now you've got UTVs racing in our unlimited class. And I guarantee in about 2 or 3 years, you'll have EV vehicles racing directly against 900 horsepower gas motor cars. And they'll be doing so on equal ground. There's no handicap for an EV vehicle. You got to figure it out. You can't go 40 miles without putting batteries in. Well, you better sort that out then, because our race goes 50 miles without a pit.
Yeah.
Figure it out. And so we're forcing the technology to evolve. Still to this day in our unlimited class, we literally have one performance rule, and that is you have to have your tires basically have to be able to go flat. There was some products that were being developed that basically made it impossible to get a flat tire. And really for me, that was still a safety rule for me as well, because I couldn't build courses. You could go to a place like Crandon. It was like a sterile place to race. Like, it is a safe place. You've got catch fences, the course is designed correctly. And our guys would still be all over the place because there was no penalty. You could drive on the catch fence, you could drive over concrete walls, you could drive over anything you wanted because the cars were unstoppable. So to me, and as a fan of the racing, I wanted to embrace and support and celebrate good driving. And good driving to me was taking care of your tires. So that's the only performance rule we have. You basically can't run bulletproof tires.
That's pretty interesting. I don't think there's anybody else that can say that.
No, I'm pretty sure not.
No, and I like what you said too, Dave, about the EVs. I think one of the greatest opportunities, racing is about proving things ultimately. And I won't say I'm not a fan of things like Formula E. Certainly Extreme E, I'm really taken with it because it's an adventure and a storytelling platform. But what I like about what you're doing here is you got to go earn it. You got to go prove it up against the thing that exists now. And that's what attracted me as a person to racing. I like seeing that evolution and the earned position that technology has by proving it's a better solution. And I also, one of the things I really was taken with when I was there is there's a layering to your culture. The side-by-sides are everywhere. And the UTVs, I mean, it's just like, and I can't help but look at them. I didn't like one of those, there's a way in at so many different levels. And there's a spirit to it. And what I was struck with too is just the live stream quality and the audience on the live stream. I had somebody open up the dashboard because I was curious how many people were watching. And again, mind blown again. If IndyCar or any of these sanctioning bodies could see the dashboard on one of your primary days of how many people are concurrently online, they would maybe think a little bit about what they're doing, because you get a big audience.
We're literally a few people short of 3 million unique people watching in one day last year.
Yes.
And that's watching just the 4,400 race. We were doing trophy trucks, T1 trucks, and the desert side, we were still pushing up almost 2 million. And yeah, it's a pretty, and I think the thing that's cool and lets you know if going in the right direction is not just the marketing exercise of getting people to tune in, but our average watch time is still over 47 minutes.
Yeah, so, I saw that too.
And that number is like 2 or 3 minutes for stuff. Like you could turn into another racing series and a watch time will be 2 or 3 minutes. So to me, we have quality entertainment.
And I got to say, we've done a lot of brand work with racing series, and we push back a little bit against spec racing because the car's a competitor too, the vehicle's a competitor, it has a soul in a racing environment. And the technology is meaningful. People care about it. And we also believe things that are worthy in this world now, we're in a pull media market where you're pulling on things you want. It's you demanding to see it. You have to connect to it and watch it. And I think that when I finish the do, we're going to go back to Megan, because that's Megan's world too. And you have this one big event, that really gets the year going, and it's a cultural gravity well. People are pulled to it. They have to touch it. They have to see it. They have to feel it. How much of that is the unlimited technology, or how much of that is just the spirit of it that's pulling them in?
I think I was just thinking about that while you're asking the question. I think the one common thread between Ron, Megan, and Marty, all the events that we're doing, like as an overall, is that the regular Joe spectator, for the most part, can affinitize with something that's on the race course. Whether it's the guy in the pickup truck to go into Ron's events, whether it's Megan literally, I mean, when I raced in 2011, I raced against a twin supercharged Hudson Hornet that raced at the Pan America Games. And you're looking at, okay, how does a rock crawler compare to that? And listen, and so you can see all kinds of vehicles going up Pikes Peak that, even back to the side, the two guys on the motorcycle, you're looking at it and go, what are we looking at here? But people can affinitize to it. Same with Marty and short course. It's pickup trucks, it's buggies, it's UTVs. The reason why people like our events is because they like doing things more than they like watching things.
Yeah.
And for everything that we're doing, we're really just giving them a little bit of an outlet to what they would look like if they were doing it. And I think that's why it wins. I mean, I love Indy. I've been to Indy 13 times, but it's tough to rationalize that I'll ever be in an Indy car going around turn one. But I can stand next to Crandon at turn one and go, wow, that's insane.
You're right. And it's such an important point you're making. Maybe one of the more important points that's been made in all of the things we've been talking about. We're moving from a world that's just purely driven by, hey, I'll be Joe Couch Potato and watch this.
I want to do it.
I want to go do it. And a generation that wants to go do it, which I really love. I love this generation coming in. I see so many doers, and they're so knowledgeable. They can find out about anything. They start pulling, they learn by passion and interest. And, I look at, my friends that have even radio controlled cars, 4-wheel cars. That's just an extension of that passion. And I think it's a wonderful thing, and all of motorsport can learn from this. But I think you're onto something, and I'll be at your event as long as I can get to your event from here on out. It charges me up for the rest of the year. I come out of there really optimistic because I'm learning a lot, but I also just see a real culture and a real joy and a sense of well-being when you go move around through all the people, staying late at night, having a beer with some of the people I meet there. It's just a great atmosphere, and it makes you want to belong to it. And you're doing something great with what you're doing. And I think the technology part of it is part of it, but overall, it's just the approach that's really impressive. And I want to jump from you over to Megan, because Megan, I think my first time I went to Pikes Peak, I went to watch Ivan Stewart run up the mountain in the Toyota. It's one of the memories in my heart and my mind that'll live forever, watching him go by at 130 miles an hour with the vortices from the tunnel, just having twin tornadoes of dirt going straight up in the air 50 feet. But this is an ever evolving event you have. The media landscape's evolving. But you're a gravity well, again, for culture and ambition. And you appeal particularly well to youth culture with what you're doing. You're one of the iconic motorsports events within youth culture from what I can see. Is it the technology, or is it the mystery of the mountain? What is driving that?
Sure. Great question. I think it goes back to, again, kind of what I said at the beginning of this, is just the uniqueness of the event itself. There's nothing else like it. And I think you can get a 12-year-old boy or girl up at Devil's Playground, and they're up there for a practice morning, and they're watching the sun come up, and they're above the clouds, and they get to see a race car on on a road that is normally just open to the general public. So I think it's just things like that in the moments and the scenery. And I think from an operational standpoint, it's just so strange being up there. We're up there all the time, right? And it's this basically quiet, it feels like nature, it feels like a mountain. And then for one day, it just turns into this festival. And then a week later, if we're up there picking up trash, it's just quiet again. And I think that goes to a lot of the draw, is that there is no other venue on Pikes Peak. And we have some definitely logistical challenges and things along those lines. And the competitors know it too. And it kind of, it's just really interesting. You know, people always say, well, why can't you do that? And I'm like, well, we can't change our venue. You know, Pikes Peak is Pikes Peak. And that's just what makes it so attractive to the competitors, to the media. And I think everyone can say it once you see it once, you're just hooked, and there's just a draw to it.
I think it's also the altar of the high holy altar of motorsports ambition to go up the top of that mountain. You know, you look at the people that want to go there and do that from all stripes of motorsport, and some of the people that have gone up that mountain, and they're the greatest racers who've ever lived in many cases. And it's something they have on their bucket list. There's something almost religious about getting to the top of that mountain, and you always want to go faster, but it's a beautiful thing. And you do this live streaming, and you have a digital presence and so forth. You know, you have a one time a year event. You know, you were impacted by the pandemic, but it was a nice relief to see you have your event this year. What is the long-term strategy to leverage this? You know,
absolutely. So, you know, again, I think one of the most exciting things we have coming up is we had 2020. And again, we were able to still hold the event with the pandemic, which was so exciting. And obviously we didn't have our normal international presence, but, you know, just the fact that we were able to do it, the competitors were so thankful. Again, as you mentioned, they just want to be on top, and seeing those competitors during this crazy time all on top that had summited, it was a very special moment. And I think everyone could feel that. And then what's really exciting is we have 2021 coming up, which will be our 99th running, but 2022 is actually our 100th running. So here in 2 quick years, a year and a half, we'll have the 100th running of this historic event. And so I think there's just a lot of stories to be unfolded in this first 100 years. And we're excited to see what that year brings. We are hearing all sorts of buzz already about some exciting things. And I know from an event standpoint, we're planning 2021 and almost 2022 simultaneously to be ready.
Yes, I think your event has the one thing that many things don't have. You have the ability to cut through the clutter, and it really stands apart from everything else. And it can define a person, and it can define a moment in an era. And keep doing what you're doing. It's great. We're fans here at Racer. You know, I think from the first year we've tried to cover this and follow it and take it seriously in our coverage in the magazine and on racer.com. So that's fantastic.
We appreciate that. Thanks.
It's great stuff. And I want to be there for the 100th. So. And I hope my friend Jeff finds a way to be there for the 100th too.
I'm sure he will.
I'm sure he will too. I think he had a fun this year, but it wasn't the result he wanted. So I know he's really competitive, and he's a lot of fun too. Thank you very much, Megan. I'm going to go over to Dave one more time. I had a question for you, Dave. Do you have a sense of the age of your audience?
Yeah, we touch everything. We have kids, young kids watching, but we fit that demographic of the 30 to 50-year-old pretty tightly. I mean, that sweet spot. But we have a ton of young kids coming up. I can think of probably 7 or 8 racers that are all under 16 that are coming along now. And the fans follow that as well. And then we have 65-year-old guys racing too. So the fans run the gamut.
That gives me hope. That's good news. But thank you. That's great. That's what I would have expected. Thank you. I wanted to jump back now, to Ron here. Ron, you've officially entered the mind-blowing club with what you do. what is your vision for going forward with this franchise you've created? You've been around for a while now. You stand in stark contrast to much of motorsports. Diesel, Diesel will be here for a while. What are you going to do with this in terms of the growing audience and using this and this contrasting format for motorsports to build a lasting place?
Well, it's expanding all the time because diesels are used in everyday workplaces. And that's the reason our guys keep coming out. It's more of a rural sport. We go into more rural areas.
Yeah.
But when we go into rural areas, we are the entertainment for the weekend. I mean, that's the nice thing. And we get thousands of people coming out. And it's pretty much like what Dave was touching on, is these guys may not be able to afford everything that some of the high-end diesel pickups that are racing or sled pulling have on them. But there is something there that they can go home and go, you know what? I could probably go to my parts store and get something like that and make mine similar to that. So
yeah,
it's a billion-dollar business, not only in maintenance, but also on the street diesels. And they're no longer the dirty diesels of old. Some of the newer diesels, I mean, they come out of the factories at almost 500 horse, 800 pounds of torque, 900 pounds of torque. So these are some nice, quiet,
alert from
very, very nice riding. I mean, if you haven't ridden in a pickup lately, they ride as good as a Cadillac almost. I mean,
yeah, they do. They feel like luxury cars. I want one, but I'm married and
what, the $80,000 to $90,000 kind of scares you. I mean, there's a wide range. That's what I said. As young kids in rural areas, you can find used diesel pickups for as little as $5,000 to $10,000.
Yeah, so that's and you have earned your place in motorsport with what you're doing, and you do have friends at Racer. We're going to keep our eye on you and continue to follow you, and it's fascinating. I mean, I always admire anyone who can identify an opportunity, and you clearly have a lot of passion for what you're doing here.
I appreciate it. And I appreciate ePartrade. They're actually with us at every event because I try to push the platform. And we have great, many of our manufacturers supporting manufacturers as sponsors that are on your format. And I send people there all the time so they can learn more about what they can add to their trucks. I have a lot of diesel shops that say, hey, what can we add that's new so we can keep going faster?
So thank you for doing that, and it's been great getting to know you a little bit today, Ron.
Thank you.
I want to go to my friend Marty to bring it home here. Marty, you see all forms of off-road racing and racing. You've been everywhere in the racing world. What is the special thing about what you're doing at Crandon that sets it apart from all the other forms of racing? Period. And what part does technology play in that? The nature of your technology.
It's a few things. It's a kind of a two-part question, right? As Dave alluded to, the side-by-side thing here in the Midwest, everywhere in the country, everywhere around the world is becoming a growing thing.
Sure is.
Yeah, our audience base doesn't necessarily jump on a Polaris high-performance long travel racer, but they do have snowmobiles and they do have working side-by-sides, and watching that is part of the deal. I think, as I always said, this whole sport we have here, the off-road culture, is very evergreen. It was cool in 1967. It's still cool today. On the short course side, 15 years ago, a friend of mine invented the trophy cart, which was like a miniature go-kart with wheel travel. Introduced a whole group of kids that are winning now here at Crandon, or the RJ Andersons of the world started in these carts.
Yeah.
Introducing, and the Champ Off-Road Series is introducing like the 170 class for the younger kids now in Polaris and in a 570 class. So there's a step up, that access point is there via the side-by-sides. And it's something you can, as we've alluded to, take off the showroom, made some modifications to, and go racing. So the access points have become much more than they used to be. The side-by-side, the Raptors, those have made access to high-performance off-road driving much more accessible than, let's say, 20 years ago.
Well, that just expands the pool of participants and passion and people that the sport touches, and that's great to see. I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, and in terms of Crandon itself, I mean, short course racing's been around a long time, but what's special about it here, it's a purpose-built facility. It's all grass except for the dirt track. And you know what, Paul? I've been to Indianapolis a lot. It's my favorite event, the Indy 500 by far. I learned from it when I was there, and I treat Labor Day Crandon, you know, it's all American. You know, it's the end of summer here. It's these folks who live around here. This is their end of summer tradition. You know, red, white, and blue America, which sounds cliche, but it works, and it's just a special place to be on Labor Day. We treat it that way. We try to elevate it above, kind of to kind of be the locomotive for the rest of short course racing. We look at it that way, just like Indy is the IndyCar series. It's the same mentality I have here.
Well, we agree with you, and we'll treat it the same way from here on. Thank you for always being the ambassador for off-road racing that you've been. You do a good job of selling us all on it, Marty. And I've really enjoyed this session. I want to thank you, Megan, and I know I'm going to meet you eventually because I'm going to come to Pikes Peak. And Dave, I met you briefly once. You may not remember it because I was covered with dust. But I'm certainly going to see you. And Marty, I'm going to see you probably for breakfast next week. And Ron, I have to get to one of your events. Thank you for being with us today. And I really enjoyed this. And back to you, John and Francisque.
Well, thank you guys. What a great session. Thank you, Ron. You're a very long time friend of Judy, so thank you for supporting us since day one. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Megan. You were terrific. What an honor to have you on part of this. Marty, thanks again for being with us. I think we're going to see you again later today, correct?
Yes, later today. Yep.
So
You're fine.
Stay with us. Paul, I mean, as always, what a great job you did. It was so much enjoyable. So stay with us. I'm going to move you as attendee and watch the other session while we move our next panelist into the screen. When I do this, I'm going to ask our producer, Reed, to run a little video from our sponsors, a special thank you, because without the support of ETS Racing Fuel, Food Race, powered by Borg Warner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shark, and AEM, we could not have put this event together. So we're very thankful for them. Stay with us, short video, and we'll get back to our series of webinar.
There you go.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Very much.
Oh, okay, right on to you. Oh, wow, this is the beauty of being live.
It'll roll, I'm sure, sooner.
We'll keep talking. I see, I saw in the chat someone, I saw something from Latin America. Hello from Paraguay. Oh, I mean, we have people from everywhere in the world watching us right now. This is great. Thank you. You know, as what we said during the opening act, every single day we have 110 countries. You know, with us during this event. So that's wonderful. So thank you for watching us from wherever you are. I'm getting a signal from our producer that the video is ready to go. So on to you.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself.
Okay.
ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Thank you and welcome back. So we had great sessions and Jeff Hammond is back with us. So we're going to be talking valves with SRI and Del West. John, do you want to tell us a little bit what's coming up this afternoon before we get started?
Sure. Following the webinar with SRI, we'll go on to speed diagnostics, so used oil analysis. And again, that's another one to tune into. Lake Speed Jr. is hosting that. And Lake really knows kind of the nuts and bolts of daily life for a racer. And the idea of used oil analysis can help everybody. Then we'll go into race shop machinery with Tammy Baker, Joe Baker Equipment Sales. Chuck Tate, Digital Momentum. We'll talk about marketing in the digital age. And then we'll get to crankshafts, connecting rods, rotating assemblies with SCAT, which is just a great company. Excuse me, great people. Tom Lieb, awesome. And then a special panel on the media and racing will close us off at the 5 o'clock hour here, Pacific time.
Very good, excellent. But thank you, John. We have been, running those sessions by the minute. We're very thankful of SRI. Working with them for many years, they came on board to support ePartrade early on. So we're very thankful of you guys. As we say often, it's because of all of you, the suppliers out there that have been supporting this platform, that we have been able to grow it to what it is today and to produce this wonderful online Race Industry Week for the first time ever. And so without any further, it is 1 o'clock, right on the minute. So Jeff Hammond, on to you, and see you guys in 50 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Francine. Excuse me. I'll choke up here. Hey, Chad.
How's it going, Jeff?
Long time no see, my friend.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's been a while. And I haven't had the privilege of meeting you, Guido. How you doing today?
Doing all right. Nice to meet you virtually as well here, Jeff.
Yeah, good. So, Chad, what do you think about this idea of what we got going on here at ePartrade and Racer.com has got going on as far as this program and the online racing industry week we have so far? So I have had a blast, and I'm really glad that I'm into my day here on the 4th day of this event, getting a chance to talk to somebody that goes back to a man that I love dearly and miss very much, and your father, Harold Elliott. It's great to have an opportunity to speak with you.
Well, I really appreciate those kind of words about my father. We miss him as well. I think this week has been great, very informative with everything going on, with the COVID situation, the fact that we could all get together virtually, learn about what's new, what's coming, what's going on in the racing world. It's good to stay connected because it's been really tough to get out, especially for me, someone that travels the country and goes to races. this is the only way I've been able to connect with a lot of people. So I'm truly excited and learned a lot so far this week.
So Guido, what do you think about all of this so far? Is this going to be what I believe the future of the industry?
So we've of course had our struggles here as well with the whole COVID-19 thing, where we saw it drying up, and especially on the race side. What was remarkable here is that actually the series production side, the other division that we're heavily involved in on series production titanium valves, that actually had a very, very brief interruption and came back stronger than we expected. They are at levels beyond 2019. So we see that going strong. So that's a good thing. But racing is coming back a lot slower because of the shutdowns, because of the repeated shutdowns, and that is affecting the gatherings, the race venues internationally. So it's not only in the South here on NASCAR level or local race level, it's internationally where we're seeing that the volumes are down. Will it come back? Very likely. So hopefully we will get this under control early or mid 2021. And then with respect to customer visits, yeah, it's virtual. I used to be traveling frequently across the globe, and now it's staying here at my screen. Good for family time, but sometimes I'm missing the travels.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I mean, I couldn't believe that we've been able to accomplish all that we've accomplished, because I was involved with the Truck Series this year and do as many races as we did and one-day shows. I mean, it was pretty phenomenal because, as Chad understands, more times than not, when you go to the racetrack, you're there 3 days or longer. So it's a good way to approach everything. Well, let's get into what you guys have got for us today. Chad, open it up and just tell me what's going on over at SRI and what the relationship with Del West is, and how all the different products I'm sure you're ready to put out in front of us today.
Yeah, SRI and Del West have had a long-term partnership as the master distributor for their automotive performance valves, even back when we were owned by Roush Yates Performance Parts. So our relationship is more than just a vendor / distributor relationship. Obviously, our job is to produce the best quality valve train products on the market. We believe Del West does that. I think most people would agree with that. What we do is bridge the gap between the racer and the manufacturer. And they're like family. Guido is like a brother to me. We get at each other's throats, but we also get things done. You know what it's like being around engine builders. We're demanding. We want what we want when we want it, and we want it to be right. I would say that Del West Engineering, out of all the vendors that we work with, that I work with here at SRI on the engine side, by far our best partnership. They do a great job. They produce quality parts at a fair price. But the big thing is they produce what I think is the best product on the market.
Well, that's quite flattering to hear that, Chad. Thank you very much on so many levels.
Yeah, it's very true. If you're gonna believe in a product, you and be successful, you have to believe in it. You have to believe in it, and I think that you guys have done a great job educating us as to the processes, the technology, the material, and especially your coating. And I think we're going to get into that as we talk further here from a technical vantage point about some of your processes and coatings.
So, as we get into the deal, let's be realistic. I mean, a lot of times people look at the valve train area as one of the most vulnerable parts of an engine. I mean, the bottom end nowadays is everybody pretty much says it's bulletproof. If you're going to have a problem, it's usually going to happen in the valve train area, between a spring or a valve. Mm-hmm. And so, Guido, how do you approach that kind of pressure on your company to produce a product that everybody readily agrees it's kind of like the heartbeat of an engine to a certain degree? It's what makes everything open and shut and flow and make power. And a lot of people are always ready to come right there and say, it's that dang valve, it's this and this and this, they didn't do something right. And so how do you respond to that?
Yeah, the thing you don't want to hear on the TV is they dropped the valve. So then it immediately goes back to the valve, and the valve is the problem. Well, there's so many things that can go wrong that ultimately make a valve break. But okay, how do we deal with this pressure? I think it basically boils down to having the ultimate knowledge that you need to have as a manufacturer. That starts off basically from cradle to grave, from knowing what material to use, what coating to use for the right application, for the certain application. And we have that in-house knowledge. The company started off as a materials testing lab for the aerospace industry, for the big boys in aerospace. And with this materials knowledge, they then decided to go into manufacturing, and they entered into NASCAR with the titanium intake and titanium exhaust valve. And that over the years then spread out globally with a variety of alloys, titanium alloys, titanium aluminide, Waspaloy alloys. So we have this basic fundamental knowledge of materials that we then have converted to our own specification, have melted to our own specification and converted to our own specification. And then we know internally here on how to properly manufacture that raw material, that bar, into a valve or any other component for that matter. So that knowledge here is all in-house. We have all these processes that we control ourselves. It's basically from the time that we're forging a valve to the moment that we're shipping it to our customers, that is all done in-house. So that gives you a great control over your own processes. It's not that we order a forged valve from somebody else. It's not that we have our valve coated somewhere else. It's all done here. So when you control those processes, you can develop them further with your own proprietary technology and get this control over the full process. It's not easy. It takes many years to perfection that. But that is one of the key characteristics, I would say, to controlling the quality of the product that you ultimately send on to your customer. So that, in a way, then takes off the pressure that you're talking about. How do you deal with that? By basically getting your things straight in-house, by having the understanding and the quality gates that basically secure you from sending a good product to the customer ultimately.
So, Chad, when you're working back and forth, with Del West, and obviously, like I said, we're talking about failures and stuff, what part do you play in working back with the manufacturer and what you're seeing and trying to get it? I mean, I look at you, I guess, to a certain degree, you're going to be kind of like the middleman, right?
Yeah, we play middleman a lot of times. The good thing about our company at SRI is we are racers. We understand engines, race engines, so we can talk that shop with the customer. A lot of times we get the product back, we send it in for them. We try to ask all the pertinent questions about what happened. I will tell you that literally I've been working with Del West for 12 years, and I could count on one hand how many times that we've had to have product analyzed. And almost every single time it's a self-inflicted wound. Now that's where you were talking earlier. That's where we can help in the beginning when a customer is trying to put the right product and apply it for an engine. We're asking questions about the camshaft, the valve springs, how we're setting it up. How is the engine going to perform? If we ask all the right questions in the beginning, normally these problems are avoided altogether. But sometimes you have to do some finite analysis. And I will tell you that Del West is an engineering company. They have a lot of sophisticated tools that can be very, very beneficial in this matter. A lot of times, it's just a very rare occurrence these days because the materials, the heat treats, and the coatings are so far superior. We have very, very few failures.
Well, I've been privileged to yesterday afternoon to spend some time talking with the folks from Mali, for example. And It's interesting that y'all are talking in the same terms. all of these products, when they work perfectly together, you've got, something that, as I said earlier, that it's all but bulletproof. You know how hard to run it, how hot to run it, how long to run it. I mean, everything about it, you guys are been able to now pinpoint better than ever before in the history, I think, of racing and high performance, of what the longevity and the expectations of an engine are, from the piston to the cranks to the rods, and obviously the valves and the valve springs. So nothing lives forever. And I think that's the thing, is it developing the right line of communication when it comes to valves is the same thing. You can't put the wrong valve in a combination that all of a sudden spells disaster.
Right.
So yeah, I think it's very interesting that this is something that is universal within the world of engines and the products that go into an engine.
Well, I think that's a good point. Also, we've learned enough about all these different applications to understand the cycle times. Everybody is always chasing weight. The designs continue to get smaller and lighter and more aggressive, which makes the need for better material and heat treat and coating even more beneficial. But, that's the beauty of working with distribution, with Del West, working with SRI. We have an entire customer base that we can lean on other customers to see if they're having the same issues. Like if I'm selling that same product to another guy in the same arena and he's not having problems, then maybe that helps me help the customer that is having problems determine what the problems are so we can get past them and improve his program. It's really about, we work for the engine builder. That's what we do. We work for them. We're here to protect them. We're here to protect them with pricing. We're here to protect them from the racer, which a lot of times the racer is the one that, causes the problem. 9 times out of 10, problems are self-inflicted. But when we all communicate and talk together and we understand each other, it's a lot easier to determine these problems and get things back in order more quickly.
And I think that's where the strength actually is of our combination here. We're located sometimes further away from our customer base. SRI is right there in North Carolina and in Indianapolis, or close to Indianapolis. So it is great to have that group of support there from SRI that can reach out directly to the local engine builders, to the customers there. They have a great knowledge of engines and can talk and translate to us really on what the issues are. And then we can provide basically the technical backup there to show what is possible, or what alternatives there are. If we can do find an element analysis to provide a lighter and stronger valve. And so that's where this nice combination of two strengths come together here between Del West and SRI.
With that being said, Guido, is it when you try to get lighter and you're trying to do all the things that will make more horsepower and it gives you more opportunities to look down that road of better power, how do you blend the two as far as like new technology and materials? And then at the same time, are you fearful from time to time whenever somebody like NASCAR comes in and says, okay, we want these engines to run 3 times, 4 times. We want so many miles on them. Same way, like I say, on all 3 of the series there, whether it's trucks, Xfinity, or the Cup Series. And there's a lot of other, manufacturers, but series around the country now that are taking some of that same direction, trying to save teams money by saying you got to race an engine more than 1 time. So the parts become a lot more sensitive to, in my mind, of how you develop them, and yet at the same time don't create a problem for your company as well as a competitor.
So there have been a lot of threats over the, let's say, past 21 years that I've been working at Del West from those regulations. There's the threat of the electrical car. There's the threat of the hybrid car. The downsizing from a V12 to a V10 to a V8, and now in Formula One a V6. With every change in regulation comes a certain time of development of coming to this new, let's say, engine or this extra longevity that you need to get out of your engine. So there's more testing happening. It's not only the valves that we make for the weekend race, it's also the valves that we make here for all the development that continues to go on. So yes, volumes over those years have shrunk a lot. We don't see the sky is the limit attitude anymore. Budgets are limited. But if you continue to develop in-house with new processes, with new efficiencies, and with new alternatives on an engineering level or on a materials level, you now can provide extra service to the customer and a more exclusive exotic product that maintains your business or it gives you the opportunity to run a healthy business, to continue running it. So one of the things that we have in our portfolio is an alloy that is not used and maybe even banned in NASCAR. It's titanium aluminide. It's roughly half titanium, half aluminum, and it's an exotic alloy that is used in turbines, in jet engines, and there are two manufacturers worldwide that actually make valves out of that. One in Germany, and the other one is us. So this is a highly specialized alloy that provides us now an opportunity to continue doing business as one of the unique valve suppliers in the world. Another alloy that is commercially available but not easy to forge and to machine and drill and hollow out is the Waspaloy valve, very often used in rally cars or basically turbocharged applications. It's a very commonly available or known nickel alloy, high temperature nickel alloy, but not everybody knows how to manufacture a proper valve out of that. So when you continue developing, you can counter those trends that are actually a threat to your business, and you can maintain a good business level, and you can continue to provide your customers with a good alternative to what is being banned, what is being written out of the rules, or to counter the trend where racing, unfortunately, is shrinking worldwide.
Yeah, that sounds challenging at least. And Chad, when it comes to, I'm sure that people are coming to you and asking you questions. Can they do something like this? How do you keep up with this kind of technology, that they're developing on a daily basis or, from year to year?
Well, thank goodness I have Guido on speed dial, and he does a great job of taking something that's really technical and explaining it in layman's terms. So it's good to have that kind of relationship. I mean, literally, we can talk anytime. The fact that they are in California means that they're working till 8 o'clock, which is good for us engine guys over here on the East Coast because, we work all the time. So it's good to have that communication at any time. And we also have implemented some things for the end user. We have a setup called Fast Track now, where we can take small block blanks and turn them into usable racing valves in 15 days or less. And we actually are linked into their software at SRI, where we actually draw the valve for the customer, and we immediately get a PDF file emailed to the customer within 10 minutes. They can look at their part and approve it, and in 15 days or less, it shows up at their doorstep. And if you've ever ordered a Del West valve, you understand that their manufacturing tolerances, their quality assurance is incredible. So every single time that we've done those types of rapid prototype orders, they've been spot on every time. So it's quite an engineering feat, and now it becomes quite easy to take that technical information, put it on paper, and the customer is the one that wins.
In a situation like that, again, it's phenomenal that you can do that. But where does that kind of idea come from? And Guido, does your company come up with that, or Chad, did you come up with that? Because again, you know how racers are. Everything's got to be, I need it now.
Well, actually, the way it was a wish list from my sales reps in my department here to have some sort of rapid prototyping situation. We've actually suggested the same thing to Mala. You mentioned Mala Pistons earlier. They're one of our major piston suppliers. Anytime, it's hard to put every flavor of ice cream for every engine application that's out there. Everybody has their own way of doing things. Now, if we don't have a stocking part number and you have to make a custom valve, normally that can take, 8 to 10 weeks, depending on the busy time. So if you give them an avenue to do it, in less than 2 weeks, and it's affordable and it works, it's pretty easy sell to the customer. So actually, we came up with the idea and they created it. So they did all the engineering and software to make it actually very, very usable. We just basically log on to their server, use their CAD software, and draw the valve, and within minutes it's approved by the customer. It's a really, really nice, quick, clean service.
Yeah, this is definitely something that SRI pushed hard for. So we had to internally develop that functionality where they just have to log on to our system, enter the dimensions and the features of the valve, and within seconds it rolls out back at their side for approval to the customer. So that's a great benefit to have.
All right, Guido, you mentioned earlier, or Chad did one, about the coatings. And I know that, from the experiences I've had with Chad's father, he knows a little bit about coatings. And so whatever you guys are doing must be impressing him, or he's got a pretty good understanding about it. But I've seen the early days of what coating means to racers. So what are you guys bringing forth now?
So what we've developed in-house, and this is not a system that we developed ourselves, but we have done our homework and research to determine what the best system out there and what the best coating out there is. So the push basically came from the series production market. There was a demand for a titanium series production valve. PVD coatings were around a little bit already in the late 90s, beginning of the 2000s, but it was always that you had to send your valve out to get coated somewhere. To be able to support this series production endeavor, we needed to get our coating system in-house. We needed to be able to coat a large amount of valves at the moment that we wanted it to get done with the best coating out there available. So back then, I still had a large engineering role, and I was involved in developing and finding the right system. So I've traveled to different countries to sit down with the engineers of the different coating systems, and then come back with the coating home, applied on valves, and we would then test it in a test cell that we had developed here. We had a test stand of a motorcycle engine that was quite aggressive on the valve. And we would, we did probably hundreds of runs of testing of the different coating chambers. And we ultimately came back with this particular coating chamber that we have now. We would continue to see what is out there with respect to development of new chambers and new coatings. And we would use our current coating as the, let's say, test or the baseline. And every time we came back to, okay, what we currently have is the best coating out there that can withstand the most aggressive environment. So we continued over the years to test and use our coating as the baseline. And the feedback that I'm actually getting from SRI is that our customer base is really, really happy with the strength, the durability, and the adhesion of our coating.
Yeah, and if I might add to that, when he's referring to every stocking valve that they produce now comes with this coating added, and it really is baked into the cost. So you don't have to take your titanium valves and send them off to a coating company to have them done. And it is truly, I know I've been around coatings my whole career. I haven't seen a coating this robust and this good. I'll give you some examples in the dirt engine market, which they use a lot of titanium valve train products. It's probably most aggressive on the valve seating area just because of the environment. Normally, unless it's a hollow stem or a 6 millimeter stem valve, these engines can run 2 full seasons with a set of valves, which that's a huge savings on the racer. And that's all due to the coating. The coating integrity in the valve seating area, it stays there. It keeps the valve seating properly, no cupping. Basically, they can clean the carbon off during a rebuild, slap them in, and run a whole entire other season. Now, there are limitations if you're running a hollow stem valve or like a 6 millimeter valve. You know, there's a cycle life that you don't want to push that beyond. We understand what those are. We try to convey that to the customer. Obviously, we're here to sell parts, but more importantly, we're here to give them, you know, the correct information.
So thank you for adding that, Chad. So what I forgot to mention here is, so this coating was developed basically for our series production line, but is currently used across all racing series as well. The difference here is basically the surface preparation. So what is critical for a coating to come out with the right surface finish and the right adhesion is to prepare the base surface, your substrate, properly. And you do that by 2 methods, by polishing the valve properly and by cleaning the valve thoroughly. So if you don't have those 2 aspects under control, you will not have a proper coating. So that then basically boils down to having a proper robotic polishing operation that we have in-house for our series production valves, but of course also for our race valves, and to have a clean room in place. So right before the valves are entering the coating chamber, the valves are entering a clean room, basically a room that is certified weekly for particle count, where you have HEPA filtration and the air circulating so many times per hour, where you have people dressed up in, call it the clean room garment that you see in the chip industry. It's not that strict, but the similar attitude to cleanliness. You need to be dressed up, you need to wear spit masks so you don't accidentally sneeze on the product, or when you talk, you don't have anything splashing on the product that can lead to coating delamination ultimately. So that valve enters a clean room, goes through a multi-stage ultrasonic and rinsing and drying system, and then comes out sparkling clean, so to say, then gets transferred over directly to the coating chamber and receives its coating. So only when you have those processes and those quality steps properly developed, then you can guarantee, or then you can rely on the quality of your coating.
Now, you know, real quick, and some of the notes they gave me, you know, to kind of get prepped up for our discussion today. Are you referring to the CRN coating? Is that what we're referring to here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's the coating that is generally applied to the seat and the tip, and for most valves also on the stem. So it is a coating that is robust enough and let's say functional enough to work very well on all 3 surfaces. So yeah, that's the coating that we're talking about.
I mean, I just think it's phenomenal, you know, because again, the Dirt Series getting, you know, a valve train to last, you know, potentially 2 full seasons is, again, it's kind of like that, nice to be able to build a budget like that and feel confident, you know, you can get that kind of mileage out of it. I think it's pretty phenomenal.
But it's, yeah, so you need to have your ducks in a row. And for people that are involved in the, let's call it the PVD, CVD coating industry, and that have visited the different coaters out there, the job shops, it is not really that common to have a clean room approach to coating a race car product, a PVD product. So very often it is cleaner, but you don't have the ultimate attitude of trying to be very, very clean with a separate conditioned room. And that makes us, I believe, a little bit unique here, even in the general job shop coating industry, to make sure that this room is free from any dust, from any machining mist or what have you, to maintain that as a very clean and restricted room where you can only go into when you have when you're dressed up properly.
Right. So Chad, all of the stuff that, we've been talking about up to now, how much of this have you witnessed, about you travel out to Del West and you've been to their facility and everything?
Yeah, usually once, maybe twice a year, I'll make a trip to California. We'll spend, a few days and see what's new at the facility. I've seen, every step of the way, every machine, every process. I've been in the clean room. It's like walking into a Dell factory, like he said, a chip manufacturer. They have a very interesting robot that does the polishing. I think they call it Fred and Angie. It does this wonderful dance together. Did I get that right, Guido?
Fred and Ginger.
Fred and Ginger. Okay. A little bit before my time, but anyway. But yeah, they have.
Come on, Chad. I know why your daddy didn't told you about Ginger Rogers and Fred Astaire. I mean, come on now.
Right. But yes, I have seen it. They have they have the edge of manufacturing technology and coding, and they incorporate that into their products. That's why they work well. That's why we love them, and we've had a lot of success. In fact, we're talking about the racing industry. I think SRI has put forth possibly 2 to 3 of the top sales days in our history in the last 3 days. So the phones are ringing off the hook, the products flying off the shelf. Guido, you're going to be getting some large purchase orders. We're pretty excited. I know it's a tough time right now, but guys are getting geared up and spending money for next season already, even earlier than anticipated. So it's very exciting.
Okay, when you say it like that right there, is there a movement that you can, or a trend that we're looking at right now when you say something like that? Is it more dirt racers, more short track racers? I mean, what is kind of like?
Well, particularly dirt racing and things like outlaw street racing is really taking a big push. I think Guido would attest. We've started doing a lot of pro mod valves, a lot different, larger horsepower applications. It looks like dirt racing is super strong right now. Sprint car racing, dirt late model, modified, as well as this drag racing market. I know the NHRA had they had a tough season, like most forms of racing, but we are getting a lot of calls for like your more alternative drag racing, street outlaw type stuff, and guys are willing to step up and put the better quality products in their engines.
Interesting. We've been talking about the coating side of it. Do you have a lot of people right now that are choosing not to have their valves coated for a reason or not?
Well, no. In fact, Del West does their coating very affordably, so it's baked into the price. We don't actually give them a choice. Honestly, we go ahead and produce the product already coated with their coating, and we have no complaints. I mean, if you had to have those products made and sent off to be coated, I mean, it is quite a bit of an additional expense. Now, there are guys that prefer, like in certain applications, to run DLC on the head of the valve. And there are situations where we will have them made without the coating. But I would run Del West CRN coating over any other PVD style coating out there. I believe that strongly in it. I've seen the results. It's very impressive.
Predominantly, I would say our chrome nitride PVD coating is used. We have the option of applying the DLC in our Swiss office as well, where they have a couple of DLC chambers. So we can do this in-house as well, so to say. But the commonly used chrome nitride coating is, or sorry, the commonly used seed coating is, or stem coating is chrome nitride across all series. And then you see an engine builder or a team here or there that then opts for the DLC coating. It's the preference of the engine builder. And I guess if they see or perceive to see a difference running DLC, we can of course do that, no problem.
Okay. Well, Chad, let me ask you this. Like I say, you've been around the coating business a long time. Today, based off of, like I say, talking to Mala, they got certain parts of their skirts sometimes that got coatings on them. And internally, how many different parts and pieces are probably coated today compared to the in the beginning? I mean, it's.
Well, I think back when you and my father raced together, I think you guys were probably one of the first ever in the sport of NASCAR to actually start coating engine bearings and pistons and that type of thing. I would say 80% of the parts that are in these engines now in NASCAR are coated in some sort of way. Obviously, your pistons, your valve train products, your bearings. We're doing things now with like some of your fuel pump manufacturers, where we do the pump housings, the gears. It's all, even things like blowers, housings, and enforced induction situations. But again, it has to be the right coating for the application. There is a lot of snake oil, mystery oil salesmen out there. We don't believe in that. That's where I had a pretty good teacher in that respect. But yeah, a majority of what goes into these engines now, the quality of the materials, the quality of the coatings, the heat treatments, that's why you don't see the failures that you once did. The parts are just way better. The technology is there for everyone to take advantage of, not just Formula One and NASCAR. Now you see it all the way down to street level and, in the smallest forms of grassroots dirt racing.
Yeah, but what I'm taking out of the conversation with you two gentlemen is that because of so much, you got the coatings and stuff built into the price, and you're making your product based off of everybody wants Del West product. You don't want to make something or take something away from a product that makes it more durable. So it's almost like the grassroots guys are getting the best of the best because it just works better across the whole realm of racing. Is the way I look at it. It's like, say, at one time, you would pay for something special, but you guys make it special every day. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and sometimes
it's built in, and it's like you're crazy not to. And Hendrick Motorsports or Roush Yates is going to have it just like it'd be if you're a Ferrari, or whether or not you're Jeff Hammond going over here to the local quarter-mile dirt track to run some Friday night. My stuff is as good as anybody else in the world.
Yeah, and I tell people a lot. I deal with John Force Racing, have for years, and I got guys come up off the street and you treat everyone the same. John Force is no different than your B-Mod racer on Saturday night at East Lincoln Speedway.
Okay.
You have the ability to get similar products and quality that the very top racers do. And now with Guido and the hard work of those guys, they work constantly on how to manufacture more cost effectively, offer these services like the fast track, which benefit, allow the grassroots racer to get on that same level as a cup team.
So what you get here is basically the vast experience that we have with our customers worldwide. So we're dealing with virtually everybody out there, which means that we have to be very careful to not transfer any secrets from one team to another. They need to be able to trust us. They need to be able to come with their problems and their proprietary knowledge and be able to discuss a solution. But over the years, you see that certain information spreads from team to team and it becomes commonly available. So it's not that proprietary anymore. The biggest, let's say, leak that you have of your proprietary knowledge is not necessarily at your supplier, but from the engineers hopping from team to team. So certain knowledge becomes let's say, generally available, and you can now apply that, what you learned in Formula One, what you learned in MotoGP, what you learned in NASCAR, you can apply that to your other product worldwide. So everybody, when you have that knowledge all in-house and you're dealing with all those customers, you basically become versatile and you have solutions available in your portfolio that you can provide to anyone out there, especially when you have all those processes in-house. That makes it super easy because you have control over it. You know what the problems are, you know what the possibilities are, and that then provides a solution for any of your customers, so to say. So that is one of our key strengths here, that we don't shop, or we don't have other vendors supplying us with a variety of different coatings, or we're leaving a half product at the doorstep of the customer. We're delivering a finished product that goes through different quality gates with processes that are developed in-house that we totally understand.
Okay, same question to you, Guido. Do you go, I know you said you did not travel a lot in 2020, but prior to that, do you go to a lot of the different engine builders and visit, like say with Doug Yates and people like that, personally, so you guys can talk about techniques, talk about ideas and futures?
Right. So there are a lot of customers that we don't visit, that we we're basically leaning on SRI to support us in that, and that's their strength. Because let's face it, the market is quite scattered, with a lot of small guys that need to have a focal point, somebody they can talk to, and SRI is very, very helpful and supports us in a great sense there. When it comes to, let's call it the international customers or the larger NASCAR teams, we deal with them directly. So traveling means traveling to the south. Then we have some racing teams here in California, and traveling to Japan and traveling to Europe. And yeah, that's what I miss, that personal contact, sitting down with the engineers and the purchasing people, and trying to find out what the current needs are while you're sipping on your little espresso in northern Italy. That is one of the favorite things.
Hey, real quick, Tom Fry has got a question for you guys, and he was asking, do you coat just the intake valves, or do you also have a coating for that will withstand the exhaust temperatures, or is it one and the same?
Well, yes, we do. We certainly coat the exhaust valves as well in the same process. It totally withstands the temperatures of exhaust in racing. Guido can elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, so the chrome nitride coating starts to, I think, break apart at about 850 Celsius. And that's definitely not a temperature that you want to run your titanium valve at, because it would fail already at that point. So it can definitely withstand the operating temperatures. At the seat, of course, that can be a hot spot, but you're cooling that most of the time when the valve is closed. And the port area in general is not coated, because you don't want to coat this, let's say, failure-prone area with high bending stresses, because the chrome nitride coating lowers the fatigue strength of the whole valve. So generally what we do, especially for the smaller valves that tend to bend a little bit more in the port area, we mask that area so we don't have any coating deposition. And then you have the normal base fatigue strength of the titanium.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no problem. Both sides, intake and exhaust, are coated with chrome nitride.
Okay. I guess one of the next things that I'm curious about is that we're talking about your valve. What about the valve spring? What about the keepers and stuff that go with all that? Chad, I mean, if I'm an engine guy coming in and we're going to discuss a valve, do you help this engine builder come up with the rest of the package?
Absolutely. That's one of my most favorite part of my jobs is we actually have a good working relationship with some of the spring manufacturers. We do have manufacturers that we recommend that actually produce a higher quality wire with a higher quality polish that a lot of your high-end racers use. Yes, we totally like to help spec out the process with the end user. That's where usually the mistakes are made when going with the wrong spring. It's usually something else that leads to if there is some sort of valve or valve part failure, it's usually the spring is misapplied for the lift and the cam and the application that we're working with. So by all means, we suggest that they contact us. We have a sophisticated spring calculators where we can set up based off of the weights, based off the camshaft, based off the application, and basically mock up the system on the computer and say, hey, this looks like this is going to work great. We do have specs and parameters. Luckily, I was lucky enough to work with Doug Yates and Roush Yates for 8 years. It was an accelerated engine university where I learned a lot about valve springs, how important they are, and how to apply them. So yes, we do that here with a lot of customers at SRI, and I've got some really great guys on staff that understand different engines. I got a guy who's good with tractor pulling and drag racing, another guy that's good with street racing. I handle most of your circle track and your higher end drag racing applications. But yeah, we totally can spec out valve springs, get you in the correct keeper retainer setup, and that's really what it's about. If you just provide one piece of the puzzle, you're not giving them a service.
And that's, if I may add, that's the strength of our combination here. You can ask me anything about the manufacturing and the fundamentals and the development of our valve train components, but the best support on what component to use with the other component, that combination, that knowledge, that comes from SRI. So undoubtedly, if you need to have advice on what exactly to use, he is your man, Chad, here, and they support us greatly in that because we don't have that knowledge in-house, but the combination does wonders.
Yeah,
it works again, it's fascinating, and that I think the word that I'm taking away from this week so far on all the people I've talked to that were derived back into the engine business is the platform and trying to come up with whatever the application. The word has to be application, because the piston guy versus the valve guy versus the valve spring guy, everybody, it integrates and ties in like a really, really, beautiful thing when you do it right.
Yeah, and if I might add, I mean, there's nothing more. Yeah, if I may add, there's nothing more exciting than when a customer calls, he's experiencing some problems, he has some questions, and you help them change their valve train system around and get them in the right products, the right spec products, and that it performs. And then you have a friend and a customer for life. That too is the tough part about this year is I miss all those guys. There's people all around the country that I go see every year, and I look forward to it. And we get caught up on what's new with their engines and their shop, and we get caught up on their life. And again, that's the best part of the job right there is, helping someone make their program better. I think that's what we're here to do. I think that's what we're all here to do.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today. Steve Francis is sitting here. He's looking at me, and I know it means time to move along, but it's been very interesting. Great to catch up with you, Chad, and get a chance to see you doing a great job, young man. Pleasure to meet you, Guido. And I look forward to someday maybe getting a chance to meet you or see you again personally and meet you personally. And so take her away there, Francie.
Same here, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Guido. Special thanks to Chad and everyone at SRI again, to help us being part of launching ePowerTrade. So thank you very much. Stay with us. I'm going to move you back as attendees. That way you can watch the next sessions. While I do this, John, would you like to tell us a little bit more what's going on today and then tomorrow?
Well, I've gone over today a couple times, but I just want to kind of start telling people to make room for us tomorrow. So we'll start off at 7 a.m. Pacific time with Bobby Rahal. And Bobby Rahal's fun. He knows his stuff. And Bobby will make you think as well, kind of where we're at, where we need to be. I've always found him to be a fascinating speaker when it comes to racing, the business of racing and the sport of racing. And then we had a big announcement the other day. So Friday lunch, noon at Pacific time, we'll have Mark Rushbrook, Global Director of Ford Performance Motorsports. And that's a big deal. As we talk about Online Race Industry Week, it's kind of about rebooting from this year of the pandemic for 2021. 2021 may be the year of the vaccine. And who knows, we all hope we'll be racing pretty hard by May. And so it's great to have Ford tell us what Ford has in mind. This has such a big effect on everything we all do. And then at 4 o'clock, we'll have Jim Campbell, Chevrolet U.S. Vice President, Performance and Motorsports, and we'll have an hour with him. And one of the great things about Online Race Industry Week also is the structure allows us to talk to these guys for an hour. Sometimes they may be at a racing event and they kind of do a soundbite here and there, but we get to talk to them for an hour, and we've had some just wonderful in-depth interviews that way that really help give us some good perspective for next year. So that's kind of what we have going on big tomorrow, along with tech webinars and a lot of other things. Francis, back to you.
I mean, yeah, we're delighted. I mean, Chevrolet and Ford, they are such a big part of motorsport here in North America. And to have the two gentlemen running both motorsport divisions of those two giants, what a way to finish the day and the week, sorry. And we're starting with Bobby Rahal. I mean, it's just, it has been an incredible week when you think of it. And what you like, my favorite take of this whole thing, John, comes from you, is like, after Roger Penske a session, you were like, oh, I felt like Roger was just talking to me. And we have seen so many friends coming in and out. Actually, we're going to see Lake coming again. Now, this is, I think I saw Lake Speed Jr. this winter more than I usually do. I'm doing a Total Seal webinar with John Causey. We saw him doing a tech webinar with Speed Diagnostic and Mark Conquest, head of engine at Joe Gibbs. That was fabulous. Then Leg came back again this week with Keith and Ed, and they did brilliant webinars. They are coming in the next few. So it's kind of fun to kind of get everybody back together somehow, and even if it's virtually, that's the world we live in, So I'm kind of delighted. Where I think we went a little bit too long, John, because it's 1:55 almost.
Francis, we have a couple minutes extra here. I want to tell everybody our discipline is to really start on the hour. So we don't want to start a couple minutes early and have people enter the room and say they started already. They said it's going to be at 8 o'clock and they started already. So we're starting on the hour. Francis, we have a few minutes. Do you want to remind people about ePartrade and what's possible on ePartrade.com?
Yeah, sure. So, long story short, and I'm reminded by Judy to, remind everyone what ePartrade means. ePartrade means electronic performance and racing trade. It is the global online platform for the performance and racing industry. And as we have been mentioning, in the recent days and during these old sessions, it's kind of like taking advantage of all the technologies available in today's world to bring the industry into the 21st century. So think of the world like I came to America about 20 years ago, a little bit over 20 years ago, and
you're now an American citizen. I should say that, a dual citizenship, but you're an American citizen.
But I would say like I'm American with a French accent. That's how they call me here. when I'm here, I'm the French guy. When I go back home, they're going to be the American. But
you have an accent?
But anyway, and so long story short, 20 years ago when we traveled, we used maps. I remember I had the Thomas book. If you're a foreigner and you come to Los Angeles for the first time and Google Maps didn't exist and Waze didn't exist. I mean, you had this gigantic book in the back of your car trying to figure out which street you're on. So that was our world, you know. We didn't have cell phone. It was just, I'm not saying it was better or worse, but that's just the way it was. And today we rely on tech, you know. We live in the world of Netflix, of Uber, of Waze, of Google Maps, of you name it. So really what we did is we said, well, let's take advantage of that and let's come up with a better way, a faster way, a more efficient way, a more global way, a more cost-effective way to help our industry connect 24/7, 365 worldwide. Simple as that. So we were in the trade show business, our life, and we thought, well, what can we do with that? So what if we took all the trade shows around the world, put them together in one place, make that place open 24/7, 365, and accessible by anyone in the world from wherever you are within the industry, obviously. So now, instead of going to our old friends and when we used to sell them booth, we go to, you know, Total Seals coming on later, or SRI that wasn't earlier, or ETS Fuel, or Brembo Brakes, and we said, we can, you know, you can come on our platform and you can purchase a little upgrade, you can showcase your product, and anytime you have something new, it goes right there. You can showcase video, catalog, brochures, etc. Then we went to all the buyers, the race team, the engine builders, the tuners, the fabricators, the machine shop, and we told them, well, instead of coming to an event, we're going to invite you to come to our platform so you can log in. Instead of a badge around your neck, you have a login and a password, and you can come in anytime you want, and you access it, and you have access to 25,000 racing businesses worldwide. You can source product, you can source suppliers, and you can connect and exchange. And it's really kind of like the trade shows of the 21st century. So there is no financial transactions. This is not an e-commerce site. This is really the platform that connects our industry worldwide 24/7. And it's free to use. So if you are a buyer, a race team, a dealer, engine builders, again, you basically need to log in and create an account. And if you're a supplier, it's free to use, and you can purchase an upgrade, which is a fraction of the cost of the traditional buy that you can find in the world. And you can connect and exchange with buyers. It's a business-to-business interactive community where buyers and suppliers can connect with one another all year round. And I see that Joe Castello is back. So Joe, how are you doing? We're waiting for our friend Lake. Lake Speed should be joining us very soon. And his new name is Charles Navarro. So now Lake is with Charles Navarro. They are together, beautiful. Lake, I was telling John earlier, I feel like I'm seeing you like all the time this winter.
I know. It's like I must be in Los Angeles or somewhere. We're hanging out every day.
Yeah, that's you're true. So as I said in the previous sessions you were on, I want to give you again credit for the people watching us right now that might not have seen you in the previous session. If we all here together, it started back to probably May, when I was trying with Judy and John. You know, we had this wonderful ePortrait platform that was the perfect solution at that time of the pandemic, you know, to connect people. And we had, you know, the perfect solution in the current situation, but that was not enough. We were missing something. And we're talking with Lake and exchanging ideas. Well, what could we do? And that's how ePortrait Live Tech Webinar was born. And the first one that was put together was Lake with John Causey. It was an instant success. After that, we said, well, let's do more. We called our friend Paulie and at McLeod and Jimo, his crew chief. Boom, they were on next minute. Then we called Jesse at AEM Electronics. He called Stefan Papadakis. Boom, they're on the next week. And the things really took off. And that wonderful exchange weekly for 1 hour where people could chit chat, engage, connect was an instant hit. And that's how Online Race Industry Week was born, because we thought, what's next? Let's do a full week. So here we are. We start always within the hour. It is 2 o'clock. Joe Castello, you are in charge. Thank you, guys. We'll see you in 50 minutes.
Thank you very much, Francis. Big mistake saying something so
Big and bold as I am in charge, because I'm going to start doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Like promoting Lake Speed Jr. Hey guys, how you doing? Charles, Lake, welcome. This is great. East Coast, 5 o'clock hour. Obviously you guys 3 hours behind, but learning so much, loving what we are doing. And we're going to kick it up into another gear, Lake. Talk a little bit about, we just heard Francisque lay out like how this happened. It's been amazing to see it all take shape. I know you're probably pretty proud also.
This is really cool. I mean, I said I was very fortunate that Francisque and Judy and John reached out to me back in the summer and said, hey, how are we going to handle this if what happened with the trade shows being canceled in person? How are we going to overcome that? And we really brainstormed for a while about how to address it, what format, what platform we thought would be the best way to address it. And, I got to thank Matt Hartford, my boss and your good friend, for giving us the latitude to go do this. He was just completely supportive of, y'all go try what you want to try. Go for it. We need to figure something out. And so we tried the first ePar Trade Live, like you said, with John Kazi. And of course, John's a great guy, super knowledgeable, and it was successful. And we still hear people every day, watch it on YouTube. And they say, oh yeah, I really learned something from that. And even earlier this week, with myself and Keith, who you know very well from the Hidden Horsepower podcast series, with Ed Keeper talking about honing, we've been inundated with phone calls and emails from people who watched the webinar on Tuesday that were, wow, I didn't even know that, 100 micro inches is a 1/10 of a thousandth. And from a honing and cylinder pour finish, it blew their mind. So this has been a really great week, and very excited to be able to come back with my buddy Charles and kind of take it to the next level, kind of a continuation of what we talked about on Tuesday and then going to that next level today.
Well, let's do it. And of course, we invite everybody with questions, put them in the comments section. We're all monitoring. I don't know if you guys can see, but I certainly can see, and I'll feed them to you. Charles, welcome to the show. Obviously, a little background. You're the president of LN Engineering. So
you got that engineering mind, and what we're about to talk is ring seal oil and the relationship and how we can, get the most out of our engines and oil clean, keep them protected, make them live a long time.
Yep. I met Lake years ago when everyone was losing flat tappet Camden lifters, before everyone knew it was ZDDP was the answer. And we were doing test work on air-cooled Porsche engines, and we were testing all kinds of oils, doing oil analysis, doing teardowns, inspecting stuff. And lo and behold, Lake was doing that research at Joe Gibbs Racing, and I was reading the SAE white papers of what he had published, and we were following the same course, and we hooked up and started working together with development of oils, a lot of which we use in our Porsche business here, but the development of break-in oils, intermediate oils, how it affects every stage of an engine from break-in to have good long life, and then tracking these cars and what you need to do to protect them.
Oh yeah, I remember reading Charles's white paper on oil, and I'm like, I got to meet this guy. This is the only other guy I know that gets it. And so we've been hooked up ever since. And in fact, it's great that it kind of worked out that this week is Online Race Industry Week, and I'm here at Charles's shop because we've been working for several months now on a new engine project where Charles and his team here build these fantastic parts for Porsche engines. But one of the things they tried, or we're trying right now, is a different bore coating. So as opposed to having a traditional cast iron bore or a Nikasil bore, Charles and his group went way out there and have tried Suma bore, which is a plasma spray bore. And what makes it really interesting is that as opposed to having a Nikasil, which is a plating, or cast iron, which is a material, the Suma bore is sprayed on. And then as opposed to honing it with a normal crosshatch and all those kind of things that most people who are in engine machining are used to seeing, this is mirror finished. And you may say, well, isn't that too slick? Well, it would be, except for the fact that it's porous. So there's porosity in that process of little bitty tiny balls of iron hitting the cylinder, when you do that mirror finishing, it reveals those micropores. And that's what holds the oil, right? We're going to get to oil on this whole thing, right? So it's that micropore that holds the oil that can lubricate the ring, because that's what this thing is. I mean, the ring isn't just a compression seal. It's also an oil seal. And more importantly, it's also a lubricating component. So it's doing a job, but you have to have oil getting to that part to do its job. And like we talked about on Tuesday in the seminar with Ed and Keith, is that proper lubrication is having the right oil, which is the right viscosity and additives for the application at the right place, the right time, and the right amount. And you may think, well, that it's this crank to the splash in the crankcase, I'll get it out eventually, that actually lubricates the ring. And no, that can get the oil on the cylinder wall, but it's those valleys, it's those holes, that porosity in the SUMA bore that hold the oil that actually lubricate the ring. Without that oil getting there and enough of it being there, you can't lubricate the ring, and the oil is the gasket between the ring and the cylinder wall and the piston to create that we always call ring seal soup. You know, it's not just one of those components. They all got to work together. And as we've already seen today, from beginning the engine teardown process on the first, leg of this journey with SUMA bore in a Porsche engine, that it can be pretty challenging to get that mix right.
Yeah, and that's where use oil analysis comes into play. That we've been taking samples every so many miles, so we can see if there's fuel dilution, what kind of wear metals are in the oil. Because we have, I would venture to say, we've probably seen at this point at least 1,000 samples of what an inside of this particular engine would look like if it had a Nikasil bore in it. We know what the oil sample, what the fingerprint of one of those engines look like. So now we're using a different technology. So we need to get lots of testing, lots of oil samples, compression tests, leak down tests. But again, we need as much data as possible to understand if this is working correctly or if we need to change something, and use oil analysis is one of those tools that we're relying on.
Exactly. Just like we talked about on Tuesday, that the profilometer, which can measure your bore finish, is a tool that you have to be able to measure and understand and control your bore finish. Oil analysis is your tool for understanding the health of the oil, and more importantly, the health of the engine. Because as Charles was saying, fuel dilution is a huge, huge issue. And as a ring guy, fuel is the enemy of my piston ring. The reason for that is your oil in your piston ring, they go hand in hand. It's a lubricated part, it's an oil control ring, it's doing both. It's symbiotic. It's the fuel which is the enemy, because the fuel lowers the viscosity. It dilutes the oil. It reduces its ability to do its job. Especially you go from a pump gas engine to say E85 or methanol or something like that, you're getting even more fuel. It has even less lubricity. It lowers that viscosity even more. So it's pretty typical is when you have a high level of fuel dilution, you have a high level of wear in the engine. And our experience together, like I said, thousands of engine oil samples from Porsches, NASCAR, you name it, we've sampled it over the years. Rarely do you see a high level of wear without a corresponding high level of fuel dilution. So it's really an undervalued, overlooked tool that the race industry really needs, especially now the fact that we've gone to multi-race engines. When you have a sealed engine, a crate motor, or a spec type motor that can't be modified, can't be inspected completely on a regular basis, this is, like going to the doctor and getting a blood test to know how you're doing inside. This is what it is just for your motor.
And is that a kit? Just because you guys are back off camera a little bit, so it's difficult to see exactly what you've got. I'm thinking about racers out there who want to monitor the life of their engine over
races, a season, 2 seasons, etc., and kind of keep track of that. Is this something that you can apply, weekly, monthly, etc., and track the life of your engine, the wear of your engine?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, so they are kits, which, by the way, Charles happens to sell these. So I'll hold them up here close to the camera.
Yes.
But the kit comes complete with the sample bottle, all of the handy dandy instructions. I know you can't possibly read that, but everything you need to know to do, you just follow the instruction sheet. And it comes with a prepaid, self-addressed, expedited shipping box to go back, because in a lot of cases, you can get the results back in less than a week. You send it on a Monday, you better get your results back Friday. So there are NASCAR teams that are actually doing this on a weekly basis, and there's a expedited version that is 2-day processing. So they can literally ship the sample on a Monday, have the results on Wednesday, so they can know the health of that engine before the next race.
Wow, that's great, because you mentioned health, you compared it to the medical field. It really is. You're just checking and diagnosing the health of your engine through used oil analysis. How affordable is something like this,
Charles?
A kit runs about $60, including shipping for one of these kits. And like Lake said, once you ship it in, you'll see the results for a standard kit in about 5 days. We rely on it really heavily in a lot of the Porsche engines that we deal with. They use Locasil cylinder technology, or Alusil, which a lot more people are familiar with. And those engines suffer a problem called bore scoring, where the bore score, and then you get metal-to-metal contact from the piston skirts, which are aluminum, with aluminum cylinder bores.
Yeah, never.
And when the engines will get symptoms like one sooty tailpipe. You have 2 tailpipes, one side of the engine is starting to fail, one will be dirty. But even before you'll see it on a tailpipe, or the engine will start sounding like it has a noisy lifter. A lot of people think I have a bad lifter. No, it's a cylinder failing. And used oil analysis is the first place you'll actually see a failure starting, because you'll see aluminum content and silicon content elevated in the oil. So if you're doing oil changes and doing sampling every oil change, you'll have, I'm healthy. All of a sudden, there's a spike in the aluminum and silicone, and you go, hey, what's wrong? Where did this come from? This shouldn't be here. And then that lets you take action before you have a failure.
And what he said is the key. The trend is your friend. It's really not about the absolute values. What are those little detailed numbers from your report? The key is having that history, that trend, to watch what's going on, because every engine is going to be a bit different. The environment is going to be different that it operates in. The oil people use is going to be different. So the key is establishing the baseline for where you are and what you're doing. Then look for deviations from that baseline, and those are your warning flags to know, hey, something's changed, what's going on. And the reality is, if you're really racing for championships, $60 per race is nothing. And you can literally save yourself a championship. It's already happened. There's a team that saved themselves a championship just by one of these bottles, caught an engine that was going to fail. They were scheduled to run it again. They sent it back to the engine builder, and sure enough, it was about to fail, but it was running fine the previous race. No reason to doubt the health of the engine for the next race. But if they had run that race again, they would have run that engine again the next race. They would have failed it, and they would have lost the championship instead. So, $60 goes a long way.
Amazing stuff. All right, we've got a couple of questions out there coming in on the chat section. And if you have a question, by all means, post it, and I'll pose it to Charles and Lake. This one coming from Kyle Fickler out there. What's up, Kyle? Hi, Lake and Charles. What percentage of dilution do you consider high
or what is the threshold of dilution? Obviously, somewhat depends on fuel too, but speak on that a little bit.
So for a normal drain interval, and there's a question in and of itself, it's a can of worms, what's considered normal. But typically in that 3,000 to 5,000 mile window, you want to see less than 2%. Now, you start shortening that number up, well, now that number needs to come down. You know, for example, we saw a report today we're looking at that it's basically 1.97. We'll call it 2%, but it's only 1,300 miles. Well, that's high, because if you extrapolate that out, it's going to be 4 or 5%, which would be a big problem. So anything less than 2 at about 3,000 to 5,000 miles, somewhere in that range, typically okay. It's tend to be on the high side. You really want to see about 1%. The really good race motors, like, you know, getting back to my buddy Mark Cronquist at Gibbs, they do this every race on all their stuff. The good ones are less than 1%, usually about 0.5%. You know, so 0.5% or 0.5 is what they're looking at as a good fuel dilution on a 500-mile race. Now, when they go to say Baja, they run the Baja 1000, that number goes up a little bit just because the length of the race. But, you know, we've seen in our experience in a street engine, if it goes over 2, that's never a good sign.
And it also depends on if the engine's port injected, direct injected. That makes a huge difference, because if you look at my experience obviously is in Porsche engines. If you look at a port injected Porsche engine, normally the used oil analysis on a healthy motor will have well less than 1% of fuel dilution, maybe 0.5% or sometimes no fuel dilution whatsoever in a 5,000 mile interval. But a direct injected engine, it's almost all the time we get it has at least 2% fuel dilution in a healthy motor. It just because the fuel pressure is injected so high into the combustion chamber, some of it gets past the rings.
Yep. So yeah, DI engines are the exception to that, no doubt about it.
That makes sense. So first of all, I think that is a great
tool for people out there. Now, you're referencing, we talked sports cars and we talked about like a 500-mile race like we would see in Cup. But what about for drag racers? It sounds like something that they can use in intervals, maybe not after every single race, or maybe, but how would they go about using the tool?
Well, the same way, because you still want to see what that fuel level is, because back to piston rings, this is your ring seal. If you're getting too much fuel dilution, even in a drag race environment, more than likely what's going to happen is you are going to shorten the useful life of your engine. No matter how fast your car is running, if you're getting a bunch of fuel in your oil, that's going to increase bore wear 100%. That when you have high levels of fuel dilution, you're going to be contaminating the oil, which is going to reduce the lubricating properties of the oil, which is going to increase cylinder bore wear, chance of scuffing, damaging the ring. So in the end, you should be looking at it, even though the numbers may be, we'll call it higher for your application. Back to that trend is your friend. You want to get a hold of it and monitor it so that you don't get out, get yourself out. Tune up goes bad, fuel injector goes bad, and now all of a sudden you're having a problem. You can track it back so that in the end, it's like more of an insurance policy. You're trying to build that data, look ahead so that you can make the small adjustment, small fix of a problem before it becomes a big problem, big money fix.
And I'll give an example, two examples of that. When we look for bad, if we suddenly have an engine that has fuel dilution that didn't have it before, injectors are suspect. We see in a lot of the engines and cars we deal with that the ethanol fuels are killing the injectors, causing them to leak and then dribble rather than have proper fuel spray, and that washes down the cylinder bores, causing more wear. Another good tool for the used oil analysis, when people are tracking their cars, one of the weak spots in some of the engines we deal with are rod bearings and oil starvation. and the used oil analysis before you have a spun rod bearing or a connecting rod failure, you're going to see elevated lead, copper, tin levels that shouldn't be there, and even before there are any symptoms of a problem with the engine.
Exactly.
Amazing stuff. For people out there, and we're going to be going for a while longer, more information coming, but I don't expect everyone is going to stick around for every minute. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, maybe they're in the future. But if they're thinking about ordering one of these kits, Charles, where are they going and what are they doing?
Go to lnengineering.com. That's LarryNancyEngineering.com. And you'll see a link for speed diagnostics in the products menu. And we carry all the different variations. We have shop kits so that a bulk. So if a shop has to test a lot of cars, they can buy them in bulk so they can get the test a little bit cheaper. And then we have an extraction pump available, a kit that has that. So if you don't want to necessarily drain your oil, you can use extraction pump to pull a sample from the oil fill tube or the dipstick tube.
Wow, that's amazing. It sounds like this is just going to be and become, or
is part of the natural order of making sure your engine is healthy, like a leak down check every once in a while. In the old days, this is a part of it.
Well, exactly. And the whole thing is back to trying to get more points of data. If you think about, and we live in a digital age, and everybody knows that if you only have a few pixels in your picture, it's not going to be a very clear picture. The more pixels, the more data you can have behind that image, the more clear the image is going to be, the sharper the resolution. You can see better. Well, just having a leak down is a point of data. When you go and start doing used oil analysis and you do it trend over time, so you got leak down data over time, you got used oil analysis data over time. One of the things the used oil analysis gives you is not just one point of data, like leak is 1 point. It's okay, this is how much that cylinder leaked. This is going to give you the viscosity of the oil, which is the most important characteristic of the oil. And if it starts to drop due to fuel dilution or shearing of the oil, that's a warning sign if it gets too much. Or inversely, if the viscosity increases because it's running so hot that it's beginning to oxidize. We think about oil breaking down, getting thinner, that's usually dilution that does that. When the oil oxidizes, the viscosity goes up because the chemicals are basically breaking down. And you can see that in what's called the oxidation level. So that's another thing. You can see, okay, is my oil running too hot? One of our friends, Mark Burkett, at Specialty Cars the other day, had a car that had been tracked and came back in the sample, the viscosity was up, and then the oxidation was double what was normal. And it's like, wait, we think maybe there was an issue with the thermostat for the oil cooler, that it wasn't actually working. So that was the way they were able to diagnose a problem. Even though the car didn't show any symptoms of having a problem, they were able to diagnose a problem by looking at the used oil analysis data. Then you got fuel dilution, you've got water contamination, or coolant contamination, you've got silicon, which can come from dirt, like bad air filters or improperly installed air filter, or in some cases, it's going to be from the bore material. And Microsil or Alusil bore has got silicon, it's going to increase. And a lot of labs would misread that as just dirt, but you got to know the application. You got to know the metallurgy of the equipment you're looking at and be more nuanced to understand what that actually is. And notice that, oh, when you got aluminum and silicon going up, that's not dirt, that's bore material. So it gives you that. Then, of course, it's the entire additive package. So your detergents, like your copper, or sorry, not copper, but calcium, magnesium, sodium, those are detergents in the motor oil. You can see those levels. You can see the phosphorus, you can see the zinc in the oil. One way to know an engine is actually in distress isn't just the wear metals. It's to actually look at the additive package. When you see the phosphorus and the zinc dropping from what the new oil level is, that's the #1 sign that the engine is in trouble. Something's going on in the engine. And the oil is trying to save the parts. So it's being consumed. It's consuming that additive package at a higher rate, trying to save the part. So the part's not wearing at a high level yet necessarily, but it's a warning flag that there is trouble afoot. So again, another preemptive way of knowing what's happening. And then you've got all the wear metals. And the wear metals are going to relate, like Charles said, from what the metallurgy of the engine is. So you can see timing chain wear, you can see camshaft wear, you can see piston bearings, you can see all these things and trend it over time to know what's going on. So it's one sample, one leak down test, good thing, 1 point of data, that one's going to give you like 30 points of data. So,
wow.
So that's really just multiplies your picture.
What would you recommend is the appropriate way to use this tool, used oil analysis, starting out with a brand new engine?
Say, you just got your engine from the engine shop and it's new, it's been dyno tested and you're feeling good about it. And this is across all motor racing. Would you do one when it's brand new to get your baseline? You would wait a little while for after the break-in period? Like how what's the right way to start?
I have a customer that he'll pull samples at, I believe, even as early as 60 miles on an engine, 120 miles on the engine, and he mandates to his customers that they pull samples at every oil change, and that interval gets progressively larger as there's more time on the engine. But he mandates samples. He takes several before he releases the car, and then has another oil change 1,000 with an oil sample at that point. And having that trend data, because one of the things you'll see in a fresh engine, obviously you'll have more iron, you'll have, as stuff is breaking in, one of the things that throws people for a loop sometimes, you'll see high silicon content. Well, that's your RTV. It leaches silicon into the oil, and people get all worried that there's silicon in their engine. Don't worry, no, that's from the RTV, the silicon leaching out. So, and that's something that once you start doing this, again, you'll get a feel for what's normal and what's not normal. And like one of my biggest engine customers, Jake Raby at Flat Six Innovations, that he does tons of engines a year. I'd probably say he probably does 8 to 10 engines a month, Porsche engines, and every engine gets oil samples, and he's been doing oil sample tests, and he's been doing this now for years, at least with the water cooled engines, at least 10 years. So he has literally thousands of oil samples. So he knows right away before he even releases a car to a customer, oh, this doesn't look right. We need to look at what's wrong. It might not even be something internal on the engine. Like Blake said, it could be a thermostat on the car that's not opening up, or it could be a bad injector or a bad computer in the car, or a bad sensor, something that, because it's common for us to get new parts, and you put a new part on the car and the new part be bad. And that can, and sensors on the engine, all that stuff will affect the tune and how the car runs. But again, the quickest thing you could use, a tool to determine if there is a problem, is oil analysis, because it'll give you data before you have any other symptoms.
And one thing that I love about having a break-in sample is break-in is the highest level of normal wear your engine should ever see. So it's going to be the highest. Over time, that trend is going to gradually drop down, find its level spot. If you ever see a sample ever again that's anywhere near your break-in, that's telling you something's wrong. So it really is almost the most important sample to be had, because it's the key of establishing what's the high water mark I should ever see. So if I ever get near there again, there's a problem.
Yeah, turn, and there's many a time we get results back and we tell the customer, don't run the engine anymore. Oh, but I have a track event this weekend. No, yeah, unless you want to scatter your engine across the track, don't do it. And it saved many customers thousands upon thousands of dollars for a $60 oil sample.
Yeah.
Wow, amazing. Got a question out there from Otis. Otis says he
signed on a little bit late. Where you been, Otis? He might have missed the answer. I don't think so. Do you recommend a warm-up temperature to pull oil sample and secure the best sample of suspended particles?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. You definitely want to have the car driven around, warmed up, everything moving around so that everything is suspended. That gives you the best possible sample data. If you take a sample from an engine that's been sitting for a long period of time and take the first little bit out of it, it's going to give you probably a false positive to the high side. If you take it at the very end of a sample where all the other stuff's out of the way, it's going to be to the negative side in terms of not capturing things. So you really do want to take a sample. You don't have to worry about, oh, I just turned it off, I got to get it in 30 seconds. It will stay suspended in there. As long as you get it warmed up and it's moved through the engine, then it's a representative sample and you can take it within a few minutes or so. My procedure when I'm out doing engine testing, be it rings or whatever at Ron Shaver's places, when we shut the dyno down, 3 minutes. I have a clock set on my phone, 3 minutes, and you crack it. And we do that from every single engine test. So we can look at those results. Like we were talking about today, we did a ring test not long ago where we took from a 0.7 millimeter ring in that engine, and we know what that baseline is from years and years, and it's always around 10, maybe 11 parts per million of iron. So we took that 0.7 millimeter ring out, got another set of pistons from JE, Pistons helped us out, gave us another set of pistons, same, everything about the piston was identical except for the ring grooves were for a 16th, 16th, 3/16. We put that one in and we ran it. We got the sample back today and it was 22 parts per million. So going from a 0.7 millimeter ring to a 16th inch ring, we doubled the amount of wear during the same period of time. Same surface finish, same everything. And that was a way of quantifying the additional wear due to the additional friction of the larger ring. Again, it's just such great, it gives you data. As opposed to having speculation or guesses and we're bench racing, it's like, no, it's just science. And we have data and we can move forward.
Excellent, excellent. All right, next one from Michael. How much time should a modern petrol or diesel engine be warmed in the morning before you drive off? This is more of a general question probably for Lake. With modern oil formulation, is it still worth warming an engine for 5 minutes or
3 minutes, etc.?
I'm gonna let Charles handle that one.
No, you don't want to let the engine idle for excessive period of time. And I actually wanted to, going back to the last question, this is the exact same answer to this. If the engine's not warm, don't start it up and let it sit there and idle. That just dumps a bunch of fuel into a cold motor and you'll skew your oil sample you pull because you have a bunch of raw fuel in the engine. You want to make sure that the car or the engine has been run to full operating temperature. So you want the oil to get to say 215, 220 degrees so that that's most representative of what that sample would look like in normal operation. But as far as idling the engine before you drive off, I'll tell you what we tell our customers is start the engine, let the car start falling off of high idle. If it's a modern car with fuel injection, let it come off of high idle. And usually that's going to be 15, 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds max. What's most important is just don't immediately start the car and go to red line. We've seen customers that that start their car and immediately just go to red line. That's how you blow stuff up.
Right oil, right place, right time, right amount. That thick oil is cold, it can't get up there. There's no lubrication.
Yeah. So yeah, at most 30 seconds is all you really need. And what's the most important thing is to be gingerly with the engine. So a Porsche engine might rev to 7,000, 7,500, 8. We tell customers, and I believe it's even in the owner's manual, don't go past 4,000 RPM until the engine gets up to operating temperature. Another example of this, on modern Mercedes with turbos, it won't let the cars get full boost until the oil hits approximately 165 to 170 degrees. If you give it the gas pedal, it goes to start coming on boost and it goes, nope, you can't have it, and dumps it. So
one point that you were making, and I think it's worth expanding on a little bit. Why is it important from a fuel dilution standpoint to get the engine up to operating temperature beyond just the fact that you need temperature in the oil to evaporate the fuel? What's the ECU doing during that warm-up time?
I didn't explain that fully. So on a modern engine, there's fuel enrichment for cold start. And in that startup window, it's looking at all the sensors, the temp sensors, and looking, and while the engine's not fully up to temperature, it's adding more fuel as part of cold start. So you definitely want the engine to exit that cold start period and run in normal operating conditions. And for an extended period of time, we tell customers, especially in the winter, that they want to go out in their garage, start their car, and just let it idle.
Thank you for bringing this up.
When we get oil samples from customers that do that, they look horrible. They look worse than a break-in.
It's the worst thing you can do to your car is go out there and start it once a week, just for a minute or two, and shut it off, thinking that you're moving oil through the engine and trying to lubricate it. You are absolutely destroying your engine by doing it. Just let it sit. It's just let it sit.
And as far as for shop owners, we know a lot of shops that they have so many cars, but they have limited space, especially when they're in Southern California, and it's so expensive to have large footprint. Where do you put all these cars? A lot of shops have to shuffle all the cars out. It's like a jigsaw puzzle every morning and put them all back every night. And a lot of the times shops will start the cars and drive them, and they'll drive them 5 feet, 10 feet, turn them off. Then at the end of the day, turn them on and drive them back in. And again, we've had shops take oil samples from cars that they do this. And it's once they see a used oil analysis from a car they've been doing this, they start pushing all the cars, and they don't drive them 5 or 10 feet anymore.
Right.
Wow. It just got personal because that's something that I have thought to do with my own performance engine. I've got a little bracket race car for those that don't know, and it hasn't, it doesn't get raced a lot, but I think, like, what should I be
doing with this thing to keep it alive and functioning? I feel so once, every 3 months. Now we warm it up to full temperature. We fire it up, let it idle for a little bit, and then bring it up to temperature. But then we just put it away. We're not racing the thing. We're in our driveway. You'd recommend just not running it, Lake?
No, if you put a car away for storage, the best thing you can do is go ahead and do the oil change right then. Put fresh oil in it, crank it up, bring it up to temperature, let all that fresh oil move through the engine, park it, put it away. One thing to make sure, if you've got pump gas, guys, you need to make sure your fuel tank is either bone dry or completely full. If you put away a car with half a tank of gas that's got ethanol in it, it's going to breathe it, especially down there where you are, Joe. In South Florida, you got so much humidity in the air that ethanol in the fuel is hygroscopic. It will suck in atmospheric moisture. So storage is a whole thing by itself, that you want to put away the engine with fresh oil, tank fuel, put in a storage protection additive, helps the fuel stay stable over storage time. Then just let it sit until it's time to go drive it or go race it. Let it sit.
Yep.
Wow. Very, very interesting. That's good information for a lot of people out there who can't necessarily get to the track as often as they would like. Another question on oil life cycle. If we're going to do a measurement like this, used oil analysis, do we want to do that analysis at the very end of our oil life cycle, like where we're getting ready to change it?
Do we want to do it somewhere in the middle? I would imagine not at the very beginning, because there hasn't been enough time to get to that point. What would you recommend?
No, you normally want to do it at your normal oil change interval, whatever that schedule you're on currently. Take the sample at that point of time, then begin building your history, your trend line. Then you may, based on what you're seeing, decide to alter your change interval based on what you're seeing. You may extend it, you may shorten it. You're gonna let the data guide you. One thing I know we are both big advocates of, there's a lot of guys who track their car, especially in the days world, especially here in 2020, where sometimes there weren't races, but there were track days, and people can drive their car to the track, do the track day, and then drive back. You probably, even though you're not going to change the oil in between track days, you should definitely sample the oil between track days if you're not in that habit of, I do a track day, I change the oil regardless of how many miles in it, just because I push the oil harder and I want to protect my engine. That's a good way to do it, and let the data kind of lead you of what the right change interval is going to be.
Excellent. Coming down the stretch here with Charles and Lake talking about used oil analysis and speed diagnostics. If you have a question, put it in the comment section now and we'll get it to the guys. Like you mentioned the soup at the very beginning, the cylinder bore, the ring seal, all of that, protecting your engine, and keeping the fuel side fuel and the oil side oil is the point of the ring, the McDLT of the engine.
Exactly.
A totally obscure reference, but somebody got it and they laughed. Talk a little bit about that relationship, Lake. I always find it interesting. There's a lot to learn.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't know if you can see back here. I'm going to try to draw. Okay. I got to squat down that way I can be seen, right?
We see we got you.
So when we talk about the cylinder wall, we think it's smooth. It should be straight and round. That's the key for honing in cylinder finish, to get it straight and round. But that micro level, Billy Godbold, one of my good friends, who's head engineer at Comp Cams, he always told me, and he was 100% right about this, failures don't happen at the macro level, the stuff we can see. They happen at the micro level, where atoms are next to each other. That's where the crack propagates, is at the interface between that atom and this atom, that molecule and that molecule. So we can't just go by what we can see with our eyes. That's why we have profilometers. What you're doing with that profilometer is you're trying to understand that cylinder bore finish. And what really was happening on that cylinder wall is you've got these peaks and valleys. As you go up and down the bore, there's these peaks and valleys. So a lot of people may be familiar with the term plateau honing. And the idea of plateau honing is, in the old days, you'd have a fairly rough finish, you'd have a really rough abrasive, and it would leave a finish looking like this. Just all that roughness. So the oil gets trapped in those valleys, but the piston ring is hitting all those peaks. So those peaks are going to be wearing the ring, which in the old days, we had, chrome rings, chrome-faced rings. And really, when you say a chrome ring or a moly ring, they're not made out of that material. They were typically cast iron rings with either a chrome face coating or a moly face coating. In the old days, we had chrome-faced rings. And because chrome is so hard, and because that chroming process is a dipping process, the surface thickness of that chrome would vary, which means that ring that was supposedly perfectly round is now not round really at a micro level. So what you were doing is you were using that roughness to break in the ring. That's where that terminology came from. We were breaking in the ring. Or what we were doing is using that rough cylinder finish to knock off those peaks on the chrome to make the ring round. And at the same time, it was also knocking off the peaks on the cylinder bore. So that when you looked at it after it had run, it was actually a lot smoother. So you had it was flat on top with these valleys underneath to hold the oil, because back to what is proper lubrication? Right oil, right place, right time, right amount. How do you get the oil to lubricate the ring? It's in those valleys. So the idea of plateau honing came along later, which is, hey, we can use two different grit abrasives, a rough grit abrasive and a smoother abrasive, and we can go get in that deep valley by using the rough grit, and then we come back when we hone over it to use the smoother grit to speed things up. Of course, you can't do that with a chrome ring because it still needs that roughness. But when you get into today's rings, like at Total Seal, we can manufacture steel rings. So steel is a better material than cast iron. It's more ductile, it can handle more heat without losing its strength. So the more power you make per cubic inch, the more heat you're going to generate. Well, at some point, you're going to exceed the heat limit of what cast iron can be. So high power engines need steel rings to keep up and handle the heat. Well, those steel rings are PVD coated. That's super smooth. They're perfectly round. They're OD lap. They don't need that roughness to break in. So the idea is you can plateau hone, get the valleys you need to lubricate the ring, but you don't have all those peaks which are going to wear the ring out, and then you get good ring seal by having that smooth surface on top, rough underneath to hold the oil. And then the key, like I said before, is you got to have the right fuel trim. Now, here's the thing. Back to the oil analysis and how it can relate to piston ring seal. When you go from, say, a gasoline engine to a methanol engine, because methanol has a higher or richer air-fuel ratio, you have to essentially run twice as much fuel through the engine than gasoline. That means you get twice as much fuel dilution in the cylinder, which means the valleys on a methanol-fueled engine need to be deeper. You have to have more valley to hold more oil so that oil doesn't lose its viscosity. And how do you know if you've got all that right? Used oil analysis is that tool that can tell you whether or not you're getting it right. Because the problem is when you get a fresh honed cylinder, there's enough, they call it core roughness, to hold enough oil to be okay. But as the engine runs over time, that core roughness goes away. Then you lose that core roughness, you've lost the seal, you've lost the cylinder, everything goes badly quickly. So you can know there's a problem ahead of that by looking at the used oil analysis. So you can, again, preemptively head off the problem at the pass.
Amazing, amazing. Getting down to the final minutes here, Charles and Lake, you guys have done a great job.
And I think that the simplicity of the product is what is so appealing, that people can take a sample and send it to you and get it back literally in a couple of days. Charles, why don't you give us the vitals one more time? Where can we get it? How long does it take? Those basics, because I would imagine that people are going to be watching this one over and over again because it seems like it would be a no-brainer.
Yep. They can hop on to our website. It's lnengineering.com and click on the products menu, and you'll see there's category for speed diagnostics. We have kits for the expedited and also the standard kits. And a standard kit runs a little more than $60 with free shipping, and that'll get you your sample back in about 5 days once you mail it in. Like Lake mentioned earlier in the presentation, that we can, with the expedited kits, you can get the results back in as little as
2 or 3 days.
2 or 3 days. We have a lot of customers that are looking to buy a car and they're having a PPI done, and especially we know some of the issues with the Porsche models we deal with. Used oil analysis immediately, that's the first tool that you can use to disqualify a car you're looking at to buy, because we know if right away if it has bore scoring or if it has high fuel dilution or high wear metals. And one of the things you don't even know, some of these cars, have they been tracked? Have they been abused? Have they not been well maintained? And a used oil analysis tells the truth. It's the facts of the engine.
Right. I don't want to use other companies' names. The Carfax of the engine.
Yeah. It doesn't care. It's just the truth.
That's amazing. I see John is on here, Francisca on here.
Oh, actually, there is on the chat, there is somebody asking, can you send result overseas? Yeah, obviously. I'm sure you guys can do that, right? That's from Michael Ocean.
Well, we can. We have done samples from people outside the U.S. It's going to take longer to do. So the time frame that was just presented is not going to be representative of what's going on. So yeah, but it can be done. My daughter Caroline is the one that handles this on a day-to-day basis, because obviously I work for Matt and the guys at Total Steel. That's my day job, and she's the one that makes sure this goes. But Charles and I are also kind of helping her along the way to make sure that things are getting done.
Okay, that was a question for Michael Ocean. So thank you guys. 251, wonderful job, Lake and Charles. And again, as we mentioned the entire week, Speed Diagnostic is on the platform. I can show you in 1 second, as we have done it before in the past. You go here, you go on the home page, you have to log in yourself, and then they're right there. You click here, you click I want more information, that sends a message right there to Lake and everybody at Speed Diagnostic, mostly Caroline. Or you go here and you have your question for Speed Diagnostic. All you need to do is ask a question. I'm sorry, I have to take my glasses because otherwise I won't have question.
Yes, we all do, Francis. We all do.
You're the only one.
Okay, you submit your question, that put there right there with them. So as simple as that, you only have to log in. So we build this platform especially for that. Thank you guys very, very much for this wonderful session. We are going to throw it back at our producer, Reed, to launch a little sponsors video. Charles and Lake, stay with us. We're going to move you back as attendee. That way you can watch other sessions. Tomorrow, we're starting with Bobby Rahal. We have the last day of this week, we have, the head guy of Ford, the head guy of GM. We're finishing the day at 4 p.m. with Jim Campbell for Chevrolet Racing. What an array of speakers, and it's fantastic. So thank you all very, very much. Reed, on to you.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Thank you and welcome back. It is 2:57. John, what a great day. We are going to be, joined anytime soon by Tammy Baker from Joe Baker Equipment. Tammy has been in the machinery business her whole life, family business, and we're very excited to have Tammy joining us. John, what a day, and we'll still have plenty of people coming on until 6 p.m. California time.
Yeah, I'm racking up a lot of trade show moments here. It's a trade show experience, and I have a moment like when Total announced through Online Race Industry Week that they're bringing ELF racing fuels to the U.S. market and working with Hyperfuels. And just valuable information, and that just felt like that's the stuff that happens at trade shows. And another trade show moment is Chill Out Systems said they've been getting into conversations with race teams that they couldn't get through those race teams before, and they're doing it through ePartrade. So again, valuable connections are being made. Again, just like a trade show experience.
Well, thank you. And then, again, we had a full, we started back Monday. When you think it's almost like 4 days and we still have tomorrow, and we have another, we're starting with Bobby Rahal in the morning. This afternoon, we're going to end the day with a media panel that Paul has put together because, at the end of the whole things for the media was, when you think of Paul, who, his racer's job is to, relate what has happened on the racetrack and the races over the weekend. And when there were no races, suddenly there was nothing to talk about. So all those media guys are so happy to get together. They're going to tell a whole lot of stories about what happened this year and how they went through it. And again, this is wonderful to be all together. John came up with this wonderful idea, all together now. The Race Industry Week was built on John's concept of all together now, and this is really what's happening. We have been all coming together this week through Zoom. Well, yes, that's okay. We're still getting together and we still talk to each other. We still engage, and we had people from all over the world. So again, 110 countries in the registration, which is absolutely amazing. But now it's time to bring our next guest. We're delighted to have you, Tammy. Thank you very, very much. I know that you knew Judy very well. Judy is the co-founder of ePartrade. She's working on the production team, so she's behind the scene. It is 3 o'clock. We always start in a minute. So John Kilroy, you take on.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Tammy, for being here. I'm just going to kind of give an introduction and then we'll get down to business. So welcome to the webinar, 2020 Machine Needs Have Changed by Joe Baker Equipment Sales. And we have Tammy Baker, president, with us to talk about race shop machining equipment. Now I'm just going to read this. If you don't know about Joe Baker Equipment Sales, I'm just going to read this from their ePartrade showcase. And they have a showcase that's one of the best on ePartrade when it comes to machining equipment. So especially all the race engine builders out there, get on ePartrade, go take a look at Joe Baker Equipment Sales and review it. So Joe Baker Equipment Sales is one of the largest automotive engine rebuilding equipment dealers in the USA. They specialize in Bearco engine rebuilding equipment, parts and service, Comec engine rebuilding equipment, Winfield, and then they stock a large inventory of all brands of automotive engine rebuilding equipment and all of race shop supply needs. They offer in-house equipment rebuilding, and their inventory is always changing. So you just always want to be in contact with someone like Tammy. When you go on the website for Joe Baker Equipment Sales, you basically see a lot, if not all the logos that you see when you go into a race shop, a race machining shop, and you look at the equipment and you see the logos on the equipment. Those are logos on the website for Joe Baker Equipment Sales. So I just want you to know, again, race engine builders, you're in the right place when you're talking to Joe Baker Equipment Sales. So to start us off, Tammy, just tell us what Joe Baker Equipment Sales does exactly.
Well, we sell new equipment, but we rebuild equipment. We buy used equipment and we take it down to the base. You know, when we rebuild it, we don't just clean it and put it aside. We test it. If it needs to be, parts need to be replaced, we replace it and we put it to a quality test. And we take pride in what we do, and we want the customer to get a good quality rebuilt piece of equipment.
Okay. So when it comes to rebuilding a piece of equipment, they're just kind of struggling and they're losing productivity. So they call you up, and then, is that right? Is that how it works? Then you make a decision to rebuild it. They bring the equipment to you, or you go pick it up, or how's that work? You send a guy out there?
A lot of times, basically like on the bigger equipment, on the Bearco equipment, like a crank grinder, we'll do a core exchange. And we usually have like a crank grinder in stock, and we'll swap the crank grinder out and we'll rebuild that core and have it ready for them if they have another one that they want to swap out. And we'll take that core down to the bare necessities and get, you know, the ways and everything scraped and up to what it should be, the standard. And then we'll rebuild it the way it should be. And it, you know, it'll be ready to go for the next person.
Okay, that just makes tons of sense. That's a very, very practical, very real life solution to a frustrating problem.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it takes, you know, at least 3 months to rebuild a crank grinder.
Wow.
And we have all the parts in house, so it takes time.
Yeah.
But we also supply parts to our other customers. You know, we mainly supply Bearco, Myra, Comec. You know, we're taking on the new line, Crafts, Industrious Crafts from Argentina. Very happy to have them aboard. So it's an exciting time. I mean, 2020 has been hard on everybody, but you know, we're surviving.
Well, that's good to hear, Tammy. And then how is Joe doing in regards to health? You don't have to reveal anything private, but I just didn't want this moment to go by without telling you. We're thinking of Joe and sending him our best thoughts.
It's been tough. He's not doing well. We are having hospice at home, so I've been working back and forth between home and the shop. You know, we're doing the best that we can for him.
Okay, well, he's a great guy. I'm sorry he's got this health challenge he's got to meet, and we just hope for the best. We need him back out there in the industry.
Thank you.
And then, Tammy, you and Joe are quite familiar with the racing industry, and I try to stress that in my introduction. But maybe you could explain more how you're connected to the racing industry. I mean, you're always at the PRI trade show and the famous Machinery Row section.
Right. Well, we have a lot of friends that are, you know, drag racers. We have local drag racers here, D&D. You know, we have an ex-employee that's a drag racer, so we're heavy into that. We do like Eldora, you know, sprint car. We love sprint car racing. I love the dirt tracks more than I do the NASCAR and all that. I just like to see it, the high banks. And we're into the racing. So, you know, we like to see the people at the PRI. And this week's been tough. You know, we usually get to see all the people at PRI and see all of our our associates and everything, and it's been tough.
Yeah.
You know.
It's
And,
a tragedy to get through this year without the trade shows, but that's why we felt that too, and we wanted to put together something. We just felt that all important annual gathering just needed to happen one way or another. And we knew we could provide a safe place for it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you did something like this because it brings everybody together. You know, usually we have a lot of the Europeans come in. Everybody out of the country used to come in, and it's separated everybody.
Yeah.
And I do a lot of business out of the country also.
Wow, I wasn't aware of that.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I do a lot of business. We have the Winfield fixture, production fixture that we use in the surfacers. And I sell some of those like into Australia, over into Italy and over there. And, you know, you get to know these people and they come to the shows and they like to see what you're putting in your booths and what you're showing and what's new and things to, how did you make this better than last year? And, you know, it's just nice to see who you're selling to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I like talking to different people. And I was a shy kid, you know, I wouldn't say boo to anybody. And now I talk to everybody. And
that's one of the great things about getting older, you know, you lose that shyness.
Yes, you do. And I like this business. Yeah. And I love talking to my customers.
And then the name of the webinar title is 2020 Machine Needs Have Changed. So I just want to touch upon that because so we don't blow right by kind of the name of the title. What do we mean 2020 machine needs have changed? Where are we at?
The reason I've said that is because of 2020 with the coronavirus, we've got more diesel trucks on the road. You got these guys working harder and harder to make deliveries. They're trying to provide. So you've got more breakdowns of the trucks. So the shops that I've been getting calls from, they're needing bigger equipment to provide more diesel. So we've had to provide bigger surfacers to provide their needs, bigger seat and guide machines. You know, they want to do the ISX and the bigger heads and everything. So that's why I had that title, because they're doing the bigger trucks. You know, they're picking up more on sales on Myra has picked up because they're doing diesel on the road. They're having to do it out in the field.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm seeing bigger purchasing that way.
Okay.
So
well, that's good to know. I mean, a lot of times a race engine builder has a perspective on his more or less neighborhood, his local track, you know, and his region. But you have a national, even a global perspective. So it's good to hear from you kind of what the general trends are out there.
Right. And last year it wasn't that way. It was kind of a mix. This year, because of the pandemic, it's changed. So, you know, and more people are buying more Myra cutters and more of this and this because they are doing bigger work.
And I want to tell everybody, you can send a question to us through the chat option at the bottom of the Zoom screen. You'll see chat down there. Press that button and you can type something in. And we got a nice comment. Once you purchase from Baker Equipment, you are not just a customer. You're a part of a bigger family. Thanks, Joe Sr., Joe Jr., Tammy, and the guys. That's quite a statement.
Thank you.
A lot of times in racing, you know, we talk about parts or, you know, machining equipment, but a lot of keys to the success of race teams, of racing organizations, it comes down to people. And the people part of Joe Baker Equipment Sales is really neat.
Right. And I try to treat people how I want to be treated. And I joke with the customers, and you know, you got to. In these times, in these days, you've got to have a sense of humor. You can't be a dry fuddy-duddy.
No, that doesn't work in the racing business, that's for sure.
No,
I don't think I've been a dry fuddy-duddy yet. We don't let them in. And then I should point out also that, and you mentioned it, but you sell fixtures and also machining tools. Is that right? Why don't you describe that part of the business?
The fixtures, that's like the Winfield fixtures. They come in 3 different sizes. It all depends. They go up from the 32, the 40 to the 46-inch fixtures to go in the bigger surfacers. It all depends on the size of the work. And then if you want to do V-blocks and all that stuff. And then like on our boring milling machines, we put in the blueprinting fixtures. And, and on the boring milling machines, we put the digital readouts. We offer the CAT 40 spindle. There's different spindles on those. It's just, there's a wide range of things you can do with so much of that equipment. Tooling, there's just such a wide range. I've been working with customers this week with line boring. A lot of line boring has come around. That's a big thing right now. Cylinder boring. It's just, it's opening up. I mean, customers are saying they're busy, but then I see so many shops closing. And it's scary.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. So far, I haven't heard of anybody closing, so I just must have missed it. But I hate hearing that.
Well, here's the way I find out is because we have a mailing list and we mail out flyers, and we get a lot of them back, or they'll call and say, "I'm sorry, we've closed our business," or I get 2 to 3 calls a week. Hey, do you want to buy a business?
Yeah.
It's sad.
Well, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah. And I've had customers that I've known ever since I moved to the state of Ohio. They're closed. I had one close last week. And he's just done.
Yeah.
And
sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I got another question for you, Tammy. And I'll ask, they're sending us questions, so I'll just send them to you.
Bring them on.
What's the price comparison between the new Crafts machine and Certes?
The Crafts machine is $29.5, and it has a vacuum tester with a tool sharpener built into it. A Certes machine, I would say just your base tooling, it's right around that 50,000-60,000 mark. So, yeah, I'm a Certes rep in Kentucky, parts of Ohio and Indiana, but I'm partial to the Crafts machine.
Okay.
Because of what it can do.
Okay. All right. And then other than the actual equipment, it always seemed that buying race shop machinery is you're kind of starting a relationship, as we kind of talked about before, such as training. So what does Joe Baker Equipment Sales do? You sell a new machine, but you want to get them off to a strong, fast start and get the training as solid and kind of as quickly and efficiently as possible. Mm-hmm. How does that work, Tammy?
My guys are pretty well trained. I have one guy that is very knowledgeable of the machines, and he sets them up here. He tests them before we set them up to go. He puts, like on the boring mill machines, he'll personally himself put the Newell readouts and everything on, and I'll go over it with him and I'll test them and look at them to make sure everything, the XYZ is okay. And then he'll put the blueprinting fixture in, and I'll give it the final okay, say, yes, it's doing what it's supposed to. And then he'll either deliver it and set it up if the customer requests it, or we'll have it delivered. And if there's any problems, then the customer will call and we'll walk him through it. Or if he wants us to come out, we'll go out.
Whatever it takes, huh?
Yeah, whatever it takes. We want that customer happy.
That's neat. It just seems like you have a friendly operation going on there and a trustworthy operation. That's really cool.
Yeah, I've been in a lot of shops. Yeah, you see a woman walking in and they're thinking, "Oh Lord, here she comes." She doesn't know anything, and then it's a surprise to them.
And then somebody buys a piece of equipment, a machine, and they buy it in 2018. In 2020, something new comes along. Either it's the manufacturer has a way to update that equipment and make it a little bit more contemporary, possibly just with a software change, or it could be a new fixture that really goes with what that guy's doing. What does Joe Baker Equipment Sales do when it comes to updating people about the equipment that they already own?
We offer the update. We'll give them a price break, or we'll help them out.
And then what do you send them an email and tell them it's available and all that?
Yeah. I'll personally call them and say, "Hey, this came out. Would you like to upgrade, or would you like to change it out, or what's your preference?" I don't have a problem calling them.
And then if a race engine builder is watching right now, and again, we have people watching from all over the world, and they have a piece of equipment, machinery that they want to buy, and some of those things are very expensive. What's your advice to the race engine builder on kind of an approach to go shopping, questions to ask? We can send them to Joe Baker Equipment Sales as the first option, but just the idea of how do you pencil it out before you go shopping? What questions you ask? What's your advice?
First of all, you want to start small. You don't want to go with the big list. Some guys will say, "Well, I'm going to build a whole shop," and that's your first mistake. You want to start out small, get a few machines, get them paid off, start making some money, and then start buying machinery as you can. When you start seeing you're making more and more money, then you start building up on that. Unless you got a big banker behind you that's got millions of dollars to spend, that's fine. But
that'd be nice.
Yeah, that's the mistake a lot of people make, is they buy too big too fast, and then they're out of business within months. They can't afford that loan. Yeah. So you got to decide what part they want to start on, whether they want to do a surfacing service. You can't do it all at once.
Right. Yeah. It seems like they have to pencil it out pretty good so they know it's going to lower their overhead costs, maybe, or increase their productivity, or add a new source of sales. It seems like they should add and subtract and multiply and divide a lot to make sure it's not going to take anything away from the profitability of the business.
Correct. And I encourage them to buy good quality used equipment if they're buying used. Don't buy something that they haven't seen in operation. That's what scares me. If you haven't seen it run, or it's been sitting for many, many years, buyer beware.
Right. And you have used equipment for sale, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you have? You just have it in your showroom at your facility, and somebody can come over and plug it in?
Yeah, we have it here. Give us a couple days notice. We'll bring it out. We'll plug it in. And if you want to run it, whatever, you're welcome to. Same with the new equipment. We'll plug it in and you can run it.
And then when it comes to used equipment, and when you get the used equipment in your shop, do you do things to it and rebuild it before it's for sale? Okay.
Yes, we'll clean it up and replace whatever needs to be replaced.
That sounds like a pretty good option for a lot of small race engine shops.
Yeah.
And do you handle financing? How does financing work?
We used to do a lot of in-house financing, but with Joe getting down in his health, we've stopped doing that. We handle with a couple of different leasing companies. We ask them to go through, and Univest is one of them. And then, there's a couple other leasing companies out there that are pretty good. First Lease.
So you have someone recommend, and you can do the introductions and all that.
Right, right.
And then is there anything kind of new over at Joe Baker Equipment Sales that you're really proud of? You like having it in your website? And if, this is kind of a trade show experience here, what would you be exhibiting at the trade show?
Well, we have a new surfacer from Argentina, the Industrious Crest. We have it in our showroom right now, but they kind of messed up on the electronics, but that's okay. I was hoping to see it run this week, but they're overnight and everything. And it's for diesel. It's a 112-inch table on it. I was hoping to get to play with it a little bit, but maybe next week.
Yeah.
And they've got some new little toy gadgets. It's good for shop, rod bushing, inserter, and installer. So it's just, the seat guide and line bore machine we would have put in, cylinder head bench, just in a quick way valve refacer we would have put in.
Okay.
So we do a little bit of everything.
Yeah. Argentina, I'm convinced that they can be really good down there.
Yes.
And doing some really advanced technical work. Some great race parts manufacturers from Argentina include some that we're not as aware of as much as we should be. And it's interesting that they hear that they have machining equipment too, because I think they can do it down there in Argentina.
Yes, they can. They're very good quality equipment.
Okay.
And
I'm going to ask you something that might be a little bit off the wall, but I'll ask you.
Okay.
We had a great webinar yesterday about women in motorsports. And it's becoming less and less of a subject as I talk to you and you're president of the company. My friend and coworker, Judy Keene, she's co-founder of epartrade.com. So
she's a hoot.
Yeah, she is. And so women have zoomed to the top of racing in the industry all over the place. So if a young woman might be in college and they want a career in motorsports and they hear you talking, Tammy, and you're president of the company, what advice would you give a young woman thinking about entering the racing business?
Go for it. Just go for it. Don't look back. Just hold your head high, take it all in, and keep on learning.
That's really good advice. And,
I'm still learning. I'm learning every day. Since Joe's been down and I've been running it, I'm learning every day.
And the other thing you might tell them is what's it like working in the racing industry? Is it fun?
Yes. Yes, it's fun. It is fun.
The people are extraordinary.
They are. They are. I really enjoy this group of people. You get to meet a lot of special people.
Yeah, we're kind of coming down to the end here. Tammy, maybe just one more question. Plans for 2021. Is there anything about 2021 looking ahead that you want to talk about?
I just I pray that everybody stays healthy and 2021 gets better for everybody.
It's got to.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we'll tell Joe we said hello. We've got to go on to the next webinar at 3:30 and just have go back to Francis. Tammy, it was great talking with you.
You too. Thank you. God bless.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy, very much. Thank you for your support. All of you watching us right now. Tammy's product, Joe Baker's equipment. You go to epartrade.com. You search for Joe Baker. Everything is there. With one click, you can connect with Tammy and her team. Three things I heard. I heard many things today from you, Tammy, but you mentioned financing. We have actually an institution already on the platform, Fifth Third Bank. great people run by David. So again, go to ePortrait, look for Fifth Third Bank. They're doing a great job. They're really a bank that understands this industry. They love racing. David, who runs the division over there, is a great guy. So David, I don't know if you're watching us right now, but again, any financial issues or any loan, whatever financing related questions, Fifth Third Bank, highly recommended. You mentioned Argentina, great country. I used to go to Argentina every year. I've been going to Turismo Carretera races. There are a ton of great companies. I know Industrias Crayas, the machine guys that you represent. This morning, I saw Gabriel Casella from Science Connecting Rods was watching, because we can see who's on and who's not. We have a lot of good friends in Argentina, and as we mentioned earlier today, this is a truly global event with people watching us from all over the world. So Tammy, thank you very much for your time. We wish you the absolute very best. Stay with us. Move you back as an attendee, that way you can watch other sessions. And then we are going to bring our next speaker. So John, I will let you talk about the next session while I handle the production aspect here. Okay?
All right. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Tammy. Again, our structure here in going through Online Race Industry Week is we kind of start on the hour. Typically, we have 50-minute webinars. This time, we're having kind of 25-minute webinars back to back. And, we're doing that so that we kind of don't start too early as people are entering the room. We just want to start right on time, and we've been on time. So that's going really well. Digital Momentum, I'll talk about Digital Momentum kind of in my intro, so I'm going to wait just 3 more minutes till 4 o'clock. The one thing I want to say is also, if you're having as much fun as I am on Online Race Industry Week, tell your colleagues in the industry and send them a note, send them an email. Please feel free to put us on social media, especially we got a big Friday tomorrow, our final day. And if we have some stuff that you think is just, you can't miss it, tell your friends and colleagues, and tell people in the shop that they can watch some of these things, or they can use us as a training tool as well.
Yes, absolutely, John. As I was talking to you, I was on mute, so we missed the window, but that's okay. We won't run any videos in between. I see Chuck is getting ready, and we wanted to invite Chuck because first we try to cover absolutely every subject in racing, and the digital world is still a mystery for a lot of people in the industry, and Chuck is an expert. When we launched ePortrait, we went into ePortrait being racers and entrepreneur. We didn't think we would be pioneer, and we never signed up to be pioneer, and we didn't. But somehow we are pioneering, something to the industry, and the digital world can be sometimes frightening or intimidating for people. It is pretty simple. I mean, look at this, the Zoom things, it's so simple, so easy. One click, you're all together. I mean, it has been, it's so much easier today than it was 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 20 years ago. It's getting more simple, but there are still things that you need to understand to really take advantage of it. So we are delighted to bring Chuck with us here, who is going to give us in a short period of time a quick understanding of what to do, what not to do, and what you should know too. So it's 3:30. Chuck, you on. John Kilroy, you in charge.
Okay, Chuck, let me give a little bit of an introduction, and then we'll throw it over to you. So growing your motorsports business in the digital age by Digital Momentum. That's the name of this webinar. We have Chuck Tate, founder and CEO of Digital Momentum, with us. They have a showcase on ePortrait, so you can work your way through that. I'll just kind of describe Digital Momentum from what they have in the showcase. Digital Momentum provides winning sales and digital marketing solutions for the best and brightest organizations in the automotive performance and motorsports industry, who who are frustrated that their website is not driving the results they expect. We help the companies by combining our knowledge of the racing industry with user-centric website design and development principles, along with the digital sales and marketing practices to deliver marketing victories that you can measure. And I can personally testify that Chuck knows the racing industry. He's got one foot in at the edge of digital marketing, and his one foot firmly planted in the racing industry. He has for years. And I always talk about people like Chuck as he speaks racing. And believe me, that's important. I've worked with different agencies in the past, and you talk to them, you tell them all about the racing industry, you tell them all about what you do in the racing industry, and they say, okay, we'll come back. And they work on it for 6 weeks and make a big presentation. And they tell you, we've got it. Checkered flag. We're going to put a checkered flag on your website. And it's like, oh, God, the checkered flag is a played out concept in the racing industry, 40, 50 years ago. People stopped using the checkered flag. And you're not going to get the big idea of being a checkered flag from Chuck. All right. I just want you to know that. Chuck and I have had a lot of great conversations. And then one of the great things about working with Chuck is that if he sees something on the internet that could be educational for somebody like me when it comes to digital marketing, he'll send it to me. And there's no give me money for this. It's just, John, I want to help you. I want to help you be successful. And when you describe your business to Chuck, he listens. So that's kind of what we're doing today. Chuck, welcome. What do you want to tell the worldwide racing industry today about digital momentum and what you do over there?
Well, I really appreciate it. Thanks for the introduction there, John. I mean, today what I'd like to do is I'm going to talk about how we like to use digital marketing to help our customers grow their business. So if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share my screen. I'll even turn off my camera so you can focus on that. But let me go ahead and make sure that I can share this successfully. All right. Can you see my screen there?
Looks great to me.
All right, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to see if I can turn my video off here. There you go. All right. So what I'm going to do is, by nature, I'm a competitive person, and that really weaves into the personality of Digital Momentum. So you may hear me refer to business growth as winning, because we want to help brands that deserve to win. So I appreciate the introduction, but I'll go ahead and I'll put up this slide in case anybody wants to take a note. But like you said, I am the founder of Digital Momentum and formerly Racer Sites. And that part's important because as a company, we've been focused on motorsports for more than 20 years. As Racer Sites, we were a traditional website design and development company, and we work with some great brands from manufacturers and service providers, teams and drivers, sponsors and tracks. So yeah, when we say that we get racing, we really do. We learned though that websites and social media alone was just not enough. So for roughly the past 4 years as Digital Momentum, we've expanded and we've grown into a digital marketing / growth agency that uses digital strategies to help our customers grow their business, or like I like to say, start winning. So enough about me. Let's go ahead and get started for how this may be able to help you. Francisco may not like this point, but my first title for this webinar was actually the problem with racing as a business and how to fix it. But let's just say that I was strongly advised not to use that title. So I changed it to Growing Your Motorsports Business in the Digital Age. But the point is even though the title's different, the business problem or the challenge for you and your business may remain the same. And that is, how do you create predictable and repeatable growth for your business? And I can tell you that it's been a tough year for everybody that I've known in the sport. But one of the silver linings during this pandemic is that here, we took a really hard look at our business with the goal of driving greater clarity for how we can help our customers grow their business. And that resulted in some modifications to our process and to show how we're using digital marketing when positioned correctly from the ground up to help our customers scale successful marketing initiatives to grow. And so our process starts as a documentation of the buyer profile and the brand narrative and your competitive landscape. And then the output of that exercise becomes a blueprint to articulate the who, the what, the why, the how, and the when for your business. And most businesses that we've talked with have not defined those necessary details in order to create growth for their business. So over the next 5 slides, I'm going to ask you if you have answered these questions for your business. So who? Do you know who your target customers are? Do you know what their core problems and what their motivations are to buy your products or services? The what. Do you know what solutions your prospects are considering and what might be wrong with those solutions as it pertains to what they need? The why is, can you articulate why your solution has proven results to be able to get them to their payoff? And the how is, do you and everyone in your company know your brand promise? And the brand promise should be supported by your reputation, your products, your services, and how you benefit your customers. When? Do you know your buyer's suspicions in order to alleviate their objections, so when they are ready to buy, that there's a higher probability they will convert on your offer and you can close that business? So those are some challenging questions for most businesses to answer, and even more challenging to get them right. So what we've done is we've created this process to help our customers answer those questions and put it into a blueprint that we refer to as this digital growth plan. So I'll take a few minutes to show you what it is and who it's for and what it does. And my hope is that I can help you, one, identify the exact steps that you should be taking to scale growth in your business, and two, determine if you need help to drive growth faster. And by the end of this talk, you should be able to determine if it's a good place for you to start in order to help your brand start winning. So if I recap the challenge, the goal of most businesses that I know is to scale growth and impact. But many times the challenge is that companies are getting sales and they think that they can just expand quickly and easily and profitably, but it just doesn't happen that way, because most of the incoming business that they have is based on referrals. And just to be clear, referrals are not bad. Referrals are fantastic. They're probably one of the greatest channels to bring in new sales, but a lot of brands that are looking to scale beyond the word of mouth leads because they don't have that super strong referral base, like some big customers or big companies like Zoom or Tesla or Uber. So, and even keep in mind that these well-known companies have strong referrals. They still want and need to build a growth plan in order to reach that place where they can scale their growth. So assuming that you may not have that Tesla level of referrals happening in your business, I can help you and your business grow and scale beyond those word of mouths. Again, we want to help those brands that want to win. So let's talk about understanding and creating that plan for your business, right? So the problem for most businesses in their marketing is that it's not working effectively. Maybe they run print ads and maybe they attend trade shows. Maybe they have a website. Maybe they send e-newsletters to their customers or people who sign up on their website. Maybe they even spend some money on Facebook or Google ads, but those efforts are not converting the sales and the revenue that they expect. And the lack of conversion, thus the lack of leads and new customers, means that something's happening that's preventing the conversion that you expect. So if that sounds like your business, what I would say is you're probably not quite ready to scale, at least not yet. You probably have an engagement gap or a conversion gap or both. And both of these problems are going to limit success and they're going to reduce ROI from your marketing dollars. So if you have someone, maybe internal, maybe external, working on a website or any of the tasks that I just mentioned, then you're spending money on marketing. So my advice is, don't keep spending money without understanding how to make that work for your business. So you might say, okay, fine, but what do I need to do? And so sometimes, just like drivers, right? When you're entering a corner, sometimes the best thing to do is to slow down a little bit to be able to go faster. So your first steps will be to fix those gaps. And this is the effort that makes the marketing dollars move off of the expense side of your business and then start to return growth. So what is your risk by not fixing it? So if you walk away from this and you're like, I just don't, what's the risk? The risk is losing time and money. And when your marketing is not performing, it is not hard to lose a year before realizing that you have to get down to those core issues and start to rebuild. So my goal, get your business on track for growth, right? So if you find that any of your symptoms and needs align with this digital growth plan, you can set up a time for us to talk about your business. I'll run through our process now, and I'll just leave it up to you if you want to discuss that further. So for us to get this right, and before you go off and you scale anything, it's really about building a system of growth. So here's our process. Everybody that I know wants to be the category king. So if you look on this chart in the upper right-hand corner, it's symbolized by the trophy cup. But before you can be the leader, you need to be outselling and outgrowing your competition. And frankly, if you were already doing that, you probably wouldn't be listening to me. You'd be working on a different set of business challenges. So when you're not the growth leader, we try to look at what's happening that is profitable and something that we might be able to scale. So now you might start moving from the trophy in the top right, you start moving left on the top row. But unfortunately, most of the time, there's either nothing or not enough that's happening that is profitable and ready to be scaled. So for example, if you already had a process to generate content for your website and you knew the process and the frequency to send your newsletters and post it on social, and you could measure a definitive increase in leads, we would just create a plan with you to help you basically do more of the same, or we would tell you just keep doing that, and we might be able to measure some things differently, but you would essentially just be adding fuel to a well-tuned engine. But most of the time, when we talk to companies, we have to dig back and we have to understand what needs to be tuned, because there's often not a lot that's working well and ready to be tuned. So what we do is we go back to understand what drives quality leads for your business. So if you come down to the second row in the diagram, what we're looking at here is we're looking at lead magnets. And so when I use the word or the term quality leads, I'm really asking what is driving sales ready leads for your business. Essentially, when does your prospect have enough information to actually buy from you? And a lot of the times a business, they're getting some leads, but they might not be qualified leads. And that problem suggests that your marketing and your lead magnets are not working. So those are some gaps that you need to fix. And many times business leaders don't even stop to realize that if your leads are not qualified, that your process is actually costing your business money rather than making you money. So in addition to any expense that you might have in marketing, you might have somebody spending time chasing unqualified leads that ultimately aren't going to close in the revenue that you're looking for. So I'll tell you that this is common. And if you think you're in this situation, what you don't want to do is you don't want to redesign your website. You don't want to put additional money into marketing like digital ads or campaign. That would actually be a horrible decision. And first, you need to figure out what is working. And I can help you from making this mistake, because when we were racer sites, we've been in the business for 20 plus years, and I've seen it time and time again. And so what I will tell you is that a prettier version of a website that is already proven to not convert successfully is not going to do anything but spend time and spend money, right? So you have to figure out how to fix the conversion, not the graphics. So many brands try this path of changing their look and their website, their booth display, but they ignore the foundational steps. Now come down to the engage level, down in the orange boxes, right? Getting the engage foundation correct is really what creates high conversion. And this is the process of creating the buyer's journey. Your buyer's journey for your business is where the magic happens, right? So this is how we can go from a brochure website that might work well for referrals to a website that actually converts leads. And so if you're trying any digital marketing, maybe you're focused on either advertising based where you're creating search ads or ads for social, inbound where maybe you're creating content for certain channels, or even SEO where you're trying to optimize your keywords. But just remember, buying is an emotional process, and simply put, people buy when they feel like it. So your prospects, when they're on your website, they need a very easy way to jump into your sales process. These people are not entirely familiar with you. So what they need to have is they need to have the right process to engage with your brand. So let's talk about how we put high conversion buyer journeys in place to engage your market. So down in that bottom row, we hear from a lot of people like, I don't want to work on that. It feels very fundamental to my business, but I have to be honest with you, this is where the gold is, right? I would say, who is your target market? And understanding their emotional triggers. What are their wants, their needs, fears, anxieties, habits to change in order to be able to buy from you? And then you want to know, who are they looking at alongside of you that may be your competitor? And what's your competitor's position? Because if you can understand both the customer and the competitive landscape, it's critical to getting the right message and the buyer's journey. And so those are the details that we work into a brand narrative for your business. And so you have to remember, yes, it is about you. When we go to websites, we see all the things that people want to tell their prospective audience about themselves. And so while it is about you, you have to remember, it's also about your customer. And because buying's always an emotional process, your customer, they need to find themselves in your brand narrative. So thinking of competition, right? I would ask, what is your differentiation? What is your competitive advantage? And I hear from a lot of brands, they say it's their service or their support or their value compared to their competitors. But what I'll say is, you may be in trouble if that's what you say, because everyone says that. And so if everyone says it, it's not really a marketable competitive advantage. It just becomes a race to the bottom because you have to compete on price in order to win. And I want to help people get out of that position. I want to help people create a profitable customer acquisition campaign that has a very high win rate and a high profit margin for their business. So how do we get there? So through this digital growth plan, we go through the steps to define your customer profile, your brand narrative, and your competitive advantage, and build your buyer's journey. And we do that over 4 weeks. And it takes about 4 weeks because it's not done at a low level. We do this at a deep level with a really strong collaboration with our customers. We feel like, you know, at a low level, what we could do is we could just send you recordings and have you fill out worksheets and you could send them back. But what we'd rather do, and what we find is much more effective, is working with our customers. So we take a deep dive for those brands that deserve to win. We look at your competitors, we talk about your target market, and building a system that's going to create the most value for your customer before, during, and after the sale. And we work, and we put in the work together, and that's how we win, because we deserve to win. We did the work together to get this right. And this creates the foundation for your copy and your content for your website and your other marketing offers. So we need to be able to create offers that drive lead generation, because driving those qualified leads as well as closing leads. So some core offers that increase your win rate and increase your margin, those need to be right. That's where you're gonna focus on that foundation for growth. So after this work is complete, our customers then choose. They can either take that information and they can self-implement, or they can continue working with us to move through the convert and the scale stages. So honestly, we believe this is the path if you're interested in growing your business successfully. So the time investment, I hear from a lot of people like, you know, I don't know if I have the time. So I would say that if you feel like you don't have the time, it probably means that right now this isn't a priority for your business at this moment, because the way that we see it is there's about there is 168 hours in a week. And if you can't carve out 5 to 8 hours per week to build that foundation, then right now it's probably just not a current fit. And that's not a problem. I'm not telling anyone how they need to spend their time. You know, I just spend a lot of time telling people what this is. So I also like to tell people what it's not. This is not for those owners that are too busy because they're working in their business. This is something that is really all about working on your business. So based on my experience and in my opinion, you can run all the marketing campaigns you want. You can set up tons and tons of offers. But if you don't have that buyer's journey right, the core components that build that buyer's journey correctly, nothing else matters. But if you do get it right, whomever builds your website or whomever helps you with your marketing is going to look like a genius, because the core foundation is in place. And so this is why I believe that the process sits at the core of the business growth. And so this is where we find that the results are. So this is where we focus our time. So if you're looking to work with Digital Momentum or you're looking to self-implement, we believe that this is the right path. And, you know, we ensure that we're doing this for brands that want to win. And that's why you would go through this. So I would say, ask yourself, you know, is this what your business needs? And then is this the right thing for you to be working on right now? If so, let's go forward and see if we can help your company start winning. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you. And let me get you back on. You're right there. Thank you. Great presentation. Again, that was to take a little bit the mystery of the digital world for some people that might be interested. So great presentation.
Let me just step in real quick and ask Chuck. You know, sometimes I feel like the racing industry, a lot of really good companies are behind on the digital marketing. That we're an industry that just wasn't on the front edge of the digital marketing revolution. Sometimes I feel when it comes to budget, there's companies that are stepping over a $10 bill to pick up a $1 bill. So when it comes time to spend the money, I mean, how do you frame that up for them?
Well, at first I like to ask what's important. What are their goals? I mean, that's where we start the process, is really trying to understand, you know, when you're going through defining your customers and the problems and trying to understand the emotional side, we also want to understand the goals and the objectives. So, you know, we simply have a conversation. For this, we've got actually, for this digital growth plan, we wanted to prove that it was going to be something that was successful. So what we did is we offer a risk-free guarantee. So we tell people that if you're halfway through this and you don't feel like it's transforming your business, we'll refund the money. And so when we have that, we try to make sure that anything that we do, we can put in a position where we measure it, and we try to at least 4 to 5x their growth over a period of 12 to 18 months.
That's very cool. Now, I want to kind of testify on Chuck's behalf that if you're thinking that you might be interested in working with Digital Momentum, call Chuck. Sometimes you call people with companies, it just feels like a trap. You got suckered in and you can't get off the phone. Now, with Chuck, just have the conversation. He's comfortable to talk to. He'll work with you. He'll help define stuff for you if you can't quite understand the terminology or all that. And like I say, he speaks racing. So it's just, don't hesitate to call Chuck.
I appreciate it, guys.
So thank you, Chuck. Stay with us. We're going to move you back as an attendee. That way, you're welcome to watch our next sessions. Now we're going to stay in California for our next session. We are going to, go talk to, I would say, our neighbors almost, should I say. We are going to be joined by Tom from SCAT Enterprises, and I should say an institution. SCAT Enterprises, what a great company. And Frank Beck will be, joining Tom. So we're delighted to have them on board with us. A quick thank you to our sponsors: ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race, powered by Bob Warner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shock, AEM Performance Electronics, and of course, our partner Paul Fanner at Racer. So I will have our producer here in the Portrait Studio run a short little video, and then we're going to bring our host, who is going to be Brad Gilly, and then we'll bring our special guest. So stay with us 1 minute. We are going to have a short video for you.
The concept for ePartrade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePartrade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to ePartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePartrade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Thank you and welcome back. Brad, welcome back. How are you doing? Oh, Brad, you're on mute.
There we go.
Hey, we had a wonderful day. It just, I can't believe we're closing. We're getting to the end of our fourth day. So we're going to be talking engine parts for the next 50 minutes. And then we're going to have our happy hour with the media panel. It's going to be fun. And so, John, do you want to recap? What happened today? What's going on tomorrow? We have people, spending the whole day with us. We have some people that are really like all the time, and then we see people coming in and out. And so, if you're joining us now, we had a fantastic day. And so, John, just a few words, and we have 5 minutes before the next session.
Yes, I just I want to say a quick word about Tom Lieb of SCAT. So whenever I go to a trade show, and again, we're having a trade show experience here in Online Race Industry Week, I try to get a nugget of I can use, a nugget of information I can use out of every conversation. And so I come back from a trade show, and I'm just armed with all these nuggets of information that I can use either in my perspective on what's going to happen in the racing business, or even change my business life in some way. And Tom Lieb is one of the people I go to for sure to find a nugget of information. Every conversation, every time I've talked to Tom, I get a nugget of information that I can use either as I try to figure out the racing business or try to improve my business life, my business performance as well. So that's the kind of guy Tom is. And it's really great to have him be part of Online Race Industry Week. So enjoy the next webinar, and then that'll be followed by a special panel on the media. So the media right now, I mean, the media has been in flux ever since the invention of the internet. And so things are going well and things are struggling and things are being invented that we don't understand. The media has been complex and sometimes frustratingly so for a couple of years now. And we need to come back and re-examine it and really reevaluate what we're doing as an industry in terms of the media. So that'll be at 5 o'clock. And we're going to go off the air at 6 o'clock our time here in the Pacific Coast of the United States. And then tomorrow, 7 a.m. Pacific time, Bobby Rahal. And then we'll have tech webinars, some other great webinars. And then we'll have the head of racing for Ford, and that'll be at noon our time. And then the head of racing for Chevrolet GM at 4 o'clock tomorrow. So it's going to be a bang on day tomorrow. You got to be there.
Absolutely, and I mean every day has been packed. I mean, one after another. We started with Chip Ganassi this morning, and cup of coffee, as we say here, because it was 7 a.m. It was 10 out in the afternoon for him. It was already the evening in Europe, but Chip was wonderful, and we talked engine parts with PBM. We went with Brembo and brakes and Billy Johnson, their guest. I love that. He was on practicing on the race, and he just pulled out. He was still in his racing suit.
That was awesome.
How cool was that? And we really enjoyed that. We had some very high-end exotic material. We had something with Powersport and Smith system, like very high exotic, I would say exotic materials. We talked safety with Joe from HMS. We had some fuel technology on fuels with ETS, and great webinar where we learned so much. The break, the lunch, we call it the lunch because it's at 12 o'clock in California, but it's 3 on the East Coast and late in Europe and around the world. I mean, we had King of the with Pikes Peaks, with the.
It's been great listening to the sanctioning bodies this week. A lot of times they don't get much of a chance to really just talk at length, but you listen to the people running sanctioning bodies, which to me is a very difficult job. I don't sit around trying to think I should tell NASCAR what to do because I have great respect for the challenges of NASCAR. And you just get the feeling that racing is in really good hands after you see one sanctioning body executive after another tell you why they do the things they do and what they have in mind. That's been really wonderful.
And as I see Frank here, who's very well known and respected engine builder. What I love about Pikes Peak or King of Hammer, I mean, those are kind of open rules, And as an engine builder, I remember like a few weeks back we had Ed Pink, part of ePortrait live tech webinars, like sharing like what he loves the most is like the book is open and just build whatever you want, get the most horsepower, get the but it is 4 o'clock. So Brad, I see Tom with us right now. So I'm going to ask Tom to start his camera and start his video. So, so Tom, looks like he's on, but you know what we're going to do is we always start on time. So Brad, we will let you start with Frank, and I will have our production team here reach out to Tom and Craig at SCAT, make sure we can get them on. Okay, so Brad, you're in charge, and we'll work on the back end to make sure we can bring Tom to light. Okay?
Oh, okay, sounds. Thank you, Francisque, and thank you, John. Really appreciate it. And once again, just thrilled to be here right now to talk about SCAT Enterprises, Inc. And I'll just read from the bio here on the ePartrade page. Hello, Tom. How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Good to see you. Just getting started here. I want to talk about your company a little bit, and obviously talk about to Frank about how he uses your products and what he's doing with building engines at Beck Racing Engines, all of that. But from the ePartrade page, SCAT Crankshafts offers a complete lineup of crankshaft from stock replacement to custom billet, I-beam, and H-beam connecting rods, and complete rotating assemblies for Chevy, Chevy LS, Ford, Ford Modular, Ford Vintage, Chrysler, Modern Hemi, Pontiac, and Sport Compact. And Tom, going to your webpage, first of all, when it comes to SCAT, gosh, you guys offer a whole lot more than that too with some of your other brands. I know you're big into the VW and seating as well, which I find pretty interesting. Tell us a little bit more about the company.
Well, the company, of course, over the years has developed from the early days, and as opportunity came along, I took advantage of it. And so we do have complete seating systems. We went into the seating business in 1980, and we have about 17 different models of seats. We've, our seats are in a lot of interesting places. We supply the seats to the Copa Camaro. We supplied the seats to the Dodge Drag Pack vehicle. We supply the seats to the military for when they rebuild a destroyer or whatever, for the seats in the wardroom, so that the officers don't fall out of their chair when they hit high seas. We do a lot of off-road type seats for the Toyota, for the if you see the white pickup trucks running around in the Middle East, all those trucks are built in Alabama and they have our seats in it. And then, of course, we have the complete seating system, for the aftermarket. And the key to the whole thing is we make about 4,000 different brackets that actually fit the base of the floor pan, and then the seats have a common base and they bolt together, so it's easy installation. And that side of the business is, as far as interior is concerned, is really a great product line that's been very, very well accepted. And then Volkswagen, we started with Volkswagen. That wasn't the original, but the opportunity came along in the very early 60s, and we were one of the first ones to start to manufacture Volkswagen performance parts for the Beetle, not the other vehicles, but just the Beetle. And of course, in the early days, it was great fun to go to the drag strip and take a Volkswagen and blow the doors off of a Camaro. And they were, when you have a 50 second Volkswagen passing your big block Camaro, there was some folks that weren't exactly happy. But anyway, that's the side of the business that we've maintained all these years, and it's great stuff. And then, of course, we started to make crankshafts in 1966, connecting rods 1972, and then as the business has grown, the product line has expanded to what it is today. And we have great engine builders like Frank. We're behind the scenes. We're the ones that support the engine builders, and we support the racers, because the crankshaft and the connecting rods are basically, if you look at it as your spine. I mean, your spine is, connects there's that song, and I don't remember how it works, but it goes the knee bone to however that works. And that's basically the crankshaft, and the connecting rods, and the rest of the black magic is guys like Frank that take the basics and make it happen. And of course, the thing that an engine builder is most concerned about is that everything stays together. And of course that rests on our shoulders. So we've, been doing it for a long time, and the facility here in Redondo Beach is of course complete manufacturing. And, obviously we buy pistons and bearings from other people and things like that, but that's what we're about.
Well, that's pretty fascinating. And especially with people always trying to make big power and boosting cars and doing all kinds of other stuff, to have a good quality product in the internals is essential. Frank, let's talk to you as well. Frank Beck, president of Beck Racing Engines. Just a little bit about your business and what you do and how SCAT helps you out.
Well, we started in 1986 out of my garage, and quickly outgrew that within a few months, and just been an upward spiral since. Tom has been John mentioned Tom giving nuggets. Tom is a gold mine of information of all his decades of doing this stuff, and he's very approachable. I don't think a lot of people realize that, engine builders and distributors can call him directly. He may not be available to take the call right away, but he always gets back with me. And he's made my life easy. Great product, works great. We punish it, put it through stuff that probably should never done with it, but it survived. And, from all different aspects of what we do, we build high performance and racing engines for the marine environment, Bonneville, King of the Hammers, a lot of drag race stuff. A lot of drag and drive events is where my heart and soul really lies. Midwest Drags, Rocky Mountain Race Week, Hot Rod Drag Week. I call it the Baja 1000 of drag racing. 5 days racing every day and driving your race car from track to track to track. And it's not around the corner. And of course, they always send us the worst possible way through these back roads. But so we've learned to use great products, build endurance engines that last, and having fun. So love what I do.
I can imagine so. And that actually seems pretty awesome. And I'm sure everyone can hear you guys moving around through the country to go from track to track to track. Well, Tom, let's talk about obviously longevity for you. I mean, you've been at this for decades now. You've seen all the trends. You've watched, racing grow, and you've seen it go from here to there to what we're doing currently now. And as far as you and developing and continuing to find ways to, help people make more power in a more efficient way, but also a more durable way. Where are we right now? I guess in just the development of everything and what people are demanding, what people are looking for.
Well, the racing community changes all the time. And that's what competition is all about. I mean, this engine builder comes up with a new secret, and then the next engine builder says, well, watch this. And of course, it always ends up on our plate at some place along the line, because they're thinking about different things. And can we make this? Can we do this? Can we do that? And of course, having the manufacturing facility here, we start with just a lump of steel, literally. We do an awful lot of crankshafts for the tractor pull guys. So, when you walk into the shop, like if you're in the shop today, you'd see an 1,100 pound piece of steel that we're making into a 619 John Deere tractor pull crank, which we ship 240 pounds worth. So the challenge always for us is making sure that we've got the engine builder covered as far as meeting his needs, and making sure that the processing that we do is of the highest quality to give him that product, so that, because he's putting his name on this. And of course, like Frank says, he loves this point to point as far as drag racing. Well, calling the auto club in the middle of the desert between two racetracks to tow your race car is not a pleasant thing. So our challenge is always to support the racing community, no matter what it is, not only the associations, but the individual people. And so the main challenge for us is not necessarily new product, although we do have new product, but the challenge is to just make sure that everything that we do is better and better and better. And that requires people, that requires machinery, that requires investigating the latest technology as far as materials and heat treating and things like that. And what that does, I mean, John Kilroy was very kind in some of his words, and so was Frank. But the fact of the matter is that we rub shoulders with some pretty, fantastic people. I guess I don't know how else to describe it. And my grandmother used to tell me that, Tom, if you keep your mouth shut, people will never know how stupid you are. So it's time to learn. And she said that, you keep your eyes and ears open and you're going to learn something. And that's what we've done all these years. And so by rubbing shoulders with the engine builders and we get our information from them and we sort it out and give it back to them. And the latest and greatest is the LS engine. And of course, we did all the development work for GM on the crankshaft side of it originally, way back when in the early 90s. And when we do a job like that for the factories, we make 140, 150 billet crankshafts. And then they go through that, 10, 15, 20 cranks at a time. And the engine itself has developed over the years, and of course to what it is today. And of course it's replacing the iconic small block. And as far as power and cylinder head and breathing and all that sort of stuff, that engine is really spectacular. And what we've done is tried to cover all the bases, because the cranks in the engines are different. There's several different models, and basically the difference is the nose of the crank. But we have to have all those parts available because the engine builders, each one of them has a different idea and a different, block and assembly they're starting with. So we have all the billet as well as forgings, and then the center counterweighted cranks, and then we have the connecting rods go along with them. So we've that's been the thrust in the last year, is the quality side of it, along with the LS program.
Yeah, the LS program, it almost seems like anybody who's doing any kind of a build these days or gets something that they're going to make a hot rod, someone's saying, hey, you're going to LS swap that? You're going to, do something with that? On your end of it, Frank, just being able to have, what is offered by Tom and by Scat and all of that, how big of an asset have they been to you? Because everyone is always changing. Once someone finds power, well, the next thing they want to do is find more power, but to at least be able to have a good foundation with all of that, how important is that?
Oh, it's super important. Tom has got such a broad spectrum of availability through the different families of engines. And what he's done is built a better mousetrap constantly. The center counterweights on the crank has become huge. Back in the day, 800 horsepower, 1,000 horsepower was huge. Nowadays, that's basic street stuff. As crazy as it sounds, guys are looking for 2,000-3,000 plus horsepower and twin turbo, methanol, nitrous. It's nuts, and you got to have some really solid parts to keep this together. And I don't look good if it's coming apart, so I only use the best.
Making the crank and the connecting rods, making those two pieces right there, and Tom and/or Frank, if you want to comment on this, I mean, how important is it that you've got both parts that you're making, those two that are just integral to the internals?
Well, what we have done with our whole product line, starting out with the cast cranks and then working through the standard forged cranks and then into the custom forged and then into the billet cranks, what we've tried to do is mix and match. And so for an individual or an engine builder, the problem is that he has to select parts, and he has to make sure that what he's selecting is compatible with each other. So what we've done, and this is where the rotating assemblies come in, what we've done is we've designed a connecting rod for a cast crank. There's no reason for you to buy an expensive H-beam rod and then put it on a 383 cast crank that costs you $250 retail or whatever. Why should you buy a $500 set of rods when we can furnish you with a $250 set of I-beam rods with the good ARP bolts and all the rest of it? So what we've tried to do, and I think this is very important, because one of the problems that we run into is that we're making basically on the crankshaft side, we're making a generic part. And what I mean by that is that we're making the part heavy because if we don't know the components that the customer's putting with it, then if I take the material off, for him to put it back on is called Mallory. And that runs the ticket up, very rapidly. And the fact is that he bought the material and I took it off and threw it away. So we make the parts heavy, but then when he buys his rods and his pistons, of course, everything has to fit. The rod length has to match the counterweight diameter. Obviously, the pistons have to match the cylinder heads and bore and all that. But none the same, the connecting rod has to fit with the crank. It has to be strong enough to sustain the piston on overlap at peak power, because that piston, when you run an engine up to, a typical LS engine, like the LSX engine that we worked with, that we supply the cranks and rods to GM for, that piston at redline weighs 10,600 or 700 pounds. Now the piston, in the box is, what is it? It's a pound or pound and a half or whatever it is. But when it's running at 6,000 RPM, that's what it weighs. So that connecting rod has to be able to grab that piston at top dead center and say, you know what, we're stopping and we're going the other way. And so the material on the beam has to be sufficient. The material across the wrist pin side has to be sufficient so that when that happens, the rod doesn't, have a problem. So we kind of feel that having rods and cranks compatible with each other, and we know through not only experience with the engine builders, but we know through testing that the parts are compatible. So one of the things that customers buy when they buy our product is that technical knowledge of sorting out the parts so that they only buy it once, and it is going to do the job and meet their expectations.
Well, let's expand on this a little bit. And we do have a couple of questions coming in from the chat, which we'll get to. If you have a question, you can just type it into the chat for either Tom or for Frank, and we'll talk about that. But you talk about, you starting things heavy. Let's talk about balancing and all of that, because that is usually a pretty hot topic. And this is something that both of you can cover. But Frank, I'll ask you first, challenges with respect to balancing and some of the areas that, well, people have a tendency to get themselves in trouble.
Absolutely. Balancing can be real tough sometimes. Sometimes you need to take a lot of material out, and then sometimes you need to add a lot of material. It's always, I shouldn't say always, it's generally easier to remove material than it is to add. However, there's some cases where you're going to remove a lot of material, and we don't like to put more than 2 holes in any end of the counterweight. Once our guideline is usually 100, 120 grams on each end is about the most we're going to try and remove. If it's centered on the counterweight, we can generally do it, unless it's like an LS crank, which has pretty narrow counterweights. And Tom's stuff is usually pretty close, which makes our life easy. But there's times where we got to take more than that off, and we chuck it up in the middle or lathe. And we also do no holes balancing, which is very time consuming, gets expensive, but it less windage, stronger crank, reducing the stress risers and everything that the hole can cause. So that does take some time.
Tom, how about on your end when it comes to balancing?
On our end, we have 5 balancers, Heinz balancers, that we run 8 to 10 hours a day. And one of the things that when we take an order, I mean, obviously when we sell to a warehouse and they put a part on the shelf, that's one thing. But when we're talking to an engine builder, we're talking to a end user, the most important thing for us is to ask questions so that we know what that customer expects, so that we know what we have to do to make sure that we reach his expectations. And one of the things that we ask them about is, okay, so you're buying a crankshaft, what's your bob weight? If they're not buying components from us, what is the bob weight? And when I mentioned that we make the cranks heavy, then what we would do in the manufacturing process, every surface of the crankshaft is machined pretty much. And so when we're turning the diameter of the crankshaft, we'll turn the diameter down so that the weight on the counterweight is in a range like Frank is talking about, where he can take and drill a couple simple holes in it and put the engine together. Now, the problem there is that, you know, a lot of balance shops don't have, or people that have balancers don't have a lathe heavy enough to do that sort of thing. And what's important about that is when you look at a crankshaft, the counterweights on the crankshaft, if you look down the nose of the crank, the counterweights are rotated. If you look at the position of each one of them, they're rotated in kind of a corkscrew. And so the out of balance condition is basically an X through the center main. And so when you're balancing the crank, what you're doing is you're closing that X to two parallel lines. So most balancers read the out of balance condition at the end of the crank, at each end. But what that's telling you is an average out of balance from the center out on both sides. So by turning the counterweight, like Frank is talking about, which is absolutely the best way to do it, by turning the counterweights, what you're doing is you're correcting the out of balance all the way down the line rather than correcting it in each end. And because when you correct it in each end, it's in each end, but what's going on in the middle? You haven't taken care of any of that. The other problem with that is that when you drill more than two holes, what ends up happening is if, you know, we've had cranks come back from people that say, man, I can't balance this, blah, 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 blah. And they send the crank back and it's got 3 or 4 holes in the counterweight. And when you look at it effectively, what they've done is they've taken this counterweight, which is counteracting the weight of the rod and the piston. And what it's doing is opposite the rod and the piston. Effectively, you made that counterweight to look like a V, and there's nothing in the center where it's supposed to be because you drilled all the hole, all the material out. But when you turn it, because most cranks are cam cut for piston and rod clearance, when you turn it, the outer diameter of the crank, once you get past 45 degrees from top dead center, that counterweight value is only 50%. So when you stick it in the lathe and you turn it down, you're removing 50% material. So effectively, you're lightening the crankshaft double or more of what the out of balance condition is, which reduces the weight of the crankshaft, obviously, substantially, versus the holes. And you haven't interrupted the integrity of the location of the counterweights. So that's absolutely the best way to do it. And of course, again, it's back to, if I took and made, like on a small block Chevy, we have a standard of 1,800 grams, which is our shelf crankshaft, that it'll balance to 1,800 grams. But in today's world, with light connecting rods and pistons and stuff, you know, some guys have a 1,700 gram bob weight. Well, that's a tough one to balance. I mean, you got to do a lot of work. And if you start drilling holes, you take a nice crankshaft and you make it junk immediately. And of course, what ends up with that is crankshaft breakage. And then that makes everybody upset. So it's balancing is a real important thing. It's an important process that we look at, and we offer rough balancing. We offer finish balancing. The shops like Frank that are equipped to do that, you know, he can pay us or pay his employees, you know, either one. But the point is that Frank knows how to do it. And, but not all the people are, you know, have the equipment to do it and do the job right.
Wow, that's a great lesson in precision and procedure on being able to do it right, and thank you for that. A couple of things from the chat real quick. First of all, Marty Fiolka says, thank you, Tom, from generations of VW enthusiasts. Glad you and Scat have not forgotten us in your hot rod roots.
Well, you know, my employees and their families and my family thank them for supporting us.
And then another question from Joe War. It says, I might have missed it, but where did the name Scat come from?
I knew that was going to happen. First off, it means absolutely nothing. Although in later times, you know, friends of mine, you know, sitting around having a beer, they said that it really stands for Southern California Auto Thieves. But that really isn't true. But actually, the way it happened, I was in college. I started my business when I was in college, and around 1962, the way I started the business was I was selling cores to the rebuilders, and of course, in those days, that started with the racers. I was the go-to guy for 392 Chrysler and the junior fuel guys. I mean, everything that was built in those days, you started with a junkyard motor. And so in building hot rods and stuff, I got onto the fact that I'm one of 7 kids. My dad was a school teacher. We didn't have any money. And so working in a service station for $1.25 an hour, that didn't quite cut it. And I figured out that I knew where I could buy an engine for $50 and sell it for $100. And I could do that a couple times a day. And I figured, boy, that's a lot better than standing in front of this pump with the nozzles. So that's the way the business developed. And one day, one of the engine rebuilders that I was selling to was upset because they didn't have a business license, and he wanted to charge me. If you can relate to this, the sales tax in those days was 2.5 or 3%. Of course, in the state of California now it's 10%. But I was upset with the 2.5%. I wasn't going to pay that. So I went to the Board of Equalization, and I stood at the window, and the lady, I filled out the form and paid the $3.50, and the lady says, "What's the name of your company?" And it panicked me. And so for whatever reason, my grandmother was a very staunch German lady, and she used to chase us around when she wanted us out of the kitchen with a broom or whatever, and she'd go, "Scat, scat, scat, get out of here." And that was the first thing that came to my mind. I told the lady, and she says, "You want to spell it with 1 T or 2 T's?" And I said, "Well, 1 T." She says, "You want to write it in?" I said, "No, you can do it." So she did it, and that's that. It's a silly story, but that's how it happened.
But it's a story, and that's what's good, is you have one.
There you go.
I like that. It's
I've
a
never
story.
heard it. Yeah, I've never heard it, so I was happy to hear it.
Well, and then it became like iconic. Chrysler decided they liked it, so they stole the trademark, and they came out with their Scat Pack, which is a Scat trademark, and we got into a punch up over it. But so I guess it's over the 60 years has created an image that some people have different opinions of that, but the image of performance and scatting when it comes to music, if you listen to jazz, scatting around is improvisation of music. Well, we kind of look at it as improvisation of technical, automotive stuff. That's what we do. So I guess the name's appropriate.
I like that. I like that. Frank, I want to, turn it over to you a little bit and ask you just about the business and again, what people are looking for. And, let's just say I'm maybe looking to move to the next step in my racing, and I'm coming to an engine builder like you, and I'm not exactly sure what I want, but I think I know what I want. And then, of course, being able to take Tom's products and use it for all of that.
Well, Tom had a good point. Our job is to ask all the right questions, and some people may think they want a certain product in a certain direction they think they need to go, and a lot of times they're just way out in left field, and you got to reel them back in. It's like, well, you really don't need to do that. Here's a better approach, and here's why. And that's just decades of experience that we have, and we offer that to everybody that calls in. I ask a lot of questions. I have a full page form I fill out. What's your wants, needs, budget, application, type of vehicle, gear ratio, tire diameter, transmission, header diameter, fuel system, all that stuff. So I also find red flags, as I call it, of potential problems. Well, you want 1,000 horsepower, but you got a 2.5-inch diameter exhaust system. That's going to be a bottleneck. So, but that's one of the things. Like I said, ask a lot of questions, fill in the blanks, and steer them in the right direction. And we've got such a variety of engine packages that we have developed. They're all truly dyno proven. We bought a lot of wrong parts to find the right parts. We save our customers that headache and expense of doing so. So sit down, talk, ask the questions, get them the right product.
Both of you have talked a lot about matching up products. I mean, from the bottom all the way to the top end. And Tom, I know you have talked about, well, sometimes people are buying stuff, but you're not sure what's on the other end of what they're doing. How far can you service someone with what you do in that? And if you would just also explain just how important it is to be able to know all of the information so people get the right product.
Well, that's why we developed the rotating assembly, because in the rotating assembly, you get one box. It's got the crank, it's got the rods, it's got the pistons, the rings, the bearings, the pins, the pin locks. It's all balanced, ready to go, so that all you have to do is wash the parts and assemble it if you have a machine block. Now, one of the things about that, and this is besides the compatibility of the rods and the crankshaft, now you get into the compatibility, excuse me, of the bearings. You get into we deal with all the different piston manufacturers, and not all of the manufacturers have the best forging for a given application. So we've gone through and we've selected this piston from this manufacturer and that one from that manufacturer. And the engine builder may not have that opportunity to investigate and look at all the different components. And in our product line, if you look at it, we do all the popular stuff, but then we also have niche markets. I mean, if you look at the catalog, we make all the crankshafts for the flatheads. We make all the crankshafts for the Model Ts and the Model A Fords, and we have the FEs, and we have the Oldsmobiles and the Pontiacs and so forth, besides the popular Chevrolet, Ford, and Chrysler stuff. And so that's where it comes into play, because with those engines, what's the right part? And so we've done all of that over the course of time, and that gives the responsibility to us when we ship them that box. Every part in there is on our shoulders, where with a customer just going out and buying a part because this one is $300 and the other one is $350, he may have spent the $300, but he needed the $350 or vice versa. So it puts the responsibility on our shoulders, but we're willing to take that responsibility because we know at the end that package that the man's going to get is going to be appropriate, and assuming that the assembly is correct and he doesn't do, he doesn't run into a problem with tuning or something, that he's going to have he's going to fulfill his expectations to go as fast as he wants to go and make things happen.
And again, I think this goes a lot to how long you've been around and how long you've been doing this and how much you've developed in this as well. And when we're talking about mismatching parts and all of this stuff, maybe this is the appropriate time for this question, but crank and rod breakage, why? Why do we see it, and how do you prevent it?
Well, first off, the crankshaft is the strongest part in the engine. A billet crank has 160,000 pound tensile strength. A forged crank is 140 to 145. Cast crank is around 100 to 110. But your aluminum block and the cast iron block, the tensile strength of that block is only 35,000. So that puts the responsibility on the crankshaft to stay together. And if a crank breaks, it's not, we have, I guess the easiest way to explain it is we're like a coroner. We got a body on the marble table, and the coroner looks at it and he says, well, the hole is right here and it's this big around and it went out this way and it's that big around, and therefore that must have been a 44 Magnum and he was shot at this angle. So, over the years, one of the things that has happened is when we do the forensics of a broken part, we see common threads. And on a crankshaft, and this is something that people have a little bit of trouble grasping, but the fact is that when you build an engine, and if it's a 400 horsepower engine, the first cylinder is 2 cylinders is 100 horsepower, then you have 200, then you have 300, then you have 400. If it breaks in the front, that's only 100 horsepower. All the power goes out the back. So if something broke in the front, it's typically something that was bolted on the front of the crankshaft to wiggle it. In the back, if you break the you know, the rear of the crank, then you start thinking about power, you start thinking about block integrity, you start thinking about, you know, the Chevrolet engine has the thrust, the 350 and 454, the thrust is in the rear. And so the wrap up of the crank has the full length of the block to do that. And they typically have a problem in the number 4 main. And sometimes it's number 4 and number 2, depending on how it's jump roping inside. With the LS engine, and this is one of the things that they did, is they switched the thrust to the center. Now that's something Ford has done forever, and Chrysler. So what that means is that the wrap of the crank is 1/2 the length. So when you start looking at these things and you realize how the crank is designed, and then you start to diagnose what the breakage was, if it breaks the nose off, it's something you bolted on the nose. And if it breaks the front throw, that's something that was bolted on the nose. And a lot of times, and there's only 2 things that make that happen. Well, 3 things actually. One is somebody uses a blower on a small block Chevy and they'll break the nose off if they use the standard diameter nose. I mean, you're taking that torque off at 90 degrees and you're running this thing at 6,000 RPM or whatever you're doing with it. And then the blower sneezes just because, and of course the nose comes off and of course the part is broken, therefore the part's bad. Well, it's not, it's that you bolted the blower on. You also get into issues with valve train, and valve train transfers all that vibration down into the crank itself. And then last but not least, and this is a touchy subject, but and I'm going to give you the world according to Tom, but people put, they put dampeners on there and they haven't got any idea what that dampener does. And the manufacturer doesn't either. Because when an engine's designed and when we do the work for the factories, what happens is they go through all of this testing and they're checking all the time. They have instrumentation on the nose of the crank and it's called a torsiograph. And they plot out the wiggle of the crankshaft and it looks like a cardiogram. And as they change the rod length and the weight of components and valve timing and ignition timing and, all of these different things, they measure that. And when they're completely done with the design of the engine, the very last thing they do is design a dampener to take out that last wiggle so that, Aunt Emma can get in her new Chevrolet Malibu and drive from Los Angeles to San Francisco up I-5 at 80 miles an hour and not have her teeth fall out. Well, now a hot rodder comes on, Mr. Beck comes on, and what does he do? He takes this engine and he ups the compression and changes the stroke and blah, 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 blah. And now he's got, 700, 800,000 or whatever he's got. And he's going to go down to the speed shop and buy a dampener that just comes off the shelf that fits that application. Doesn't happen. So a dampener, a wrong size dampener, a wrong design dampener will break the front of a crankshaft. And that's 90% of what we see. A connecting rod, if a connecting rod breaks in the beam, if it breaks in the beam itself, the problem is that the weight of the piston was too heavy for the rod, the amount of material in the rod. And so when the rod decided to take and change course and pull the piston back, it didn't have the material necessary to do that. It wasn't strong enough. And of course it broke. So, and obviously when you burn something down and you take and burn a bearing, it turns black and blue. And what actually happened was that black and blue means that you heated it up with friction enough that you actually annealed the part. So the tensile strength was gone in the part and it broke. So there's some very basic things that are very easy to look at, very easy to explain. And there are things that happen occasionally that it ends up, that's because God said so. I mean, you have no, there's no explanation. You just step back. And one of the things that, is a fix on something like that is examining the engine and what you're doing with it. And maybe we need to add more material, because the only thing that we can do to strengthen the crankshaft is to add more material to it. So these are all things that you sort out, but if we're going to try to figure out what went wrong, we got to have all the parts to look at, because all the parts were involved. And it's something that this is on our end, and I'm sure on Frank's end too, with his experience, that that the two of us have seen enough. And when you see it time and time again, and you figure out that there's a common denominator here, you kind of draw a conclusion that says this is what happened. So, but that's all part of it. That's part of the expertise, and that's where Frank was talking about, dragging a customer back to reality. This is where the component parts comes in, and so many times I know, and on his end as well as our end, a customer has his build sheet of what he's doing, and then he's got a part, and you go, wait a minute, no, you don't want to do that. And our approach to it is not to tell the guy that he made a mistake or whatever. We try to give him the technical side of it so that he understands what we're telling him, rather than just saying, no, you can't use that, you must use this. And kind of sitting and going through and educating them a little bit and telling them why you think that way. And if they accept it, that's great. If they don't, well, that's the best we can do. But keeping them out of trouble from our experience is because we've seen failures and we understand what the failures are. And there's a common thread in many cases. And customers will come in and many times, we've turned customers down. They want us to do something. I say, no, I don't want to do that, because I know that eventually something's going to happen, and then I'm the bad guy because it's my part that broke. And so I'd rather pass than to get involved in it. And I'm sure, Frank, you're the same way. I mean, you're not going to build an engine for somebody you're not going to build an engine with a cast crank and the guy put a 671 on it. I mean, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, Frank, you were nodding a lot. Obviously, everything Tom was saying is pretty relatable to you as well. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I've been doing this for 40 years, and not as long as Tom. I'm just getting started. But we turn away more work than we actually take in. We're just understaffed, overworked. So it's actually a nice position. I get to cherry pick and, pick the jobs that are good for us, make us look good. And as far as breakage, what Tom had mentioned, blowers, people over tightening the blower belt constantly. We run into that, and we get people in, hey, what happened? It's real simply way too much. That blower belt doesn't need to be super tight, especially cold. And even when it's hot, it doesn't need to be tight. So another issue we found in the past, there was a dampener company that made some really heavy dampeners, and a small block Chevy with a snout is pretty small diameter, and on cast crank and out in desert racing, we do a lot of the off-road stuff being here in the Southwest. They break the snout of the crank off, and of course they come back to us and, he sold me junk. So that's why we've gotten into what we do now. We build complete turnkey engines. We don't do bits and pieces anymore, and we dyno every single engine. That eliminated over 90% of the problems we had. People with mismatching parts, we knew what we did was right, but then they go buy a carburetor at a swap meet and, it didn't work. Well, this guy was selling that carburetor there for a reason. But getting the right products, having all the components matched is critical. And like I said, the best way I can explain it is we went out and bought an awful lot of wrong parts to find the right parts. So everything just comes together and it's all matched and works well together.
Yeah. And again, this goes back to decades of experience. I do want to get into a couple of questions from the chat, if you don't mind. Let's see. Walt says, Tom, you mentioned starting out with 392 Hemis. Do you have any cranks for them now?
Yeah, I do. As a matter of fact, we make those in billet. We have them on the shelf. Unfortunately, a lot of the guys for cranks, time,
Nope, I think you might be breaking up on us just a little bit here, Tom.
The cranks that we use at rent. Is that better?
Hang on, try it again. Start out again. You did say, yeah, you do have it for the 392 Hemi. You got some billet on the shelf. If you want to continue from there.
Oh, okay. A lot of guys, they're and the stock crankshaft was not really a flash piece. And when we used to, before we had the billets and doing things like that, the important guy in the shop was the welder. And the first thing we did, they had an undercut radius in them. And so we'd weld our weights, and we welded those on. And the strokes, so we welded on the top of the journal. We ground that. And then, of course, we made the crank look good. But in order to make a stock crank perform at all, those were the things you had to do. And so there's a shortage of those cranks because they broke in all applications. And so the only availability is a billet. But we have the Cackle Fest guys, and we sell stuff like that to them. And there's some street guys that we sell, because a billet crank, of course, is quite a bit more money than what they're used to looking at a price of a Chevrolet crank. Well, a billet crank is 3 times that, 4 times that. So, but yeah, we do have them. Sure.
All right, good to know. Another comment said, just want to say there's been a very informative session. Doesn't get any better than Tom and Frank, two of the best in the business. Thank you for taking the time. And let's see, Braden Fincham said, some of the best and most versatile cranks and companies around. Happy to have SCAT in my shop and in customer vehicles, as well as my private mud bog truck. So this really has been one of the most informative sessions so far that I've been a part of here during Online Race Industry Week. So I do thank you for that. While our time is starting to run out, I did want to ask you, Tom, is there anything that maybe we didn't cover? I know you talked about the LS engines, you talked about some of the niche markets like, the Flathead, the Pontiac, the Olds, and the Chrysler and all that, but is there anything that maybe we haven't covered yet that you wanted to make sure your customer base or potential customers should know about?
Well, thank you for asking. Actually, the most important thing for me is to be able to share some of the knowledge that we've acquired here over the years with our customers, and to let the customers know that we're here for them. I mean, obviously we're in business. Our business philosophy is at the end of the day, we should have more in our pocket than what we started. Doesn't always work out that way, but that's the plan. But the knowledge that has been acquired over the years, we've tried to put into the product line, and Frank mentioned, and very kindly, that I'm accessible, and that's true. I mean, to be able to talk through with the customer, I have all the time in the world for the customers, and we've got 6 or 7 guys in the sales department that are there for the customer. And the most important thing for us is to make sure that the customer is getting what he wants, that we meet his expectations, and to prevail on us to ask those questions and to let us help them. And because at the end of the day, the performance industry is something that I can't imagine working in any other industry. I mean, I've done it all my life, but none the same. I can't imagine getting up in the morning and going to a shoe store to fit shoes on kids. I mean, this is so many great people and so many great experiences, and having the opportunity with you guys to share that is very special. And thank you all.
Yeah, well, I do want to let folks know that you can always go to epartrade.com and go to SCAT's page and connect directly with them as well. Frank, I also want to ask you real quick as we get here to closing, maybe if you want to speak of, the customer service aspect, what you do as a builder, how SCAT is able to help you, and if someone wants you to build them an engine with their product, what do they need to do?
Well, thank you. SCAT has been just a tremendous resource for us, having parts available all the time and great parts to pick from. So it's made our life easier. We used to take factory rods and beam grind them, polish them, shop peen them, recon them with ARP bolts. And back in the day, you had a choice of Corilla rods or factory rods. There was nothing in between. And we literally did hundreds of thousands of rods that way. Thank you, Tom, for coming up with a rod, because really doing all that work, it was nasty. So made my life easy. like I said, he's always great to work with. It's a great product, so we're happy.
Well, you guys have been fantastic. This has just been incredible and a wealth of knowledge gained here over the last 50 minutes or so, and certainly appreciate you being a part of ePartrade and being a part of Online Race Industry Week as well. This has just been an incredible resource. So thank you both very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Brad, and thank you, Tom. Thank you, Frank. We're delighted to have you. And stay with us. We are going to move you back as an attendee. That way you can watch the next session. You can be with us tomorrow. Tomorrow we have an incredible day, starting with Bobby Real, ending with Jim Campbell, head of motorsport for GM. So, and in between, it's packed with who's who in the industry. And so stay with us. When I do this, I'm going to ask our producer, Ritneski, to share with us a short video to thank our sponsors. So read on to you, and we'll be right back.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Welcome back. And Paul, happy to have you back. I think we got Brad, we got John, we got Ralph. I think Marshall is going to be joining us very soon. And what a day, what a week so far. And I am so proud of our production team here. They have been running this event, which is the first time, so smooth, so smoothly, just everything flew perfectly. So we're touching wood because we still have 1 hour to go, and then we have tomorrow a big day. But a big bravo to the production team here at ePartrade and Racer. And Ralph is with us. Good evening. So we usually start on the hour, but you guys are the media leader of the world in this industry. So you got extra bonus. So it's on to you, and I will take care of getting Marshall on as soon as he arrives. So on to you, Paul.
Well, thank you. Obviously, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel now. We've got the media panel. But hey, what are you going to do? This is basically a chance for us to just get together and talk about the state of the world. We've had a good fun week so far. It's not over. We got a whole big day tomorrow. But the media has a place in our world. And before I introduce our guests, I think the world's changed. Everyone that has a mobile phone now is the media as well. Everyone who has the various apps for Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever, you have a way of reaching audience. But the one thing we do is, I think, we bring perspective and we tell the story of the sport. And whether we do it in broadcast, whether we do it in print, whether we do it in digital, we are sometimes the permanent record of what's happened in the sport. And we tell you what's about to happen, what's going on, who's going up, who's going down on the world of motorsports. So with that, I'm going to go to someone living a parallel universe to mine, my friend of many, many years, Ralph Sheheen. Hey, Ralph, good to see you again today.
Hi, buddy. Did I get all those in there? Did I get them all
There you go.
in?
Hold on. I'm throwing one right back at you, dude. There it is.
Atta boy.
We're having a
thanks for
magazine
having me.
sword fight.
Thanks for having me again, Paul. And one of the great things when you and I write our individual books, knowing you and I will probably do one together. You and I have had a great tradition every year at the Indianapolis 500 of taking a picture in the media center, wearing our individual logoed shirts, but holding each other's magazines. And I think that's really important because it just goes to show how close the two companies are, the two brands are, our friendship is, and it really says a lot about what people in the media and racing in general should be thinking about. We're all in this together, and we need to work together to succeed as an industry. So that's a little something that those maybe paying attention, listening out there wouldn't know if they weren't in the media center every May, but it just goes to show how Racer and Speed Sport work together.
And we do, and we love a lot of the same things, Ralph, which helps. I think we and I just get a kick out of the stuff you guys are doing, and I like looking at somebody else's website and magazines. Sometimes I need a break. So, but it's great to have you on the panel, and I love all the things you're doing with Speed Sport TV too. That was fascinating. earlier. I really enjoyed that. I want to throw to John Kilroy real quickly. John, we've known each other for a very long time.
Yes, we have. I remember doing, you helped us with a commercial. We were doing the Twin 25s racing event.
Yeah.
And so you hired the voice to do it. And we were doing it in conjunction with the F1 race at Indianapolis. So we wanted an international guy, and we wanted to try to get the international guy to go to a midget race. Yeah. And the guy we hired was a soup Nazi from Seinfeld. And he was fantastic.
Oh yeah, that was a fun project. I gotta love Steve Lewis for his big vision on stuff. That was a really fun project all the way around.
It was so much fun. The first time we did it, there was a line of cars going out of that speedway all the way back to the freeway. I mean, it looked like if you build it, they will come, and they did. Yeah,
they sure did. And I've got to commend you and the team at ePartrade for putting this together. It's been great to be a part of it. We're a small part of it. The bulk of the work and the vision and everything that happened here has been on your team. And I like being the caboose, but it's been really fun. And it's just a pleasure to watch you interview people, John, because you know this industry and you have a passion for the subject and the people you're talking to. And I just what a fun week. It's after a year of relative isolation, this has really been a pleasure. And I think that when we go around tonight, there's no order to it. I'm just going to introduce everybody. Marshall will jump in. Just free for all. We'll have a couple of topics we probably get onto, but this is us just like we ran into each other in a bar in Speedway, Indiana. Okay.
That'd be awesome.
You know what happens when that happens. So Brad, I want to say hi. We haven't met.
Hello.
Hello. But I've just enjoyed again the quality of your interviews and your knowledge is just terrific, and a pleasure to listen to you and watch you do your stuff.
Well, thank you very much, and likewise. It's a mutual affection. I really enjoyed this morning, opening things up and seeing Chip Ganassi there. And I felt for you for just a minute when Chip just said, "Hey, talk for a minute. I got to go step out." And I think he had lost, maybe needed to plug in his iPad or whatever he was.
Yeah, he did. I was going to ask him when he came back if it was number 1 or number 2, but I decided against it. But
did we ever figure out what the picture was behind him? You had mentioned that
no,
too.
I was trying to. I'll get the 411 on that. Yeah, but I knew he was nervous about something. He kept looking over his phone like it's something, and it was, I think there's something wrong. So, but hey, that was the longest attention span I'd ever seen out of Chip Ganassi.
True.
Yeah. But thank you for doing such a good job. I particularly enjoyed the last session. That was very interesting. I can't believe stuff like this is so interesting.
It really is, but when you have like decades of experience and someone who could articulate it so well as Tom could also, I mean, even if you've been doing this for decades yourself, you had to listen to that last hour and learn something. And I thought that was pretty incredible.
And I thought I knew about SCAT, but I thought I knew about the subject I didn't. So great job though. I really appreciate being on the panel with you here today. Oh my God, there's Marty Fiocca again.
Yeah, I'm here.
I can't believe you're still awake, man. I know you're running 24/7.
I am. I'm in Crandon, Wisconsin. I just have 2 observations right now from here. One is that I feel like I'm cutting edge because I kind of did bring, as the promoter of Crandon, brought Racer and Speed Sport together this year at Labor Day Championships. So I love that. I felt the love between you both. And the second observation is very obvious. Ralph Sheheen, it is clear you are a TV personality because you can't figure out how to light your own face. There's that, I'm just going to say that right now to you.
Yeah, it's a very good point. The only thing I will tell you is that I'm not sideways like our buddy Marshall.
What do you mean? Sideways is a part of open wheel racing.
Marshall, you're on your side.
How's that? Is that better?
Marty? Yeah, you look like you're in a haunted house, Ralph.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, well, I was using the phone light. See, it's all I got.
In the chat, it says, looks like Marshall's on the high banks.
Yeah, well,
look, we can turn this around.
Yay. Marshall Pruitt, you're alive.
There you go. That's a little better, isn't it?
Look, you guys are stuck in a landscape world, portrait world. I'll do whatever world we need to here. I'm all good.
Yeah, well, every time I get a chance to look over you to the Driven poster is a good day.
Absolutely.
Finest racing film ever made.
How are you doing, Mr. Pafaner?
I'm doing well, especially get to see you, Marshall. I miss you.
Well, that's a mighty fine lie after 5 p.m. Should we tell Marty that the speed sport love and racer love might predate that introduction? Should we mention
just a little bit? Yeah, we might have known each other before. We might have hung out together. We might have swapped stories. But yeah, but we're all doing something here that, especially this week, I think, remind everybody the whole sport's together and powering through the pandemic. And the nice thing is that I think a lot of people agree with us. What racing has done in this year is remarkable. As a culture, we've done it probably about as well as you can do it on the surface of this earth at this moment. We figured out how to go do what we do amid all this because we're used to risk. Now, some of us couldn't go to the races, and our reporting staff, the majority of this reporting was done remotely. And that's another really interesting thing maybe to talk about today. But I'm glad we're all together tonight. I want to just say who has an idea what we can talk about to get us started?
I think just jump in here, Paul, a couple of things kind of being on both sides of the promotional and media fence.
Yeah.
One thing interesting is that behind the scenes for promoters like me who actually put events on, we're able to actually get crowds. The build up to our event when we had to reschedule our smaller event and wait till Labor Day with the government officials and all the worry and concern, we didn't let on that it was as hard as it was. But behind the scenes, it was stressful and brutal. It was worse than the 50th. It was worse than bringing Kid Rock and promoting that last year. It was much easier that last year than it was this year. It was just, very difficult on all the people who were at the track and thinking we're going to host these people. We're doing the right thing or we're doing the wrong thing. Right thing by racers and racing and sponsors. Hopefully the right thing by the fans. Hopefully there was no backside to it in terms of people, being in danger. And thankfully there wasn't, but it was something else. And, the second thing I was going to say is that, the remote reporting, like on something like the Baja 1000 is actually easier from home than it is down there. So it's interesting. We kind of learned that, right? That it's actually in some ways with the social media now and all the things you can see online and remote cameras and stuff, it's actually better to be home doing race coverage from that than it is from being down there.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting observation. I mean, what would really be surprising to me, and Marshall, we've talked about this already, is that despite the fact that we probably only had a handful of events with on-site reporters this year, our traffic went up, our daily traffic went up, everything went up. The audience wasn't really expecting us to do that. They're expecting the content. They want what we have to say. They want our perspective. And, what do you think that is, Marshall? We've talked about it a little bit.
So first of all, if I can find any positives in this pandemic as a traveling sports reporter, and as you mentioned, racer staff, once the lockdowns or shutdown started happening, everyone's travel schedule was just vacated for the rest of the year out of individual safety and otherwise. There's actually been some good credit built back up, Paul.
I know. That's what I like about it.
Crazy. I went down to Laguna Seca for just an afternoon early in November. Chip Ganassi Racing was down there for an IndyCar test. I actually wasn't going down for any reporting function. It was a kind of a side project, and they were happy to see me. Holy crap. The same people that are chasing me with tire irons and
yeah, I know.
And flaming punji sticks, like they were actually somewhat okay with me being there. I'm like, wow, look at this. Funny what a year does. The hate goes away. But kidding aside, what really has stood out to me looking at the monthly traffic reports that you've sent out, looking at the shares that we get, social media shares on an average story, not one that we'd look at in the past and say, wow, those numbers are significant because the story's a big one. Now the kind of shares that we get and traffic that we've been getting on normal stories has really been elevated. I think there's a big reconnection possibly for those who maybe didn't know or had forgotten the role of just good reporting. And this is not specific to Racer, whether it's Ralph and Speed Sport family. There are many fine institutions who've been working like heck to feed fans on a daily basis while stuck at home. I think there's been either a reconnection, maybe a new appreciation for those who've been fans of the sport, who, I don't want to say take us for granted, but you just become the wallpaper after a while, you know. Maybe there's been a new appreciation there. And for newer fans, I think that's maybe been a pretty interesting thing too, where there was an expectation for a decline on our end, right? We thought traffic might plummet because there's no live events, there's no in-person engagement, drivers, fans, sounds and sights and all the things that stoke the passion. And yet, stupid little stories that we write on the interweb and little videos that we make to amuse people have taken off. So that, honestly, that has heartened me the most. There's an audience there that really still does care, even if they've been separated from the little churches we travel to throughout the world to hear those sermons spoken to us in sound and fury.
Yes, indeed. And what's interesting, I think I'd like to talk to everybody about what they think that is, because, you know, I've mentioned a couple of times that we've had, you know, it blows our minds. First, we started to realize that there was this amount of sharing of content going on. It's as if, this is who I am, read about what I love. I am excited about this. You know, we were all stuck at home. Why don't you look at this? Is what it feels like. And I see it across not just like IndyCar or NASCAR. It's pretty much happening in most of the things we cover. And I'm, you know, what do you think that's about, everyone? I mean, this is, you know, it's not just to us. I mean, the sports digital footprint is really, I believe, expanded massively this year.
You know, can I take a stab at that, Paul? And I'm just looking, for me personally, I almost feel that, and I'm all about silver linings and everything. And as rough as the pandemic has been, there's just been an amazing amount of silver linings, especially when it comes to automotive and the motorsports industry. But I almost think that this has allowed people to reconnect with some of the things they love. I mean, I found out in my own personal experience that, you know, my office with the Performance Racing Network is here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, that I was literally leaving the house before the sun came up and going home after the sun went down. And now all of a sudden, I'm not even coming into work. And then I start to rediscover things. I get out and, you know, ride my bicycle or my motorcycle more, or, you know, rarely do I ever turn on the television if it's not a motorsports event. And I found that so many things that I actually do love, I finally had the time or took the time to do. And I think maybe a lot of our fan base or a lot of our listenership, readership, viewership, whatever it might be, has done the same.
That's a really good observation. And by the way, I missed that we used to have our office for our website used to be in the Smith Tower. And I used to, when I come out there, I'd be there early in the morning. So I'd be with you.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you that's a really good observation, because, you know, I love racing. It's the center of my life. I'm addicted is too strong a word, but I'm obsessive about it. And I believe we all have to suppress our obsession to function in the real world. But I have at least an hour and 40 minutes of not commuting that I could go do other things. I have I'm not sitting in boring meetings all the time. Those have been reduced. I'm actually able to absorb and just look around. I like to, when I get up in the morning, I pop into Speed Sport. You know, I look at our site, I read some other news, but basically I go to the American racing sites I like, and I just like to read the stuff. It's a habit. I've been reading Speed Sport since I was 9 years old. So I'm not going to break that habit now. Actually, I have more time for it, you know? And I think, you know, that's a great observation. Anybody else want to weigh in on that one?
Yeah, I like to say that, you know, possibly also what may be happening is people were ordered to go work from home. Do not come into the office. Well, in the office, it may be hard to go to racer.com and spend an hour reading what's on racer.com. But when you're at home, you can do it. There's nobody hanging over your shoulder. You're not in the cubicle. people may have been freed up to cheat a little bit on the workday, and they're wondering at 2 o'clock in the afternoon what's just happened in racing, and they could take the time to go to racer.com or Speed Sport or anyplace else and go find out. So I think that's one reason. And then the other thing to think about is that racing took a hit, and people wanted to connect and reconnect with racing, and the storytelling that everybody here does so well is a way for them to connect with racing. So we all sit down at the computer or our different projects, and we're scared to death we're not interesting enough. So we're always every day trying to say, what's the story? How can I tell the story? How can I get the person all the way to the end of the story and be that degree of interesting when it comes to racing? And I think people wanted that, especially this year, because they wanted to find a way to stay connected to racing and have that moment of fun.
You know, I think also there's a difference when you talk about other sports, right? You're passionate about football, you're passionate about baseball or hockey or whatever it is that you're into. But racing, it doesn't matter what form of racing you're in, whether you're into vintage cars, drag racing, off-road, short course, or dirt bikes, whatever it is, it goes way beyond just being a hobby or even a passion. It gets deeper into your bones than that. Racing really becomes more of your lifestyle. It becomes, even if you're not a participant, even if you're not a driver or a car owner, even if you're just a fan, right? You're that guy that, man, that's what I'm into. And you're all in. Racing is all encompassing in every way, shape, or form, because it's an all, to do it takes everything. You can't do racing part way. Mm-hmm. Romain Grosjean was all in, baby. There's no doubt about it. And thank God he got out, right? But that just showed you again, reminded everybody how all in racers are. No matter what level they're, whether you're running a midget at the Chili Bowl or Formula One overseas, you are all in. And so the fans who are really into this sport are the same way, because they realize that the people they cheer for, they pull for, they support are all in them. And so it I don't know, it just gets deeper into your system than any other sport. I'm a huge NFL fan, love it, love watching the NFL with my family, but man, the racing side's a whole different game. And it's not just because it's my business and my career. I was that way when I was a kid. It's never changed. So I think even though racing was stopped for a while, the people were craving it and looking for access to it or any indication that it was coming back soon. And so they were constantly looking for some sort of racing, whether they were just reading about a past event. Like we dug deep into the Speed Sport archives and we were putting out stuff about NASCAR convertible racing and, you know, all these board track stories, because we go back to 1934. So we had all kinds of stuff to repurpose, if you will, and put out there. And it was amazing what people were reading. And it was just because they were interested. Got to give me something. I'll take that.
Yeah. And you've nailed it. You nailed something I've been thinking about, because the mortal risk inherent in racing, you know, we're not going to get a hamstring pull or, you can die doing this. Sadly, some of us do. And so you're more emotionally invested in the outcome as a fan, not just as a participant. You're more emotionally connected. It's more part of the fabric of your soul, basically, I think. So when these other sports started to fall, I have no time for whatever it was, you know, football, baseball. They had no fans in the stand. I don't, you know, whatever. You're not interested enough to cross the threshold of caring. Our fans cared even more. That's the thing, you know, we're powered by passion in this sport. And to me, that's a really important thing as we come out of this pandemic. Let's remember that. I know we're all chasing new audience, but the best way to generate new audience is keep the audience you have and act, you know, ignite their passions so they share. Again, the audience is the media in new media. give them something worthy of their devotion, so they spread it with passion and go out and share it with their friends and people they know. And I think that that's what's happening for us, at least. And it's just I sent out some metrics tonight. I hadn't gotten to them because I've been busy with this, but we crossed 6 million unique visitors for the first time in the history of our site. In November, we're like a 1.4 plus million, or 1.4 million ahead of the entire year last year. We have another month to count. And again, I asked earlier today, where did those people come from? They were there all along. They're just now, I got time, I'm going to do this. I love this. This is where I really want to spend my time, in my opinion. And that's what's happening. I know you've seen an increase. I'm sure you have, Ralph.
Oh, yeah.
And I think you've seen increases on your platform, John. I'm sure of that because I've seen releases.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think what's happening is that, racers take matters into their own hands. And we love, and I think if there was a thing I would want to take out of this, you're the power in the sport. If you're a fan or a participant, you have a lot of power to move the needle on this sport. Don't be shy, do it. Share your stuff. Share your passion for racing. That's the fastest way to accelerate it out of this pandemic. It's an unfair advantage, honestly.
Yeah, there are two things for me, Paul, that strike me interesting. Like I said, I'm very honored to be on this panel as the off-road media guy on certain levels. And, two things struck me this year. One was the fact we talked about it a lot. I'm not, Robin, and I'm not Marshall by any means, but when you sit down and you write an opinion piece, at least on the side of the off-road side of things, where you can't really get that anywhere else, it's almost as if the audience is so overwhelmed with so much social media input everywhere that they kind of want to yearn for a voice to kind of, from 10,000 feet, to look down and tell them what's kind of really going on. Somebody with a voice of opinion. I know on Marshall's side, I read his stuff all the time, and it's amazing that he does that. And the funny part, though, because I'm a racer too, is that then you become obsessed with seeing how many shares your story got. So like this year, the two biggest shared stories was, I think Robin Miller's story had one, and I was like second. And every day I was trying to see if I caught Robin. Like it was a race to see who got the most shares. It's an interesting phenomenon when you look at it that way.
Yeah, and you had a story that was, I think it was above 50,000 shares, I believe.
Yeah, it was the BJ Baldwin story about the Las Vegas self,
Yeah, when he protected himself.
Yeah,
Yes,
like 71,000 or something. But
it was astronomical. We've had a lot of these stories that they go out into the greater world. We're distributed onto Apple News and Google News, and we're on the USA Today platform. So we have a little bit of enhancement. Basically, we're more visible because we stand against this big monolithic group of sites on the web. But what I think is interesting, the audience is out there for all this stuff. They just have to be able to get to it. And, I think yesterday in the panel that Ralph was on, Chris, his partner in Speed Sport TV, made a really impassioned plea for the moonshot on this media. That really got me. First off, he was very compelling and knew his stuff. And, good on you for working with him, Ralph, because he really brought it to focus that, the game has changed. And you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, the point Chris was making, Chris is our partner on the Speed Sport TV side, which is our over-the-top television network, which is another one of those things that came out of the pandemic of trying to find new ways of doing media, right? And helping to get the information out there. And live streaming events when you couldn't go sit in the grandstands was a big part of what happened in 2020. And we did, we're already at over 1,300 live broadcasts that we've done on our over-the-top television platform in just 1 year, which is just incredible. I never would have thought that number. I had to ask my partner Joe Trick 2 or 3 times, what was that number again? Because I didn't believe it, but that's how many broadcasts are going out there like that. Chris's point is that, there's this big restart, as everybody is saying. We have this fresh opportunity. Well, don't just go part way just to get yourself rolling forward again. Take a big stab at it. Reach way out there and try something maybe you didn't think of before, or would never have risked before. Because why not? Now's the time to do that. We have opportunities to really reset a lot of things. So go for it. If you're in the game, really don't just be a participant. Try to be a leader.
That's right, and go for it. Go for the gap. Make pace while you've got the opportunity to outpace everyone else. And racing coming out of this has a different restart mode than everybody else. We got full bossa nova on our knob here. We can go hard and fast and do things other people can't. And I think our audience will stick with us. I was going to ask you, Marshall, you have a pretty impressive podcast activity going. You're really the amount of downloads, just the amount of content you produce. Are you surprised by how quickly you've gotten to that level of podcast downloads?
Well, suffering from OCD helps to get to numbers that are deep. So there's that. It's been an interesting journey, that's so Californian. It's been a very interesting thing to track this year. And I'd love to hear from you, Paul, and you as well, Ralph. When the pandemic hit and stay-at-home orders came into motion and all kinds of racing calendars were turned off, et cetera, when folks all of a sudden had to work from home, I saw podcast traffic plummet. And it wasn't because the quality became especially garbage overnight. It was already at that place before, but the habits, the habitual side is what changed. Yeah. The sitting in one's proverbial cubicle with your AirPods in, listening to whatever and working, or long haul driving, whatever it is that you might do where you have something that you listen to help you get through the day, that stopped. And traffic all of a sudden hit, just nosedive off the cliff. And that was a really big aha. So I don't know if I need to change anything in terms of quantity, quality, or variety, but okay, be interested to see if this comes back. And it did. And this comes back to the general theme of passion of, okay, this is a weird thing and we're dealing with it and adjusting our lives. But hey, that over the top dirt track event that Ralph's team is live streaming, or that podcast, or Marty's report from wherever, that's our comfort food. And we've had to get in that little security blanket, daily security blanket. Getting back to that seemed to be a bit of a whiplash reaction. So where you mentioned, Paul, traffic for racer.com, last year, for the entirety of 2019, my dumb little podcast generated, I think it was 1.6 million downloads. We hit that, I think, the first week of November this year. So it might have even been, it was the middle of October, actually. Whatever it was 10 and a half months. We hit 2 million. And so in a year where I expected to be down, what I've seen as well, every month, barring November, because frankly, I took my foot off the throttle a little bit, had serious 20 to 50% year-to-year increases. And it's not a volume thing like, hey, I've been pumping out a lot more podcasts, therefore I'm getting more traffic. Actually, I hit 2 million downloads with fewer episodes than I did last year, getting to 1.6 in 12 full months. So again, I've done nothing structurally to change what I offer. The quality sure as hell hasn't gone up, but I would say I just use some of these numbers as evidence that the people we rely upon to care and hopefully buy the things that our advertisers invite them to buy and all those things. These things are happening in a positive way. So again, I think I kind of come back to that comfort food thing of, boy, what we do, which we don't always know if it's really relevant, right? We're not down at the courthouse doing reporting on this thing that's going to change people's lives in a big town. It's the sports entertainment, man. As Robin Miller told me once famously while I was slaving away on some meaningless story late at night during the month of May, about 8 o'clock, and I'll leave out the curse words. Hey, finish the freaking story. Let's go to dinner. We're not winning Pulitzers for this crap, Pruitt. And so, again, we kind of couch what we do as like, hey, this is fun and we love it. It's our passion. But boy, we sure hope that there's enough people on the other end who share in that passion to sustain us on the media side. I'm telling you, Paul, and everyone else be the same. This year's just been evidence that, yeah, if we put out good work, there are folks there waiting for it. That's made me so happy.
And that's a really reassuring thing. You know, it's not all roses in the media business. I'll be as honest as I'm transparent. We've struggled. You know, we've had massive cancellation of print advertising. For a time, all digital advertising was paused. Newsstands were closed. We couldn't distribute the magazine. We're like restaurants. We're like a restaurant. A lot of our activity was shut down, you know? So I have great sympathy for the small businesses around this country and the racetracks. I was completely moved by what I was hearing from World Outlaws and the challenges they dealt with the volume of races they had to produce and the amount of content they had to produce, and watching what the NASCAR team did to come back first. You know, it was like having the Air Force fly over and you realize you're going to win when they actually came back on the racetrack. It was a very moving moment. And when IMSA came back, when IndyCar came back, when all these races started coming back, it felt like my world was winning. And even if the spectators weren't there, it was moving. And I realized, I just understood the risks people were taking and the care they were taking. They did it the way racers do, 100%. You know, Marty lived it. I was talking to Marty on a pretty regular basis. And you know, Ralph, what you did was a lifeline to a lot of these racetracks. You know?
Yeah, providing the ability to do the live streaming gave them an opportunity to make enough money to pay purses a lot of the times, just to make the races go green to checker. So you know, we never would have thought that would have been the case, but we were thrilled to be able to do that. You know, and we went through a lot of the same things that you went through there, Paul. And fortunately for us, the live streaming was a thing we hadn't thought about a couple of years ago. And fortunately it happened this year, and it was a godsend for us as a business.
Yeah, and it showed great, you know, we had a number of conversations about how racers pivot and you know, as Chip Ganassi said this morning, when the wind changes, it, you know, change the sails. And I mean, move the sails and catch the wind. We have racing's like that. A race comes and goes to you. You got to keep figuring it out. And, you know, Brad, tell me a little bit about what it's like in your end of the world.
You know, I mean, first of all, just the resiliency of racers, that racers will find a way. I remember, you know, the late Lanny Edwards telling me one time, you know, from Devil's Bowl Speedway, he said, look, if I got to give a guy a couple $100 to get his car running, you know, he'll hawk his TV set to buy a pit pass because he's going to go race. And that's what this year was. But in our world, you know, in the radio broadcast world, you know, obviously we saw the same hit with some advertisers and all of that who kind of went into lockdown, you know, but we've also seen a lot of that recover. And we found some of those silver linings, if you will. Where it really benefited us the most is part of my job is also to deal with all of our network affiliates. And between what we do at the Performance Racing Network and our counterparts over at the Motor Racing Network, I work pretty close with them. All of a sudden, because we were the only game in town, a lot of radio stations were like, we have nothing. Help. You know, the people who you would call beforehand and say, hey, you know, we've got nothing going on right now, or we don't have any space for you. We're like, oh, we love racing, you know, so getting into markets like Seattle and Portland, where places up in the Pacific Northwest that we just couldn't crack into, and, you know, places in the Midwest and all of that, you know, we had lost our Atlanta affiliate at the beginning of the year, but quickly regained a new, even better Atlanta affiliate. So again, when it comes down to those silver linings, being the only game in town has been wonderful. And not only that, but also just putting on a good, consistent product, and they had something to sell. And I think what that is going to even turn over more is that, as you well know, once you start to get outside of our sport, you know, it's something that people may not understand. So when you start talking to, you know, 300-400 radio stations, a lot of them don't understand, okay, well, how do I sell this? Well, now they've had to figure out how to sell it because we've been the only one that they've had and they've thrived. And I think that's been a great thing. And it's, again, it's been just one of those things that now coming out of this, we can look back on and say, okay, we made the most out of this situation.
That's really a good point. And, you know, I think that this could be like, you know, it's, I'll use the phrase, the art of racing in the rain, because that's what we all know how to do. You know, we've been able to, you know, oh, good, it's raining, we can win now.
Yeah, don't watch that movie on an airplane, by the way.
Yeah, I don't want to.
I did, and I was just a mess. It's an amazing.
Well, I was a mess reading the book, and then I watched the movie, and it was a double mess. But you know, I've got to say though that, you know, I just feel that something's changed for the better for us, even though it's been a difficult year. And you know, we went from, you know, the solid pieces of our business were the magazines, and now they struggle a bit because of the it's just an environment that's not favorable to them. The website was the thing we'd been working on. All of a sudden, that sucker, you know, we were sold out of inventory for several months, you know, and it just flipped like that overnight, bang. And I would like it all to be great, but at the same time, the thing that was most interesting to me, in the month of August, we had 462,000 shares of content off of our website. 462. That's normally it's not so much. It's only in the mid 300s, and that was because the Indy 500 and the activity on the Indy 500 was greater than the activity in 2019, even though there were no spectators in the grandstands. Now, what do you think that is? Anybody got any ideas? Because that's a really interesting one to me. Same with our Le Mans coverage. What do you think that is?
If I had to guess, Paul, I'd say that, sorry.
Who's going to go first? Marshall, give it a go.
I'll arm wrestle whoever I got to.
Give it up, Marshall.
Just say, of the many things that suffered this year due to the pandemic, the credentialing of some of the smaller outlets certainly changed. Read a lot of complaints on Facebook, some by those who I'm not sure why they've ever been credentialed, some who had legitimate complaints for not getting access to a media center where, whether it's IndyCar, name whatever series it might be, where they've always been. And those series said, sorry, we're cutting it down to 5 or 4 or whatever the number is. I'd say, frankly, the volume of media outlets able to report live from an event was certainly limited. I know that we spoke a lot about remote reporting. Would also say that not everybody has the connections to be able to do that properly. Anyone can during report or a live stream and say driver X was fastest, the other guy was second. It's another thing to be able to pick up the phone and talk to that driver or the engineer or the team manager, whatever, and produce unique content. And so I think that might be a little bit of a filter, Paul, where some of the sites that are more tenured, professional compared to more fan leaning, might be the ones with the pretty deep contact list to best replicate on-site reporting in the absence of being able to do it in some cases. So maybe that's something to consider. Would also just throw out a question I'd love to hear thoughts about, and that is consumption habits, right? Paul, what have you seen on Racer? Ralph, what have you seen? What has everyone seen on their respective media properties that has changed this year? Is there a series that all of a sudden came to life that hadn't previously? Is there something that was a staple that maybe fell off? We've got some other thematic things too, such as some folks being murdered, not in racing, but folks being killed. Reckonings on race, gender, equality, inclusiveness. This has been a freaking mollywhopping year of heavy topics, but we've also seen, I would assume, some series maybe rise and others fall that surprised us.
Well, yeah, I want to talk about that for a moment, because we did see the intersection of general news and racing on a couple of issues this year. Racial equality was one of them. And that generated some polarity, there, as usual. But it generated a lot of interest and page views, and we don't do it for that. We report on it because it's part of the story of the sport. And the thing I think that was interesting is that a lot of this stuff became, a topic beyond our own platform. It would be shared or made a featured thing on an Apple News or a Google News, which would really elevate it. We had a lot of things within the NASCAR world that just took off. We've been rebuilding our NASCAR coverage for the 8 years we've been here. We used to have an office in Charlotte with 3 reporters. So this has been, and we've got Kelly Crandall doing a really good job, working very hard, and she's finding an audience. And we've seen a real lift in our NASCAR content this year in terms of people sharing it, reading it, and its visibility. When Marty has written off-road content, there's 2 phenomenons. One, when he has an editorial, we're finding there's an audience that wants to hear this editorial commentary about off-road racing. And the editorials do really well. But what's also interesting, we noticed this a year and a half ago with Baja, that there's a really decent amount of traffic and sharing during the event. And then everybody comes back from Baja, and then there's a second wave of sharing of content. And it was interesting. We don't see that in other things. But I want to say the one thing, though, is that we see people going cross category, looking at other forms of racing on the website. They're not staying in their own, quote, channel of interest. There's an expansion of, I guess, exploring other things that we're seeing, which I like. I think that's really good news. I'd rather have racing fans rather than I only like NASCAR, I only like IndyCar, because that's the way the sport's going to work. Is if you're a fan of multiple disciplines of motorsport, you appreciate them, the sport will survive and prosper.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. If you don't mind me commenting, actually today on Sirius XM had Jimmy Johnson on because he had won the Myers Brothers Award, and after the conversation, just got into a conversation of, look, I'm a racing fan. I always have been, and I know there was a time where people said the NASCAR crowd was the Walmart crowd, and the open wheel crowd was the Neiman Marcus crowd, and these are the roundy round guys versus this and that. I'm just a race fan, and I think a lot of people are. And you take a guy like Jimmy Johnson now, who has done everything that he's done in NASCAR, and even though people got sick of him winning, he's still got a fan base, and people are wildly curious about what he's going to be doing moving forward, and running the IndyCar road and street courses and running sports car and all of that. And I think to myself, okay, is the NASCAR crowd going to follow Jimmy Johnson over to see what he does? And then in turn, are they going to see a lot of the great things that are happening in open wheel and sports car, and vice versa? Let's say Jimmy Johnson thrives or he struggles, which struggling is probably the more likely scenario right now because it's such a different discipline for him. Are they going to be interested to maybe learn more about his background and see what went on in his career that made him who he is? And I think that really gives a great opportunity for race fans to broaden their interest in what they love, and discover new forms of racing that maybe they didn't see before.
Well, you're absolutely right, and I think that being open-minded and being curious is a big part of being a race fan. I think there's the thing I think that's so interesting about, I knew Jimmy when he was younger, and he wanted to go to Indy. He wanted to be Rick Mears. Who wouldn't? But Rick Mears was an off-road racer who, I think even surprised himself by being one of the greatest IndyCar drivers of all time. I knew Rick Mears when he was racing Formula V and in Cal Club and SCCA regionals. We're racers. Real racers love other racers and what they do. They're curious. I always have been amused that NASCAR drivers watch Formula One races before their races, and then the IndyCar drivers will watch a NASCAR race or a Formula One race. They're fans of each other. The real racers, they watch the other masters of the sport. They're in awe of them, and I know a lot of racers across all stripes are interested in drag racing because that maybe it was their first passion. And I found, to my not amazement, but a lot of people are interested in off-road racing that are into other forms of racing. And it goes on. And many of us have a background in sprint and midget, like I do. So, what we have is a moment where it's all accessible. And that big moonshot that Ralph's partner, Chris, was talking about, is that we can take control of our own destiny at some point. We're not relying on some programming nerd at a network who doesn't care and doesn't like it. We're going to be beekeeping is going to, bump us off the time slot at some point. But
though that I think, going back to the off-road side just for a minute, I think it also speaks to the platform, right? So what has kind of come of age now on this thing is that because a lot of things on Racer, one of the things I know we talked about right when I started this is that it had to be looked at and weighted on the site as much as anything else. So if there's a Formula One story, there's an off-road story. It's not buried somewhere in the website. Well, I think that's been the critical thing. And what you're seeing is, so if there's, 400 race teams at the Baja 1000, each one has 40 people on it. Well, they're all the hardcore desert fans are down there doing it, and they're coming home, and then they're sharing it because what I've heard is that they're so proud to see really quality content on Racer about their sport. That hasn't always been the case. The sport's always kind of been buried down. It's a matter of digging through the history. There's so much history, there's so much there. But I think that's why on the off-road side of things, and I know Ralph and I have talked about that too, it's merited that kind of weight, but it hasn't always gotten it. So I think you're seeing enthusiasts from all sides now kind of enjoying. I mean, that's a myopic view of everything, but from the
I think there's merit in that. But I think, again, I look at the diversity that Ralph has on his site and his magazines, and we honestly we overlap a little bit, because we have to, right, Ralph? I mean, that's just what we got to do. But but the beauty of it is it has both media brands have a point of view that I think is really authentic and really meaningful and adds to the sport. I think that the people are known quantities that, that are they're real reporters on both sites and magazines, and we need each other. We're in many ways, we're the last of the racing media. The pool of racing media around the world is really diminished. And I think that that's something to think about. I mean, we're near the end of the conversation, but when we look forward here, all of us have had a hand in this. And I think John and Francisque and Judy have all taught us a lesson this week. We're stronger together. And I want to thank them for that. That's a really important lesson.
Well, thank you, Paul, and you and Racer and the whole team are a big part of this. And that's a message I think that's coming out just throughout this whole week. You listen to the sanctioning body executives, and people run racetracks, people run sanctioning bodies. When the race is over, there's not a line of people coming up to them to say thank you. So there's a line of people who have one complaint or another, and they need to hear thanks once in a while. Their job, because of the matrix of stakeholders that they have to meet their expectations, they have a really tough job. But then you listen to them talk, and one after another, they basically say, and we're trying to bolster the sport. And they really are looking at all of racing, I think, when they say that, and they're trying to promote their own segment. But basically, they're on a mission. And even in the racing business and all the people making parts, they're kind of on that same team. I mean, they just talk about winning the race, keeping people racing, making it easier for the new guy to go racing and become competitive. And so there's this big army of really talented people that are all kind of thinking the same thing. How do we make the sport bigger, more inclusive? And not just for the money, but because we feel like something special is going on here. We want people to know it. And as it gets bigger, there could maybe more fun things we can achieve all together and things that'll blow our minds. And so I think the whole sport, it's just, people are fun to be around. And these are people who do things. They'll move the mountain. And if you tell them that mountain can't be moved, they don't listen to that. Yeah.
It'll be 3 foot over by morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just inspiring. There's an energy here. And then in the media, we just always have to remember that we have what it takes to sell tickets. So I was talking about this the other day. Is you watch a Marvel movie and the old people complain that, wow, the movie's too fast, it's too noisy, you know, but the young people, they love fast and noisy. Well, that's what we have. And we have it faster and noisier than any Marvel movie and more dramatic. And we just have to keep telling the story, find new ways to tell the story. And the power that's out there that we're tapping into, we also have to remember it basically built 3 cable television networks. So when ESPN wanted to become ESPN and nobody quite understood why we should watch Fresno State football, they would lean on racing because the fans in racing would call their local cable network and tell them, put racing on. I got to watch more racing. Put it on. I'm not getting it and I want to get it. And then ESPN became huge on the backs of racing and the attraction of racing. And so then when they turned all into football and everything else, and they said, we'll have ESPN too. That was built on racing. And then the Speed Channel built on racing. So there's tremendous power out there. And we also have to always keep repeating that to the sponsorship because that's where the dollars flow. That there's a crazy magnetic, and magnetic's even too soft a word, attraction to racing.
Yeah, you're right, John. And I want to just throw back here at this very thought is that the secret weapon is the race fan. That's our competitive advantage, and we give them something worthy of devotion. We can move that mountain by 3 feet by morning, and then by 10 feet by the next day. And we have to remember that we work for them. All of us do. The sanctioning bodies do. The drivers ultimately work for them. They're not going to live the life they want to live unless they're worthy of devotion and admiration, and they create excitement and interest. And what we're finding now in this democratized world where the audience has the power to really uplift you or ignore you, but you can tell, you can actually see it. The energy is apparent. It's a chance for us to become even more worthy than we were before as media properties and as race series. I think that we've had a brush with if you were death by what happened here, societally and in racing. And we came out of it okay. Just, we're like Romain Grosjean coming out with the bandages on our hands. We have minor burns. We're going to be able to get back in the car and go fast as hell at the beginning of the year. And I think that's a really interesting set of things that we've got on our side, culturally, and just the energy of the fan base. And
I want to add one more thing to that when it comes to the race fan, because it's happening so profoundly that we don't even talk about it anymore. The race fan about 20 years ago, maybe more, the big story was what's under the hood. Mm-hmm. What's the technology? What's winning races? A massive amount of race fans, massive amounts. The attraction to racing wasn't the way Jeff Gordon combs his hair. It's what's under the hood. What's advancing technologically? What do we need to know? And we're almost forgetting that that's still a story. And when we say race fans are out there, and a huge part of them want to see innovation. They want to see something happen in a car technically that they can't believe, and it just blows their minds. And the connection to racing, a big part of it is technology. And I just want to make that a point here in this media panel. We can't ever let that disappear from racing. And almost, I would urge NASCAR, and I don't tell NASCAR what to do because it's so complicated. I would sit around a table and say, guys, we have to plan on innovation. We have to announce innovation every race, something big and new that never happened before, or every couple races. And because they're going to lose the guy who really wants to know what's under the hood.
It's interesting because the car is a competitor too. It's got a personality. And, Marshall, you've written a lot of technical articles that have done really well on our website. Why do you think that is?
Well, I like to believe that there are enough folks who still care about the little carriages that send our beloved drivers around the circuit. I don't disagree with anything John said. I know that with my background in racing, it's something that I hope sustains and lives. The passion for the vehicle, not just, as you mentioned, how Jeff Gordon combs his wig. I'll tell you, though, this year, specific to 2020, specific to everything in a COVID world, I have cared less about the technical side of motor racing than probably ever in my life. And I wonder, I hope that that will change, but I think there's a reason for it. And it's that, what's the one thing most of us have been starved for? And we believe by association, racing fans, those who listen, read, watch, or otherwise what we produce, it's connection, right?
Yeah.
We, in our own lives, having either socially distanced Thanksgivings or FaceTime Thanksgivings, the communal aspect of racing that just nourishes us. Those bonds have been broken by and large due to what we've had to do with this virus. I just think about the things that I have focused on more this year. I think not out of an intentional plan, Paul. I didn't sit down and come up with some master script. I have just noticed I've made more attempts this year on social media in particular to, I don't want to say connect with racing fans, because I am a racing fan, but connect with those on a more basic level about our fandom and passion for the sport, this driver, this series, whatever it might be. Doing an intentional separation of church and state per se. I know that when I, for the first many years when I became a reporter, one of Ralph's family members there at Speed Sport, Joe Tripp hired me. I wouldn't be here without Joe Tripp at Speed saying,
Joe Tripp fired me, by the way, just in case you want to know. Thanks, Joe. Right? It turned out.
Joe looked at me and, you absolutely appear to be someone who is worth $0 into work for free. So, kidding aside, I just had this reporter mindset. I'm a professional. This is what I do. The content that I produce must be befitting of that profession and separate, so on and so forth. I wouldn't claim to be particularly professional or good at what I do, but I do know that this year in particular, Paul, maybe others can have noticed a similar thing. I've given less of a fart about upholding whatever expected traditions of the. No, I would rather be having a conversation with someone on social media or whatever it might be, just about the thing we love and feeling connected to that community as a member, not as a professional whose responsibility it is to deliver content to them. And also, I would just say probably more of the content I have submitted to Racer throughout the year has been, if not a little less formal, just a little more, hey, is this going to make someone happy? Right? Some esoteric nonsense that I would probably find interesting about, this turbocharger wastegate is the biggest reason for why this racing series is garbage. Yeah, a year ago, maybe I'd write that, Paul. Right now, I don't care, man. And I know the people sitting home, by and large, like me, just want to feel good. So guess what? We get to strip away the vestiges of whatever we think we might supposed to be and just join in, man. Realize we are them. They are us.
They are. I am a fan. That's what I am. I'm a fan. And Dan Gurney asked us, we were working on a project, a group of my really good friends on a project for a sanctioning body, and interviewing Dan Gurney, and Dan Gurney started the conversation when we were, on a speakerphone, and I was in the room with him, and he says, are you a race fan? He asked us, we had to report in and answer him. And we answered yes. And he basically, I'm a race fan. I've never stopped being a race fan. I remember what it feels like to be a race fan, because that's what I am. I know you are, Ralph. I see it when we go to a racetrack and you're there.
Yeah, I was going to jump in on that because of Ralph. I mean, I had the incredible opportunity to bring Ralph to Crandon this year, and I got to see, the best part of my year was getting to see Joe Tripp and Ralph Sheheen come to Crandon and kind of express their joy for the first time and seeing the short course off-road thing that we do through their eyes. And it was just like we're back being kids again, and it kind of made me a kid again. And it speaks exactly what Marshall said. all the concern and all the noise and all the rules and all the things goes back to, Ralph Shaheen, Joe Tripp sitting there, the infield of Crandon, like little 13-year-olds, jumping him down and having a great time. And that was the Marshall that we said is exactly spot on.
And
Yeah, that's 100% true. I mean, look at the background in Marshall's office there, and the same thing here in mine. And we're all the same way. We got all this stuff hanging on our walls because we're fans of this stuff. You'd have to look pretty far and wide around here to see a lot of stuff that's not racing related hanging on the walls, because that's what we're all into. We are all fans at heart. We just have taken our passions even further and have been very fortunate to find a way to make our passion a career. It doesn't mean we're less passionate about it than when we were at 7, 8 years old. We're just lucky to make a career out of it.
Yeah. That's very well said, Ralph. And, I hear your voice at a Supercross race. I hear your voice when I talk to you on the phone. And now you've got the same excitement. It's not a manufactured thing. It's coming from your soul. And
absolutely. And well, look, you can't do this game on any level of you're going to be in this industry. You can't do it unless you're 100% in. It takes everything. I know every single one of you on this panel right now have worked crazy hours, given up family functions, missed out on birthdays and holidays, missed your buddy's wedding, didn't do this, didn't do that because you were either working on a deadline, trying to get something out the door, trying to, put your dream into action, and it was all involved in racing. But there isn't anybody on this panel that would do it differently if they had to do it all over again. You would maybe even miss more if you thought it would get you a little bit further in, a little bit faster and quicker than you could have the last time around. It's just part of it. People ask my wife all the time, and I know you guys' wives have all gone through this. They'll say to my wife, Kimberly, how can you put up with his schedule and everything? She's like, are you kidding? Like, I didn't know this when I met the guy. This is who he is. This is what he is. You can't change that. This is what they're all about. And I support him every way. And we just make it work for our family. And I know Marty makes it work for his. And Paul, you've made it work for you. And Marshall, I know you've made it work with your wife. It's just what you do. You figure out how to make it happen.
Absolutely. And, I think we share one thing. We want to share this with our friends and the extended family that we have in the community of racing. They're the friends we're sharing it with. And again, back to what this week has been like, I missed everybody. I get to see so many people I know and so many people I want to know. I've been able to I just had this on, even when I wasn't on a panel, I've had it on so I could hear their voices. This has been my life for about 47 years. And to have it just stop dead like that has been very strange. And to have the races go forward has been really, inspiring. But I've still got a little bit of Chris Mackie in me. I hear the sound of the engines and I want to be in the pits, and that's what I always loved about Chris. He was that way. And, I think that we're in a great moment for all of us. I want us all to succeed. And I really, this group of people is doing good work for this sport. I'm so grateful to know all of you.
Paul, can I add one thing to that real quick? Marshall was talking a little bit about why he thinks people were connecting to what all of us are putting out there content wise. And I think there's a little bit more to it as well. And that is that it's very apparent that whether it's Brad's group at PRN or our friends at ePar Trade, or I know what Marty's doing up there at Crandon and you folks at Racer and us with Speed Sport, it's very apparent to the race fan when it comes from, we talked about this yesterday, real racers doing this coverage of racing for the racing industry. And we said this yesterday, racing industry meaning everybody, not just the business side, but the fans as well. You're all in the racing industry together, right? And I think, as Marshall pointed out, the pandemic kind of weeded out some of them that maybe are not as true hardcore racing journalists, didn't get to cover some of these events like maybe they have in the past, and it was a bit different. And they had an opportunity to see the real hardcore racing journalists covering real racing and doing the great work that they did. And it maybe it gave an opportunity for some of that stuff to come to the top again. And maybe that helped.
Maybe it did. And I think the one thing I'd like to add to that is, we need more people. We've been working with Joey Barnes this year, and he's a person that's coming into the sport that really deserves to be in it as a journalist. And I think that there are a lot of them out there that are us when we were younger. And it's up to us to figure out how to get them into the sport, all of us, not just racing.
There's some really very talented young people out there. And I know you guys are trying to get them in and find places for them as well as we are at Speed Sport. And we've been very fortunate to get some young guys on our side, like Adam Fenwick and Jacob Steelman, and push those guys out there and let them do things that some of us older guys aren't as creative to understanding how some of the newer technology works to push that content out there. But it's fun to watch them and learn from them all the time.
It is. And the sport is always renewing itself every week, every weekend, every season. It's renewal. And, we're going to be renewed into fertilizer at some point. So there's got to be somebody coming along to replace us all. Or speed bumps. I'm not sure what. But, well, I think we're over time, but I just want to say, God, it's nice to be with you guys. It really is. Thank you.
This was fun.
Paul, can I mention the one thing that might not have been accurately reported this year to close possibly?
Yeah, sure.
So collectively, we all have spent 2020 telling whatever story might be. We know that this year, the financial ravages teams have faced, tracks, the fans, everyone's livelihood. Everyone has suffered this year. I just wanted to pay tribute to you, Paul, to Francis, to Ralph, to Marty, to everybody here, because the story, frankly, we don't tell. We're not going to say this on our own media outlets, but I know how hard you all have worked to keep all the names that are on the background here, from ePart Trade to Racer to Speed Sport, you name it. I can guarantee you everyone here and many others have a story about that night they went to sleep and weren't sure when they woke up the next day in 2020 if they were going to be filing bankruptcy, unemployment, and that favorite outlet on off-road, road racing, NASCAR, whatever, was going to be gone. And you talked about racers, Paul, and resilience and overcoming problems. Just want to shower some well-deserved love on you and everyone else, because I don't think the average reader really understands our industry almost entirely collapsed, and through the individual efforts of all of you and many others, we're still able to do this. And so that is, again, I know we're not tooting our own horn. I'm just saying, for folks who think that we just wake up and make the news and it's easy, no, this whole thing almost came to a grinding stop. And finally, Paul, I have intentionally avoided every single Zoom meeting this entire year, sanctioning bodies, manufacturers, everything. This is the first Zoom I've done all year, because it was you and ePart Trade in the panel here, because y'all deserve whatever silly amount of attention that we can generate here. So you got me to do Zoom, Fanner. That's another thing to talk about as well.
It's not over. You're going to do more Zoom because I think we've got some ideas here to take this forward. But thank you for saying that. I have to also say, it has been a difficult year. People pay us slowly or not at all. We're all dealing with these things, but we've been through it before, and I'm absolutely convinced we'll all get through it and come out stronger for it. We're doing this because we learned something. This is this is the wicker bell on the back of the wing. We can go about 8 seconds a lap quicker now. So I think there's learnings all the way through this, everyone we've worked with. I appreciate everybody that's in our contributor base. Our advertisers that stuck with us, but I just appreciate this moment that we've had this week with ePartrade. I think this has been a learning experience for me, but what it really reminded me of is how good the people are in this industry. It's been a parade of really good people that I want to be around, and from front to back, and it continues to be that. And I drive home every night realizing I've invested my life wisely in things that are worthy.
Amen. Amen.
Yep. So,
Well, thank
you know,
I feel like I'm like an outsider coming in, kind of like.
come on in. You're the Pope of this palace here.
Well, no, thank you so much, each and every one of you. I mean, we put this event together because we felt an obligation. I mean, we felt like this is an industry we love. This is kind of like, what can we do? You know, we can't stay there and wait. And as we mentioned many times, was a lot of work, but then it was a combined effort with Paul and everyone at Racer. And I remember when we started the ID, Paul said the media panel was very important for you. And Paul said, we've got to get a media panel. And then John said, we've got to get engine builders because there are tons of engine builders in the industry. And then Judy said, we've got to get the team owners because, you know, they are the driving force. And then Paul went back, we need the sanctioning bodies. And I said, we need the international guys. And we went back and forth, and boom. I mean, that's it. It's just like when you look, and when we started Monday morning with Roger Penske, and we're going to end the tomorrow evening with Jim Campbell, you know, head of GM for motorsport. I mean, and in between 150 industry leaders, including you guys, that making this industry so great. So I'm speechless. So thank you. Thank you
Well,
for everything that was said.
we owe you a debt of gratitude, Francisque. And I will tell you one humorous fact is the first two invitations that I sent out the morning we started this were to Roger Penske and Jim Campbell. Those were the two people I wanted most on this panel. I admire both of them deeply, and really think they're terrific people. So I think we begin and end with my two first choices. So that's fantastic.
That's the Paul Fanner's magic. That's what I said.
Voila. So what a great fun. And Marty, we're having breakfast next week.
Lots to talk about, Paul.
We do. It's going to be good to see you. And thank you again. And I'm going to see everybody again tomorrow morning. And Marshall, thanks for showing up on Zoom.
And Marshall, please come back on Zoom. It's fun. You know.
Brother, I got enough going on in my
I know,
life
I understand.
and staring at ugly men. And I see my face staring back at me. So that's the worst part. That's why I don't do that.
Put the gallery view, then you see everyone. But thank you all very, very, very much. We went a bit over time, but that's part of it. So what a delight. We're going to end it now. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6:45.
I'm just going to sleep here.
Okay.